part themselves.
But how? Adair said, fingernails biting into her palms. The people believe that Intara loves him. How do you distinguish between divine favour and some leech's kenning?
It's all kenning. There is no divine favour.
You believe that, but they don't. The man has become practically a hero overnight. We can't kill him without disgracing him first, without revealing his secret in a way that no one can doubt or deny. When we've shown him for a liar and a leech, then it won't even matter what we do. He'll be finished.
As you've already pointed out,
Ran replied, putting a hand on her shoulder as though to slow down the flood of her words.
Intara's rewards are irritatingly difficult to distinguish from a leech's kenning.
I know, Adair said, biting her lip. I know. The sun had dipped under the horizon, bloodying the sky, but her cheeks still burned with the last rays of their own inner heat. There had to be a way. Her father would have seen it. If she could just come at the matter from the right angle, attack it from the proper direction, every problem had a solution. If she could just—
Leave it, Ran said,
trying to guide her back toward the room.
Sleep on it. Sometimes the ideas come only when the mind is gone. You have to give them space.
Adair turned to stare at him, at that fine, chiselled face, those deep eyes. There was something in what he'd said. Something— Yes, she said, a thrill running through her, the shape of plan suggesting itself. Yes, that's exactly how we'll do it. She smiled wide. But I'll need someone good with poisons. Ran frowned.
You've just got done telling me that we can't just kill him.
Oh, she said, hopeful for the first time since her father's death. I'm going to do so much more than just kill him. And then, to the Kennerang's evident surprise, she leaned close to kiss him full and thoroughly on the mouth, the fire inside burning hotter still, and spreading. 26. Valin rose early, bathed in the cold water from the sluice outside his barracks, shaved with his belt knife, then donned his best Ketral blacks. A stiffness had settled into his joints overnight, the rigid ache of muscles used past the limit of endurance, then left to tighten, and his legs protested as he limped between the buildings, past the mess hall, past command across the great empty muster ground at the centre of the compound, and up the trail toward the small rise overlooking the harbour. On a knoll a few hundred paces to the east, the spreading tenebral oak clawed at the sky with its gnarled limbs. But today the Ketral would pass by the shrine of their patron and pay homage to a different god. The soldiers referred to the stone ledge at the top of this small rise as Ananshael's table, and it was here that they commemorated their dead. Others joined Valin as he went, all Ketral now, a small stream of black flowing uphill. Ghent walked a few paces ahead, favouring his left leg heavily. Gwenna followed half a dozen yards behind, her right arm in a sling. No one spoke. After the strain of the trial, the weight of words was too great, their purpose too feeble. For 8 years, when Valin had imagined this day, he had imagined celebration, laughter, back-slapping, and capping it all off, tankards upon tankards of beer over on hook. This was the day they were finally Ketral. After 8 years, this was the day they had proved themselves worthy successors to the line of iron men and women. More recently, since the mysterious warning from the dying Idolian, he had felt an even greater urgency to be done with the test. Those who survived the trial were assigned to wings in the roles for which they had trained, which meant, after a brief probational period, he would be commanding his own small group of soldiers, and free, finally, to leave the islands. Provided he was able to secure permission, he would be allowed to go after Caden, to warn him. He'd thought about little else over the preceding 5 weeks. Certainly he had worried more for Caden than he had for Harlin. Never in his worst foreboding had he imagined the trial would prove her end. Oh, she would be battered, maybe. He would be battered too. That was all part of the fantasy, conjuring up the vicious but impotent wounds they would flash and flaunt, trading the stories of tests overcome, trials met, foes defeated. As it turned out, life with a Ketral didn't line up very well with the stories. In the stories, the soldiers traded jibes and offhand jests, while dispatching the enemy with casual grace. In the stories, the soldiers fucking lived. He crested the low hill and stared at the bier. The gravelly limestone of the Kirins wasn't suitable for burial, and although the Ketrel spent countless hours in underwater training and missions, no one wanted to be laid to rest in the icy blue-black of the ocean depths. They burned their dead, those whose bodies returned, here on this headland, on the sharp scrap of limestone thrust up through the earth like a bone tearing through flesh. Someone must have built the bier in the night, while he and the rest of his cohort slept their own death-like sleep, hammering the planks together with a carpenter's care, although the whole thing was fashioned only for the flame. Like us, Valin thought to himself, trained, honed, drilled, and then destroyed. He forced himself to raise his eyes from the woodwork to the body atop it. Someone had taken the same care with Harlin that they had with the bier itself. She lay in her dress blacks, hands folded neatly across her chest, eyes closed, as though sleeping. The vicious gouges that marred her body, that had killed her in the end, were invisible now, hidden beneath the dark fabric. Her hair was combed back from her forehead in the way she used to wear it after climbing out of the waves after a long swim, and Valin ached to step forward, to touch her face. That was not, however, the way. Even in this, there was protocol to be observed, and he stood stiffly toward the side of the assembled group, his eyes fixed on Harlin's smooth face, waiting for Davin Shalil to get on with it and make her speech. As he watched, a hand touched him lightly on the shoulder. Talal, another who had emerged from the hole more battered than he had entered, his dark face sombre. "She would have made a good soldier," he said quietly. The anger came over Valin all at once, hot and bright and unexpected. "She was a good soldier," he snapped. "Better than the rest of this fucking lot," he said, gesturing with a vague arm to the cadets who surrounded them. Talal nodded, opened his mouth, then shut it again. "What?" Valin demanded, rounding on the leech. "What? You have some more insipid consolation to offer?" Despite the area's tolerance, Harlin had never been able to bring herself to trust a leech, even Talal, and the fact that the youth stood before him now with no more than a few slashes and gouges, while she lay dead on the hard wooden bier, struck Valin as some sort of crude, final insult. "You went down into the hole with your well and your kennings," Valin went on, gathering both speed and volume, "protected by your secret fucked-up powers. You might as well have had a dozen guards. We might as well have given you the egg right there on the island and skipped the Kent-kissing act. She went in there with nothing. With nothing." Talal's face closed. Gwenna laid a hand on Valin's arm, but he shook her off. "Get off me, all of you. Just get the fuck away from me." He stepped away before he hit someone, giving himself space from the group and some air of his own, which he drank in deep gulps. His pulse raced, and it took him a moment to unclench his fist. A few squalls chased along the southern horizon, dark smudges against the humid air. Now and again a fork of lightning would lance down into the waves, followed long heartbeats later by the muffled thunder. Finally, Shalil stepped in front of the bier. She considered Harlin for a long time, then turned to the assembled Ketrel. "Today we mark the loss of 3 of our number." Valin had to keep reminding himself that Harlin wasn't the only casualty. Nemeth and Quinn, a leech and a would-be flyer, simply disappeared into the cavernous darkness. There were mutters that Fane, Sigrid, and the flea had gone in looking for them once the trial was over, but something, Slan or rockfall or the endless, winding darkness itself, had simply swallowed the 2 cadets whole. Others had been luckier, but not lucky enough. Ferren found an egg, but lost his arm fighting free of a pack of Slan. Enel had fallen from a ledge in the darkness and shattered his knee. The Aerie would find jobs for them, of course, but neither would ever fly missions. "When we arrive on these islands," Shalil continued, "we give up the lives we might have led. We give up the comforts of home, the pleasures of peace and prosperity, the security of a life lived safely in the fold of the Empire. In exchange we accept pain and austerity, and, as this occasion reminds us, death. We give up our family, our fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, blood of our blood, whom we may never see again. The men and women here become our family." Valin looked over the assembled soldiers. Annick, without her bow for once, was looking out over the harbour, evidently more interested in the approaching weather than the funeral. Gwenna picked angrily at a long ruddy scab running from her elbow to her wrist. Ballandin, who wore new slashes across his face and hands, was eyeing Lynn's body with an inscrutable expression, while Yerl managed to look smug and self-satisfied in spite of the bruise spreading across half his brow. Some Kent-kissing family, Balin thought to himself grimly. Most of them he didn't trust, and there were two he wanted to kill. Avenging the assault on Lynn seemed pointless now, but then the whole shale-spawned endeavour had started to look a little pointless. Despite all his efforts, he was no closer to discovering the identities of the Ketrel conspirators than he had been when Mancus collapsed into the bay. One at a time he considered the various faces: Annick, Rollin, Yerl, Tolal, each more unreadable than the last. He was supposed to be a warrior, a naked blade between the citizens of the Empire and their foes, and yet all around him people kept dying, people he loved and those he barely knew. His stomach had twisted into a knot, torn between fury at his faceless enemy and disgust at his own failures. The man still fighting last week's battle will always lose to the man already fighting tomorrow's, he reminded himself. He still had a couple of weeks of training once they assigned him his new wing, a couple of weeks before he could go after Caden. In the meantime, cutting down Yerl and Ballandin was something concrete, something he could hold on to. Although we'll never know what happened to Nemet Ranton and Quinn Lang, we know that Harlin Cha, who lies before us now, completed the trial. She went down into the darkness, and she found there what she sought. That makes her Ketrel. The words should have mattered. The title should have mattered. Even if only briefly, Harlin had achieved her goal, had completed her trial. A month earlier, Valin would have said it was better to die a Ketrel than a mere cadet. But he wasn't so sure anymore. Dead was dead. Ananshale had her now, and the Lord of Bones wasn't likely to treat her any more gently because Davin Shalil had decided she earned a special title. "We honour all three fallen soldiers as Ketrel," Shalil continued. "Ex-Ketrel," Yerl quipped with a grin. "Last time I checked, dead girls don't fly missions." Valin shifted his gaze to the youth. The hot rage blazed in his veins, his fingers curled into fists, but he forced himself to remain still, clenching those fists until his fingernails bit into his palms, tensing his muscles to still their trembling, forcing himself to draw even breaths as his heart clamoured inside his ribs. For a long while he felt like he might explode, just like one of Gwenna's star shatters, but then as quickly as the fit had come upon him, it passed. The heat had burned away, leaving a cold, implacable hatred. The rigours of the trial had done nothing to smooth the smugness from Yerl's handsome face, but his smile soured when he found Valin staring back at him. He tried to hold the gaze, then cursed under his breath and turned away. My eyes, Valin realized. He'd seen them that morning in a mirror, but had been too wrung out to feel anything about the change. They had been brown. Now they were black. It was a simple fact. Others, however, seemed to find them unsettling. He filed the observation away as something that could be useful at some point. "Before we light the pyre," Shalil said, "those of you who wish may approach the body." Valin waited for the line to form, then took his place at the end. Some of the soldiers took only a moment, touching Lynn's hand or saying a few words, prayers or farewells that he couldn't hear. When Sammy Yerl reached the bier, he grinned, then chucked Lynn under the chin playfully. Valin slowly unclenched his hand. Lynn was dead. Yerl couldn't hurt her any longer. His time would come soon enough. Gwenna pressed something into Lynn's hands. Leith whispered a few phrases in her ear, a sad smile on his face, and Ghent tucked his favourite knife into her belt. When Ballandin stepped forward, wolfhounds at his heels, He just looked for a long time, silent as Lynn herself, then turned away. Valin found himself before the bier. He glanced over his shoulder as though someone watching might tell him what to say, but the assembled faces were cool and quiet, ghost-like above their black uniforms. He turned back to the body. The wounds that had killed his friend, a half-dozen slashes across her stomach and chest, were covered now by a clean black tunic. After he first carried her out of the cave, Valin had run his fingers over those gashes, trying to understand how a life could have seeped away through a few slices. They were ugly, nasty rents, but surely they couldn't have killed her. Surely you had to rip a larger hole in the body, had to spill out more of the guts, had to crush more of the bone in order to drive the life out of it. He shook his head. Evidently not. Lynn's face was sallow and waxen. Dead a day and a half, he thought, then cursed himself for the clinical calculation. This wasn't an exercise, wasn't a cadet's battlefield drill. It was supposed to be a chance at a final farewell, but there were no such chances. He should have said his farewells days ago, should have been saying them every day of every year. It struck him as he looked down at the cold corpse, at his own body beside it, that the Ketrel wore blacks, not to blend with the darkness, but to be ready always for the funeral. There seemed little point in speaking, but he took her hand gently, closing his eyes as he held it between his own. This was the time to offer a prayer. But what god would he pray to? Hull, whose trial she had died trying to complete? An Anshale who had killed her? Maybe Meshkent was most appropriate, but then the Lord of Pain had already released her from his claws. Valin opened his eyes, tracing the fingers one by one. The back of the knuckles, the wrist. He paused. Whoever had cleaned her up had done a good job. The blood had been scrubbed away, the wounds sutured with fine thread. On her wrist, however, just beneath the protruding bone, ran an angry red line of abrasions. He stared. Among all her other more serious wounds, it would be easy to miss, the most insignificant scratch. But now that he'd seen it, he couldn't pull his eyes away. A faint line of herringbone impressions dug into the flesh, the kind of impression left by Liren cord, the kind of impression that had marred Ami's wrists when they cut her down from the rafter weeks before. His breath stuck in his throat. Somewhere out over the harbour a gull cawed. He could hear the waves sucking at the sand, lisping the same malevolent syllable over and over. His eyes flicked back to her wrist, back to the faint abrasion, trying to make sense of it. He wanted to lean over to look closer, but he was surrounded, all eyes upon him. How long had he been standing there, holding her hand? He had no idea. How much longer could he stay without raising eyebrows, raising suspicions? As subtly as he could, he pulled back the sleeve of her tunic. He had assumed her wounds came from the slan, and in his grief he had not thought to examine them. Now, however, as he studied one of the rents in her flesh, he could see that the edges were clean, not jagged. His heart went cold inside him. Something that might have been fear or rage squirmed beneath his skin. Steel had parted Harlin's flesh. Good steel. She may have fought the slan in the darkness, but one of the newly minted Ketrel had killed her. And it wasn't easy for them, a part of him noted with grim satisfaction. Given the number and arrangement of wounds, it was clear that Lynn had fought back. Fought hard. "You were a warrior," he murmured so quietly no one else could hear. The words sounded both right and meagre. With elaborate care he returned her hand to her chest. Lynn hadn't just died. Somewhere in the cave, somewhere so far beneath the earth the entire deed was blotted by darkness, someone had battled her to a standstill, then bound her wrists. The same person who had tortured Ami in the tiny garret and left her body hanging for the flies had got to Lynn as well, had murdered her, a quarter-mile from the end of the trial. He forced himself to turn, to walk a few steps from the pyre and resume his place among the other soldiers. "One of you," he thought, eyeing the faces. "It was one of you." His eyes flickered to Anik. He hadn't spoken to her since the infirmary, but he hadn't forgotten the look of rage and death that flashed across her face when he asked about Ami. If she had been involved in the girl's death, then she was implicated in Ha Lin's as well. The blaze caught quickly. The age-old scent of burning wood, mingling with a sickening smell of charred flesh, as the tongues of flame licked hungrily upward, gnawing through beer and body both. Balin stared into the shifting flame and shadow, stared at the ruddy sparks, stared at the sudden gout of brilliant yellow flame that exploded from Lynn's hand, the special star shatter that Gwenna had tucked there in her own bizarre tribute. He stared until his eyes watered with the smoke, until they burned. But he refused to close them, or to back away from the flame. 27. "Dead," Caden said flatly, trying to make sense of the word. "Slaughtered," Akil amended, forcing a hand through his dark hair. "Just like the goats." Caden turned the idea over in his mind. Serkan Kandashi had mostly kept to himself, spending his days on the trails beyond the monastery studying trees. He always claimed he was preparing to write a treatise on the flora of eastern Vash, but no one had ever seen him set brush to parchment. Caden hadn't known the man well, but the thought that he could just cease, could go from a curious, quiet observer of the world to a scattered heap of decaying meat, made him faintly queasy. "I thought the monks guarding the goats were in groups," he said, putting down his spoon on the rough table. The bowl of turnip soup in front of him no longer seemed so appetizing, and the large refectory hall, normally so welcoming, struck him as cold and austere. A chill spring wind sliced through the open windows, rustling the sleeves of his robe, tugging at the meagre fire that flickered on the hearth, stealing away any warmth it might have offered. "They were in groups," Akil responded. "Then what happened? No one knows. The monks were all hidden, remember? When it came time to switch shifts, Alan found what was left of Serkan scattered over half the eastern slope. And the other monks didn't hear anything?" Akil squinted at him as if he'd lost his mind. "You know the spring wind in the mountains. Half the time you can't hear your own footsteps." Caden nodded, staring dully out of one of the low, small windows. The sun was falling down toward the west, and already Tar's gems, the brightest stars in the northern sky, were visible, hanging in a glimmering necklace above the peaks. He pulled his robe tighter around him to guard against the gusts that blew through the chinks in the casement. It had been more than a week since Tan had Akil dig him out of the hole, and although his appetite had started to return, painful sores covered his elbows and hips, and it was still difficult to hobble from the refectory to the meditation hall to his bed and back. Worse, his mind felt blinded somehow, as though he had looked too long at a bright light. He still wasn't sure what had happened to him inside that hole. The final days in particular seemed like a dream, or a story read from some musty tome, but he was glad to be free. He had a feeling that if Tan had left him buried much longer, his mind might have drifted away like one of those clouds. That, he suspected uneasily, might have been the point. As it turned out, Tan hadn't cut short the penance out of concern for Caden's mental state. It seemed as though after Serkan's death he considered it too risky to leave his pupil buried to the neck in earth. Evidently, if Caden was to be killed, Tan wanted the pleasure of doing it himself. Akil, for his part, was ready to leap out of his skin with excitement. He kept picking up and putting down his spoon, gesturing with it toward Caden and then toward the world outside, thumping his finger on the table to emphasize his points, and generally ignoring his rapidly cooling bowl of stew. He was always complaining that nothing ever happened at Ashklan, and now that excitement had arrived, he seemed to accept Serkan's death as the necessary price. "Why now?" Caden asked slowly. "I found the first goat over a month ago, and monks have been all over the trails since then. They could have attacked anyone." Akil nodded, as though he'd been anticipating this question. "The way I figure it, the thing never wanted to kill a person. It stuck to goats as long as we let it. But then we penned the goats, all of them except the ones we set out as bait. It couldn't get to those, so it had no choice. Serkan became dinner." Caden winced at the crack. "The man is dead, Akil. Show some respect." His friend waved off the remark. "You're a terrible monk, you know that. Don't you listen to anything you're taught? Serkan stopped being Serkan when whatever it is tore him apart. The statement, 'Serkan is dead,' doesn't even make sense. Serkan was. Now he is not. You can't respect something that's not." Caden shook his head. Leave it to Akil to ignore Shin teaching until it suited him. The tough thing was that his friend was right. The monks weren't callous, exactly, but they didn't make any more allowance for grief than they did for the other emotions. It was clutter, all of it, an obstacle to the Vanyate. When a brother died, there was no funeral, no procession of mourners, no eulogy or scattering of ashes. Several monks conveyed the corpse to one of the high peaks and left it there for the rain and the ravens. Caden had learned all that the hard way. He could recall the moment in excruciating detail despite the passage of the years. He had spent the morning in the potting hall, seated on one of the three-legged stools in the back corner, his attention focused on the lip of the ewer he was turning. 4 times he had bungled the vessel, earning sharp words and sharper strokes from his ewe-mule. In his determination he didn't even notice the young monk, Mon Eda, until he stood directly before him, a narrow wooden cylinder in his hands, leather thongs dangling where they had been cut loose from the bird's leg. Pigeons couldn't carry any great weight, and the letter was terse. "Your mother has died. Consumption. She went quickly. Be strong. Father." Caden had kept his face still, set aside the note, and somehow finished the lip of the ewer. Only when Oleki dismissed him did he climb to the top of the talon to weep in solitude. He had seen one of the monks at the monastery die of consumption, and he remembered the fever and chills, the skin pale as milk, the bright red as the man coughed pieces of his own lung into the cloth. He did not go quickly. After spending a night on the talon, Caden went directly to Sile Nin's quarters to ask permission to visit his mother's grave. The abbot refused. The next day Caden turned 11. With an effort of will he hauled his mind back to the present. His mother was dead, and so was Serkan. "Respect or no respect," he said, "you're acting like this is just all part of a game. Doesn't it make you even a little bit scared?" "Fear is blindness," Akil intoned, raising an admonitory finger and arching an eyebrow. "Calmness is sight. You can skip the sayings. I learned them the same year you did. Evidently not well enough." "A man was ripped apart," Caden insisted. He still felt dazed and a little detached from the world after his ordeal in the hole. The fact that Akil refused to acknowledge the seriousness of Serkan's death only made him feel more confused. "I'm not arguing we should be running around in a terror, but the situation seems to warrant more than excitement." Akil stared at him for a while. "You know what the difference is between us?" Caden shook his head wearily. For the most part, years living with the monks had dulled his friend's bitterness about a childhood spent grubbing scraps in the perfumed quarter. For the most part. "The difference," Akil continued, leaning over the table, his stew forgotten, "is that I saw a dozen men torn to pieces every month back in the quarter. The tribes got some of them. Some of them wandered down the wrong alley on the wrong night. Some of them were whores, caught up and tossed out because that's what some men like to do. And some of them were men, lured in by whores, then strangled or stabbed, flung on the midden, without their sack of coin, naturally." "It doesn't make it right," Caden said. "It doesn't make it anything," Akil shot back. "It is what it is. People die. Everyone dies. A Nanshale is always busy. You think the Shin taught me to scoff at death?" He scowled. "I learned that lesson on the streets of our beloved empire." He eyed Caden squarely. "I don't want to die. I don't want you to die. But I'm not going to start sobbing every time someone stumbles over a body." "All right," Caden said. "I understand. You watch my back, I'll watch yours, and let the crows feast on the rest. Still, something is out there killing monks, And in case you haven't been paying attention, we are monks. We'll be careful. Knowing you, that seems unlikely. What does Sile Nin plan to do? It was frustrating getting all his news second-hand from Akil, but he was too weak to move around the monastery on his own. No idea, his friend responded. Nin's locked up in his study with Altaf and Tan again. Worse than a bunch of elderly whores, those three. Caden ignored the aside. What are the rest of the monks doing? Despite the Shin reserve, he had noticed a vague disquiet hanging over the monastery. Nin's still allowing us outside the monastery, but only in groups of 4 now. Well, that's not sustainable. How will the goats graze? Who's going to haul clay or water? Look on the bright side, Akil responded with a grin. No running up Vanats, no carrying rocks down the mountainside for some Umiel, no hunting for squirrel tracks all over the shale-spawned peaks. If we had a flagon of ale and a couple of girls to tickle, this would be almost as good as a week back in the quarter. Except something out there is trying to kill us, Caden pointed out, exasperated by his friend's levity. Were you not listening just a minute ago? Akil demanded, his face turning serious once more. Something's always trying to kill you. I'm not just talking about the quarter. An Anshale is everywhere, even in that Dawn palace of yours. Caden fell silent. The palace in which he had been raised was a fortified paradise. Gardens of ailanthus, cherry blossom, and spreading cedar, surrounded by impregnable golden walls. Even there, however, he had never scampered around without his Idolian guardsmen a few paces behind. The men had seemed like friends, or kindly uncles. But they were not uncles. They were there because they were needed, and they were needed because Akil was right. Death walked even in the halls of the Dawn Palace. A fresh gust of wind blew in as a robed figure opened the door, then closed it crisply behind him. It was Rampuri Tan, Caden realized, and a jagged nail of apprehension scraped over his flesh. Maybe he's just here for the evening meal, he thought. Surely it was too early for another penance. Surely the man didn't mean to return him to that live burial. Tan ignored the nods from the other seated monks, striding across the flags of the floor with his broad, silent steps until he loomed over Caden's table. He considered his pupil.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked finally. Caden had heard that question enough times now not to fall into the trap. This body is sore and weak, but it breathes and moves well enough. Tan grunted.
"Good. Tomorrow at dawn we resume your training. Find me at the trail to the lower meadow."
Caden squinted, trying to make sense of the direction. I thought the abbot was insisting on groups of 4.
"Akil will come as well,"
Tan replied flatly. The fact that the man didn't even bother to glance over at Akil as he delivered the news seemed to rankle Caden's friend, and with an ostentatious show of deference, Akil rose from his seat and spread his hands in mock supplication. "I would love to attend you, Brother Tan, but our abbot was quite clear that 4 was the number, and I'm sure I couldn't possibly disobey." Tan's broad hand caught him flat across the face, knocking him backward into the table, where he upended the bowl of stew. A look of shock, then rage, raced across Akil's face as the liquid spread across the table, then began to patter into a small pool on the stone floor. The older monk didn't blink.
3 will be adequate. I will see you both at dawn."
"Hey," Akil began after Tan had closed the door behind him. The stew had splashed over his robe, and he wiped it away in short, angry motions. "He will tie you to a pitch pine and leave you for the ravens," Caden interjected. "You think Yen Harvel is a tough Umiel? Think again. Look at this," he continued, gesturing to his sunken cheeks and skeletal arms. "This is what happened to me, and I've been doing everything in A's power to obey the man. Now sit down and don't do anything to make it worse." Akil nodded and sat, but there was something new and sharp and defiant in his gaze that worried Caden. 28. The morning dawned bright and cold. Frost limned the needles of the junipers, and a thin pane of ice slicked the surface of the water in the bucket outside the refectory door. Caden rapped at it, slicing the skin across his knuckles and dripping a thin line of scarlet as he reached in to scoop some over his hair and face. The icy water trickled down his back beneath his robe, but he was glad for the sensation. It woke him, and he wanted to be well awake for whatever Rampuri Tan had prepared. "Why don't you ever remind me that early summer up here doesn't necessarily mean warm?" Akil asked, joining him at the bucket. He dipped his hands, ran them through his scraggly black hair, then cupped them and blew into the palms. The sun hadn't yet cleared the peaks to the east, but light filled the sky, limpid and spreading. Caden and Akil weren't the only ones up. A low hum emanated from the meditation hall, older monks about their morning devotions, while novices and acolytes lugged full pails of water across the paths of the courtyard. "It'll be hot enough by noon," Caden responded, although he could feel his skin rising in bumps beneath his robe. "Come on, Tan doesn't like to be kept waiting." The two crossed the small square, sandaled feet crunching the gravel, breath feathering out in front of them. Normally Caden liked this time of day, at least once he'd had a chance to come fully awake. Morning sounds were crisper somehow, morning light more gentle. Today, however, something tickled the hair on the back of his neck. As he and Akil followed the rough path beyond the outskirts of the monastery, his eyes kept darting to corners and hollows where the low sun had not yet driven out the night's lingering shadow. Tan waited in one of those shadows, standing silently beneath the large boulder marking the trail down to the lower meadow, his hood pulled up to shield his face from the morning chill. Akil looked like he might walk right past, until Caden brought him up short with a discreet tug on the robe. When the two had paused, the older monk stepped out from the shelter of the overhanging rock. Only then did Caden notice the long staff he held at his side. No, he realized with a jolt of surprise, not a staff, a spear. The weapon looked a little like the polearms carried by the palace guard back in Anor, but unlike those, Tan's spear stiffened into leaf-shaped blades at either end. The entire thing looked as though it had been forged from a single piece of steel, although that much steel would be difficult for any man to wield effectively, even someone as strong as Tan. As the older monk joined the two acolytes, however, he swung the double-ended spear at his side casually, as though it weighed no more than a dry cedar branch. An unstrung longbow hung on his back, but bows were common enough around Ashclan. Someone had to put food in the refectory pots. The strange spear, on the other hand. "What's that?" Akil asked, excitement warring with caution in his voice. He didn't sound at all certain that Tan wouldn't spit him on the end of the weapon simply for asking, but he was willing to take the chance. Caden's Yumiel examined the spear as though considering it for the first time.
"A Nakzal,"
he said, pronouncing the strange word in a sibilant hiss. Akil looked at what should have been the butt end skeptically, eyeing the graceful blade where it gouged the dirt. "Looks pretty easy to chop off a toe. Do you know how to use it?"
"Not as well as those who made it,"
Tan replied. "Who made it?" Caden asked. Tan considered the question.
"It is a extreme weapon," he said finally.
Akil's mouth dropped open. "You expect us to believe you're lugging around a 3,000-year-old spear?"
"What you believe is a subject of indifference to me."
Caden considered the Naxal. As children, he and Valin had marvelled over the dark smoke steel of a Ketral blade, the grudging way it refused to reflect the light. At first glance, Tan's spear looked similar, but where the Ketral steel appeared to have been forged in a deep smoke, coated with the ashes and eddies, the Naxal might have been made from smoke. It looked solid enough, hard as any steel, but somewhere deep in the shaft, drifting across the surface of the blades, it seemed to roil and smoulder, as though heat and ash from an extinguished blaze had been frozen in the air, then hammered into shape. "Where did you get it?" Caden asked.
"I brought it with me."
"Why?" Akil demanded. "Seems like overkill for slaughtering goats."
"If you wait until you need a weapon," Tan replied, "it is often too late to acquire one."
"What about us?" Akil asked. "What do we get?"
"My protection."
"I'd rather have one of those."
"Then you are a fool,"
Tan replied.
"We are going to the South Meadow. Now, run!"
The South Meadow wasn't much of a meadow at all, at least not by the standards of the imperial heartlands, where rich farms stretched for unbroken acres over the soft earth. It was, however, one of the few places in the mountains where the haphazard tufts of grass were stitched into an unbroken blanket that was, if not exactly lush, at least softer than the dirt and gravel immediately surrounding Ashkelon. The White River, which roared and leapt through the canyons above and below, grew sluggish here, dividing into a wet skein that was home to frogs, flowers, and buzzing flies. It would have made an altogether more inviting sight for the monastery than the grim plateau carved out of the rocks miles above, which was, Caden supposed, why the first Shin had refused to build there. At the north end of the meadow the mountains resumed their domination, sweeping upward in ramparts and splinters of granite. The trail to the monastery wound through those rocks, climbing over 1,000 feet in a little less than half a mile, a tortuous ascent over shattered boulders and the groping roots of junipers. It was one of the steepest sections, and Caden had a pretty good feeling he knew what Tan intended.
"Today's study," his Yumiel began, once they had reached the soft grass, "is in Kinlaan, the flesh mind."
Akil's mouth quirked as though he were going to make some sort of crack. Tan turned to face him, and the former thief schooled his face back to careful blankness. Akil was rash, not stupid. Over his years at the monastery, Caden had spent countless days practicing Sama'an and Beshra'an. The latter, thrown mind, was what allowed him to track his goat to its demise all those weeks earlier. Kinlaan, however, he had never heard of. "Do all the Shin study the flesh mind?" he asked carefully. Tan shook his head.
"The monks pick and choose the training that suits them. They have not entirely forgotten the importance of Kinlaan, but a few Yumiels emphasize it."
"Let me guess," Akil said. "You're one of the few."
"You will run the trail,"
Tan began, ignoring the crack and gesturing with the blade of his strange spear,
"up to the sharp bend. Then you will return."
Caden eyed the terrain. It was steep, but no more than 1/4 of a mile. He'd been running more than that since his first day at the monastery. Even hobbled as he was after the week of immobility, the task sounded suspiciously sedate. That worried him. He glanced at Tan's face, but the older monk revealed nothing. Instead, he freed his bow, strung it, and nocked an arrow. "You're going to shoot at us while we're running?" Akil asked. It was supposed to be a joke, but Caden wasn't so sure. His Yumiel had come close to killing him enough times to take any threat seriously.
"I'll be halfway up the trail," Tan replied. "If anything threatens you, the bow will be useful."
"I wonder," Caden began hesitantly, "if we shouldn't be doing something else. Whatever slaughtered those goats killed Serkan, and it just seems strange for us to be training as though nothing happened." Tan stared at him.
"You're surprised that your training continues?"
"Well," Caden replied after a moment, unsure how to hedge. "Yes."
"And instead of training, you think you should be doing what?"
Caden spread his hands helplessly. "I'm not sure. It's just that no one seems to know what's happening. We're not sure of things." Tan chuckled, a dry, barren sound.
"We are not sure of things," he repeated slowly, as though tasting the words. "That much is clear. As for training," he continued, skewering Caden with his gaze, "we use the time we have. There is no other."
The answer was cryptic at best, and Caden waited for more. Instead of elaborating, the monk raised the spear and pointed to the trail with one of the blades.
"Go."
They took the hill at a moderate pace, quick enough to avoid Tan's wrath, but not so fast that cold muscles would cramp or tear. There weren't many places around Ashkelon where you could safely ignore your footing, but this particular stretch of trail demanded the utmost concentration, and Caden found himself dropping into the kind of relaxed focus so common to his exercise in the high peaks. His knees, cold and stiff, protested at first, and his calves immediately caught fire, but halfway up the slope his body found its rhythm, and by the top of the prescribed pitch he felt warm and ready, better than he had since Tan stuck him in the hole, in fact, and he took a deep breath of the cool air, savouring it in his lungs. "Well," Akil said when they'd reached the bend, "you think we're done?"
While they ran, Tan climbed to the midpoint of the trail and settled himself atop a large boulder, spear at his side, bow in hand. Caden supposed he should have found his Yumiel's presence reassuring, but the monk looked distant and small. A longbow could cover the range, but whoever was shooting it would have to be pretty skilled in order to hit anything in particular. It was all well and good to make the most of training, but that training wouldn't be much use if the two acolytes ended up with their heads rent from their bodies.
"Where do you think he got that spear?" Akil asked, squinting down toward the meadow.
"Good question," Caden replied. His conversation in the abbot's study came back to him, and for what must have been the 100th time he wondered how much to share with Akil. Later, he told himself, easier to recall a loosed falcon than a spoken word. He could always talk with his friend about Nin's stories once he had them sorted out in his own mind. "It's not the first time Tan's mentioned the Xestrium," Caden said. "I think he knows more about them than he lets on." Akil snorted. "I didn't figure him for a lover of legends." "Maybe they're not legends." "You see any Xestrium running around back in Anor?" the youth asked, with a raised eyebrow. "If the Xestrium ever were real, they're dead as last week's dinner." When Caden didn't respond, he nodded, as though that settled the point. "Any rate, it's a nasty-looking piece of steel. Think he knows how to use it?" Sir Khan's bloody face loomed in Caden's mind. "I hope so." The two spent the next hour running up and down the quarter-mile pitch. What began as a light morning exercise gradually grew more strenuous. Tan allowed no rest, waving them on each time they passed him with a barely perceptible gesture. The steep grade seared Caden's atrophied calves, and the descent ground away at his thighs until his legs wobbled when he stood still. The air, so cold when he first scrubbed his face in the bucket, had warmed as the sun rose, and now it burned in his lungs. He'd gone on longer runs, of course, much longer, but none with his Yumiel watching. "Watch your footing," Tan said each time they passed him. "Learn the trail." Akil wisely waited until they reached the upper or lower bends to complain, although he availed himself of each opportunity. "I don't care what kind of fancy word Tan's got for this. It's running up and down a Kent-kissing mountain, pure and simple." "That's something to be grateful for," Caden responded. "Usually when Tan tries to teach me something new, it hurts a lot more." "I don't know how I got roped into this," Akil snapped. "He's your Yumiel." "Someone must have noticed your extraordinary potential." Caden was starting to think they go on all day like that. Tan urging them to watch the trail, Akil griping, his own legs groaning and his lungs burning the entire way up and down. It was hard work, but preferable to freezing himself unconscious in Umber's pool, or waiting for Tan to bury him alive. He'd begun to accept the soreness, to welcome it as he'd learned in his long years at Ashclan, when Tan brought the two of them up short. "Now," the monk said curtly, "your study begins." From somewhere in his robe he produced 2 lengths of black cloth. They might have been the hem of an old monk's habit torn into strips. With a fluid motion he dropped down from his boulder, landing more lightly than Caden would have expected given his size. "You will wear these," he said, looping the cloth over Caden's eyes and a good portion of his nose as well, cinching the strip into a knot behind his head. There was a pause while he did the same for Akil. "Continue," he said, when the blindfolds were affixed. Caden frowned. "Continue what?" Akil asked. "Running," Tan replied flatly. "Up to the bend and back, as before." It was impossible. Caden had barely been able to keep his footing on the rough trail with his eyes open. With the blindfold on, he wasn't sure he could even find the trail, let alone follow it. "You've got to be kidding," Akil replied. Caden winced at the crisp sound of a hand striking flesh. "I am not kidding." The whole thing was absurd, but Caden wasn't about to earn himself a bruise to match Akil's. He could start, at least. It wouldn't take his Yumiel long to see that the task was ludicrous. The first ascent must have lasted the better part of an hour. Caden couldn't be sure, as he had no way to track the sun in its arc across the sky.
He fell about every third step, and by the time he reached the bend, he could feel the blood running down his shins from nasty gashes on both knees, sticky as sap between his toes. A dozen times he was convinced he had lost the path entirely, and Akil insisted on following something that turned out to be a dry stream bed for a dozen or so laborious paces before they came to a rough cliff and were forced to turn back. Caden tried to summon a Sama'an of the trail, but found that he could recall only pieces and chunks, a root here, a sharp rock there, fragments of glances lodged in his mind from the morning's labour. The carved mind was a powerful tool, but always before he had used it to form a small and static image, a kestrel's wing, the leaf of a bloodwood. Trying to recall a quarter-mile of rocky path seen at a quick lope was like trying to hold 5 gallons of water in your arms. "I can't see it," he said, when they finally arrived back at Tan's Rock, sweating, bruised and bleeding. "I should have learned the terrain, but I didn't." There was only silence, and Caden wondered suddenly if Tan had left them, abandoned his post on the boulder and returned to the monastery. The thought that he and Akil might have been stumbling around the trail for the past hour with blindfolds over their eyes while something capable of ripping out a monk's stomach roamed the peaks made him catch his breath, and for a moment he was tempted to remove the blindfold. His Yumiel responded, finally.
"If you didn't learn it earlier, then you will have to learn it now."
"How can we learn it if we can't see it?" Akil asked.
"See with your feet," Tan responded. "Learn with your flesh."
Kinla'an, Caden concluded wearily. The flesh mind. The whole thing was starting to make sense, at least as much as anything else he'd learned.
"Kinla'an,"
the older monk agreed, as though that concluded the matter. The second ascent was, if anything, more laborious than the first. Rocks gouged into already bruised skin, the sun blared down hot and invisible, and Caden twice struck his toe so hard that he thought it might have broken. Learning by sight he was used to. He had developed dozens of strategies and tricks over his years of practice in Sama'an. This endless groping in the void, however, seemed designed to drive him mad. At first he tried to make a sort of map, plotting each jutting corner, each winding route as though it were a figure inked on parchment. That seemed the sensible way to go about it, the method most in keeping with his earlier studies, but it proved almost impossible. Without the initial visual impression, the images simply wouldn't stick. They were like shadows, or dark clouds, shifting and mercurial. He would sketch a patch of ground in his mind only to find a certain rock missing, or twice as close as he'd expected. He couldn't keep track of whether he had covered 10 paces or 20. He couldn't tell one twisted route from the next. From time to time he heard Akil curse or mutter some imprecation, but the thief had fallen behind, and Caden toiled on in his own floating void. By the time he had descended to the meadow and then climbed to the boulder, he was on his hands and knees, palms bloody from pawing at the rocks, knees shredded by the gravel.
"What are you doing?"
Tan asked. Caden stifled a laugh that he recognized as slightly insane. "Trying to learn the trail."
"With your hands?"
"I thought if I could get a sense of it with my hands, I could make a sort of map, something I could memorize for next time."
"Do you run on your hands?"
Tan asked. The question was clearly rhetorical, and Caden didn't respond.
"Do you drink with your eyes? Do you breathe with your feet?"
The older monk paused, and Caden could picture him shaking his head.
"Get up."
Caden rose unsteadily to his feet.
"Walk the trail,"
the monk said flatly. "But I can't see it," Caden replied. "Not even in my mind."
"Your mind," Tan spat. "Still obsessed with that fine, elegant mind of yours. Forget your mind. Your mind is useless. Your body knows the trail. Listen to it."
Caden started to object, then stopped abruptly when he felt the chill, sharp steel of the spearhead nudging his mouth shut.
"Stop talking. Stop thinking. Follow the trail."
Caden took a deep breath and turned from the darkness
to the darkness, rotating in the blank void like a star turning in a starless night, and prepared to mount the path once more. The next 24 ascents passed in a strange sort of fugue. He continued to step, to stumble, to feel his ankles buckling under him when his foot came down on unexpected terrain, but here and there for a few paces at a time he found that he could walk almost normally. Then his thoughts would rise like a hungry tide at the palace docks. I'm at that short dogleg. I just need to turn left, step off the fallen cedar, and he would step off the trail, tumbling into a low ditch or cracking his head on a sharp, overhanging bough. Despite Tan's injunction, he had developed a rough map of the path, but it led him astray more often than not, and he certainly couldn't rely on it for the details of footing or the intricacies of minor directional changes. His body, however, did seem to know some of those things, and more often he found himself responding unconsciously. A patch of gravel led him to step a little higher over a small rock shelf. A slight declivity urged him to take a few unmeasured paces. It was a painful process still, and he shuddered to think what his face, hands, and knees would look like when Tan finally allowed him to take off the blindfold, but he felt as though he had developed some tenuous grasp on the concept of Kinla'an. "It's night time, you know," Akil muttered, when they ran into each other at the top of the trail. Caden stopped and raised his head. His friend was right, he realized. He was warm from the labor of climbing and falling, but the air was cool, and the daytime sounds of the birds had given way to the silent winging of bats. "Your Kent-kissing Yumiel has kept us here all day," Akil continued. "Are you getting the hang of it?" Caden asked. It felt strange to talk to another person after so many hours of silent, blind groping, like meeting a ghost or addressing a fragment of his own mind. "Am I getting the hang of it?" Akil responded, incredulity tinging his voice. "The only thing I'm going to hang is you. Or maybe that sadist who calls himself a monk. Or maybe both." Caden grinned. But before long he had turned back to the trail and was floating in that strange, vast landscape of shapeless forms in which his mind drifted while his body stumbled and fell. Climb and descend. Up and down. When he reached the boulder for what must have been the 100th time, Tan, who had been silent for hours, broke into the void. "Stop! Take off your blindfolds!" It took Caden a long time to work free the knot with his sliced and bloody fingers. When the cloth finally fell away, he squinted at the brightness, unable to make out much more than his Yumiel's dark form and the vague shapes of the cliffs and peaks. "It's another day," he said dumbly. "Morning," Tan replied. "The sun broke just an hour ago. You would have felt it, had you been paying attention." Akil had managed to free himself from his own blindfold, and he squinted about as though trying to make sense of his surroundings. "Beshra'an I can understand," Caden said, "and Sama'an. It's useful to be able to track, to be able to remember." Akil grunted skeptically. "What is the point," Caden pressed, "of this? Of Kinla'an?" Tan studied him before responding. "There are 3 reasons," he said at last. "First, relying on the body allows you to let go of the mind. This brings you a step closer to the Vanyate. Second, the Shin understand the Vanyate, but they never put it to use. Our predecessors did not learn the emptiness simply in order to bask in it. They used it as a tool. Running or fighting, your body moves more quickly without the weight of thought pressing down upon it." Akil looked like he was going to object, then scowled and looked away. The bruise where Tan struck him earlier had purpled impressively, puffing out his cheek and partially closing one eye. "What's the third reason?" Caden asked cautiously. Tan paused. "Bait." "Bait?" Caden responded, trying to make sense of the word. "You mean for—" "You were alone, blindfolded, unarmed. I hoped that whatever killed Serkan would come for you." "Holy hole!" Akil exploded, rounding on the monk, his hands balled into fists. What if it had? I would have shot it, Tan replied. Well, I'm fucking glad it never showed up. Don't be. Caden shook his head. Why not? I was standing motionless on that boulder. An animal would never have noticed me. It would have taken the opportunity to attack. Maybe the thing just isn't down here today. Maybe it's up in the high mountains. And maybe, Tan replied grimly, it's smarter than we realized. Maybe it saw the bow and spear. Any beast can kill. Maybe this thing we face can plan.
29. Wing selection felt like a twisted cross between a holiday ball and an execution. Most of the older Ketrel certainly treated it like a holiday. Someone had rolled a couple of casks of ale into the main training arena. The area loosened the strict prohibition against alcohol on Karsh for the event, and the grizzled veterans brought their own tankards. Most of them had been going at the liquor with a will since mid-morning, staking out seats on the stone walls ringing the space, tossing back and forth taunts and insults with a careless cheer of men and women who narrowly avoided death day in and day out, but who, for the space of a few hours, could afford to let down their guard and enjoy the discomfort of others.
"Hey, Sharp!"
one of the men bellowed down at Gwenna. It was Plension Z, thick as a barrel but damned near impossible to kill, if the stories were true. Someone had sliced out one of his eyes, and he'd taken to filling the cavity with all sorts of unsettling things. Stones, radishes, eggs. Today a ruby bulged jauntily from the socket.
"I've got a spot on my wing for a lady like you."
He waggled his tongue while raising his eyebrows. Gwenna turned on her bench to fix him with a glare. "If you're looking for a whore, I'd recommend Sammy Yearl. I'm in demolitions."
"You might want to watch your tongue,"
Yearl snapped from a few rows away. He had no visible scars from the trial. His blonde hair was as carefully coiffed as ever, but his eyes were angry, sullen at the unexpected slight. "If you're assigned to my wing, I just might have to cut it out." Z roared with laughter at the exchange, oblivious of, or indifferent to, the undercurrent of real hatred running beneath the words. This was the part of wing selection that felt like an execution. Sometime between the emergence of the cadets from Hull's Hole and now, 2 days later, a cabal of commanders and trainers had put their heads together to decide which cadets would go where. Their decisions were final and not open to appeal. Some of the newly minted Ketrel would be assigned to veteran wings, filling gaps left by those who had been killed flying missions. Others would comprise original wings of their own. Despite the barrels brimming with ale, the Anurian banners flapping against the sky, the tables around the edge of the arena piled with shanks of lamb, braised haddock, and a dozen kinds of fruit, some assignments today would turn out to be death sentences.
"Shale on a stick," Gent muttered, glancing over his shoulder. "I hope I don't get stuck with Z."
"I think he's got eyes only for Gwenna," Leith replied with a shrug.
"Good. The soldiers on his wing don't live that long."
"Could be worse," Leith said. "At least Z's a vet. He's been out there. He's been tested. Fallon here's going to get 4 cadets, and he's green as the summer grass. You want to talk about a shitty draw? I'm sitting right here, asshole," Vallin snapped. He felt both the excitement and the anxiety of his friends, but both were tempered by the angry ache lodged inside his chest. Lynn should have been with them, swapping jests and jibes, her dark eyes bright as she waited for her assignment. Not long ago he'd thought the chances were good that she might even end up on his wing. It would be logical. He cut the thought short. She was gone. Someone sitting in the arena had killed her. Someone who had just been raised to the rank of full Ketrel. Someone who might end up assigned to his own wing. Leith, sensing the shift in mood, put a hand on Valin's shoulder. "You can't have her back, Val," he said, his voice uncharacteristically sober. "But that doesn't mean you can't go on. We're all going to die at some point. At least she went quickly, still young and strong." Valin shook his head. He had to remind himself that he wasn't alone in his sorrow. Leith and Gent, half the Kent-kissing class had liked and admired Lynn. He didn't have a monopoly on his mourning.
On the other hand, half the class hadn't kissed her just before the trial. Half the class hadn't let her be beaten blue and bloody on the West Bluffs. Half the class didn't know that she'd been murdered down in the hole. He carried that knowledge alone. He wasn't sure he would have felt any better if she had died honestly in the normal rigours of the test, but at least he wouldn't be nagged by guilt, by the crushing burden of knowledge. Leith and Ghent had said their goodbyes, shed their tears, and let Lynn go. Valin couldn't stop hashing and rehashing events, eyeing with suspicion everyone who crossed his path, plotting an inchoate revenge. He scanned the faces. Yerl and Ballandin were there, a dozen paces away, the leech's wolfhounds slavering in the morning heat. At some point this week or this year, Valin planned to hurt them badly for what they had done to Harlin up on the West Bluffs, regardless of whether they were involved in her death down in the hole. It was the others he needed to worry about now, the ones he hadn't figured out. He shifted his gaze to Annick. She sat on the far end of the benches, her bow across her slender knees. At this distance, without being able to see her eyes, he thought she looked almost like a child, lost and alone. Where most of the cadets had gathered in small knots, Annick held herself apart. No one had come within a few paces of her, although some of the veterans seemed to be considering the sniper from beneath hooded eyes. She was a good prospect to step up to one of the established wings. She was as deadly as any soldier twice her age with that bow, and she certainly had no connections among her peers. In retrospect, the fact that Annick had come out of the hole alive was something of a mystery. Underground, in the dark, that bow of hers didn't count for much. Given the winding of the tunnels, it would take a miracle to even draw the thing before the Slann could attack. This would have been a problem for all the snipers, but most were more proficient with their blades. Valin narrowed his eyes, but there was nothing to see. Just a girl, her hair cut short, eyes fixed on the weapon in her hands. He turned to look at Talal. The leech, too, sat a little apart, although he looked comfortable with his isolation. A Slann had raked its claws across his face, and while the wounds weren't immediately obvious on his dark skin, one of those claws had missed his eye by the barest whisker. Valin eyed the bracelets racked on his wrists, bronze, steel, iron, jade. The hoops and stones, precious and ordinary, sunk in his ears. A leech could draw his power from any of those things. Or none. "I wonder what his well is," Valin said, half to himself. Leith raised an eyebrow. "You want to play that guessing game? Have fun. I'm sure the last 8 years have narrowed it down to about 1,000 possibilities, provided you were paying attention and taking notes." "Doesn't seem fair, does it?" Ghent chimed in. "What?" Leith responded, grinning. "The fact that we got 2 blades and a torch when we went down in the hole, while Talal brought the ability to bend nature to his will?" Valin considered his next question carefully. He trusted Leith and Ghent as much as anyone else on the islands, but he wasn't ready to tip his hand. Not yet. "What did people bring with them?" he asked. "I was so wiped from the first week that I wanted in with just my blacks and the blades on my back." Leith shrugged. "Most of the snipers had their bows. I think Gwenna carted along some demo. I could have sworn I heard an explosion down there. On the other hand, that might have been the poison pounding in my ears as my sanity slowly slipped away." "Grub," Ghent replied. "I stuffed my pockets before leaving the ship. Had enough of raw fucking rat." Of course, even now he held a massive turkey wing in his equally massive hand, waving it around the way a field marshal might gesture with his baton. Ghent's favourite chapter of the tactics was the 8th, the one that began, "On an extended mission, food is as important as fighting." "Anything else?" Valin pressed. "Did anyone bring, I don't know, packs or cord or anything like that?" "What were you going to pack?" Leith asked sceptically. "A bottle of Ralton Red and an embroidered tunic for the ball?" Valin spread his hands in defeat. If his friends were anything like him, they'd been paying more attention to the Slann and the gaping hole in the rock than they had to the gear carried by those surrounding them. Anyone could have brought the Liren cord that had bound Lynn's wrists. It was light and supple enough to pocket, cram in a small pack, or even thread through the belt loops that held up a cadet's pants. The hooting and heckling from the soldiers crested for a moment,
and Valin looked over to see Jacob Rallen walking into the arena, leaning heavily on his cane to support his bulk. Although the Ketrel were the only military branch to eschew formal uniforms, Rallen was dressed for the occasion in crisp blacks, his hair carefully combed across his sweating pate. As Master of Cadets, he would preside over the ceremony. Valin remembered as much from past years, and he did all he could to invest the role with more pomp and grandeur than it deserved. A low table and a high-backed chair sat at the centre of the arena, the focus of the assembled benches, and Rallen took his seat with obvious pleasure in front of a dangling Anurian flag, the sunburst bright against the white cloth.
"Flag," Gent grunted around a mouthful of meat. "First time I've seen one of those on the islands."
Rallen probably figures he'll cut a more imposing figure if he sits in front of something large and impressive, Laith pointed out.
"Let him,"
Valin grumbled. "This is the last we'll have to hear from that miserable bastard." After they were assigned to wings, the cadets would no longer be cadets. Instead, they would report directly to their regional commanders. Rallen would turn his attention to the unfortunate classes below them, the young soldiers who had not yet passed the trial. The fact should have made Valin happy, but he eyed the master with a mixture of distrust and unease. Rallen had a satisfied smirk on his face as he eyed the crowd. Until the wings were set, the man had not played his final card, and he had no love for the son of the Emperor.
"Today,"
he began after ponderously taking his seat, his voice pinched and imperious,
"those of you who have spent the last 8 years under my charge will move on, not to more important things, because there is nothing more important than the training a cadet receives, but to the next stage of your lives as Ketrel."
The veterans had fallen quiet. They were willing to pay the man a measure of respect, although they looked anything but rapt. The flea was trimming his nails with a long knife, while Adam and Fane nodded impatiently, as though willing Rallen to get on with the preamble and reach the meat of the matter. Sigrid Sakanya, the flea's stunningly beautiful leech, lay half-reclined on one of the stone walls, her closed eyes turned toward the sun, blonde hair framing her ivory cheeks. Unlike the rest of the group, she wasn't wearing blacks. In fact, she wasn't wearing military clothing at all. Instead, a gorgeous red dress that emphasized the fullness of her breasts clung to her figure, draping her body and the stone beneath. Hull only knew where she'd come up with that, but Valin tore his eyes away. The woman's reputation for cruelty exceeded that of most of the soldiers on Karsh. She wouldn't appreciate him staring.
"In making these assignments," Rallen continued, "we have considered your strengths and your weaknesses, as well as the needs of the various wings. If you find yourself assigned to a group that is not to your liking, I would remind you that more careful and deliberate minds than yours have weighed variables of which you are entirely ignorant."
Valin squinted. Had the man smirked at him when he mentioned undesirable assignments? The light wind had fallen, and the sun overhead was suddenly hot, boiling him in his blacks. He could hear the waves grating on the sand a quarter-mile distant, the skirling of the terns as they soared, then plunged for fish. He longed for the coolness and solitude of the open bay, an escape from the mass of bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, waiting for Rallen's pronouncements. Was it only his imagination, or could he hear the creaking of the hawsers down in the harbour?
"We'll begin with those Ketrel assigned to established wings," Rallen said.
"I wouldn't mind ending up with the flea," Gent rumbled quietly. "Someone on his wing will have to die first," Laith observed, "which is not all that likely." Valin glanced over his shoulder. The flea was still trimming his nails, Sigrid was still basking in the sun. Newt, the small, ugly demolitions master, was leaning forward, picking absently at something in his ragged beard while waiting for the judgment. Chi-Hoi Mi, the wing's flyer, and Blackfeather Finn were nowhere to be seen. When he'd watched a couple dozen wing selections, they probably got a lot less interesting.
"Flying under Plension Z,"
Rallen began, pausing dramatically, enjoying his moment on stage,
"specializing in demolitions.
"If it's me, Rowland, I swear I'll feed you to your own nuts," Gwenda remarked in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. The Master of Cadets pursed his lips in an angry frown, but the crowd loved it. "The girl has fire," Z boasted, standing and waving a fat finger. "She will come to love me in mere days." "Sorry to disappoint," Rowland said sourly. "Specializing in demolitions under Plension Z, Gent Heron." Valin and Leith turned to stare at their friend. "Well, I'll be buggered blind," Gent muttered. He was probably the worst demolitions man in the class. But then word on the islands was that Z didn't much care for subtle riggings and careful calculations. As long as there was a lot of smoke and more fire, the man was pretty much satisfied wading into the fray and finishing everything off with his blades. It was an honour to be chosen, but Gent didn't look so thrilled. Z, for his part, was already on his feet, arms spread in mock outrage, his ruby glinting bloodily from its socket. "You could have given me the sharp girl, and instead I get this ox creature. I told you I wanted tits." He gestured vividly with his hands. "Tits!" "A couple more years," Fane bellowed from a few seats away, "and you'll be fat enough to have tits of your own." "Holy hull," Gent said, holding his huge head in his hands. "Sweet holy hull." Leith clapped him merrily on the back. "Good news for us. At least Val and I know we won't have to lug your bulk around the better part of 2 continents. I swear with you hanging from the talons, my bird flies at half speed." Gent shrugged off the crack and rose unsteadily from his seat to meet his new wingmates. They were already filling an absurdly large horn with ale, gesturing toward him eagerly. Valin watched him go with some trepidation. Leith's jesting aside, losing Gent to one of the veteran wings was tough. He'd been one of the few cadets that Valin trusted, one of the few he had hoped to serve with. Now the pool of soldiers remaining for his own wing was that much smaller, the possibilities just a little more dangerous. Rollin sent 2 more cadets off to the veterans, Genolana and Quick Hal. Good soldiers, but unremarkable by Ketrel standards. Then the real fun began. There were 3 wing leaders in the class, Valin, Sammy Yearl, and Essa, a short young Ralton woman with arms the size of her thighs. By the end of the morning, the 3 of them would be commanding the Ketrel's newest soldiers. "Sammy Yearl," the Master of Cadets began, pointing imperiously to a spot just in front of his table. Yearl rose, flashed a quick grin to the crowd, slapped a few of his cronies on the back, and crossed the intervening space. How he managed to look like royalty while dressed the same as everyone else, Valin had no idea. Probably something about the strut. "Let's see who's lucky enough," Yearl began, raising his chin and eyeing the crowd coolly, "to serve under the next Ketrel legend." There was some hooting and heckling from the veterans at that, but Yearl only smirked. "For those of you who might want to place a bribe with Master Rullan," he added, "I'm sure it's not too late." "Enough out of you, Yearl," Rullan snapped. "You're here to listen, not to talk." "I'm here to lead," the youth responded. It never even batted an eye while the names were called. Valin had no idea how the area drew up the various groups, but Yearl ended up with a wing that was little different from his daily cabal of thugs. Remel Starr, the bearded demolitions master, Herne Emmendrake, a thin sniper who used the feral cats around the area as targets, Anna Renker, the only woman on the wing, its flyer, and probably Yearl's bedmate as well. Rumour had it that when he went whoring over on Hook, she liked to watch, liked to encourage the girls. She was pretty enough, short blonde hair, lithe limbs, but there was a cruel twist to her mouth that set Valin's teeth on edge. And then, of course, there was Balandin Einhoa, feathers and ivory hanging in his long braids, face a bored mask as he took his place alongside the other killers, hounds at his heels, Falcon perched on his shoulder. "Well," Leith said, drawing a sharp breath between his teeth, "that's about as nasty a crew as you could come up with." Yearl had nodded at every name as though he expected it, and now, with his wing assembled beside him, he shot Valin a smug glance, then took a step forward. "As I said, you've all just had the privilege of seeing the formation of what will be the Ares' best wing. Fane, step aside. Flea, look out. Adamant Fane snorted. The flea didn't even look up from his nails.
"You're done here, the lot of you,"
Rallan said. Then his fleshy lips spread into a grin.
"We need to make room for the light of the Empire. Valin Hui Malkinian."
Valin stood warily, then crossed to his place at the centre of the arena. As he passed Sammy Yul, the youth elbowed him lightly in the ribs.
"Have fun up there. Too bad he won't be calling Harlin's name."
Valin resisted the urge to seize the elbow and shatter it. In a way, it was a blessing that Rallan had assigned the most sadistic soldiers to Yul's wing. It left a more manageable, if less deadly, lot for the next two commanders. Valin scanned the faces. Peter the Black and Peter the Blonde, the former as tall as the latter was short, what a solid combination, or Archer, the Hanan leech. Valin would have preferred not to have a leech at all, but Archer was more powerful than Talal, the weakest of the lot. There were capable soldiers still in the mix, if only Rallan would see fit to send them his way.
"Serving as flyer under Valin, Leith Artencore."
Valin found a smile creeping onto his face, the first, he realized, since Lynn's death. Leith was a hothead, but he was a daring flyer and a friend. Perhaps the selection wasn't rigged against him after all. The flyer rose from his place, spread his arms to acknowledge the cheering and the heckling both, turned in a slow circle, then sauntered to the centre of the arena.
"I hope you like to go fast,"
Leith murmured as he took his place at Valin's side.
"Fast and really, really low to the ground.
Just remember that the rest of us have to ride beneath the Kent-kissing bird. I don't want to get scraped off by any treetops or chimneys."
"No promises,"
the flyer replied, grinning.
"Serving as leech," Rallan continued, "Talal Mahirith."
So, it was Talal after all. Valin met the youth's eyes as he approached, but it was hard to read anything in that sombre brown gaze. "The fighters who frighten you are not the fighters to fear," Hendren again. "The man you barely notice will be the one to bury a blade in your back." Valin extended a stiff hand. "Welcome," he said. He would fly with a leech, but he didn't have to like it.
"As demolitions, master,"
Rallan continued, his grin stretching into a leer.
"Gwenna sharp."
Valin stifled a groan. Gwenna had helped him out by diving into the wreck of Mankers, but if Leith could be a hothead, she was an open fire. She spent more hours on third watch than any cadet in the class, largely because of her inability to accept anything that sounded like an order.
"This should be fun,"
the flyer murmured at his side.
"Shut it,"
Valin hissed. The last thing he needed was a spat before his wing was even fully formed. As long as he could corral Gwenna, get her to listen.
"Finally, assigned to a position as the wing's sniper, Anik Frencher."
Valin's stomach lurched. Anik, who had put an arrow through his chest, who had met Amir on the day that she died, who was concealing a secret dark enough that she might have been killing people for the last 2 months to keep it safe, who might have brought the Lyran cord into the hole and murdered Harlin. The sniper's eyes were blank as the sky when she joined the group, her face still. There was no telling if she was happy or sad, no telling if she even had the capacity for those emotions. Valin extended the hand again. "Welcome," he said, the word like sawdust on his tongue. Anik considered Valin's hand, shrugged, then took her place at the end of the line.
"On behalf of Airy Command," Jacob Rallan said, intoning the phrase with obvious satisfaction, "may Hull guard your approaches and cover your flights."
The words sounded like a sentence, rather than a blessing.
"You've got an hour,"
Fane said, tossing a map onto the bench where Valin sat, still slightly stunned with his newly formed wing. "An hour for what?" Gwenna demanded, raking her red hair back over her shoulder.
"Figure it out,"
Fane said as he walked away.
"All right, leader,"
Leith said, gesturing toward the map with a grin. "Lead." Valin scooped up the map. He'd hoped there'd be a chance to talk things over with the group to establish some basic protocols, but evidently the area belief in preparing for the unexpected didn't end once you had your own wing. In about a month they would all pass probation and be sent out on missions of their own, Until then, he unfolded the paper, spinning it until the north end faced north. "It's an island," he said, taking in the contours, searching along the bottom of the page for a scale marking out distances. "He's going to be a good commander," Gwenna said, rolling her eyes. "He knows an island when he sees one." "Save it," Valin grumbled. "It's Shan, about 12 leagues north of here." "Means we'll want Swantra," Laith said, turning from the group, heading for the massive rookery where the birds were tethered. "Wait," Valin shouted. He wasn't even sure what they were supposed to do yet, but the flyer just waved. "I'll be back by the time you've got it sorted." "Shale can have him," Valin said as he turned his attention back to the map. Gwenna was hovering over one shoulder, Talal over the other, and Anik seemed to be reading the entire thing upside down from her seat on the bench. "Everyone, just take a step back," he snapped. "I'll let you know when I've looked it over." "Oh, yes, Your Radiance," Gwenna said, recoiling with a look of mock horror on her face. "We didn't mean to crowd you, Your Excellency." She sketched a dubious curtsy. "I'm sorry, but I can't remember your proper honorific. Do you prefer Sir, Commander, or my most noble and honoured lord?" Valin tried to keep his temper. Maybe Gwenna was testing him, and maybe she didn't like the idea of taking orders from a wing leader her own age. Either way, getting in a fight with his demolitions master on the day of wing selection wasn't likely to improve their chances of success at whatever shale-spawned task Fane had thrown their way. "Commander will do fine," he growled. "Do you have your kit? We don't know what we might need out there. Maybe some moles or some star shatters." Gwenna's green eyes blazed. "Of course. Maybe you've forgotten that the new wings always have a test right after selection." Valin silently cursed himself. Between trying to ferret out Lynn's killer and recovering from his exhaustion in the hole, he had forgotten. Not that he could afford to let the others know that. "Good," he said gruffly. "Anik, you've got your bow." "We're wasting time," the sniper said curtly. She gestured to the map. Valin bit off a sharp response and returned his attention to the inked lines. "It's a grab and go," he said. "There's a target in the middle of the island, doesn't say what. We go in, we get it, we get out. Basic." "What about the other wings?" Talal asked. The leech wasn't paying as much attention to the paper in front of them as he was to the surrounding knots of soldiers. They had maps too, Valin realized. Sammy Yearl was hunched over, gesturing to his people, then back to the paper. They had the same map, and they were already formulating a plan. "Fine," he said, trying to slow down his thoughts and his pulse, failing at both. "We'll come in from the north." Anik shook her head, a curt, clipped gesture. "Not good." "Why not?" Talal asked, turning to the parchment. "Shan is to the south," Valin pointed out impatiently. "The interior is all jungle, too heavily forested to make a drop there, which means we need to put down on a beach. The closest is to the north, and the route overland to the target is shorter." "Except it's overland," Anik said. Her eyes locked on his. "If we come in from the east, we go a little farther, but we can take this ravine." She pointed to a crooked line on the map. "All the way up. No getting lost. We walk in the water. No tripping over roots or hacking through brush." Valin eyed the ravine. He didn't like the thought of following the low ground, but the sniper was right. They would move faster out of the jungle. A good commander didn't just command, he listened as well. Valin took a deep breath and swallowed his pride. "Thank you, Anik. I think you're right. Let's take the eastern approach. Talal," he went on, turning to the leech. "What's your well?" The youth drew back, his dark eyes narrowing. I don't tell anyone that." Gwenna rolled her eyes. "This isn't just anyone. This is your commander, and he wants to know you're well." "Gwenna," Valin said, raising a hand, "please." He turned his attention back to Talal. "I need to know," he said, trying to sound reasonable. Yearl's wing was already moving toward the harbour, and Essa was gesturing vigorously to her map and her soldiers, evidently putting together some sort of attack. "We're wingmates now. You can share that sort of thing." The leech shook his head. "I can tell you that I'll have access to it on the island, but it won't be very powerful." "What is it?" Valin demanded, more heatedly than he'd intended. "I'm not telling you." Anik looked from the leech to Valin and back again. "You're acting like a fool," she said flatly. "You're hurting the wing." "I've told him what he needs to know," Talal insisted, his voice quiet but hard. "We can waste time arguing about it, or we can get on with the planning." Valin locked eyes with the leech. It was a direct challenge to his nascent authority, but the other wings would be airborne shortly, and bungling his first exercise as wing commander might be even worse. "We'll talk about it later," he said curtly, turning his attention back to the map. "Talal, you'll take point. Hopefully whatever you can do will be enough if we're surprised. Gwenna will be a dozen paces back. I'll be moving through the trees to the right of the stream. We'll have Laith on the left bank. Anik, you'll be in the water, shallow enough that you can still shoot. If we flush out someone, hit him with a stunner." The sniper nodded curtly. "Here comes the bird," Gwenna said, gesturing over her shoulder, and then Swantra was upon them in a flurry of wings and wind. The exercise did not go well. The river was deeper than anticipated, the current stronger. Valin's wing was forced out of the water into the thick brush along the banks, and even with their swords out hacking a path, they made horrible time and put up enough of a racket that anyone listening would have plenty of time to flee or attack as they saw fit. Jarl's wing chose to attack. It was a standard rat-trap ambush, 3 men high in the trees on the right bank, 2 in the water dead ahead. Laith went charging off before Valin could give an order to consolidate, and one of Hearn's stunners dropped him in his tracks. Valin called for smokers to cover their retreat, but the wind was blowing the wrong way, as Gwenna pointed out in a fusillade of profanity. Whatever Talal's well was, he never made visible use of it, and after Anik had loosed her first arrow, something hard and invisible crunched into the side of her head, depositing her in the murky water. In the end, Valin resorted to a pathetic, useless charge up the centre channel, tripping a flash and bang, ending up on his back in the mud, staring up at Sammy Jarl's grinning face while he tried to rub the stars from his eyes to clear the ringing from his ears. "Tough break, Malkinian," the youth drawled, spitting a gob of phlegm into Valin's face. "I have to say, I'm not surprised that you managed to bugger the attack, but I am surprised that you did so adeptly. You know, all these years of you and Lynn working together, I always thought you were the smart one," he chuckled. "Funny. Now it turns out that in addition to having the sweetest ass on the islands, she was the brains as well." He shook his head in mock regret. "But you never managed to get into that, did you? And now she's dead. What a shame." Rage burned in Valin like acid, and he scrabbled to reach over his shoulder for the second of his 2 blades. Jarl's boot came down on his wrist, grinding until it felt like the bones would break. "Don't," he said, his face growing serious. "It's not that I wouldn't kill you, but it would be a blemish on my record. You are another wing leader, after all, at least until you get yourself killed." Valin searched for something to say, for something to do that might buy him time, but Jarl never gave him the chance. The flat of his blade swung in a vicious arc, pain split Valin's skull, and the sky went dark. 30. Caden spent the lengthening days of late spring tracking, running, at night and during the day, blindfolded and not, throwing bowls in the pottery shed and painting, all under the watchful eye of Rampuri Town. There had been no more gruesome deaths since Serkan's body was found, but the older monk insisted on accompanying his pupil whenever he left the central compound of the monastery, and it was some small comfort that Tan always carried that strange Nakzal's spear. At least it would have been a comfort if he didn't spend half his time beating Caden black and blue with the flat of it. The training, which had started out brutal, only got worse. The blows grew sharper, the labours longer, the respites ever more brief. Strangely, Caden was starting to realize that in many ways his Yumiel seemed to know him better than he knew himself, knew just how long he could be held under the mountain streams before drowning, how long he could run before falling, and how close he could hold his hand to the flame without burning away the flesh. And as the days passed, Caden found that though his body still recoiled from the physical torment, his mind accepted it with growing equanimity. Still, it was a relief when he had a few scant hours to himself. The stone cell in which he slept was small, barely large enough for a thin reed mattress, a simple desk, and a few hooks on which he could hang his robes. The granite of the walls and floor was cold and rough. Still, it was his own, and when he closed the door to the hallway, he had the illusion of privacy and solitude. He seated himself at the desk, glanced out the narrow window into the courtyard, unstoppered his ink jar, and took up his quill. "Father," he wrote at the top of the page. The letter would take months to reach the Dawn Palace, even if he was able to send it along with Blerimpano when he left for the Bend. From there it would have to go by boat to Anor. Whatever information Caden cared to share would be hopelessly out of date by the time it arrived, and yet it felt important to write, despite the fact that he didn't have anything to say. Maybe it was Tan's tutelage, or the deaths around the monastery, but Caden felt as though some important part of himself, some human cord that tethered him to his past, to his family, to his home, was being stretched, that if he neglected it for too much longer, it might suddenly and unexpectedly snap. He paused before remembering to add his sister's name to the opening lines. "Father and Adair. I'm sorry it's been so long since last I wrote. We accomplish little here, but the days are full. Most recently—" Before he could finish the sentence, the door crashed open. Caden spun in his seat, searching for a weapon of some sort, but it was only Pater, sweaty and breathless in his robe. The small boy's face was flushed, his eyes wide with excitement. "Caden!" he shouted, trying to slow himself as he careened into the cell. "Caden! There's people here, Caden! Strangers!" Caden laid down his quill. Visitors to the monastery were rare, exceedingly so. There was a new crop of acolytes every year, of course, but they arrived together on the same day, led by Blerimpano, who guided them up into the mountains from the Bend. Sometimes Pano arrived from the west, but the way was long and arduous, barren steppe and intermittent desert, with only the nomadic Urgel for company. Either way, the footsore monk wasn't scheduled to arrive for at least another month. Caden had been getting an early start on his letter. "What kind of strangers?" "Merchants," the small boy chirped. "2 of them, and a pack mule too." Caden sat up. The Shin grew or made almost everything they needed, and for the rest they traded with the Urgel during the fall. Still, the occasional gullible trader, lured by rumours of fabulous hidden wealth in a monastery far to the north, would make the trek of hundreds of leagues. Their disappointment when they discovered the austerity of the Shin was so palpable that Caden almost pitied them. It was unlikely that anyone would make the voyage so early in the year, but it sounded as though Pater had actually seen them. "Where are they?" he asked. "They're cleaning up now, but they're coming to the refectory for dinner. All the monks are going to be there, and we can ask questions. Nin even said so." The small boy was practically jumping out of his skin as Caden rose to his feet. "You run ahead," he said. "See if you can get a glimpse of them. I'll catch up with you in a few minutes." Pater nodded and bolted out of the room all at once, leaving Caden alone with his truncated letter. Merchants. The thought filled him with more excitement than he would have expected. It seemed he'd almost forgotten what real excitement felt like. Still, these men would have news of the world, news of his family, Caden realized as he doffed his mud-stained robe and started to pull a clean one over his head. It wasn't often that the monks had visitors, and Nin would want to make a favourable impression on whoever had taken the trouble to trek all the way across Vash.
"Don't bother," said Rampori Tan.
He had entered the room without knocking and stood just inside the door, his dark eyes hard. The Nakzal, as always, was in his hand, although why he would carry it inside the dormitory was anyone's guess. Whatever had killed Serkan, surely it wouldn't be bold enough to enter one of Ashkelan's largest buildings. Caden hesitated.
"You won't be going to the evening meal," Tan continued. "You will not speak with the merchants. You will not approach the merchants. You will remain out of sight in the clay shed until they leave."
The words landed like a slap. "They could be here a week," Caden pointed out warily. "Longer."
"Then you will stay in the clay shed for a week, or longer."
The older monk stared at him, then exited as abruptly as he had come, leaving Caden with his rope belt halfway tied and a look of disbelief on his face. Visitors to the monastery were such an unusual diversion that a large dinner was always prepared. 2 or 3 goats would be slaughtered, trenchers filled with turnips, potatoes, and carrots, and everyone would eat crusty loaves of warm bread. Even more enticing than the meal, however, would be the conversation. All the monks would have their chance to ask a question or two, to learn something of the world that continued to turn outside the walls of Ashkelon. Bohumir Novalk would want to talk politics, of course, and so would Sael Nin. No doubt fat Firum Prum would ask for news of Channery, which the merchants would have in abundance, and news of his mother, which they would not. Caden couldn't remember an acolyte being forbidden to a meal where there were visitors present. Only knows what I did to deserve this," he muttered to himself, "but I hope Tan's got a keel scrubbing out the privy." He shrugged the clean robe back over his head and tossed it onto the bunk. No point sullying it with clay. He dressed quickly and then, just as he was leaving, walked directly into Pater's headlong rush. "Caden!" the boy shouted, trying to disentangle himself and pull Caden down the hallway all at the same time. "Some of the monks are in the refectory already. We have to hurry!" Caden picked the boy up by his armpits, set him on his feet, and dusted him off. "I know," he said, trying not to let his bitterness show. "But I can't go. You remember to tell me what they say, what they look like. You remember everything, all right?" Pater stared at him, his mouth hanging open. "Can't go? Caden, who even knows who they are? We have to go." It was just like Pater to shift from I to we, and Caden smiled in spite of himself. "Tan sent me to the clay shed to polish bowls. He'll notice right away if I'm anywhere near the refectory. You go ahead." Pater shook his head so vigorously it looked like it might rattle right off his shoulders. "We won't go to the refectory." "But that's where the merchants are." The boy beamed, obviously pleased with his chance to help. "We'll go to the dovecot." Caden smiled slowly. The dovecot. Leave it to Pater to remember that old hideout. The granite of the high peaks was cold and hard, impossible to cut or quarry. The Shin were forced to scavenge their building stone, exfoliated flakes and small uneven boulders. Given the labour involved, the monks made the most of their existing structures, and so, countless years back, when some brother long dead decided to build a dovecot, he built it up against the rear of the refectory, saving himself the labour of constructing a 4th wall. In the early years of the monastery, Caden and Akil had discovered the dovecot's true value, a hidden spot where they could escape the severe eyes of their Yumiels. When they outgrew their childhood hideout, they had passed the secret on to Pater, and Caden had to smile now at the idea of the younger boy reminding him of his own secret. "Is there anyone out back?" he asked. "Anyone who might see us?" Pater shook his head emphatically once more. "They're all out front, hoping to ask the merchants a few questions before the meal begins. And Tan, he's there too, right next to Sael Nin." That settled it. As the two made their way toward the back of the refectory, Pater bounding ahead, Caden pulled his hood up over his face, trying to look nondescript. He cast a glance over his shoulder before slipping through the narrow doorway, then climbed the ladder to the tiny 2nd story, where the doves were housed in narrow cells. He could hear their soft cooing, the gentle, delicate sound they made deep in their hollow chests. Even the musty scent of hay and droppings was a comfort, a memory of a childhood when he and Akil had hidden in the gloom, eluding their chores and their Yumiels. That was before Rampori Tan. Well before. "Here," Pater whispered, tugging at the sleeve of his robe. The boy pointed to a place where the oakum chinking the cracks in the rock had long ago been gouged away by the fingers of novices. Feeling like a furtive child again, Caden put his eye to the crack and grinned to himself as he peered down into the refectory. The entirety of the long room, from the stone floor to the beams of the peaked ceiling, was given over to the broad communal tables where the monks ate. Most of the monks were already seated, although none would take food until the visitors arrived. They spoke in low voices, while some of the younger novices stole speculative glances toward the kitchen, clearly hungry, and clearly wary lest their Yumiels notice the lapse in discipline. Caden, however, had eyes only for the door, and so he saw the two strangers at the very moment that they entered. A compact, blond man of middle years stepped through the doorway first. Despite the chill, he wore a sleeveless tunic of bright red leather, and even from his perch Caden could see the muscle cording his arms and neck. He was far from handsome, his skin creased from long days in the sun, eyes hawkish and close together, but he moved with a brusque confidence. His companion entered a few steps behind, and Caden was glad for the wall of stone to hide his stare. Pater had mentioned nothing about a woman. The second visitor was lean and elegant in her carefully tailored riding cloak, rings flashing on half her fingers. At a quick glance she might have appeared young, but the years had left their subtle marks, a few faint lines creasing the corners of her eyes, a hint of grey streaking her long dark hair. She must have been a few years over 40, Caden decided, and favoured her right leg as though some old injury still gnawed at the opposite hip or knee. The trail up to Ashglan would have been a trial for her. Caden started to look for Rampuri town, then went back to his scrutiny of the newcomers. He hadn't seen many merchants in the past 8 years, but there was something strange about these two, something off, like ripples on a pool on a windless day.
"Let me see,"
Pater whispered urgently.
"Come on, it's my turn."
Caden relinquished his post, and as Pater clambered past him, closed his eyes, trying to work out what had struck him. He called the summer arn back to mind. It was imperfect, hazy around the edges, since he hadn't had time to make a proper carving, but the details at the centre were crisp enough, the man and the woman frozen in the act of entering the large hall. He studied the facial expressions, the posture, the clothes, trying to ferret out the source of his misgiving. Were they frowning? Frightened? Moving oddly? He shook his head. There was nothing to see.
"See, Caden, you don't have to worry," Pater whispered. "Tan's here. He's talking to the two of them."
The mention of his Yumiel's name hit Caden like a bucket of frigid water, jolting him back to the scene in the man's cell nearly 2 months earlier, when he had whipped Caden bloody over the painting of the slaughtered goat. Any fool can see what's there. You need to see what is not there. It was possible that whatever bothered him about the merchants wasn't something that he'd seen, but something that he should have seen. Caden called the summer arn back and examined it once again.
"Now they're talking to the abbot," Pater narrated breathlessly. "I didn't even know they made clothes that colour."
The abbot. Caden stared at the image. The two merchants had travelled hundreds of leagues to sell something, and if they knew anything about monasteries, they knew that Sail Nin was the one who would determine the success or failure of their venture. He was there, standing right inside the door, directly in front of them, and yet in that first moment, just as they passed the threshold, neither was looking at him. The woman seemed to be peering above the heads of the monks as though searching the rafters, and the man's head was turned sharply to the left, checking the space occluded by the opened door. Caden let the image snap into motion, and almost instantly the two turned their attention to the abbot, smiling as they approached.
"Let me have another look,"
Caden said, elbowing Pater in the ribs. The small boy glared at him, then moved a fraction to the left.
"Here," he said, "we can both see."
Caden had to content himself with a knobby elbow digging into his ribs as he peered through the crack. Sail Nin introduced himself with simple formality, and the merchants followed suit. The man with a simple nod of his head, the woman eschewing a curtsy for a graceful bow. There was a bright glint in her blue eyes that mirrored the flashing gems on her fingers. Most people would be exhausted after the arduous trek up the mountains, but she looked curious about her surroundings, fully engaged with the people before her. Their names, Pier and Jaken Lakator, sounded strange in Caden's ears, and their accents, slow and sibilant, certainly weren't from Annur.
"It's a long hike up your little hill," Pier lamented wryly, rubbing her knee. "Perhaps you'd consider acquiring one of those ketrel everyone is always telling tales about."
"We value our isolation here," Nin replied, not unkindly. The merchant grinned and turned to her companion.
"Meaning,"
she said with a rueful grin,
"we should have saved ourselves the trip."
"Not at all," Nin said, gesturing to a long table.
You are here now. Although I can't promise we will offer you any custom, you are welcome to share our repast."
Frustratingly, the abbot made only small talk during the meal, polite comments about the weather and the state of the flocks, which allowed his guests to focus on their food. When Firim cleared his throat to ask a question, Nin fixed him with that calm, implacable gaze of his, and the fat acolyte sagged back onto his bench. Only when the last crumbs had been wiped off the last plate did Sile Nin slide his chair back from the table and cross his hands in his lap.
"So," he said finally, "what news from the world?"
Pia grinned. She seemed by far the more garrulous of the two.
"Sailors fight pirates. Soldiers fight Urgul. The waste is still hot, and Freeport's still cold enough that you've got to fuck in your furs." She ran through the litany with the air of a woman who found something funny about the entire world, as though it were there for her amusement. "Mothers pray to Bedisa, whores to Siena. Ale masters mix their malt with water, and an honest woman still goes poor to her grave." "And you?" the abbot asked with a genial nod. "Are you an honest woman?"
"My wife? Honest?" Jacob snorted, gesturing to the rings on her fingers, cabochons and cut gems glittering in the candlelight. "Her tastes are too expensive for honesty."
"Darling,"
the merchant replied, turning to her husband with a wounded look,
"you would have the good brothers believe that a wolf has come among them to steal their sheep."
The words hit home, and Nin set down his teacup before asking the next question.
"You didn't come across anything unusual on the trail up to the monastery, did you?"
"Unusual?" Pia spun one of the rings on her fingers absently as she considered the question.
"Not aside from more broken spokes than we normally see in a month. We were forced to leave our wagon halfway down that ludicrous goat track you call a trail."
Her eyes narrowed appraisingly.
"What did you mean by unusual?" "A creature," Nin responded. "Some kind of predator."
Pia glanced at her husband, but he just shrugged.
"Nothing," she replied. "Should we be worried? I've heard that you raise crag cats the size of ponies in these mountains." "Not a crag cat. We are sure enough of that. Whatever it is has been savaging our flocks recently. A few weeks ago it killed one of our brothers."
A few of the monks shifted on their benches. A log on the long hearth collapsed in a shower of embers. Pia pushed back in her chair and took a deep breath. Caden froze the image and looked closer. The woman should have been frightened by the news, confused and alarmed at the very least. After all, she and her husband had spent the better part of a day, longer if they had a wagon with them, toiling up the very trails where Serkan had been killed. Even if she was capable of protecting herself and her wares from brigands and highwaymen, a possibility that seemed unlikely, given her age and that hip, she should have registered some sort of worry at the realization that an unknown predator was stalking the mountains, killing men and beasts alike. Certainly she had made an effort to mimic concern. Her lips tightened, her brow furrowed. But here, too, something was missing. Where were the widened eyes, the involuntary glance at her husband that would have indicated true fear? Where was the surprise?
"How ghastly," Pia said. "I'm sorry for your loss." "Those of us who live in the hollow of the blank god's hand have no fear of Ananshale."
Pia pursed her lips, shot her husband a skeptical glance.
"I guess that explains why I never became a monk."
"You never became a monk," Jakin replied, "because you have breasts, and you like men to look at them."
"1,000 pardons,"
Pia interjected, turning back to the abbot with a horrified look on her face.
"After months on the road with only me for company, my husband sometimes forgets his tongue." "No apology needed," Nin replied, although his features had hardened somewhat. "In truth," Pia continued, "I'm overly attached to this sad little life of mine. Hard to say why, really. It mostly consists of trudging, overcooked rice in the evening, sleeping in the rain, undercooked rice in the morning, and more trudging." She pursed her lips speculatively. "Occasionally my knee gives out. Sometimes there are gallstones." "And yet you would not give it up," Nin concluded. "Not for all the gold you've got hidden in your granary." "A nice gambit," Nin replied. "But we have no granary, let alone gold." Peer turned to her husband. "It's worse than we thought." She returned her attention to Sile Nin. "This thing that killed your brother, are we in danger?" Nin raised a reassuring hand. "You made it here. That is the crucial fact. You should be safe in the buildings and Central Square. We can give you an escort when you descend the path once more." "We thank you," she responded. "And again, we're sorry for your loss. It's bad luck to lose a friend, even for stoic monks indifferent to death. Perhaps we can take your mind off it with news of the outside world. You're just a step or two off the main trade routes." That opened the floodgates, and for a while the robed men lost some of their austerity in their eagerness. Nin did his best to maintain order, but more than once 2 or even 3 monks spoke at the same time, each trying to pitch his voice just a little louder than the others. "How many ships of the line has O'Mara Harvest taken this year?" said Altaf the smith. The man had plied his trade at the Bend before joining the Shin, and he retained a keen curiosity about the Anurian navy. Chalma Oleki wanted to know if the rebel Hanan tribes had stepped up attacks on the Empire. Firum Prom, true to form, asked nervously if any plagues had swept Channery recently. "My mother," he added apologetically. "She lives there still. At least she did when I departed." "I have no news of your mother," Pierre responded, "much to my chagrin. I can tell you that the Atrep of Channery has redoubled his efforts to keep the city streets clear of filth, and that the plague has not visited the city since." "How about the Urgal?" Rebin wanted to know. "There were rumblings of war this year when we went down to trade with them in their winter pasturage. Something about a new chieftain unifying the tribes." "The Urgal," she explained, turning her palms to the ceiling helplessly. "Ah, the Urgal. One day they seem massed for an assault over the White River, following this new shaman or chief or whoever he is. The next, they're sacrificing captives or buggering elk or whatever it is they do for sport." When the questions got around to Akil, Caden's friend had the temerity to ask the merchants to describe, with careful attention to detail, the body of Sienna's new high priestess. Pierre laughed at that, a long, melodious laugh, while the abbot shot the youth a look that promised penance on the morrow. Caden had been at Ashkelon so long that he didn't know most of the names and places his brothers asked after. At best, they were dimly recollected echoes from a childhood so far away it might have been a different life. In some cases they were pure fantasy, and he let the strange syllables wash over him, rapt. For a while he forgot the questions pricking his mind, the nagging and unformed suspicions about the merchant and her husband. It was enough just to listen. Pierre responded to the questions in long, literary cadences, while Jakin was blunt and direct. It seemed that someone named the Burned King was trying to unite the blood cities of southeastern Vash. Taven Karamalan continued to hold the waste as ruthless and shadowy as ever. An odd rumour out of Rabi had it that the tribes of the Davi Desert were trying to force a passage over the Ankas, though how they could hope to establish a foothold on Anurian territory held by Anurian legions was unclear. On and on and on it went, until at long last Halvashold asked the question Caden had been waiting for. "And the Emperor? Sanlitun is still the strong, stubborn oak I remember from 20 years ago?" Pierre continued to smile as she had throughout most of the evening, an easy, casual grin that invited camaraderie and confidence. As she nodded, however, Caden felt a pricking under his skin. "The books say Sanletun means stone in the old tongue. If so, the name suits the emperor. It will take a hurricane to dislodge him. The words should have been comforting. It will take a hurricane to dislodge him. They should have been comforting. But the woman was lying. Caden was sure of it. At the very least, she was concealing something. He reached for the calm he had summoned at the start of the meal, tried desperately to empty his mind and fill it with the image of the merchant smiling and nodding. The summer Ahn eluded him. He could think only of his father grasping his small forearm. "I will teach you to make the cold, hard decisions through which a boy becomes a man." The conversation dragged on, but Caden moved away from his post, allowing Pater the full space. As the boy peered in fascination into the room below, Caden leaned back against the rough stone wall of the dovecot. Any fool can see what's there. You need to see what is not there. As he stared into the darkness, he tried to imagine what Pia wasn't saying about the Empire. What she wasn't saying about his father.
31. "I want to know your well," Valin began, trying to keep his voice reasonable and firm at the same time. It had been over a week since the disaster in the swamp, and he'd made next to no progress in pulling together his wing. Gwenna was still insubordinate, Leith was still reckless, Anik was still Anik, and Talal still refused to share the secret source of what little arcane power he possessed. Worse, Valin continued to harbour doubts about the sniper and the leech. They both had secrets, and he was learning quickly not to trust anyone with secrets. It was impossible to tackle everything at once, but learning Talal's well would help him in his command of the wing, and might just fit one more piece into the larger puzzle of Ami's and Lynn's deaths. Talal nodded guardedly. "I wondered when we would get to this." The two of them sat face to face across a scarred wooden table. They had their own barrack now, a narrow wooden building with bunks in the back, a large room devoted to weapons and gear on the side, and out front the ready room, a small space with a cast-iron stove, 5 chairs, and a large wooden table, around which the whole wing could gather to sort equipment, study maps, or plan for the next mission. It wasn't glamorous, but after the cavernous cadets' barracks it felt private and secure. Would feel even better, Valin thought bleakly, if I shared it with anyone I trusted. The other 3 members of his wing were off at the mess hall, but Valin had asked Talal to stay behind. "I'm the commander of this wing," he began, careful to douse the heat in his voice. "I choose strategy and tactics based on our assets and liabilities. I've respected your privacy so far, but it's killing us out there." For the first couple of days he'd hoped he would be able to ferret out the leech's well with a little well-timed observation. It seemed like a straightforward problem. Look around whenever Talal used a kenning, make a list of possible wells, then narrow that list at every future kenning until there was only one possibility left. The problem was, Talal didn't rely on his strange powers as much as Valin had expected. Unlike a lot of leeches, he was more than proficient with a blade, better than anyone on the wing except Valin, in fact, and he seemed to prefer conventional tactics to more exotic solutions. Worse, even when he did use a kenning, there were just too many possible wells to narrow it down. Valin might rule out fire spike and blood one day, but that still left a legion of possibilities: sea, salt, stone, light, shade, iron. A clerk with a ledger and a year of study might manage it, but not Valin, not while he was trying to keep his wing from falling apart. "If you want me to keep the secret from the rest of the group," Valin urged, "I can do that." Talal shook his head almost reluctantly. "I can tell you before the mission whether I'll have access to my well or not. Can probably even tell you how strong it will be." "Not good enough," Valin snapped. "I need backup plans, contingencies. I need all the knowledge we've got in order to improvise on the fly. And I need to know if you took down Mankers," he thought grimly. "I need to know if you killed Ami and Harlin." There was still nothing linking the destruction of the alehouse with the deaths of the two women, nothing but the timing of Ummy's murder. But Valin hadn't abandoned the suspicion that it was all part of a larger, more intricate plot.
"I'm not sure you realize what you're asking for," Talal said quietly.
"Information," Valin said, spreading his hands. "That's all. Just information." Talal shook his head once more.
"You don't understand."
"Enlighten me." The leech took a deep breath.
"I grew up with the same fear of leeches that anyone felt. My uncle used to come over and frighten us with stories of the Atmani, blood-curdling stuff. My father once walked 3 days just to see a leech hanged. He returned home with a smile on his face."
Talal's eyes went distant as he spoke.
My brothers and I, were so angry we hadn't been allowed to go. We begged for all the details. Did he have a forked tongue? Did he cry blood? Did he piss himself when he died? A week later, I had my first delving."
The leech's eyes were far away, his face blank as he continued.
"I was working late in my father's shop. I'd mismeasured a tenon, ruined a whole evening's worth of effort. I was cursing the thing, cursing myself, cursing the chair, when suddenly the chair back shattered. At first I was busy just picking the splinters out of my flesh. Then I realized what had happened, what it meant. No one had seen it. If they had, I'd have been hanged or burned or stoned in the street before the sun rose, but I still felt the guilt, the disgust. It didn't matter that I hadn't tried to use it. I knew the stories. When you had a well, it came to possess you, to twist you. It unmade everything good inside you until you would stop at nothing to bend the world to your will."
He paused, gazing at his palm as though searching for something written there, some explanation scrawled in the lines of his flesh.
"I found a rope in the barn, tied a careful noose, pulled it tight around my neck and stepped off the back of the wagon."
He stopped and raised his eyes to the bruised sunset beyond the grimy window. "And?" Valin asked, drawn into the story in spite of himself.
Talal shrugged. "My father found me, cut me down. He never did know why I'd done it. A couple of men from the Eyrie came 3 days later."
"How'd they know?"
"They've had time to learn what to look for," Talal replied. "Unexpected outbursts, children gone missing in safe towns, suicides that don't make sense."
He fixed Valin with a level gaze.
"I wasn't unusual. No one wants to learn that they're an abomination."
"Your family?" Valin asked cautiously.
"They think I'm just a soldier. It's a lie, but it makes them proud."
A silence hung between them, heavy and grim as lead. Valin could hear laughter and roughhousing in the next barracks over, and faintly in the distance the clink of spoons against bowls as the Ketral tucked into their meals over in the mess hall. The room in which he sat, however, was still and nearly dark. "I'm not your family," Valin said finally. "I've spent half my life here, on the islands. I don't feel that way about leeches."
Talal met his eye, then smiled bleakly. "You're a shitty liar, Valin. You may make a good wing leader someday, but you're a shitty liar."
Valin took a deep breath. "It's hard, knowing that someone else can do things you can't. Things you can't even begin to understand. I won't deny that. But we're on the same wing now. That should be a bond stronger than blood. We need to start trusting each other." Talal considered him soberly.
"And when are you going to start trusting me?"
Valin felt as though he'd been caught wrong-footed in a duel, attacking when he should have been looking to his defence. "I do," he protested weakly. "I trust you."
"No," the leech replied evenly. "You trust Leith a little, Gwenna less, and Annick and me not at all."
Valin leaned back in his chair. He thought he'd hidden his emotions, thought that he'd been distant and professional, the way a wing commander was supposed to be. "Are you using a kenning?" Talal asked. His mouth quirked in a wry twist. "Looking into your mind?" It sounded foolish once the words were said aloud, but Valin had no way to know what the leech could and could not do. "No," Talal said. "I'm watching. Listening. It's pretty clear you'd rather bury a knife in my gut than work with me." He shook his head. "I'm not Balandin, you know. He's a lot stronger than I am. His well, whatever it is, runs incredibly deep. But that's not the only difference." Balin could only nod mutely. "Let me ask you a question," the leech asked after a long silence. "Since you're so intent on sharing secrets." Balin shrugged his acquiescence. "What happened to you? During the trial? What happened to your eyes?" I should have known it wouldn't be easy to answer, Valin thought to himself. Some of the cadets had emerged from the hole gushing with stories, almost desperate to relate the minute details of their foray into the darkness. Talal was not one of them, neither was Valin. He had confided in no one about the black egg, or his encounter with the Slan king. It was enough that he went into the cave poisoned and emerged cured. No one needed to know the details. Certainly not a leech. But then he needed that leech to trust him. Much as Valin hated to admit it, the youth had a point. There was no reason to share secrets with someone who refused to divulge his own. "To get ground," Hendron wrote, "it is sometimes necessary to give ground." "I found a different egg." "Different?" "Larger. A lot larger. And black." Talal's eyes widened in the lamplight. "Slan?" Valin nodded hesitantly. He was committed to the truths now, for good or ill. "I think so. The nest was the same." "A black Slan egg," the leech mused, pursing his lips. Then, after a long hesitation, "You know they changed us, right?" "Changed?" Valin asked. For the second time he felt the conversation slipping from his control. "What do you mean, changed?" "Who? The eggs. They cured the toxin. But there were secondary effects." Valin stared. This was the first he'd heard of it. "At first I thought I was just exhausted," the leech continued. "Thought I was imagining it." "Imagining what?" Valin demanded, trying to keep his voice level as the memory from the cave filled his mind. The feel of the black slime slipping down his gullet as he emptied the contents of the shattered shell into his mouth. Talal shrugged. "The dizziness. That passed in the first day or so. Then the night vision. The hearing." Valin shook his head, lost. "Listen," Talal said, holding up a finger. Valin listened. The noises from the neighbouring barracks had fallen silent, but there were other sounds. Waves washing over the rocky beach. Waves farther out breaking on the grey shoals. Had he been able to hear those before? To sort the soft susurration of water on shingle from the sharper, more percussive striking of the long swells against the reef? He closed his eyes. He could hear the creak of rope against wood. Rigging, he realized, of the ships moored in the bay. And beneath that, the slow groaning of those ships' timbers as they flexed with the roll and wash of the sea. He opened his eyes, but found he had no words. "Better?" Talal asked, his eyebrows raised. "More acute? More precise?" Valin nodded. "Holy hell. You think it was the Slan eggs that did this?" He paused to listen again. A door crashed open far away, and he heard a high voice. He thought it was Chi Ho Mi, laughing at someone inside. The leech nodded. "It makes sense. The egg provides the food for the Slan before they hatch. It's what makes them what they are. creatures that live in darkness, that thrive in darkness. They need better hearing, more sensitive touch. They may even have senses we're unaware of. It comes from somewhere. Why not their food? And now we've eaten that food as well, Valin concluded. Some of us more than others, he added silently, dread roiling in his stomach. If the egg had permanent effects, there would be risks as well. There were always risks. They didn't just send us down there as a test, Valin went on, amazed. Even for the Ketral, a trial that could end in half the class dead and the other half crippled for life is a little severe. They needed to send us down into the hole. Those eggs didn't just cure us, they changed us, Talal agreed. Not in major ways, but slightly. That explains why our Kent-kissing instructors were always one step ahead, Valin realized, a jolt of indignation riding up his spine. They always knew we were coming. The hull-buggered bastards could hear us half a mile away. Talal nodded. He'd had more time to come to grips with the fact, and the corner of his mouth turned up in the tiniest grin. They're bastards, he agreed, but they're clever bastards. Who else knows about this? The leech shook his head. Hard to say. Davin Shalil didn't exactly trumpet the fact. I would imagine that most wings are like us. Maybe a few have realized. Maybe more. It's possible some never will. But you figured it out. Talal's face went wary once more. Something about being a leech, I guess. When you've worked with a well as long as I have, you notice things. You notice the little changes. Abruptly, Valin started to laugh. Well, I'm glad you were able to explain it to me. Left to my own devices, I probably never would have thought beyond the foul taste of that Kent-kissing thing. The laughter shriveled in his throat. But the egg I found was different, Talal concluded, nodding. I wasn't supposed to eat that egg. No one in the area planned on it. No one knows what it does. Well, it didn't kill you. Yet. I'll bet my blades it was what changed your eyes. Valin nodded, comprehension and unease washing over him at once. And there are other things, he murmured, breaking off as he remembered who he was talking to. But you don't want to tell me about them, Talal finished, his expression unsurprised but sad. Valin took a deep breath. He was walking the narrowest of lines. Step too far to one side and the leech would never lower his guard. Step too far to the other and he'd give up more information than he gained. I can feel things, he admitted reluctantly. Talal leaned in closer. When I found Harlin, Valin continued, I knew something was lying across the floor yards before I reached her. He closed his eyes and let the memory wash over him, the whispering currents of air eddying over his skin, the faintest scent of her hair in his nostrils. He hadn't noticed anything like that since leaving the cave, but then, since leaving the cave, he'd been overwhelmed with more ordinary sensations. A new wing, training runs, arguments with Gwenna. Now, however, with his eyes shut, he let his breathing slow and just waited. There was a crack in the wall, he realized, a few feet above his head and to the left. The draught lifted the hairs along the back of his neck. He could hear the wick fizzling in the lamp. He squeezed his eyes shut, tighter. He wasn't sure if he was seeing or feeling, but he knew right where Talal was sitting, even something about his posture. The leech remained silent, still. I knew it was her, Valin went on, voice quiet, eyes still closed. I didn't believe it at the time. I didn't want to believe it, couldn't believe it. Lynn. He shook his head. I knew. Even dead, even in the pitch dark, I knew her. There were tears in his eyes when he opened them, but he met the leech's gaze defiantly. She was my friend, he told himself. There is no shame in weeping for her. They were the first tears he had allowed himself since finding her, and for a long time they just streamed down his cheeks, puddling quietly in the table's ruts. After a while they stopped. He wiped his cheeks roughly with a palm. "If you speak a word of this," he said, his voice ragged, "to anyone on the wing, I'll rip out your throat and we'll make do without a leech." "Iron," Talal replied, voice quiet but sure. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "Iron," the leech said again, gesturing to the knife at his belt, the rough bracelets around both wrists. "That's my well. Of course we don't carry much iron, but there's plenty of iron in steel, enough to do the job." Valin put his palms flat on the table, trying to stow his own emotions and make sense of the claim. There was every chance the leech was lying to him, and no way to know for sure. He considered those dark, still eyes. "Why isn't it more powerful?" Talal shrugged. "Not that much iron around, most of the time. A few blades, a few arrowheads. Enough to work with, usually, but rarely enough to do anything impressive." "If we were going in after a fortified position," Valin asked warily, "could you bring it down?" "Not a chance." "What about something that wasn't built out of stone? Something less sturdy, like a wooden palisade? Or an alehouse on stilts," he thought to himself. "What about Mankers?" Talal considered the question. "If there was a great deal of steel present, as there would be on a densely packed battlefield, maybe. And if the structure was already flawed in some crucial way," he spread his hands, "then I might be able to manage it. Or I might not." He shook his head ruefully. "I'm sorry, Valin. I'm sure you were hoping for more out of your wing's leech. Archer could have knocked down a stone gatehouse when his well was running strong. Same with most of the leeches." He frowned. "Bad luck. I've got enough power to get me hanged, but not enough to protect myself. It's why I had to get so handy with the blades," he said, gesturing over his shoulder to the twin swords sheathed across his back. That fact, more than anything else, carried the question for Valin. Soldiers gravitated to their strengths as much as their trainers tried to beat the tendency out of them. Anik carried that bow of hers everywhere. Leith preferred to be on the bird's back, and Gwenna never seemed happy unless she was blowing something up. Deception or no, it was hard to believe that Talal would have devoted so much time to his blades if he had a powerful, secret well to draw upon. Anything was possible, of course, but sometimes you had to play the odds. "What about Ballandin?" Valin asked cautiously. "Could he knock down a building?" Talal nodded slowly. "He hides his full strength pretty cleverly, but I've seen him manage some things." His eyes drifted with a memory, then snapped back. "He's dangerous, and not just because he's cruel." "Any new ideas about his will?" "Nothing." "Do you have any guesses?" Valin pressed, wary and impatient all at the same time. "I've had about 1,000 of them." "He keeps those dogs of his close, that's the obvious thing," Talal agreed. "But the obvious thing isn't usually the right one. We've all got our masks and disguises." He gestured to the stone amulet hanging around his neck, to the gold hoops in his ears. "And then there's the whole business of intentional deception. Before I started flying with you, I would avoid using my well on random days, even if it meant losing an exercise or contest, just to keep the others off my scent." He grimaced. "It's a bad way to live. Always lying. Always trying to lead people on." Valin had never considered it that way. In the stories, the leeches were always the villains, the nefarious meddlers behind the scenes, the ones pulling the strings, the ones making the world dance their own unnatural jig. He had never thought that their power might force them to dance. "Thank you for telling me," he said finally, awkwardly. "I always figured I'd tell someone eventually," Talal replied. "You keep something like that hidden for too long." He shook his head slowly. "There's no telling what it might do to you. No telling what you might become." 32. There were no locks on the door, but for 3 days ever since the dinner for Pier and Jakin, Caden had been a prisoner in the clay shed. He had sneaked back just in time, slipping out of the dovecot with Pater, sprinting down the path and sliding inside with barely enough time to light a lantern, slow his heartbeat, cool his skin, and compose his face before Tan arrived to check up on him. "How was the dinner?" Caden had asked nonchalantly. He yearned to question his Yumiel about Pierre's strange behaviour. If anyone else picked up on it, it would have been Tan. But of course, if he let on that he'd been hiding in the dovecot, A only knew what sort of penance the monk would devise.
"Unremarkable," Tan replied, looking over Caden's work. "You haven't made much progress."
"The process is the goal," Caden responded innocently, trying not to feel smug. It was about time one of those Shin maxims worked in his favour.
"You will continue the process tomorrow."
"And tonight?" Caden asked. "Should I return to the dormitory?" Tan shook his head.
"Sleep here. If you have to piss, use a pot. Someone will come for it in the morning."
Before Caden could formulate another question that might lead back to Pierre, Jakin, and the evening meal, Tan was gone, leaving him in the narrow stone room surrounded by the silent shapes of the bowls and jugs. Caden worked a while longer, busying his hands helped to still the worries in his mind, and then curled up in his robe on the hard stone floor to sleep. He woke in the night, shivering so badly his teeth rattled against one another, and moved up to a hard wooden bench. It was narrow and uncomfortable, but at least the cold didn't radiate out of it. He expected Akil to come that night. Before the dinner had finished, while the monks were still nursing the dark dregs of their tea, Caden had left Pater with a message for his friend. "Find me after the midnight bell." The bell came and went, however, a sombre tolling in the darkness without a sign of the young monk. He spent the next 2 days crafting pots and mugs that Tan never bothered to inspect. The following 2 nights huddled in awkward positions on the small bench, trying to shrink into his robe to avoid the night's chill. Nightmares filled his dreams, inchoate visions with no real narrative in which his father fought against a host of foes, while Pierre looked on as though nothing were amiss. It was a long time since he'd had nightmares. Years, in fact. The Shin believed that disordered dreams were the product of a disordered mind. The oldest brothers claimed not to dream at all. Caden would have been happy enough to join them, but the visions kept coming, night after night, as soon as he closed his eyes. Finally, on the 3rd night, Akil arrived, slipping through the wooden door just after the midnight bell. "Nice jug," he said, glancing at Caden's newest project, a large 2-handled ewer of Red River clay. "Too bad we don't have any wine to go in it." "Shale can take the jug," Caden responded more harshly than he'd intended. "It's been 2 days. What's happening out there? Did anyone find what's killing the goats? What's going on with those 2 merchants?" Akil flopped onto the bench wearily and spread his hands. He looked bored and frustrated. His robe, never very clean to begin with, had dirt ground into it, a sure sign that he, like Caden, had been spending the bulk of his days performing some sort of menial labour rather than lounging around with the strangers. He raked a mop of hair out of his eyes. "What has been happening with the merchants is what always happens with merchants. A lot of song, a lot of dance." "Meaning what?" Akil shrugged. "Pierre and Jakin try to sell us shit. Nin says we don't want it. Pierre says, but surely you would enjoy a robe made of these fine silks. The abbot says he prefers rough spun. You're not missing much." Caden shook his head in frustration. "There's something strange about those 2. Something not right." "They're shitty merchants, that's for sure." Akil's eyes narrowed. "Wait, how do you know? Tan's had you locked in here the whole time." "I was in the dovecot," Caden confessed. Quickly he ran through the whole story, the merchant's strange entrance, the overpowering sense that Pierre was holding something back, despite her urbane geniality, that vague suspicion that Caden felt so powerfully, but could barely articulate. "There's something they're not saying about my father," he concluded weakly. Akil frowned. "Sounds like your imagination has flown the coop." "I didn't imagine it. Alva's always lecturing me about how we see what we want to see.
That could have happened to you. Of course, if I saw what I wanted to see, Pierre's breasts would be a fair amount larger. Why would I want to see something troubling about my father? Not that you want bad news, but it's only natural to worry about your parents, provided you know who they are. It's an affliction I've been spared. I'm looking at Pierre's face now, Caden replied, his mind filling with the summer on. For the 100th time he tried to pinpoint what it was about the woman's expression that bothered him so. There's something, he sighed. There's something strange, but I can't see what it is. Sounds like you've been spending too much time buried up to your nose, or running around with a blindfold on. That can do things to a man, can do things to his mind. There's nothing wrong with my mind. That's up for debate, Akil shot back. Then, seeing the blaze in Caden's eyes, he raised his hands in surrender. But let's assume you're right. Still, wouldn't Nin or Tan, or one of our aged wards, have noticed? I mean, you're good at the Saman, but they've been going at it hammer and tongs for decades. Caden spread his hands helplessly. Of course, his friend went on, a sly grin creeping onto his face. Old shin tricks are all well and good, but there's a way we can get some more practical information. Caden looked at him. That grin suggested Akil had devised a plan that would get them both beaten half to death, if Nin or Tan found out, which was all the more reason to make sure they didn't find out. Go on. Akil leaned forward conspiratorially, rubbing his hands together, fully engaged for the first time since he entered. I've been watching that woman, Pierre. He pursed his lips appraisingly. She's not much, compared to the whores I grew up around, but up here in the mountains, I figure you have to take what you can get. You've been spying on her. Let's call it supervising. At any rate, she's slipped away from the monastery a few times, usually at dusk when Jakin's haggling with Nin. Maybe she's just taking a look around, Caden responded. He wanted Akil to have an idea, but this seemed pretty thin. She goes east, away from the sunset, away from all the pretty views. Besides, Nin told her the first night about whatever's been killing the goats. You know many women who enjoy taking midnight strolls around a strange mountain monastery perched on the edge of a cliff, when they've just learned that an unknown predator is ripping the heads off goats and men alike and then eating the brains. Caden nodded, warming to the idea. That's strange. So where does she go? No idea, Akil replied. I haven't had a chance to follow her. I've been shoveling out a new channel for a branch of the White River the past 3 days. Tonight, however, he grinned, I thought we might put some of our shin tracking skills to work. Beshra'an, the thrown mind, had originated as a way to trail lost livestock, or to hunt down predators. It was, in fact, the way Caden had tracked down the slaughtered goat 2 months earlier. Following prints in the earth was all well and good, but most of the land around Ashkelon was rock, not earth. When the prints disappeared, as they inevitably did in the granite peaks, the monks needed another method. The goal of Beshra'an was to slip outside one's own head, to throw one's mind into another creature, to think not like a man following a goat, but like the goat itself. The monks who were good at it could follow animals over blank stone with uncanny success, abandoning their own humanity to sniff out the scent of fresh grass, to tread the fine gravel that the goats favoured, to move into the lee of a massive boulder when the storms came. Caden had had some luck with it, even a few times where he felt as though he really had thrown his mind into the head of his quarry. Unfortunately, he'd never tried following a human. All right, he whispered to Akil, once they'd slipped from the monastery proper and out toward the broken land to the east. A gibbous moon hung low in the sky, and once his eyes adjusted, there was enough light to see by. Rock slabs and boulders leaned against one another, casting dark shadows beneath the argent glow of the moon. Crooked branches of the junipers, twisted by the wind, reached toward them, threatening to snatch a robe or scratch an eye. The evening sounds of the monastery were barely audible above the light breeze. This seemed like a better idea when we were inside, Akil said. His voice was sarcastic, but his eyes flitted from rock to rock, quick and alert. Caden didn't have to remind him that whatever killed Serkan was still out there, still waiting.
They had to hope that the staves they'd taken from the goats' pens along with the knives at their belts would be enough to discourage it. After all, Caden reasoned with himself, Pierre is sneaking around out here every night and she hasn't been killed yet. "We'll be quick," he said, trying to reassure himself as much as his friend. "That's what I told myself right before I cut that purse. The one that earned me this," Akil replied, gesturing to his brand. "I don't suppose there's any way you can dim those eyes of yours. It's nice that a goddess fucked your great-great-granddad, but they're a little obvious. Maybe they'll scare away whatever needs scaring." Akil snorted. "All right," Caden said, shivering beneath his robe. "You're Pierre, a merchant woman from the Empire. You leave your perfectly nice monastic cell to skulk off into the rocks. Why?" Akil grinned. "I'm hoping to tickle one of these strapping young monks up under that robe of his." Caden considered this. Women never visited the monastery, and there probably were a couple of monks who wouldn't mind spending a few minutes alone with Pierre. Akil chief among them. "Fine," he replied. "Let's say it's a rendezvous. Where do you go?" "I'm not from here. I go wherever I'm told." "All right, then. Let's get into the mind of this hypothetical monk. You want to meet up with Pierre? Where do you tell her to go?" "One of the abandoned buildings to the south. The lower meadow, although that's a little far. Maybe into the dovecot." Akil winked. "Some place with a little romantic character. You got to treat the lady right." "I'm sure she'd be flattered to bed you while surrounded by shitting pigeons." "What about east?" he asked, gesturing to the rocks in front of them. "That's the direction you said you saw her going. Would you tell her to meet you up there?" Akil hesitated, then shook his head. "Nothing but gullies and fissures. I don't want to be picking pebbles out of my ass." "So she's on her own," Caden concluded. "A monk would have sent her somewhere else." "Seems reasonable," Akil replied, "but not that helpful." He gestured to the forbidding labyrinth of rock before them. "You're her. Where do you go?" Caden considered his options by the meagre moonlight. There were half a dozen goat tracks leading up into the broken mountain, any one of which the woman could have followed. Most of them were obvious, trails clear as highways to anyone who'd spent time in the mountains. But Pierre wasn't from the mountains, at least not these mountains. He tried to look at the land with an unfamiliar eye. "The stream bed," he said finally. "She'd take the stream bed." Akil waved a dismissive hand toward the channel. "What would she want to roll her ankles in the stream bed for when there are plenty of good tracks to follow? Doesn't make any sense." "Because," Caden replied, "the stream bed doesn't look like a stream bed. It's dry this late in the spring. It's broad. It's relatively flat. For someone who didn't grow up here, it's the most obvious way through the rocks. She won't have realized that the rounded stones will make for impossible footing, and she probably didn't even notice the trails left by the goats. They don't look like much, if you've never tried to follow them." Akil shot him an appraising look. "Have you been tracking women without me all these years? Keeping secrets?" "Why would I tell you my secrets? You're a thief." "You wound me, brother. You wound me. I'm a humble monk, devoted to my God." "Well, devote yourself to this for a few hours instead," Caden replied, gesturing toward the stream. A few dozen paces into the mountains they came across the first sign of the woman, an overturned rock. Then there was a boot print in the soft mud, and then another rock kicked out of its divot. They followed the signs for less than a quarter of a mile until Akil spotted a low pile of stones. They didn't look like much, just a few cobbles in a world of rock, not something that would draw the untrained eye. But river stones didn't mound up like that. The spring flood would have washed them right down the drainage. "Well, look at this," Akil said, lifting one of the stones off the pile. "Let's see what the good merchants have to hide." He was grinning, eyes bright in the moonlight. Caden didn't share his enthusiasm. The stream bed wasn't very wide, but he felt exposed beneath the lambent stare of the moon, and despite the cool night air, sweat poured down his back. He hefted the stave in his hand, reminded himself that Serkan had been attacked when he was alone, tried to believe that two young men together armed with sticks and knives would be enough to scare it off. When reason failed, He worked through the shin exercise to slow his pulse, and bent to the cairn of stones only when his breathing was slow and regular once more. Pierre had cached 2 oilcloth bundles under the pile, and Caden lifted them out carefully, then handed one to Akil. He fumbled briefly with the ties binding it shut, trying to calculate whether he could retie them if he heard the woman returning. His fingers were clumsy as though with long cold, and by the time he had opened his bag, Akil had already spread out half the contents of his sack on a flat rock. Caden paused to look over the things while his friend ticked them off in a whisper. Clean tunic, clean socks. Disappointingly light purse, he said, tossing the small cloth pouch in the air so that it jingled when he caught it. Caden winced. Hat, Akil continued. About 20 yards of rope. The process was nerve-wracking, but the results were not. Nothing that a normal merchant wouldn't carry on a long trip. Nothing to lend heft to Caden's vaguely adumbrated suspicions. Then Akil found the knives. Everyone carried a knife, of course, and a merchant would have more need of one than most. There were harnesses to mend along the road, rocks to dig out of the mule's hoofs, frayed ropes to slice and retie, dried meat to cut for dinner. There were 1,000 reasons Caden could think of for a merchant to carry a good knife. A merchant would not, however, need a dozen of them. Akil laid them on the stone one by one, 6 identical 8-inch blades, the kind men fought with in the killing pits of Anor, honed and polished edges glinting in the cold moonlight. "Brought them along to trade?" he suggested. His voice had lost some of its boyish enthusiasm. "To a monastery?" Caden asked. They gazed at the weapons for a moment before Akil gestured to the oilcloth bundle that Caden was still holding. "What's in there?" Caden managed to untie the last knot, then reached into the sack. His fingers brushed over wood and steel. When he had finally wrestled the thing out of the bag, he found himself holding a crossbow. "It could all be for protection," Akil pointed out. "It's a dangerous road over the steppe. The Urgul don't usually molest traders, but you never know when you're going to end up on the wrong end of a human sacrifice." "If it's all for protection," Caden replied, "then what's it doing hidden in the rocks?" They considered the weapons for a few more heartbeats, and then, as though responding to some silent command, began packing everything back the way they had found it. The jovial, larking expression had left Akil's face. He looked angry as he thrust the various items back into the satchel. Within moments they had returned the weapons to the bags and the bags to their hiding spot under the rocks. Akil was replacing the final stones on the cairn, when something clattered farther down the stream bed. Stone on stone. Caden spun to peer into the darkness. "Did you hear that?" he murmured, trying to sort shadow from shape in the meagre light. Akil nodded, hefting his stave in front of him. Caden dropped a hand to his belt knife, then decided against it. He didn't know much about fighting, but he didn't like his odds if whatever it was got close enough for him to use a knife. A cloud passed over the moon, plunging the ravine into even deeper shadow. Caden could barely make out Akil standing only a few feet away. Beyond him, the bare shapes of the cliffs and crenellations loomed, more felt than seen. He turned in a slow circle, levelling his staff, searching for light, movement, anything that might give him a warning of danger before it arrived. "You see anything?" he hissed. Akil's only response was a low oomph, like a cough that never made it out of the chest. Caden spun just in time to watch his friend collapse onto the stream bed. Before he could cry out, a strong, implacable hand clamped down on his mouth. Caden was not soft. 8 years of hard physical exercise high in the mountains had seen to that. He could carry a quarter of his weight in water up hundreds of steps from the stream or run all night over rocky paths. He should have been able to put up something of a fight, and yet the hand that held him might have been made of granite. As he struggled, his adversary's other arm closed around his neck, crushing his windpipe. This is the result of bad decisions, thought the part of him that could still think. In desperation, Caden threw an elbow, hoping to dislodge his opponent. The man's stomach was as solid as his arm. Caden screamed silently, as his mind failed. 33. He woke in a hard wooden chair surrounded by stone walls. Someone had lit a few candles, and when he first tried to open his eyes, the light drove a spike of pain directly through his head. He closed them again with a slight groan. He didn't know where he was, but when the memory of the attack came back to him, he tensed himself to run or fight. No one had bound his hands or feet, and through slitted eyelids he tried to locate the door. They couldn't have carried him far. He was in Ashglan still. The rough granite walls were proof enough of that. If he could just— "We took some pains to bring you here silently. Please do not ruin it with clamour." He knew that voice, dry and tough as rawhide, although for half a heartbeat he couldn't place it. "What is it in obedience that the young find so difficult?" the voice went on. The abbot, he realized with a start, and in spite of the pain forced his eyes open once more. He was seated in the centre of Sile Nin's study, the humble one-room structure where Nin and Tan had revealed the secret of the Kenta a few weeks earlier. Nin slept in a dormitory cell like the rest of the monks, but he was known to stay late in his study when occupied with important business. Generally, a visit to the abbot's study did not augur well, and this episode was starting out far worse than usual, although Caden's head still throbbed too badly for him to make much sense of what was going on. A small fire burned in the hearth, but that was the only welcoming thing about the room. Nin sat behind his bare wooden desk, fingers steepled under his chin, dark eyes fixed on him intently, as though Caden were some new species of squirrel that he had found in one of his deadfalls. A few feet from the desk, Rampori Tan stood staring out the small window into the night. He hadn't said anything at all, hadn't even looked at his pupil, and Caden felt his stomach tighten, an uncomfortable sensation given that his head was still pounding and his legs felt like water. He started to groan, then suppressed the sound out of habit. It would earn him no sympathy from the older monks. "Akil?" he asked weakly, feeling like someone had scoured his mouth with coarse wool. His friend was not in the study. "Where is Akil?" "He is not here," the abbot replied evenly. Normally Caden would have ground his teeth in silent frustration at the response, but the knives they had discovered leapt into his mind along with the memory of the hand clamped over his mouth, cutting off his breath. "The merchants," he managed. "They're—" What? He asked himself. Carrying knives? How was he going to explain the fact that he and Akil were rummaging through their private belongings? "Who tried to kill us?" he asked instead. "Did you capture them?" The abbot looked away, gazing at an indeterminate point over Caden's left shoulder. Rampori Tan shook his head, not turning from the window. Caden looked from one to the other, but neither seemed willing to speak. "You did capture them, didn't you?" he asked. He tried to stand, but his legs would have none of it, and he dropped back into the chair. Silence stretched out before them, bleak and cold as the night sky. When the abbot finally spoke, it was not to him. "You told me he was making progress." Tan grunted. "I don't see progress," Nin continued. "I see a blind, impulsive boy tied so tightly to himself that he can barely move." Normally, the insult would have stung, all the more so for the flat, careless tone in which it was delivered. Memory of his assailants and worry for Akil, however, left no space for wounded pride, and as Caden lowered the pressure of the blood in his veins, he tried to make himself sound rational, unemotional. "Abbot," he began quietly, amazed that his voice was so level. It felt like shaking and screaming all at the same time. "Clearly you know already because you rescued me. But the merchants are not what they appear. One of them, or both, caught Akil and me." "How long," the abbot interrupted with a raised hand, "has Tan been your Yumiel?" "What does Tan have to do?" Without raising his voice, the abbot cut him off. "How long?" 2 months, Caden replied, mustering his patience. "And after 2 months, you still don't recognize your own master when he is close enough to kill you?" Caden looked in confusion from the abbot to Tan, who turned from the window, eyes inscrutable as always.
"I came to check on you at the shed," the monk began. "When you were not there, I tracked you and brought you here. Akil is unharmed."
Caden gaped. "You brought me? How did you track me?"
"The Beshran. Your mind is a simple thing, although cramped to inhabit."
He ignored the insult. "What about the merchants? Why didn't you just ask me to come? Why did you attack me?"
"You would have argued," Tan replied simply, "and the woman was approaching. There was no time."
Caden took a firm grip on his emotions. He'd been conscious for several minutes now, but things weren't getting any clearer. Determined not to make a fool of himself again, he paused to consider this new information. Tan returned to his post at the window as if there were nothing left to discuss, but the abbot continued to look directly at him. "You didn't send me to the clay shed as some kind of penance," Caden concluded after a time.
"I might as well have," Tan responded, "considering how poorly you have performed."
"But you didn't," Caden replied doggedly. "If you had, there would be no need to knock me out in the dark. No need for this late-night conference. When you found me in the stream bed, you would have simply set me to haul water all night, or to sit on the talon until dawn. But then we would have run into the merchants. You weren't trying to keep me from seeing them," he went on, the realization seeping in slowly. "You wanted to keep them from seeing me." He shivered beneath his robe. During his years at Ashclan, the manoeuvrings and machinations surrounding the imperial throne had faded to a distant memory. In fact, Caden often wondered if he had been sent to the monastery not for any particular education, but simply to keep him out of harm's way until he was older. Was it possible that Anurian politics had found him even here? "This is about my father," he said, feeling the truth of the statement as it left his lips.
"Why," the abbot responded slowly, "do you think anything is wrong with your father? Pierre Lacatour said that the emperor was strong as ever. Jakin agreed."
"I know," Caden replied. He took a slow breath. What he was about to reveal would earn him an even more severe penance, but the water around him was already boiling. He had to know the truth. "There's something not right about Pierre. About both of them. You obviously already know about the knives and the crossbow, but that's not all. That first night, the night in the refectory, I was in the dovecote, watching." Tan's face hardened, but he did not speak. The abbot raised an eyebrow. "Pierre wasn't looking at you when she came in the door," Caden continued. "Then, when she answered the question about my father, something was—" He paused, the scene springing clearly into his mind once more. He examined the faces for the 100th time. The woman's easy smile, the casual wave of her hand, the angle of her head as she looked down the table at the gathered monks. Everything seemed normal. Caden let out the breath he'd been holding. "Something was not right," he trailed off lamely. The abbot looked at him hard for a moment or two, then addressed Tan.
"I take it back, friend. The boy has come a long way." "Not far enough," Tan responded without turning.
The abbot levelled a bony finger at Caden.
"How many people in the world could have seen what he saw, even without being able to identify it? A few dozen?" "More than that," Tan replied dismissively. "Meshked's high priests, most emotion leeches. Any of the Xestrim." The abbot laughed gently. "I'm talking about humans, my friend. I know that you have once again begun honing that old blade of yours. But the fact of the matter is, Xestrim have not been seen on this earth in millennia."
The abbot gave Tan a long, searching look that would have had Caden squirming in his seat. His Umiel, however, simply shrugged.
"There may be a handful of emotion leeches scattered around Anur," Nin continued, "but no more than a handful. I doubt that even some of them would have seen what the boy saw."
Tan opened his mouth, but the abbot continued, forestalling any protest.
"The Shin are trained from the moment that they arrive in close, careful observation, and yet, who here noticed Pierre Lacouture's misstep? You and I, maybe one or two of the older brothers." He looked at Caden almost sadly. "The boy would have made a fine monk."
"Noticed what?" Caden asked. "What did I notice?"
"There is more to being a monk than hunches and guesses," Tan responded. "He did not guess. He observed."
"What did I observe?" Caden asked again. Tan shook his head brusquely.
"He is in a dangerous place. He sees enough to question, but not enough to know when to hold those questions."
"I understand that you're telling me to stop asking," Caden said, stifling his frustration, "but I'm not going to stop asking. What did I see?"
"A sliver of a pause,"
the abbot replied, ignoring the outburst.
"A few blinks more than normal. A slight tightening at the corner of her mouth."
He waved a dismissive hand.
"Individually, those signs mean nothing. Taken together, they may also mean nothing," Tan added.
"But you don't think so?" Caden interrupted, a sick dread rising in his throat. "You think Pierre is keeping something back? Why don't we confront them? Demand to know about the weapons. Demand to know about my father." He lapsed into silence as Tan turned from the window.
"If I hadn't found you, you might be dead now, instead of whining like a child in the abbot's study."
Caden stared incredulously.
"Lies," his Yumiel continued. "Deception. These are not remarkable in a man or woman. They are even less remarkable in one who makes her living buying and selling. What is remarkable about Pierre Lacouture is how well she lies, how ably she deceives."
The large monk approached until he loomed over his pupil.
"The price of silk and the driving of wagons are the least of this woman's training. Somewhere she has learned to suppress the most basic imperatives of the flesh. You may want to ask yourself, when you finish playing the impetuous prince, why a woman with such impeccable training comes here, to the end of the earth, dressed as a merchant, while you spend the following days digging out the cellar of the meditation hall. You may want to consider the goals of such a woman. What has she come here for? Who has she come here for?"
34. Whatever wary trust Valin managed to establish with Talal, nothing had changed in the course of daily training. The wing was halfway through its probationary period, halfway to flying its first real mission, and they still hadn't managed to win a single contest. "I'd be surprised if Command lets us stand guard over a vegetable stand," Valin thought to himself grimly as he rolled over in his bunk, restless in the pre-dawn darkness, let alone fly to northeastern Vash to hunt for Caden. It wasn't that the individual members of his wing were incompetent. In fact, operating independently, each had shown moments of genius. Gwenna rigged and blew an entire bridge by moonlight in less than an hour. Talal swam the entire breadth of the Achaean Channel underwater, and Anik, of course, hadn't missed a single target, regardless of distance, weather, or time of day. In spite of these successes, however, the wing just could not manage to get out of its own way. Gwenna blew the bridge while Leith and Valin were still crossing it, singeing half their clothes off and dumping them in the water. Talal emerged from the channel only to take one of Anik's stunners to the back of the head, and Anik's perfect shooting only led her to grow more and more scornful of the wing, as though she were the only professional in a group of children. Valin rolled onto his back. It was still pitch black outside, and the early bell had yet to ring, but after a few hours of uneasy slumber he had lain awake, staring at the bunk above him. He could analyze and condemn the mistakes of his wingmates until he was blue in the face, but the real truth was that he was failing them. It was his responsibility to formulate each mission plan, his job to make sure his soldiers understood their roles, and his job to stave off personal problems before they became a threat to the integrity of the group. So far he had done piss-poor work on all fronts. His mind drifted to the memory of Harlin, the banter, shared jokes and easy camaraderie, the quiet, solid comfort he had felt when she was at his side or seated across the table. All these years he'd never realized how much strength he drew from her, how much he had always assumed that she would always be there to bolster him. When he pictured commanding his own wing, he'd imagined Lynn there, quibbling with his small decisions but never doubting him. Not really. He'd been unconsciously counting on her to back him up. Of course, when it really mattered, he had failed her. The low tolling of the morning bell broke into his bleak thoughts, and his feet hit the floor before the sound had faded from the air. If the past weeks were any indication, the day was bound to be another failure. But anything was better than lying in his bunk, gazing up into the incriminating darkness, worrying that he wasn't getting it right, worrying that while he bungled his command, danger, swift but unknowable, was drawing closer and closer to Caden, his brother, the Emperor. "Rise and shine," he said, stomping into his boots before plucking a glowing ember from the fire to light the lamp. Gwenna cursed from the bunk above, but made no effort to rise, let alone shine. Valin shrugged into his tunic and shouldered aside the door into the front room, only to find Annick already awake and seated at the large table. She was fully dressed and oiling her bow with long, smooth strokes. For the 100th time, Valin wondered what went on behind those ice-cold eyes. He hadn't had a chance to speak to her alone since before the trial, since their encounter in the infirmary. Whenever he looked to have a word with her, there were others around, or she had mysteriously melted away. She'd convinced him that she hadn't tried to kill him during the sniper contest, but she was a riddle, and any riddle was dangerous. He shivered at the realization that she had managed to rise, dress, and go to work on her bow mere feet from him, without making a sound, all in complete darkness. Why was Ame going to meet you? He wondered for the 100th time. What are you hiding? Talal had rolled to his feet and slipped into his blacks, while Gwenna grumbled herself halfway out of her bunk. Laith refused to budge. "Briefing in 10, Valin announced, stepping back through the door and kicking the pallet in an effort to jolt the flyer into life. "Shale's sweet suckling whores," Laith cursed, rolling away from the light. "Why don't you just beat me bloody and light my hair on fire here? Save another wing the trouble." "I'm happy to light your hair on fire," Gwenna growled. She was perched on the edge of her bunk, raking fingers through her own tangled mane. The light shirt in which she slept did nothing to conceal the curves of her breasts beneath, and Valin looked away awkwardly. There was no mystery around the female form, not with a Ketrel. He'd been eating, sleeping, swimming, and shitting next to his peers for 8 years. "Better get used to it," Fane used to say. "You're not going to be much use in a fight if you're ogling the arse of the soldier next to you." Valin was used to it, but he'd been sharing a barracks with men ever since he arrived on the islands, and there was something a little distracting about walking into the bunk room to find Gwenna or Annick bare-assed or halfway into her blacks. He shut his eyes and put a hand to his forehead, hoping Gwenna wouldn't notice. Staring at her breasts wasn't going to help his wing any, and besides, it felt like a betrayal of Harlin. "Idiot," he cursed himself. "You had nothing to speak of with Lynn, and Gwenna would just as soon gut you as kiss you." It was true, all of it, but he felt guilty just the same. Gwenna was still harassing Laith. "Maybe our royal leader would like me to rig your bed tonight. I'm sure I could arrange a little something to wake you up in the morning." "You are an evil bitch," Laith groaned, rolling over onto his back. "Why couldn't Roland have assigned Ghent to this wing?" "Because Ghent is about as capable as a whore with the pox. At least if I blow you up, you'll know I meant to do it." "What?" the flyer shot back. "Like the other day. You weren't supposed to be on the bridge, you idiot." "None of this is helping," Talal said quietly. He sat on his own bunk, lacing up his boots. "Helping what?" Laith demanded. "It's certainly helping to ruin my sleep." "Good," Valin interjected, before the argument could go any further. "We've got a lot to work through today and not much time to do it." Technically, this was information for the briefing, but they hadn't been doing anything else by the book. Why start now? He thought to himself. "What?" Annick asked. She had set aside her bow and was looking over the fletching of her arrows. She didn't bother to look up at Valin when he turned. "Barrel drops," he replied. "Oh, for Shale's sake," Gwenna groaned. "Again?" "Well, well," Leith said, rising for the first time, picking his teeth absently with a finger. "I might go an entire day without a bruise after all." "Speak for yourself," Gwenna said. "It's not so easy when you're the one dropping instead of the one flying." "The other wings quit doing barrel drops a week ago," Annick pointed out flatly. "Well," Valin responded with more heat than he had intended, "we haven't." "Who's in charge of the training?" Talal asked quietly. "Not Fane," Leith groaned from the bunk. "Not Fane again." "The flea will be overseeing today's training," Valin replied, trying to keep his voice level. Silence reigned in the room as the soldiers eyed one another warily. "Well," Gwenna snorted finally, dropping out of her bunk and fixing Valin with those green eyes of hers. "Today, my illustrious Lord Commander, would be a good day to start getting things right." At least it's sunny, Valin thought to himself, closing his eyes and leaning back into his leather harness. Wind tugged at his hair and clothes, threatening to rip him from his perch on Swantra's talons, while the backdraft from the great bird's slow, powerful wing beats buffeted him from above. After 8 years on the islands, Valin still marvelled at the power and grace of the Ketrel. Without the Ketrel, there would be no capital K Ketrel. The creatures could cover ground faster than any horse, faster than a 300-oar galley, soar over impregnable walls as though they were thin lines drawn on the dirt, land on towers, and outdistance any pursuit in a matter of minutes. If necessary, the bird herself could even fight, tearing through flesh and armour with her claws and beak as if they were cloth. In taverns all across Vash and Eridroa, men told tales of the birds, whispering that they fed on human flesh. Most people had never seen one, of course. There were only a few score in the entire world, and the Empire guarded them closely, but a good look at Swantra wouldn't have done much to calm anyone's nerves. She was clearly a predator, with all the attributes of her tinier cousins writ large. The hooked razor beak and raking talons, the long, packed pinions of jet and white that allowed her to ride the thermals, or swoop at speeds that would drive a rider's eyes into the back of her head. She was a bird of prey, all right, and a predator with a 70-foot wingspan is a fearsome thing. Flying around enjoying the breeze was all well and good, but it wasn't much use unless you could get on and off of the bird's talons quickly. The Ketrel often landed in heavily patrolled areas, and a few extra seconds fiddling with straps and buckles could mean the difference between life and death. Barrel drops trained the wing to disembark over water. It sounded easy enough. Fly in low, unbuckle the safety straps, unhitch the barrel filled with weapons and gear for which the exercise was named, and dive into the water. In practice, however, a barrel drop ranged somewhere between terrifying and deadly. For one thing, a Ketrel could fly far faster than a galloping horse. When you hit the waves at that speed, they felt more like brick than water. For another, there were 4 bodies in play, along with a dozen or so straps and buckles. A collision with any of them could easily bruise a rib or slash a cheek. And then, of course, there was the barrel itself. Some situations didn't require extra gear, and the wing could drop in with only the weapons and clothes on their backs. Plenty of more complicated missions, however, called for disguises, extra munitions that had to be kept dry, even food if the team needed to stay in the field for more than a few days. All of that went into the barrel, which could weigh upward of 50 pounds and hit the waves like a boulder plummeting down a steep hillside. Soldiers had been killed in barrel drops before, and Valin was starting to think that someone on his wing was going to be next. The main problem was Leith. Unlike the 4 other members of the wing who crouched on the bird's talons during flight, the flyer sat in a modified harness on the Ketrel's back, just behind her head. The view was better from there, and Leith could control Swantra far more easily than from any position below. As a result, the flyer felt much the same control as a man on horseback might. The rest of his wing, on the other hand, felt like cargo. During his years as a cadet, Leith had built up a reputation as a fearless flyer, pressing himself and his birds up to and beyond their physical limits. Swantra was his creature. He had raised her and trained her, and sometimes the two seemed to share one mind. It made for impressive aerobatics when watching from the ground, impossible-looking loops and rolls and twists, Unfortunately, the two weren't accommodating to passengers. The Ketrel were trained to fly with their talons down, and Swantra did this well enough, but Leith never seemed to care if anyone happened to be on those talons. Valin's stomach leapt into his chest as his flyer dropped the bird into the start of a dive. He glanced over to see Gwenna scowling and tightening her grip on the leather loop tied high on the bird's talon. Maybe today's the day we get it right, he thought to himself, as Swantra gained speed, angling into a stoop. The bright blue of the ocean rushed up at him, filling his vision. Or, he amended as the wind threatened to tear the clothes from his body, maybe not. All flyers tried to go into a barrel drop fast. Quick entry and exit gave the enemy a briefer target of opportunity, but as with everything else, there was a standard protocol, an angle of attack refined over the years and passed down to the junior wings, designed to optimize the trade-off between speed and security. Leith didn't much care for the protocol, and didn't give a horse's ass about optimization. In fact, he seemed determined to shatter his own wing against the rapidly approaching waves. As the bird plummeted, Valin felt his foot slip on the talon. Moments later he was dangling in space, suspended by his harness and one hand on the safety loop. Whatever shout escaped from his throat was torn away by the screaming wind in his ears and Ra's own piercing shriek. Talal noticed Valin's predicament first and stretched out a hand to try to pull him in. At that speed, however, with the wind whipping around them and the blinding blue of the ocean rushing up, the gesture was unfutile. "Unclip yourself!" Valin screamed, gesturing furiously. The strain was wrenching his shoulder from its socket, but he couldn't do anything about that now. If the others could manage to execute their parts of the plan, Valin might be able to extricate himself. "Make your own drop!" Gwenna already had the barrel swinging free of Ra's talons, and with a savage yank on the final hitch, she sent it plummeting directly into Valin's shoulder. He bellowed as the muscles of his upper arm tore under the strain, then bit into his own tongue, as Leith hauled the bird level just feet above the slapping chop. Anik hit the water first, skidded once on the surface, then ploughed into the waves. Talal dropped next, and Gwenna, evidently flustered from her effort to free the barrel, followed him too closely. The two tangled on impact in a desperate flurry of limbs. That left Valin. Leith was flying so low that Valin's boots slapped against the crests of the waves, each jolt sending a new flash of fire through his shoulder. Now that the bird had levelled out, he should have been able to regain his footing on the talon, but his left arm wasn't functioning correctly and the sea kept tearing at his boots. With his free hand he tried to unclip the buckle to his waistbelt, but the shale-spawned thing had cinched tight when he weighted it, and no amount of tugging would pull it free. Valin gritted his teeth. The drop was already a disaster. Talal and Gwenna were probably black and blue from their collision on landing. He only knew where the barrel was, and Valin himself, the wing's commander, was being dragged farther from his wing with every heartbeat. As he watched, the ocean started to pull away beneath him. Leith had guided the bird into a slow, steady climb, unaware that Valin was still entangled in the straps beneath. They had failed again. He had failed. There was nothing for it now but to let go of the wrist strap, take the agonizing weight off his shoulder, settle back into the harness, and wait for Leith to swing around to pick up the rest of the team. There wasn't any other reasonable course of action. Except they were supposed to be training for real missions, and if he were flying a real mission, he'd need to rejoin his wing regardless of the circumstances. He glanced down between his legs and swallowed heavily. Ra didn't climb as fast as she stooped, but they were already a good 40 paces up, and gaining height with every breath. Valin loosened the knife from his belt, then hesitated. He'd catch hell from Shah in the gear shop for slicing his harness, and without a controlled dive he was going to hit that water like a stone. The impact might well tear his already battered shoulder right off. "Sha'll take it," he muttered, severing the thick canvas with a single swipe of the blade, and tumbling headlong toward the brutal waves below. "At least if it kills me, I won't have to do it again."
"Well, that was a goat fuck," the flea said quietly.
Valin nodded stiffly, the motion sending a spike of pain down his neck and into his arm. He had flown 6 more drops with his wing, hanging on desperately despite the damage to his shoulder, and each had gone more poorly than the last. He tried to tell Leith to slow down, to take a shallower angle, but the flyer didn't seem to understand the words slower or careful. For 8 years he'd been flying belly in the dirt, right at the limit, and 2 weeks of training failures hadn't done much to alter his old, reckless habits. On the final run-through, Valin, Gwenna, Anik and Talal had been scattered across so much water that it had been quicker to simply swim it in, rather than waiting for Leith to pick them up. The flea had watched the whole morning's fiasco from a low headland overlooking the bay. When Valin finally hauled himself out of the water, then made the short climb to the top of the cliff, soaked to the bone and bleeding from 6 scratches and abrasions, the older soldier didn't say a word at first, just looked at him with those flat, measuring eyes. This, Valin thought to himself, is not going to be good. The flea didn't have any problems with his own wing. His wing was a legend. Blackfeather Finn, the finest tournament archer in the world. Chi Hoi Mi, the fearless flyer who carried with her a small silver cup from which she drank the blood of her slain foes. Newt the aphorist and Sigrid Sakanya, the demolitions master as ugly as the leech was beautiful, the two of them the only people ever to escape from the spar and the cruel priests of Meshkent. And, of course, the flea himself. When Valin first arrived on the islands 8 years ago, with eyes wide as saucers, he had asked the short, broad, slightly hunched soldier why people called him the Flea. The older man had cracked a crooked smile. "Because I'm small, black, and annoying," he had responded to Valin's surprise and discomfort. It wasn't until a week or so later that Valin learned the real story. The Empire's eastern frontier, the part that didn't disappear into the Urgol steppe, butted up against the Blood cities, dozens of independent city-states dotting southeastern Vash. Normally those cities spent their time warring against and betraying one another, and as a result posed little threat to Anor. That changed when Casimir Damek rose to power. Damek was a brilliant general, a master politician, and a leech who claimed to be a god. The Anirians ridiculed the notion, but after a series of improbable victories, the citizens of the Blood cities believed. And for the first time in several centuries, the Empire found itself facing a unified army led by a man whose powers, admittedly, seemed godly. Generals struck down by arrows shot from a mile distant, geysers of earth routing cavalry, entire rivers diverted to drown his foes as they thrashed in their armour. In a single season he destroyed the Eastern Imperial Army and marched on the Bend with 50,000 troops. The Ketrel were called in. The Ketrel, shockingly, failed. Damek captured 3 wings in quick succession. Captured, castrated, mutilated, and decapitated them. It was the worst string of defeats in the history of the Eyrie. In his camp east of the Bend, the general boasted that he gave no more thought to the Ketrel than he did to the fleas on his great grey mastiffs. 4 days later, he was dead. On the Kirins, mission assignments were confidential. No one asked questions and no one made boasts. Within days, however, Anjin Sarata, a quiet, capable wing commander who was known for nothing more than keeping his head down and his eyes up, acquired a new nickname, the Flea. And that was just the beginning of the legend, Valin reminded himself as he prepared for the tongue lashing. The Flea, however, didn't say a word. He waited silently until the whole wing assembled before dismissing them with a curt wave of his hand. Valin hesitated, uncertain, then turned with the rest. The man's voice brought him up short. "Not you." So, Valin realized, here it comes. At least the commander wasn't going to ream him out in front of his own people. "A solid and thorough goat fuck," the Flea said again once the others had left. "Yes, sir," Valin responded wearily. "It was a mess." "What went wrong?" the man asked. He sounded curious rather than angry. "What didn't go wrong?" Valin exploded. He shook his head. "We couldn't get the Kent-kissing straps to release quickly enough, for one thing, and the angle of attack was all wrong. We kept slamming into each other, and the barrel almost took off Talal's head 2 drops in a row. As it is, he's going to need to get stitched up at the infirmary. You can see a little chunk of his skull when you pull the skin out of the way." He grimaced. "It's Leith's flying," he concluded reluctantly. "That's the root of all the problems." The flea picked absently at a new scar on his thumb, but didn't respond. "I know I'm the commander," Valin replied, raising his hands in surrender. "I know it's my responsibility, and I accept that responsibility. I've explained the standard protocol to Laith 12 times, and I've gone over the reasons for it. He just can't do it, won't do it. I don't know, but the bottom line is he comes in too fast and too hard. The rest of it all stems from that." The flea frowned out over the waves, as though considering some indiscernible shape in the distance. "You're frustrated with your wing," he said finally. Valin bit down on the temptation to agree. "They're my wing, sir. We'll work things out." The flea nodded, but didn't take his eyes from the horizon. "You're commanding the wrong wing," he said. Valin's eyes widened. He had no idea how the wing selection process happened, but obviously the flea did. "I didn't choose them," Valin replied cautiously. "That's not what I mean. You're trying to command the wing you expected, the wing you wanted." "Sir?" Valin asked, shaking his head. The flea snorted. "You wanted rule-abiding, book-crunching professionals. That's not what you got." "You can say that again." "Then stop commanding the wing you wanted. Start commanding the wing you have." Valin puzzled over this for a moment. He'd spent the entire day trying to get Laith to follow barrel-drop protocol, and he had failed. If anything, the flyer had come in faster and harder than ever on that last run, frustrated at the repeated failures. Everything hinged on the speed and the angle, the order of buckle release, the placement of the barrel, the timing of the jumps. If he just let Laith continue to fly by the seat of his pants, they'd have to change everything, have to rework the barrel drop from the ground up. There were reasons the Ketrel had instituted the protocol in the first place. "I was a part of the group that picked the wings," the flea said, breaking into Valin's thoughts. Valin stared at the man aghast. "You helped select that team?" he asked, trying to keep the bitterness out of his voice. The flea shrugged. His pock-marked face remained indifferent. "I didn't select 'em, but I approved the list." "Why?" "Thought they'd make a good wing," the commander replied simply. Valin opened his mouth to snap a quick response, then shut it. Either the man was taunting him, or there was something to the lesson. Command the wing you have, not the wing you want. It would mean throwing out the whole protocol and reworking the barrel drop entirely. "So what you're saying, sir," Valin began, trying to work through the implications. The flea cut him off. "Can't talk now. I gotta go." Valin looked around, confused. "Where are you going?" "Barrel drops," the flea grunted, gesturing over his shoulder toward the dim shape of a bird in the distance. "Barrel drops like we did?" "Hopefully a lot better than you did. Those were the shittiest barrel drops I've seen since I was a cadet." Valin tried to wrap his weary mind around it. "Why are you still doing them? What's the twist?" "No twist," the flea replied, picking idly at a callus on his thumb, seemingly unaware of the rapidly approaching bird. "But they're a novice exercise," Valin protested. He'd heard fables of the training the veteran wings went through, rose and thorn scenarios, impossible point landings, high-speed multiple-casualty extracts. None of the veteran wings do barrel drops. The flea shrugged. "We do." It didn't make sense. The flea and his wing were professionals. They were practically gods. It was like hearing that a master bladesman still practiced slicing vegetables for the dinner pot. "How often?" Valin asked, stepping back as the massive black bird swept in on close approach. Chi-hoi-mi, the flea's flyer, was coming in fast and hard, faster than Laith even, and seemingly low enough to knock her wing's commander from the cliff. The flea didn't even look over his shoulder at the approaching bird. He just raised one hand and seemed to contemplate Valin's question. "Just about every day," he replied, eyes abstracted, as though tallying up the days and weeks. The years. "Yeah," he concluded, nodding as though that was settled. "Just about every day." The bird was upon them in a rush of wind that knocked Valin back onto his heels. The flea, however, just leaned forward slightly, snagged a leather loop that had appeared at the last moment, seemingly out of nowhere, and pulled himself effortlessly onto the talons. Before Valen could make sense of the sight, Chi Hoi had put the bird into a steep bank, and the whole wing disappeared over the edge of the cliff. 35. For 2 days, Caden remained in the cellar of the meditation hall, toiling with a shovel and pickaxe in the rocky soil. Tan had said he wanted the cellar deeper, but he hadn't specified by how much. Caden took the omission to mean he had a lot of work ahead of him. He had rolled the huge hogsheads of vinegar and weak beer out of the way, stacking them in the far corner, then set to work on the task. The ground was stony and unyielding. Often he would spend hours trying to find the edges of a boulder, then further hours levering it out of the earth with various picks and pry bars. The solitary, monotonous work provided labour for his back and hands, but allowed his mind to wander over the events of the past week. Pierre and Jake in Lacatour weren't merchants, that much was clear, and their arrival had something to do with Caden. It seemed as though, however improbably, the intrigue of the imperial court had found its way to Ashkelon, a thought that made Caden shiver despite his labours. The silk-hung corridors of the Dawn Palace had seen both spies and assassins over the centuries, and here, 1,000 leagues from his father's court, Caden had no Idolian guard to protect him. What information a spy might hope to glean from Caden, however, he had no idea. Despite the fact that he stood to inherit the unhewn throne, after 8 years at Ashkelon, he knew less about politics than the most incompetent footling. Pierre and Jakin weren't likely to have undertaken a trek of 1,000 leagues just to watch him run up and down Venart's Peak and turn bowls in the clay shed. Assassination struck him as the more likely possibility, troubling though it was. Something was happening back in Anur, something with his father, and it wouldn't be the first time a rival faction had attempted to strike at the Emperor through his children. During their early childhood, Caden and Valin were abducted from the Dawn Palace by Armel Herve, the malcontent Atrep of Breata. For weeks they shivered in one of the man's freezing tower chambers, each night terrified that they would be executed with the sunrise. Then the Ketrel came. Caden, 4 years old at the time, had only scattered memories of the event, screaming, blood, fire, and in the midst of the chaos, 3 men in black, shadows within shadows, smoke-steel blades flickering as they cut souls from bodies. Caden could still feel the strong arm around his waist as the closest soldier gathered him up, holding him tight as the great bird took flight, lifting them into the air and away from the dark, fetid room. From the moment they collected their wits, Caden and Valin both vowed that they would grow up to join the ranks of their heroes. They raced around the tapestry-hung halls of the palace, swinging wooden replicas of the short Ketrel swords, driving the poor palace staff to distraction. Valin had made good on the dream, taking ship for the mysterious Kirin Islands on the same day that his brother was packed off to the monastery. After 8 years training with the Ketrel, Valin would have nothing to fear from Pierre and Jakin. "But you're not Valin, are you?" Caden muttered to himself as he drove the shovel into the earth, squinting in the dim light of the lantern. "And you're not Ketrel either." The realization of his own helplessness galled him, but there seemed no remedy for it. He had trained in painting and patience. The one he could see no use for. The other he needed far more than he had. There was no telling how long Tan intended him to skulk in the cellar, doubtless until any trace of danger had passed. On the 3rd morning, just as he was finally wrenching a stone the size of his torso out of the hole, Tan came for him. "Leave it!" Caden straightened, resisting the urge to knead the ache in his lower back. If he sees that, he'll probably decide I need to spend the rest of the year hauling rocks and clearing out cellars. Tan, however, paid no attention to either the rock or the back. His eyes were on Caden's face. "Let's go," he said after a long pause. "There are more than merchants here to see you." The older monk led Caden out the back door of the hall and into a narrow passageway between the buildings. After so many days in the cellar, Caden had to squint against the afternoon brilliance, and it was only after his eyes adjusted that he could see the pail of water sitting on the stone step and the clean robe beside it. Tan gestured to them. "You're going to want to get cleaned up," he said, his face blank as stone. "Who's here?" Caden asked. Tan pointed at the pail once more. When Caden realized he wasn't going to get any answers, he plunged his head into the cold water, then began scrubbing the grime from between his fingers. It took more than a few minutes to scour away the worst of the dirt, digging deep beneath his fingernails, scrubbing with rough gravel scooped from the ground until he thought he might end up taking off the flesh with the grime. Tan clearly had no intention of letting him go anywhere before he'd finished, so he went as fast as he could. When the worst of it had been scoured away, he pulled the clean robe over his head. "All right," he said. "Where are we going?"
"Nowhere yet," Tan replied. "We are going to take a look at these visitors of yours from the window of the hall."
"Why don't we just go out to meet them?" Caden asked, curiosity overwhelming his deference. There was iron in the monk's voice when he replied.
"From the hall. We can look at them without them looking at us. It might be time you started thinking about more than pots and the vanyate."
Caden almost fell over. Since becoming his Yumiel, Tan had drilled him relentlessly in nothing but the vanyate. Everything Caden had undertaken, from morning prayer to afternoon labour to the bare slab on stone on which he lay down at night, had been devoted to that goal. There were subsidiary challenges, of course, Sama'an, Ivate, Beshra'an, Kinla'an, but they were all just rungs on the ladder. He stared at his Yumiel in perplexity, but Tan steered him firmly back into the meditation hall to a window overlooking the central square. Two men seemed to be arguing with the abbot, while a small crowd of monks gathered around at a respectful distance. Caden's breath caught at the splendid figures they cut. 8 years among the Shin had accustomed him to shaven heads and plain brown robes. A leather belt was an extravagance. Leather sandals a preposterous luxury. These newcomers, however, strode directly out of the pomp of his childhood. The taller of the two wore full plate armour, burnished steel shining so brightly Caden wanted to avert his eyes. The golden sun of the imperial throne gleamed from his breastplate as well as from the massive shield that rested at his feet. The grip and pommel of the largest broad blade Caden had ever seen extended up behind the man's head. He carried his helmet beneath one arm, a single concession to the heat of the day. Even from a distance, Caden could make out deep blue eyes in a face that might have been hammered out on an anvil. Not a handsome face, but a familiar one. Maikaja Ut, he realized, a small smile creeping onto his face.
"Idolian,"
Tan said softly. Caden looked over at the other monk, wondering for the 1000th time about the life he had led before arriving at the monastery. The golden knots on Ut's shoulders identified him clearly as a member of the Emperor's personal bodyguard, of course, but the Idolian guard rarely left the capital. How would Tan recognize the insignia?
"The commander,"
Tan added. Caden glanced back to those knots. 4, he realized with a start. When he left the Dawn Palace, Crenshaw Jor had been first shield. And though Jor seemed almost as old as the Empire itself, he had run the guard with unerring competence since well before Caden was born. Whenever Caden and Valen tried to slip away on one of their childish adventures, it was Jor who caught them, Jor who harangued them about their responsibility to the Empire, and Jor who turned them over a chair and caned them, heedless of their demands to be set free, of their protestations that they were princes, that he had to obey them. Once, when the brothers were still very young, they had foolishly complained to their father about his first shield's treatment. Sanlitun had only laughed and resolved to pay Crenshaw Jor an extra stipend for educating as well as guarding his sons. The old man was dead now. The fact that Maikaja Ut wore the 4 golden knots of the first shield could mean nothing else. Although Caden had spent almost all his young childhood at war with the old commander, he felt a hollowness in the pit of his stomach, a dull ache that the Shin would dismiss as illusion, but that he still recognized as sorrow. When Caden departed from the capital, Maikaja Ut had been one of 4 commanders directly beneath Crenshaw Jor. As leader of the Dark Guard, he was charged with watching over the royal family between the midnight bell and dawn. Caden remembered him well, a stiff, formal man who lacked the charm of many of the other Idolians. He walked his nightly rounds in full armour. Even inside the Dawn Palace, his face turned down in a perpetual frown, barely illuminated in the lamplight. Valin and Caden had always found him intimidating, despite the fact that he was there to protect them. After 8 years at Ashglan, however, Caden was a child no longer. And in all that time, Micah Ut was the first person he had seen from his old life. Despite Tan's admonition to wait and observe, Caden felt an itching to step outside and batter the block of a man with his questions. In fact, he could hardly have asked for a better emissary than his father's own first shield to clear up whatever was happening back in the Dawn Palace. Whatever secrets Pierre Lacatour was keeping, they wouldn't last long now that Ut was here. Caden turned toward the door of the hall, but Tan held him back, redirecting his attention to the scene outside. With his free hand, the Adolian was gesturing firmly at the abbot, almost poking him in the chest with his finger. When the wind fell, Caden could hear his voice, an iron monotone that sounded more accustomed to command than negotiation.
"Irrelevant. He is here because of the needs of the unhewn throne, and now the unhewn throne is—"
A gust snatched away the end of the sentence. Caden frowned. The Ut he knew had been distant and difficult to know, hard as cast iron in his convictions, but never rude, never bullying. Whatever brought him here had both strained and hardened him. The second man appeared content to let his companion do the talking. Caden couldn't see his face, but long dark hair tied with red silk hung loosely down his back. Despite the rigours of travel and the unpredictable weather of the mountains, he wore a finely tailored red silk coat, buttoned up the centre in the style of the highest-ranking imperial ministers, a low collar ringing his neck. Sunlight flashed on the man's golden cuffs, and Caden blinked. Only the Mizran councillor, the highest-ranking non-military minister, wore gold at both his cuffs and his collar. This man was one of a half-dozen in the entire empire who outranked the Idolian at his side. Suddenly the councillor turned his head, and Caden drew in his breath in surprise. The strip he had taken for a band to hold back hair was, in fact, a thick blindfold completely covering the man's eyes. In spite of it, he looked directly at the window where Caden stood, then put a hand on the soldier's arm as though to calm him. Unlike Ut, the Mizran was a complete stranger. He must have been extremely talented to have risen through the baffling ranks of the imperial bureaucracy in the 8 short years since Caden had left Anor. Once again the wind died, and this time Caden could hear the councillor's voice, smooth as the silk he wore. "Patience, my friend, he will come." "Tell me," he said, addressing himself to the abbot, "how old is the monastery?"
"Almost 3,000 years,
Nin replied. If he was uncomfortable hosting 2 of the most powerful men in the world, he didn't show it. In fact, he spoke with the same measured patience that he used when addressing novices in his study. "And yet," the man mused, "there are maps in the Imperial Library, recovered from the Xestream, I believe, showing a fortress here long before that time. Of course, such maps are often the unreliable children of rumour and mythology."
"The place was chosen," the abbot replied, "for the pre-existing foundations, among other reasons. Someone built here long before us. I cannot say if it was the Xestream. It was not a large structure, as you can sense. Perhaps there is little space. But judging from the foundations, the walls were thick and strong."
"Nevarim?" the councillor asked, tilting his head to the side speculatively. The abbot shook his head.
"In the stories I read, the Nevarim never built fortresses. They didn't build at all. It was one of the reasons the Xestream were able to destroy them."
The man in silk waved a hand dismissively. "Ah, well, stories. Who's to say what to believe? There are plenty back in the capital who would claim the Nevarim didn't exist at all."
"I admit," Nin replied, "we have little knowledge of such things here."
As the wind picked up, carrying away the 2 voices, Tan looked over at Caden.
"Do you know them?"
"The Adolian is named Micah Ut," Caden responded. "He once commanded the Dark Guard, and now evidently has risen to the rank of First Shield." He returned his gaze to the other, sorting through his memories. But the man in the silk, no, I don't know him. In the few minutes they had paused to gaze down on the scene, Caden's excitement had cooled, like bathwater left too long standing. Micah Jeut seemed different, transformed somehow, and the other man was a complete stranger. Moreover, he felt a growing unease as he considered the rank of the two. His father would not have sent the commander of his personal guard and his highest minister all the way across Vash for a social visit. Something was awry here. Badly awry.
"All right," Tan said finally. "Let's go see what the first shield of the Edolian Guard and the Empire's Mizran Counselor want with a boy who hasn't even learned to paint."
36. For the better part of 3 days, Valin's wing spent every spare hour in the gear shop trying to redesign the harness and buckle system for Swantra's talons. The work did not go smoothly, although everyone seemed to accept the fundamental premise that they needed a quicker and more efficient way to detach from the bird if they were going to make drops at Lath's speed. Each member of the team had a different idea of the form that new system should take. Gwenna was all for simple hand loops and no backup belts. "And if you can't hold on to the Kent-kissing thing," she argued, stabbing a finger at Valin, "maybe you ought to get dumped in the drink." Talal shook his head. "That'd be fine for short runs, but do you want to be hanging from hand loops all day? And what if we need to retreat with someone wounded?" Anik was even blunter. "No, I need 2 hands to shoot." They had, strewn over the table in front of them, a baffling array of buckles, straps, hooks, catches, harnesses, rope, even an old leather saddle, although what they were supposed to do with that was anyone's guess. There was enough gear in the shop to rig a dozen systems, and yet none of them could figure a way to make it all fit, to put the pieces together in a way that was actually useful. Gwenna kept her hands busy tying knots, lashing hook and eye pieces to lengths of leather, while Talal held up one piece at a time, gravely considering each in turn. None of it was getting them anywhere. At first, Lath just sat back in his chair, regarding the whole conversation with a faintly concealed grin. He'd brought a fire fruit from the mess hall, and seemed more concerned with trying to spit the seeds into the rubbish bin than he was with their abortive engineering project. "You're the one who's been flying this shale-spawned bird the past decade," Valin said. "You have anything to add?" "Careful how you talk about my bird," Lath said, spitting another seed toward the bin. Missing. "Women come and go, but Swantra's been true to me for years." "How romantic. Do you have any ideas that might help?" The flyer shrugged. "I'm up there on her back. I wish you all the best, but it seems like what happens down on the talons is your problem." "It's our fucking problem," Gwenna snapped, "because you never learned to fly your bird the right way." "The right way?" Lath mused. "I prefer to think there's not just one right and wrong, but rather a great palette of options, each—" "Oh, for Hull's sake," Valin broke in. "Leave off with the horse shit for half a second." He considered his friend carefully. Lath had a good mind, but as long as he considered the whole exercise irrelevant to his own role, he wasn't likely to use it. Of course, if something happened to make him care. "What about," Valin suggested innocently, "putting 2 soldiers on the bird's back? As Lath's pointed out, it's easier riding up there." Talal opened his mouth to object, then, seeing what Valin intended, shut it quietly. "2?" Lath spluttered, dropping all 4 feet of his chair onto the floor. "Where would the second one go?" "Right behind you, I thought. They could hang onto your waist." "Any idiot hanging onto my waist while we're flying manoeuvres is just going to pull me off." "Luckily," Talal slipped in, "we're not idiots." Anik rolled her eyes at that. "All I'm saying," Valin continued, pressing his success, "is that we need to keep all options on the table. If we can't figure a way to get all 4 of us below, maybe we need to put an extra person on top." After that, Lath tossed the remainder of his fire fruit in the trash and started confronting the problem in earnest. At the heart of the matter was the trade-off between speed and security. It was easy to arrange a quick drop, it just meant you didn't have much holding you in place during the gut-wrenching manoeuvres leading up to it. On the other hand, all the buckles and knots of the conventional system made for great security. You could fall fully asleep, dangling from the bird's talons. but inefficient drops.
"What we need," Lath burst out after they'd been going around and around for the better part of an hour, "is to stop screwing around with buckles. Why can't the things just explode off?" Gwenna pursed her lips, then nodded slowly. "No," Valin said, stopping her before she could get started. "We're not going to rig charges to ourselves or our buckles." "A very small charge," Gwenna suggested, her green eyes bright. "If handled carefully, could do the job. We just need a slow-burn wick attached to—" "No explosives," Valin said, setting his fist firmly on the table. "We may be the worst Kent-kissing wing on the islands, but at least we still have all our fingers." "For now," Lath added. "I'm sorry, my most exquisite and sublime commander," Gwenna shot back. "I'll attempt not to speak out of turn in the future. Maybe his lordship would like to put a gag in my mouth." Valin would have liked nothing better, but he was trying to bring the wing together, not browbeat them into submission. "I've got something I could put in your mouth," Lath suggested, managing to look innocent and depraved at the same time. "Might keep us both out of trouble." Gwenna smiled back compliantly, but her words were barbed. "I'd like that," she said. "I've always enjoyed my meat soft and tender. It's easier to chew." Anik snorted. Whether with amusement or disgust, Valin had no idea. "We could try going in slower," Talal suggested quietly. "It's what the other wings do." Lath rolled his eyes. "You sound like my grandmother, shale rest her soul. We had horses, but she always insisted on walking, so that if Badisa had intended us to gallop around the globe, Badisa would have made us with 4 legs and hooves. Anyway, if I went in any slower, everyone with a bow could take a shot at you. We might as well just hang dead meat from Ra's talons." "It's what the other wings do," Anik pointed out. "It's the protocol." "Aren't you the one who hammers her own arrowheads?" Lath demanded. "Since when do you give a whore's heart for protocol?" "Wait," Valin cut in, trying to focus on the words he'd just heard. "Hold on a second." The rest of the group stared at him for several long moments. "You have something to say?" Lath asked finally. "Or you just need to take a shit?" "Hooks," Valin replied, fixing on the idea. "Meat hooks." As a child he'd been morbidly fascinated with the larder deep in the cellars of the Dawn Palace, where rows on rows of slaughtered pigs, cows, and sheep had been dressed and hung from frightening steel hooks. He and Caden used to sneak down there, daring each other to snuff the lantern and wander in the darkness, hands stretched out before them to fend off the carcasses. It was where he had first learned about hearts and brains and livers, where he first understood that if you cut a body and bled it dry, the creature died. It did not seem an auspicious place to be gleaning combat ideas, but then they didn't have much else to work with. "We use hooks instead of buckles." Anik squinted, tilted her head to the side as though calculating, then nodded once. Good. The sniper was a thorn in his side, but she was fast. The rest of the wing wasn't so quick. "Hooks where?" Gwenna demanded. "High," Valin responded, warming to his idea. "High on Ra's talons. A little above our heads. We toss a loop of rope from our belts over the hooks, and our weight holds us in place." Lath shook his head. "Well, you'll have the same problem you got with the buckles. You can't release the loop from the hook with your weight on it." Valin smiled. "That would be a problem if you bother to follow standard drop protocol." "Ah," Talal chimed in, understanding spreading across his face. "As the angle of our descent gets steeper and steeper, the loop will slip closer to the lip of the hook." Valin nodded. "When we're in a near vertical dive, the loop will slide right off. We drop. We don't ever need to touch a thing." "It's clever," Gwenna replied with a frown. "But it means we all drop at the same time." "Not if we change the angles of the hooks slightly," Lath countered. "First to drop has the shallowest angle, the last the most severe. As Ra stoops harder, you'll fall off one by one." Talal nodded. "It makes so much sense," he marvelled. "Why don't any of the veteran wings do this?" "Because their flyers follow orders," Valin responded, eyeing Lath appraisingly. "The hooks wouldn't work at shallower attack angles, the attack angles we're supposed to adhere to."
"This means we get to quit following orders?" Gwenna asked with a smirk. For the first time, Valin found himself smiling in return. It was a small step, really. Smaller than small. They hadn't even built a mock-up of the system, hadn't come close to testing it, and yet, for the first time, he thought he understood the flea's words. Command the wing you have, not the one you want. For the first time, they'd demonstrated that they could work in concert to solve a common problem. Who knows, he thought to himself with a small smile. We might turn out all right after all. Then the door to the shop slammed open. Davin Shalil stepped into the room, followed immediately by Adam and Fane and the other 4 members of his wing, all decked out in full combat kit. "Don't tell me," Laith groaned. "You want us to swim around Karsh underwater?" Valin started to chuckle, but the sound died in his throat. The soldiers in the door weren't laughing. They weren't even smiling. In fact, Valin realized, his stomach tightening suddenly, they'd taken up standard assault positions just inside the room, as though they were getting ready to clear an enemy compound. He took a step forward, toward Shalil, trying to formulate the right question. Fane's blade brought him up short, whispering out of its sheath to point directly at Valin's throat.
"Less moving," the man said grimly. "More listening."
Shalil took in the scene at a glance, then turned to Valin. She seemed as calm as a housewife going about her chores, but steel edged her voice when she spoke. "Valin Huimalkinian," she began, transfixing him with her gaze. "Your wing is hereby suspended from all training and combat missions. You will retain your freedom of movement on Karsh itself, but you are forbidden to leave the island, forbidden to bear arms, and forbidden to have any substantive contact with other wings, commanders, or cadets, until the completion of our inquest." Valin had never heard the words before, but they carried the ring of legal formula. "What inquest?" he demanded, angry despite Fane's blade in his face. "What are you talking about?" "As you and your wing are all aware," Shalil continued, "Ketral Code forbids unauthorized assault on civilians, imperial or otherwise. It has come to my attention in the past hour that a member of your wing may be implicated in just such an assault." "What?" Valin asked, trying desperately to follow the conversation, to gain his footing. "Who? And how did this come to your attention?" "Sammy Yearl," Shalil replied. "According to him, a young woman over on Hook was murdered several weeks ago, a whore named Ami, no surname. Yearl presented us with compelling evidence that suggests your sniper," she indicated Anik with a nod of her head, "was involved." "Sammy Yearl? That vat of pickled pig's shit," Gwenna burst out, rising from her chair. "Why would you listen to him about anything?" "Take your people in hand, Commander," Shalil said, never shifting her eyes from Valin's face, "or they may get themselves hurt." "You can talk to me, you know," Gwenna said, taking a step forward. "I'm right here." "Gwenna," Valin snapped, surprised at the edge of command in his own voice. "Not now." For a moment he thought she was going to defy him, but Talal put a hand on her shoulder, and after a final spasm of anger, Gwenna cursed and threw herself back into her chair. A hole opened in Valin's stomach. He wanted to scream that it was impossible, that Yearl had played him, played Shalil, played the whole Kent-kissing lot of them. He wanted to bellow that Anik was innocent, but he couldn't. For all he knew, Yearl was right. "Where is he?" Valin managed. "I want to talk to him personally." Shalil shook her head. "I sent Yearl's wing out this morning, their first mission. Besides, the code forbids such contact until the inquest is finished." "Why all of us?" Laith demanded. At least he had remained in his seat, but he was leaning forward hungrily, his hand on his belt knife. "If Anik's the one you're worried about, why don't you just lock her up and leave us out of it?" "I will chalk up the impertinence of your question to your shock, soldier," Shalil replied evenly. "The Eyrie has found it prudent to detain an entire wing in the event of an inquiry into the conduct of one of its members. We don't want any ill-conceived rescues or last stands. Wing loyalty is a powerful thing." She eyed the lot of them up and down. "Although in your case it doesn't appear to be a problem."
"Blades and bows," Fane said. "We'll take them all."
"Possession of any weapon aside from a belt knife between now and the end of the inquest," Shalil added.
will be construed as treason. Until we sort this out, the 5 of you should consider yourselves civilians.
37. As they entered the quad, Micah Ut fixed him with dark eyes that seemed somehow colder and darker than Caden remembered. The man didn't smile or even nod. He simply turned to the abbot and said, "It is lucky for you the boy is unharmed." Whatever they had been arguing about, Caden was impressed that Nin had managed to stand his ground. He knew the old monk was not weak, but Ut's gaze made ice seem warm and steel soft. The abbot opened his mouth to reply, but Ut had already turned back to Caden, dropping to one knee, mailed hand to his forehead. His companion mirrored the gesture, and the two spoke together, their voices merging as though through long practice. "All hail the Scion of Light, the long mind of the world, holder of the scales and keeper of the gates." The words echoed down to Caden from the formal halls of his childhood. They were old words, as old as the Empire, hard and unchanging as the stones of the Dawn Palace. He had heard the formula 1,000 times when his father took his seat on the unhewn throne, when his father left the palace to walk along the God's Way, when his father appeared for state dinners. As a child he had been comforted by the litany, but now, as he listened, the words dragged a cold iron nail up his spine. He knew what was coming, knew how it had to end, and though he wanted to beg the two men to stop, they spoke on relentlessly. "All hail he who holds back the darkness! All hail the Emperor!" Caden felt he had been dropped from a great height. His mind tumbled over and over, trying to gain purchase on something solid, familiar. Outside this small circle, comprising the abbot, the Anurians, himself, and Tan, the monks went about their quotidian business, heads bent beneath their cowls, hands drawn into the sleeves of their robes, their pace measured and deliberate, as though nothing in the world had changed. They were wrong. Everything had changed. To speak the formula he had just heard in front of anyone but his father constituted the highest treason, punishable by the old and horrific rite of blinding and live burial. For the minister and the Adolian to use them now could only mean one thing. His father was dead. Images flooded unbidden into his mind. His father patiently drawing his bow over and over, while Caden and Valin struggled to imitate the smooth motion with their own much smaller weapons. His father's grim face as he watched the men hang who had abducted his sons. His father pulling on his splendid golden greaves before marching to meet the armies of the federated cities. It seemed impossible that Anan Shale could take a man of such force and vigour before his 50th year. Impossible, except that Ut and the counsellor were here, and they had spoken the irrevocable words. He wasn't sure how long he stood there, but finally the abbot broke him from his daze. "Caden," he said quietly, gesturing to the two men. They continued to kneel, hands to foreheads. Caden wondered why they remained there, then realized with a start that they were waiting for him, as so many thousands had knelt, waiting for his father before him. They were waiting for their emperor. He wanted to moan. "Please," he said weakly, "please get up." They rose. Ut no more slowly for the weight of his armour. As Caden tried to master his shock long enough to compose his thoughts into sensible questions, the door to the guests' quarters clattered open, and Pierre Lacouture sauntered into the courtyard, her husband a few steps behind. The top 3 eyelets of the merchant's tunic were unlaced, as though she had spent the afternoon napping, and she scratched her ear absently, waiting for her husband to catch up. On seeing the group, however, she paused, seemed to take stock, then forged ahead, a broad smile on her face. She might have been sallying into a country fair, sizing up Ut and the minister as if they were blousy farmwives or blacksmiths tipsy with ale, fishmongers or haberdashers upon whom she could foist her wares. Jakin hung back momentarily, patting the sides of his vest unconsciously as though to smooth it. Pierre addressed herself to the Adolian, nodding her head in casual deference. "All glory to San Litun. May he live forever." The Adolian fixed her with a blank stare, but it was the minister who responded. "San Litun," bright with the days of his life, is dead. You stand where you should kneel, for you are in the presence of Caden Isan Litun Hui Malkinian, 24th of his line." "This whelp?" Peer laughed sceptically, eyeing Caden. It was the first the woman had laid eyes on him, and beneath the offhand jocularity there was something careful and measuring in that momentary gaze. Oot's broad blade was out of its sheath before Caden could think to breathe, flashing in a savage arc. Peer didn't move so much as a whisker, not even to flinch, and Micah Oot's cold sword came to rest on her neck, the pressure drawing a thin line of blood. The merchant's eyes widened in obvious shock. She began to raise a belated hand to the blade, then thought better of it. Oot addressed Caden without taking his eyes from Peer. "Should I take her head from her shoulders, Your Radiance, or just remove the tongue from her mouth?" Caden stared from one to the other. What had happened to the Micah Oot that he knew, the captain of the Dark Guard, the man who had looked in on him and his brother countless midnights, careful to see that they were safe in their beds? Was this change the result of the Emperor's demise? The Adolians had sworn to protect Caden's father with their lives. If Oot considered himself somehow responsible for Sanlitoon's death, that could alter a man, even a strong man like the soldier Caden remembered. The thoughts tumbled through his mind, blending in a turgid swell with grief for his father and confusion about everything. Only after a few breaths did he realize that Oot's blade was still at the merchant's neck. Peer had gone utterly still, her eyes blank. She looked as though she wanted to lift a hand to the broad blade, but didn't dare stir. 10 minutes earlier, Caden had been an acolyte, digging out a cellar, and now a woman's life hung on his next syllable. He shook his head unsteadily. "No," he said. "No, just let her go." The Adolian's sword slid back into its sheath with the hoarse whisper of steel on steel. Oot's face betrayed neither relief nor disappointment, and Caden realized with deep unease that the man considered himself no more than an agent of the Emperor's will, of his will. If he gave the word, Peer's head would roll in the gravel before him. As if coming to the same conclusion, the merchant rubbed gingerly at the line of blood on her throat, then lowered herself unsteadily to her knees. A few steps behind her, Jakin did the same. "You are unaccustomed to both the prerogatives and the dignity of imperial power," the minister put in smoothly, smiling thinly at Caden from beneath his blindfold. "For that reason I have been sent to you with this delegation. My name is Tariq Adiv. I served as your father's Mizran counselor these past 5 years, and if you wish it so, I will serve you as well." Caden's mind was still reeling. He tried to focus on the man's words, on his face, but the whole world shimmered as though seen through rough water. "This man," Adiv continued, gesturing to the Idolian, "I believe you already know. 2 years ago, Micah Oot was raised from captain of the Dark Guard to First Shield, after the sad, but not altogether unexpected death of Crench Jaw." Oot stood straight as a spear once more, eyes fixed forward, no visible hint of the violence suspended only moments before. Adiv might have been commenting on the price of beets, for all he seemed to care. "He commands your personal guard," the minister continued, "and is here to ensure your safety on the voyage back to Anor." As Caden stared dumbly, Adiv went on. "We are not alone, of course. Most of your retinue waits on the step below. It seemed unwieldy to bring 100 men and twice as many horses up this narrow path. A few more of your servants will be arriving shortly with gifts. We outstripped them in our haste. If I may, Your Radiance, I suggest we dine and rest here tonight. You can put your affairs in order and we can depart tomorrow morning. A ship swings at anchor for us back at the bend, fully provisioned and ready to sail for Anor. The sooner we depart, the sooner we will be aboard. This is only a suggestion, Your Radiance, but prudence urges haste. The Empire grows unruly when the Emperor is long away, though it pains me to say it, there are those who would work you ill." "Fine," Caden said, not trusting himself to speak at more length. The silence stretched, and then he remembered Peer kneeling on the flagstones. "Please," he said awkwardly, "rise." The woman got to her feet, favouring her good leg but keeping her eyes downcast. The casual swagger that had marked her attitude since her arrival at the monastery had vanished utterly.
"If I may, your radiance," she began hesitantly.
Her fingers kept reaching for the scratch on her neck, as though drawn to the blood. Caden waited, but when the woman did not continue, he said, "Go on."
"Sile Nin has informed us of the danger here around the monastery. Something killing your goats and even your brothers. If we might travel with your retinue as you head south, we would be forever grateful."
Caden thought back to the woman's hesitation at the banquet, seeing it with new eyes. Peer claimed to be a merchant, and merchants trafficked in news as much as they did in goods. Word of a revolt in Caen or an outbreak of diphtheria in Freeport affected their choice of goods as well as their direction of travel, as surely as the fluctuating price of silver. She must have heard rumour of the Emperor's death and decided to keep it hidden. Caden suddenly felt overwhelmed by the small courtyard audience. The sun overhead beat down and rivulets of sweat ran down his back beneath his robe. "I will consider it," he said unsteadily, his head still spinning. "For now I would like a time to mourn." Then, turning to the abbot, "May I meet you in your study?"
"Of course,"
the old monk replied.
"This is a sad time for us all, and for you more than any,"
Adiv put in smoothly.
"Please don't hesitate to call upon either of us if we can be of service or consolation. The slaves will be arriving shortly to erect your pavilion and prepare dinner. Perhaps, while you put your affairs in order, the abbot would be kind enough to ask one of the brothers here to provide us with a tour of the monastery." "Naturally," Sile Nin said. "I will have Chalma Oleki meet you in your chambers. He knows more of Ashclan's history than any."
"We are grateful," Adiv replied with a nod.
"Until tonight, then, your radiance."
Once again he knelt, his head bowed, while Ut did the same at his side. "Rise," Caden said, feeling all at once just how wearying it would be to utter that simple word again and again to men and women of all stations for the rest of his life. Only as they withdrew to their quarters and silence descended on the courtyard once again did Caden realize he did not know how his father had died. Oddly, he had not thought to ask. 38. "I'm not ready." The thought plagued Caden like the fragment of an inane tune reeling about in his head. "I'm not ready." He sat in the same chair from 3 nights before, and, as on that night, the abbot sat silently behind his desk. A small fire burned on the hearth, filling the room with a scent of smoke and juniper, while keeping the mountain chill at bay. Outside the windows, Caden could hear the bleating of goats as Firum Prum and Henter Leng shepherded them toward the pens for milking. Nothing was different, but everything had changed. The old monk hadn't begun falling to his knees or calling him your radiance, a fact for which Caden was profoundly grateful, but there was a new distance in Nin's steady blue gaze, as though the old abbot had already let him go. "I guess I won't make a good monk after all," Caden began at last, laughing weakly.
"Life is long," the abbot replied, "and the paths through it are many."
Caden shook his head at the absurdity of the past hour. "I'm not ready." There. He had said it. And having said it, the other words came out in a rush, as though the stopper had been pulled from the base of a large cask. "I haven't learned anything. I don't know anything. You've trained me to be a monk, not an emperor." The old man raised an eyebrow at the outburst, but that was all. A week prior, the rant would have earned Caden 5 laps on the Circuit of Ravens, or a night on the Talon, and he found himself wishing the abbot would snap at him as he had in the past, tell him to stop being a child, to master his emotions, then send him out to haul water from the Black Pool. But you don't send an emperor to haul water, Caden thought. And indeed, Nin's response was calm and measured.
"As I have already explained, you were not sent here to become a monk."
Caden opened his mouth to respond, then closed it when he found he had nothing to say.
"I'm doubly sorry for your loss," the old monk began after a time. "First, because every son should have a chance to know his father, not as a child knows his protector, but as a man knows other men. More pressingly, however, I worry for the Empire. As you have observed, Stanley Toon died before he could complete your education. He would have taught you the intricacies of politics, intricacies of which we know nothing here. And nor is the most powerful empire since the fall of the Atmani. The fates of thousands, millions depend on your knowledge." "And the gates," Caden added, glancing out the window as though there were some escape in the serrated mountains beyond. "I still haven't learned the Vanyate. I can't use the gates." The abbot nodded somberly. "You're close, very close. But close is irrelevant. If you try to pass the Kenta without achieving the Vanyate—" He shook his head, gestured to the air around them with one mottled hand. "The blank god," Caden concluded. "The blank god." Caden hesitated before his next question. "Is there one here?" he asked finally. "A Kenta? Could I see it?" The abbot shook his head. "The Ishin used to build their fortresses by the gates in order to guard them. But Ashklan, we don't know who laid the foundations, but there is no Kenta. If there were, your father could have visited you whenever he pleased. Many have been lost, but to the best of my knowledge, there is not a Xestream gate within 100 leagues of here." "So, what?" Caden asked. "I have to return to Anor. It'll take months, even if we travel by ship from the Bend. And Adiv says I don't have months." "It's unusual," Nin replied. "Both your father and his father completed their training here. Perhaps we could convince Ramporitan to accompany you." Caden stifled a desperate laugh, but Sile Nin caught the expression. "You'll find the idea troublesome?" he asked. "I'm just trying to imagine holding court while buried up to my nose in gravel," Caden replied. "My subjects might have difficulty looking up to me if I'm constantly scouring the privy." "It will be difficult," the abbot agreed, nodding his bald head. "And yet, I can see no other way." "What about Akil?" Caden asked, remembering his friend for the first time. Nin raised an eyebrow. "What about him? Can he—" Caden trailed off. It was one thing for Ramporitan to accompany the delegation. It was quite another to expect Akil to simply leave the monastery. Monks were free to come and go as they chose, but Akil was still an acolyte. Until he completed his training, he was bound to the Bone Mountains. Never mind. "Do not grasp things so tightly," the abbot suggested, his voice a shade more gentle than normal. "You must be prepared to let go of homes, friends, family, even yourself. Only then will you be free." "The Vanyate," Caden said wearily. The abbot nodded. "Tell me something," Caden continued after a long silence. "Do you really believe that there are Xestream out there, lurking somewhere, plotting?" "I believe," the abbot replied, "what I can observe. What I observe is that the world is ruled by men, good men and bad, desperate men and those with principles. I may be wrong. A knows it would not be the first time, but I see no Xestream." But before Caden could finish the sentence, the door burst open, and as though summoned by the mention of his name, Ramporitan strode into the room, a parchment in one hand, the strange Nakzal spear in the other. Sweat beaded his forehead and his jaw was tight. The abbot looked over. "Caden and I were speaking in private, brother," he began, a voice severe. "It will have to wait," Tan replied curtly. "Altaf caught a glimpse of what's been killing the goats down in the lower meadow. He painted it." The monk slapped the parchment down on the table and spread it open. Caden struggled to make sense of the image. Black lines slashed across the page in a jumble of limbs and claws. The smith had drawn something like a spider. 8 legs, heavy carapace, segmented body. Except whatever killed the goats was too big to be a spider.
"What's the scale on this?"
the abbot asked.
"It's the size of a large dog."
And the size was the least of it. The creature looked like something out of the depths of nightmare, with legs like blades or shears, savage, hacking members designed by some cruel god to cut and to crush. Worse, dozens of eyes, glassy orbs the colour of spilled blood, protruded from it everywhere, even from the limbs, as though they had been grafted on by some unholy kenning. Caden had studied 1,000 species during his time at Ashclan, creatures as strange as the albino stream crab and the flame moth, plants he couldn't have dreamed up in a year of dreaming. They had been bizarre, but not unnatural. If Altaf's painting was anything to go by, there was something wrong about this creature, something twisted.
"I've never come across anything like it,"
the abbot said after a long silence, steepling his fingers and turning his gaze to the other monk.
"That's because it should have been extinct thousands of years ago,"
Tan replied.
"I gather you know what it is?"
Nin asked.
"If I'm right,"
the monk said grimly,
"and I hope I am not, it is an abomination. An abomination and an impossibility."
Caden frowned. The word abomination wasn't part of the Shin lexicon. It implied hatred, emotion. Tan grimaced at the painting as though trying to accept what he saw, then went on.
"What Altaf has drawn looks like an akhanat."
He indicated the serrated legs, the claws.
"A creature of the Ksess stream."
Caden drew in a sharp breath. "So they are still around," he said. Then, when no one responded, "But we won. Remick Ironheart killed the last of the Ksess stream on the hills of Ai."
"Maybe,"
Tan said.
"Maybe,"
Nin acknowledged with a weary nod. "And now that Altaf has seen this thing," Caden interjected, "this Akhanat, you think the Ksess stream have returned?" It was impossible, like hearing that the young gods had come to walk the earth once again.
"It's hard to say,"
Nin said. For once he almost looked his age, his eyes weary beneath his weathered brow.
"I believe what I can observe, and I have not observed everything. Perhaps your Yumiel is mistaken. Perhaps he is correct. But even so, a Ksess stream creature does not mean that the Ksess stream themselves still walk the earth. Certainty is hard to come by." "Certainty is impossible,"
Tan added, a flat, hard light in his eyes.
"The world is a shifting, dangerous place. Those who wait for certitude before they act almost always wait too long."
"But what is it?" Caden asked, returning his gaze to the painting with horrified fascination.
"The Ksess stream made them," Tan replied. "No one is quite sure how. But Isa weaves the souls of all living things, spinning them into existence at their birth. But the Akhanat were not born. They were made." He paused. "It should not have been possible."
"Made?" Caden asked. "Made for what?"
"To sniff out,"
Tan said, his eyes hardening.
"To track, to harry, and to hunt."
39. Caden almost hadn't recognized the refectory when he entered. Adib described the meal as a small, informal dinner, and the Mizran councillor had brought only a half-dozen slaves up the mountain, but they must have been run off their feet all afternoon. Long ivory banners hung from the rafters, stitched in gold thread with the rising sun of the Malkenian line. Someone had lugged in a huge Siite carpet, all swirls and patterns, spreading it over the uneven flagstone floor. The rough sconces on the wall were replaced with silver lanterns, and ornate silver candlesticks graced a lacy tablecloth ringed by 6 settings of Basque porcelain. Caden glanced warily at the empty chair to his left, wondering who would occupy it. A day ago the question would have filled him with excitement, but the odd string of visitors to the monastery had not proved auspicious, and he was reluctant to meet another unfamiliar face.
The world beyond Ashkelon, which only a few days before had beckoned so brightly, now seemed a dark place, filled with treachery and confusion, death and disappointment. Tariq Adiv sat just around the corner of the table to his right, leaning forward slightly in his straight-backed wooden chair. The Mizran councillor still wore the blood-red blindfold around his eyes, although at the moment he seemed to be staring directly at Caden, as though he could see right through the cloth. Micah Ut occupied one of the two seats across the table, his back straight as his broad blade, which leaned against the wooden chair within easy reach. As far as Caden knew, Nin and Tan had told no one about the Akhanat. But then it was the Adolians' job to be vigilant, regardless of the situation. Sile Nin joined them, of course. Adiv could scarcely leave the abbot out of his invitation, although the old monk in his old robe looked small and poor beside the massive Idolian at his side. Caden had insisted on Rampuri Tan's presence as well, an insistence to which Adiv had acquiesced with far greater grace than Tan himself.
"You should be studying," the monk had said, "not feasting."
The rest of the Shin had been politely asked to spend the evening fasting, a request that Caden was sure would mean some kind of retribution from Akil. Caden hadn't seen his friend so prickly for years. Clearly the arrival of the imperial delegation had dragged to the surface all the old animosity that their time at Ashkelon had done so much to bury. It was hard to know how to talk to Akil about this sudden elevation, and Caden worried about it almost as much as he worried about leaving the monastery and returning to Anor. And now, however, he had to concentrate on playing the Emperor without making an ass of himself, a task he was not at all sure he was ready for. He looked over at the empty seat again. "Will someone else be joining us?" he asked, trying to keep his tone light. Adiv smiled a sly smile beneath his blindfold. "As I said, Your Radiance, we come bearing gifts." Caden had to remind himself that, while news of his father's death was fresh as an open wound for him, Adiv and Ut, everyone from Anor, in fact, had had months to accustom themselves to the fact. Doubtless they had done their mourning long ago, and yet, still, it was hard to sit down to a festive dinner with others while his own grief, or what meagre grief his years of training had not effaced, was still so fresh. One servant stood behind each seat, and the man behind Caden's chair had kept his eyes downcast as he pulled it back. Caden had taken his place somewhat uncomfortably. After 8 years sitting on hard benches and fetching his own stew and bread from the kitchen, he found the habits of the imperial court alien and unnecessary. He was emperor now, though, and certain things were expected of the emperor. Despite his blindfold, Adiv seemed to miss little, and a small smile played around the corners of his mouth. Caden was beginning to think the man not only noticed his awkwardness, but enjoyed it as well. As the silence stretched out, the minister's smile widened. "It would be inappropriate for the Emperor to dine alone," he said finally, spreading his hands in invitation before bringing them together in a crisp clap. The twin wooden doors at the end of the refectory swung open. Caden's eyes widened. Alone in the doorway, half in darkness, half illuminated by the lanterns inside the hall, stood a young woman. That would have been reason enough to take notice. After all, Ashkelon was a monastic community, and Caden had not left it for 8 years. Pyr had already occasioned a good deal of glancing and chatter among the acolytes, but if Akil had seen this... While the merchant had a certain rough elegance, the woman in the doorway looked as though she had stepped straight from a vision of opulence, a dream of beauty made flesh. She wore a long gown of Siite silk, the fabric red as arterial blood and supple as water. The dressmaker had known his art, cutting the cloth to emphasize the fullness of her breasts, the curve of her hip, while a separate loop of fabric ringed her neck, tied below her chin in an elaborate bow. Even more striking than the presentation was the girl herself. The Dawn Palace had been filled with attractive women, the wives of Atreps, well-known courtesans, priestesses and princesses by the dozen, but Caden was certain he had never seen one so beautiful.
Night-black hair cascaded past her shoulders, framing a pale face with full lips and high cheekbones. She might have been one of the Nevarim he read about as a child, an impossibly beautiful, infinitely graceful creature from the tales told at his bedside. Of course, the Nevarim were long dead, if they had ever lived at all, and this woman was very real. Caden put the children's stories out of his mind. Adiv had cocked his ear to one side, as though listening to the stunned silence. After a moment he grinned, evidently satisfied with the reaction, then spoke. "She is called Triste, and the bow around her neck is yours to untie. Although," he added, turning to face Caden with that disconcertingly blank blindfold, "I would leave her at least partly packaged until after the meal. The Shin are famed for their asceticism, but I fear our dinner conversation might suffer if she sat here just as Badisa made her. Triste," he said, beckoning imperiously, "come closer, that the Emperor might admire you." The young woman kept her eyes fixed on the rough stone floor as she approached, but there was nothing bashful about her stride, a languorous swaying of the hips that arrested Caden's gaze. He stood hastily, almost knocking over his chair in the process, grabbing at it with his hand to keep it from falling and cursing himself silently for an idiot as he did so. From the length of the hall, the ripeness of Triste's body had led him to believe she was older than him, a woman grown. This close, he could see how young she was. 16 at the most. He wondered absently if someone had lit a fire in the hearth. He was sweating beneath his robe as though he had been running for hours. "You should greet the Emperor, Triste," Adiv urged. "Be thankful you have been given to a great man." She raised her head slowly, and Caden saw that her round violet eyes were full of fear. "It is an honor, Your Radiance," she said, the hint of a quaver in her voice, and suddenly he felt shame mixed with his desire. Shame for drinking in the sight of her so fully, and shame for thinking that she might be his, packaged up and delivered like a new suit. He bent to free her from the bow at her throat, and her perfume, a concoction of sandalwood and jasmine, made his head reel. He fumbled with a simple knot for what seemed like minutes, uncomfortably aware of his knuckles pressing into the girl's firm flesh and the eyes of the small dinner party on his back. He didn't dare look at her face again, fixing his gaze instead on the tiny, intricate tattoo of a necklace that circled her neck. "Go on," Adiv urged. Even the man with that infernal blindfold could sense his awkwardness. He only knew what Tan and Nin were thinking. "She won't thank you for keeping her standing much longer." Caden's face burned, and all the exercises he had studied over the past 8 years to still the mind and slow the pulse fled. Pain was one thing, but this was something else altogether. He thought he might never be able to look Tan in the eye again. Finally, the silk fell away. He went to pull out her seat and found that one of the slaves had already done so. Awkwardly, he gestured for her to sit down. Adiv clapped his hands together again in good humour. "I understand from his silence that the Emperor is not used to such luscious gifts. You will soon become accustomed to the trifles that befit your exalted station, Your Radiance." Caden risked a glance at the other guests. Micah Ja'ut sat ramrod straight in his chair, arms folded across his chest. The 2 monks watched Caden with blank expressions. He looked away, turning to Triste in desperation, casting about in his mind for something to say. The normal monastic subjects of conversation, the things he had talked about day after day, night after night for years, seemed suddenly drab and pointless. This woman didn't care about the level of snowmelt from the Triori Glacier or the sighting of a crag cat on the Circuit of Ravens. He tried to imagine his father or mother entertaining guests in the comfortable opulence of the Pearl Hall, their easy manner as the servants poured wine and arranged the plates. "Triste, where are you from?" he asked at last. The words had sounded all right in his head, but as soon as they were out of his mouth he felt ridiculous. The question was at once pedestrian and awkward, the kind of thing you might ask a merchant or a sailor, not something you put to a beautiful woman moments after she had joined you at the table. Triste's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to respond, but before she could speak, Adiv interceded. "Where is she from?" The counsellor seemed to find the question amusing. "Maybe she'll tell you tonight over the pillar. Now, however, it is time to eat." Triste closed her perfect lips, and for a sliver of a moment Caden saw something flash through her eyes. Terror, he thought at first, but it was not terror. Whatever it was felt harder, older. He wanted to look closer, but the girl had dropped her eyes. While at Adiv's command, the servants, who had left the table after everyone was seated, glided in through the side door, carrying delicate plates of artfully arranged food. After setting up the refectory, the Mizran's men had taken over the kitchen, going to work with a stock of ingredients carried all the way from the markets of Anur. Caden couldn't begin to recognize all the flavors and smells. There were battered locusts and duck with plum sauce, some kind of delicate cream soup that reminded him of summer in the south, and noodles mixed with sausage so hot it made him sweat. Each course came with a different kind of bread or cracker, and between plates the servants produced tiny silver bowls filled with mint or lemon ice, or essence of pine drizzled over rice to cleanse the palate. Each plate arrived with an accompanying wine, delicate whites from the Freeport hinterland, and rich, heady reds from the plains just north of the neck. Caden tried to take only a sip or two of each, but he had spent years drinking only tea and water from the mountain streams, and he quickly found the alcohol dizzying. Triste, on the other hand, drained every glass the slaves set in front of her, until Caden worried she might be sick. After a while, Adiv directed the man to stop pouring for her with a curt motion of his hand. When the whirlwind of the first few courses had finished, a silence settled over the table, and Caden took a deep breath, steadying himself to ask the question that had been tugging at his mind since the men first fell to their knees before him and recited the ancient formula, the question he had somehow forgotten to ask. "Counselor," he began slowly, then threw himself into it. "How did my father die?" Adiv put his fork down, lifted his head but did not speak. As the silence stretched, Caden felt himself growing dizzy with a sort of vertigo, as though he stood at the lip of a great cliff and stared down countless fathoms at the surf pounding the rocks below. He dropped his eyes from Adiv's face, focusing on the plate in front of him, and only then did the minister answer. "Treachery," he said at last, his voice edged with anger. Caden nodded, his eyes still fixed on the table in front of him, suddenly fascinated by the grain of the wood, its intricate twistings and unravellings. It had been possible, of course, that Sanlitun had choked on his food, or fallen from his horse, or simply died in his bed, but somehow Caden had known. Maybe it was Ut's grim transformation, or the alacrity with which Adiv wanted the retinue to depart for Anur. He had known that his father did not die a natural death. "A priest," Adiv continued, "Intara's high priest, in fact. Ewinian IV, he styles himself. We departed before his trial, but no doubt his head has been taken from his shoulders by now." Caden picked up the pigeon wing before him, then set it down again, untouched. He had a vague memory of Intara's splendid temple, but knew nothing of this priest. "Why?" he managed after a long pause. Adiv shrugged. "Who can know the heart of a murderer? Most likely he resented your family's ancient connection to the goddess. The man was an up-jumped peasant with delusions of his own importance. He preached openly that Anur should be guided, if not ruled outright, by priests rather than emperors. Your father agreed to meet with him in secret, leaving the scum an opening for his treachery." Caden's head ached with the thought. He wanted to hide his face behind his hands. This was not a time, however, for boyish weakness. It occurred to him in a bleak flash that there might never again be a time for either boyishness or weakness. "How did the Empire take his death?" "Uneasily," Adiv replied. "As long as you remain away from the unhewn throne, there will be worry over the succession. Meanwhile, the Urgul take this opportunity to press our northeastern frontier." That last comment brought Ut into the conversation for the first time.
"Nomadic waste," he grated. "We will sweep them aside like chaff."
"Anor is at war with the Urgul, then?" Nin asked, his brow furrowing. "It comes," Adiv replied. He spread his hands. "It is regrettable, but it comes. Something has stirred them up. Some chieftain or shaman who has begun to unify the tribes. There are tales of his power. He may be a leech."
"Leeches die just like other men,"
Ut interjected, his jaw set.
"We will put the Urgul down as quickly as they rose."
"You speak as though they will be easy to defeat," Tan said. They were the first words Caden's Umiel had offered all night, and as he turned to face the Adolian, Caden was struck by the similarity between the two men. The similarity and the difference. Both were hard, but Ut's was the hardness of worked metal, hammered and annealed to its purpose. Tan, on the other hand, reminded him of stone, of the emotionless, unyielding firmness of the cliffs and the peaks themselves.
"The army of the north will deal with them quickly enough,"
Ut replied. Tan's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the soldier thoughtfully. If he was intimidated by Ut's bulk or manner, he didn't show it.
"I have met the Urgul," the monk began. "The children are taught to ride before they can walk, and the most inept among them can hit a man in the heart with an arrow at 50 paces from the back of a galloping horse."
Ut dismissed the objection with a snort and a wave of his hand.
"Individually they are strong, but they have no discipline. The Anurian soldier, on the other hand, is trained from the day he enlists to fight as part of a unit. He drills with the other men, eats with them, sleeps with them. If he takes a shit, his brother holds his spear. If he wants a woman, the others guard the door. You have not seen Anurian infantry take the field. They move, thousands of them, tens of thousands, as though controlled by a single hand. The Urgul—" He shrugged. "They are dogs. Vicious dogs, bloody dogs. But dogs." Adiv nodded regretfully. Sanlitun, bright with the days of his life, never wanted to engage them. In fact, he planned to sign a treaty. There is nothing on the steppe to justify the expense of a major military expedition. The Urgul have no cities, no wealth, no arable land to tax. They are a nomadic, horse-herding rabble. "And yet, it is said the Emperor planned to move in force across the White River," Sile Nin responded in his quiet voice. The Adolian looked at the abbot, a hard, searching look. "You are well informed here, on top of your mountain, at the end of the world."
Nin shrugged.
"The Urgul are the closest group to us. When they are in their winter pasturage, they come to trade from time to time."
Adiv's voice was smooth as the silk he wore. "As I said, the Empire would have preferred to leave these people alone. And yet, for the last 10 years they have persisted in attacking our border forts."
"Forts you built on their side of the river,"
Tan countered. Adiv spread his hands in a conciliatory gesture. "More than Anurian forts are at issue. The people are taken with some strange prophecy. The usual inanity about saviors rising and yokes being thrown off. Every conquered people has such stories and legends. The Anurians themselves did during the tyranny of the Kreshkan kings. Normally such tales are harmless, but this new chief has galvanized the Urgul, breathed fresh life onto old, tired coals, and suddenly they are mad for war. Unfortunately, they must be put down. This is rebellion, even if they are not part of the Empire, and rebellion encourages rebellion. Sporadic raids on the frontier 1,000 leagues from Anor we could tolerate, but what if Freeport is reminded of its ancient history, and the vested get it into their heads to look south of the Romsdal Mountains, or Ergad, or Arensa? What if Basque decides the Iron Sea can protect it from Anurian navies once again? That would not do. Not when we fight an ongoing war with the ever-elusive Tsavein Karamalan and the jungle tribes of the West. No, the councillor said, shaking his head. "Resistance must be put down, even if we would prefer otherwise." He turned to Caden. "It is partly for this reason that we must make such haste to return you to Anor, to take your father's place on the unhewn throne." Caden's mind swam, partly with wine, partly with the staggering scope of the responsibility so recently laid in his lap. Salvain Karamalan? The vested? Half the things that Eve talked about he knew only from vague childhood stories, and the other half he didn't know at all. It would take him months, years to catch up, to learn the barest fraction of what he needed to govern the Empire effectively. "And now?" he asked. "Who has governed Anor since my father's death? Who is taking care of my sister and the needs of the Empire?" Adiv nodded, as though he had been anticipating the questions. "Your sister needs no taking care of. She is a shrewd young woman, and your father's last testament elevated her to the head of the Ministry of Finance. As for the governance of Anor, it falls to Ranil Tonja," the councillor replied. Caden shook his head. Another name he had never heard. Il Tonja had only just become the provincial commander of the garrison in Ralter when you left. "That's why his name is unfamiliar," Adiv said. "I first met him when he was raised to commander of the Army of the North, and then worked closely with him when your father raised him to Kenarang and recalled him to Anor." Kenarang. It was an ancient title, dating all the way back to the Golden Age when the Atmani ruled Eridroa from their capital far to the south, before they went mad and destroyed it all. The Anurians had borrowed some of the old Atmani terminology, hoping the hoary names and titles might lend their rule an air of antiquity that it had lacked, when Teriel Hui Malkinian first cobbled together the empire out of the shambles of the Republic, using only his sword and the strength of his will. The Kenarang was the highest military rank in the empire, overseeing the 4 field generals. It was strange, Caden thought, that 2 men he had never known, Tariq Adiv and this Ranil Tonja, occupied the 2 highest posts below the Emperor himself. How did the provincial commander of Ralta come to be Kenarang in less than 8 years? He asked. His mind was still aching, trying to make sense of it all, and he stared at his palms as though he might find some answer there. "Mikaja can answer that question better than I," Adiv responded. "I have no more than a bureaucrat's understanding of the military." At first, Caden thought Ut might not say anything at all. Then he shifted in his seat, the steel plates of his armour grinding against one another in a way that made Caden wince. "While soldiers from Nish to Channery played politics, Iltonja won battles, and important ones," he said finally. "The Urgul dogs were getting restless, and it didn't take long for Sanlitun, bright were the days of his life, to realize what he had in his provincial commander. He raised Iltonja to command the Army of the North, and only barely soon enough. A month after the appointment, the rabble came at us in waves, crossing the White River in force for the first time. The cohorts from Breata and Nish were still 1,000 miles to the west, whimpering about defending us from an emboldened Freeport." Ut's mouth twisted in a snarl. "If your father had let me have my way, I would have put every captain's head on a spike." For a moment the large soldier was speechless, trapped inside his rage. After years with the monks, Caden had almost forgotten just how disfiguring anger could be. Ut's emotion was even uglier than he remembered. Finally the Adolian spoke again, his voice tight and clipped. "Ralta can't field more than 5,000 foot and no horse. Iltonja's company was tired and undermanned when the rabble came. Most generals would have crumbled, but the Kenarang isn't most generals. He split his force in 4, and slaughtered them, nailed the head of every 10th Urgul, man or woman, to a post along the west bank of the river." Ut chuckled grimly, as though satisfied with the memory. "The eastern tribes won't trouble us again for some time. After the victory, your father named Iltonja Kenarang. Even you at Folk couldn't object. He had the good sense to kill himself, at least." It was by far the longest speech Caden had heard from Ut since the Idolian arrived in Ashklan. "Ranil Tonja is a good man," Adiv appended after a moment. "Your father trusted him, and so should you. He is serving as regent presently and will look after your sister and your empire both, until you arrive." Suddenly Caden felt extremely weary, as though he had raced the circuit of ravens a dozen times with Pater on his back. Men he didn't know were running his father's empire. His empire now, he reminded himself, making decisions and giving orders he could only barely begin to understand. He had 8 years of history and politics to catch up on in what would be a trip of little more than 2 months, and hundreds, maybe thousands of new names to learn. Atreps and ministers, envoys and captains on the frontier. If Ut and Adiv were to be believed, the empire had come to a dire pass, and, in Tara help him, it would be his hands on the reins as soon as he sat down on that cold stone throne. He reached for the empty calm that the Shin had spent 8 years trying to teach him. Reached for the tranquility that would allow him to see the world with clear eyes, to judge it truly. It eluded him. He could feel his heart thudding dully in his chest, could trace the thoughts chasing one another like feral cats in his mind, and for the moment he could control none of it. Sahil Nin had said he was close to reaching the Vanyate, and yet as he sat there, trying to make sense of the past, trying to comprehend the future, he felt almost like that small lost boy who had left Anor for some unknown monastery in the mountains all those years ago.
40. "What?" Gwenna demanded, squaring up across the table from Anik, one hand on her belt knife, the other thrusting out an accusatory finger. "The fuck?" The fact that she waited until the entire wing was back in their bunkhouse, with the door firmly closed, was something of a minor miracle, and Valin had little hope of controlling the outburst now. In fact, he wasn't sure he wanted to. After weeks of lurking, pondering, guessing, and second-guessing, he just wanted the Kent-kissing truth. If Anik really had murdered Ami, then she was almost certainly implicated in Lynn's death as well. If she hadn't, well, then maybe she could at least tell him what she was doing over on Hook the day the girl died. He was enraged over Yerl's manoeuvring. There was no telling how long they might be confined to the islands, and yet there was a strange sort of relief in the fact that everything was coming to a head. "Slow down," he growled. "Everyone just slow down." He gestured to the chairs around the low table. "Take a seat. Yerl's out to screw with us somehow. We all know him well enough to realize that. There are some hard questions we need to ask ourselves, questions I want answered, but we're not going to start ripping each other apart with our bare teeth like dogs." "Teeth's about all they left us," Laith observed sourly, jerking his head to the empty scabbards on his back. "Teeth is all I'll need if I find out he's lying," Gwenna said, her mouth twisting into a snarl as though she were preparing to make good on her threat. "Yerl can wait," Talal interjected. "We need to have our own conversation first." "Agreed," Valin said. "We've all got questions, and we're going to ask them one by one, and we're going to get to the bottom of the answers." That last comment was intended for Anik, and he fixed her with a stare. Before the trial, her eyes had made him nervous, but now, after a long silence, the sniper was the one to look away. She was smaller than he remembered, sitting slumped in her seat, as though without her bow she was just a child once more, angry but lost. "First," Valin said, "and most important—" "Did you kill the fucking girl?" Gwenna cut in, rounding on Anik, leaning in so close that the sniper must have been able to feel her breath on her cheek. "That's all we need to know." Anik's fingers twitched, but she did not look up. "No," she replied curtly. "I didn't." If only it were as easy as that, Valin thought to himself bleakly. If only you asked honest questions, and people gave you honest answers. "But you met her," Laith said. His usual good humour evaporated. He leaned forward angrily, hungrily. Perhaps, Valin thought, Ami was more than just a dockyard whore to him after all. Laith had patronised a dozen girls over on Hook over the years, but that didn't mean he didn't have some sort of feeling for any of them. "Rianne told us her sister was meeting a soldier at Manka's the morning it collapsed," the flyer continued. "The morning she was murdered. You were the only Ketrel there." "I met her," Anik replied with obvious reluctance, "but I didn't kill her." "Why?" Valin demanded, reining in his impatience and anger. Why did you meet her?" The sniper looked to the window as though there was some escape beyond the thin pane of glass. Emotions flitted across her face as quickly as clouds before a storm. She was trapped, Valin realized, and trapped creatures were dangerous, unpredictable. His hand drifted to his belt knife, and out of the corner of his eye he caught Talal shifting to put the table between himself and the girl. Anik was a terror with her bow, but now she seemed vulnerable, almost naked. Her eyes flicked from one face to the next as though looking for support. When she found none, her lips tightened. "Why?" Valin demanded again. She opened her mouth to speak, shut it, then returned her gaze to the window.
"For the same reason anyone else met her. For the same reason Leith did."
"But," Gwenna said, shaking her head in confusion, "you're—" "Oh." The sniper's chin was set in a rigid line. She refused to respond. Talal spread his hands.
"All right," he said matter-of-factly. "She was a whore. You paid her for her services."
Valin turned to Leith. "You knew Ami. You ever hear anything about this? About her going with women?" The flyer shook his head slowly.
"She always seemed happy enough with the cock."
Anik rounded on him in a flash, drawing her knife and putting it to his throat before the rest of them could so much as twitch. The flyer held up his hands slowly.
"Idiot,"
Valin cursed himself. Fast was fast, regardless of the weapon. "All right," he said warily. "All right, Anik. Just relax."
"She wasn't happy with it,"
the sniper hissed into Leith's stunned face.
"Not with your coin, not with your Kent-kissing cock. But she was poor, and so she took both and put a brave face on it."
It was more words together than Valin had ever heard Anik utter. Her face was flushed with anger, the tendons of her neck straining beneath the skin.
"All right,"
Leith said slowly, nodding.
"I'm sorry. I didn't realise." "You didn't realise because you didn't care. Whenever you got drunk and needed a hole to stick it in, you'd take the ferry over. It didn't matter who. You fucked her sister as many times as you fucked Ami."
The flyer took a deep breath, then shook his head slowly, deliberately, careful not to slice his flesh on the knife.
"I did care," he said, "but maybe not in the right ways. There are a lot of kinds of caring. I didn't love her, but that doesn't mean I didn't like her. I paid her for sex, but that doesn't mean I wasn't gentle with her. You cared about her more, I can see that. Believe me, though, when I tell you I want to find whoever killed her as badly as you do."
The sniper stared at him for another tense moment, then nodded, slid the belt knife back into her sheath and sagged back into her chair. Talal let out a long, ragged breath.
"Shale on a stick," Gwenna muttered. "The whole fucking lot of you are insane."
For a while they just sat there, Anik staring blankly out the window, Gwenna lost now that her fury had no direction, Valin struggling to make sense of the new information, to fit it in with everything else he knew or suspected. For the 100th time he wished he could talk things over with Lynn. But Lynn was dead. The 4 soldiers in the room were his wing now. He wasn't sure he could trust them, but he was certain he couldn't trust anyone else. The leech was the first to pick up the thread of the rapidly unravelling conversation.
"I have some experience keeping secrets, and I, for one, believe Anik. She couldn't have predicted Shalil's arrival or Yerl's accusation. The emotion we just saw is difficult to fake." "Who are you?" Gwenna asked. "A professional masker?" For once there was more weariness than challenge in her voice. "I'm a leech, and a leech learns to lie early on. He learns it or he dies. I may be wrong, but I believe what Anik tells us."
He eyed the others as though welcoming them to disagree. When no one spoke, he pushed ahead, his voice quiet but firm.
"But we still need to sort this out, and we'll sort it out quicker if we work together."
The sniper hesitated, then turned back to the room.
"Fine," she replied brusquely. "Let's work."
Valin caught Talal's eye, nodded his thanks, then turned back to Anik. "Did you see Ami that morning?"
"For about an hour," she responded. We took our normal room in a boarding house a few doors down from Mankus.
The confusion and desperation she had shown moments ago were gone, like strong currents frozen under the winter ice. She may not have killed Ami, Valin thought to himself, but she's still dangerous. Not the building where Lynn and I found her? He asked carefully.
No, that's all the way across the harbour.
Did she say what she was going to do when you left her? He pressed.
Make money, Anik replied grimly, down at the docks.
Whoring?
Yes, whoring. That was the last I saw of her.
Well, Laith said after a long pause, we've ruled out one person that didn't kill her.
But that still leaves a few hundred more who might have. Now that we know it wasn't Anik, we're not even sure it was a soldier.
Valin ground his teeth silently. There was more to the story. The marks on Ami's wrists, the same impressions on Harlin's corpse. His wing didn't know any of that, but he wasn't sure he was ready to share it. After Lynn's death he had trusted no one, nursing his suspicions in guarded silence, vowing to work alone until he had ferreted out both Lynn's killers and his father's. Working alone, keeping his own counsel, he was unlikely to be betrayed. And just as unlikely to learn anything new. He'd been fighting his private war since Harlin's death, fighting it and losing it. The final chapter of Hendron's tactics sprang to mind. Plan all you like, but remember, war is chaos, and at some point every soldier has to throw the dice. The old wing commander must have had something figured out. He had supposedly died in his bed at the age of 84. Of course, no one was trying to scrub his whole shale-spawned family off the face of the earth. It didn't matter. If Valin didn't solve some of the mysteries confronting him, he would live and die a prisoner on the island where he had trained for life as a soldier, sitting impotently by as some shadowy cabal killed first his brother, then his sister, and then, if they still thought he was important enough to bother with, Valin himself. His wing would probably die with him, a thought that had not crossed his mind before. Anyone thorough enough to plan the assassination of the Malkenian line wouldn't flinch at a few extra bodies, especially if those bodies might have known things they shouldn't have. Talal and Anik, Gwenna and Laith, they were all in danger just because Airy Command had assigned them to his wing. They were in mortal danger, and they didn't even know the facts. I think Ami's murderer was Ketral, Valin said at last, and I think the same person captured Lynn in the middle of the trial, captured her, then killed her. For a while they just stared at him, Laith and Gwenna incredulous, Talal confused, Anik unreadable.
It was the Slan, Laith said. You saw her wounds yourself, after you carried her out. Something's got all twisted here, Gwenna agreed, but Harlin died an honest death down there, a soldier's death.
The Slan may have landed some of those blows, Valin agreed, trying to keep a rein on his anger, but most of the slashes were made by good steel. Not just that. There were marks on her wrists, impressions from a rope.
A rope? Talal asked. Like she'd been bound?
Valin nodded grimly. With Liran cord. You know, that tight pattern. It's different from what you find in any other kind of rope.
What does it have to do with Ami?
Anik asked, her voice tight. Ami was strung up with the same sort of cord. Arlin and I found her. We cut her down. It was one of the things that made us think her killer was Ketral. The conversation faltered as everyone tried to make sense of the new information, staring into the lantern on the table as though the flicker of the inconstant light held some sort of answer.
Other people have access to Liran cord, Laith pointed out after a while. Not that many, Gwenna said. Your standard dockyard thug isn't going to waste something like that just to tie up a whore.
As the word left her lips, she seemed to realize her audience. She glanced over at Anik, and a flush rose to her cheeks.
I'm just saying, she bawled ahead, that Valin's right. It's strange.
About Lynn, Talal pressed, shaking his head in dismay.
Are you sure about the marks? We were all so beat up after the trial.
He gestured to his arms, his face.
I had dozens of cuts, scrapes, gashes. Not to mention a slan bite to the arm, Laith agreed. It was brutal down there. Lynn was good, better than good. But any one of us with a little bad luck, he grimaced. It could have happened, Val. It could have been just the slan.
It could have.
Valin replied, keeping his voice level. But it wasn't. I saw plenty of slan wounds after the trial, and I saw the slices on Lynn's body. They were different. I looked at her wrists just before they burned her. Both wrists. Maybe it's just a freak coincidence that Army had the same marks, but we know one thing for sure. Only cadets went down in the hole. One of the cadets killed Harlin, and I'd wager both my blades against a bucket of piss that whoever killed her killed Army as well. Holy hell, Leith muttered. One of our own fucking cadets. Who? I don't know, Valin replied. But there's more. Once he'd told them the truth about Lynn's death, it only made sense to plunge into the whole thing. The Idolian on the boat, the plot against him. Everything. They stared, eyes filled with the lamplight, features fading in and out of the shadows as he spun the tale. It was impossible to believe even as he told it. He half expected them to laugh when it was through. They didn't laugh. Even Leith didn't crack a joke. "And that's why you wanted me to look at Mankers," Gwenna said, slapping the table with her palm. "You weren't just playing the paranoid prince. Someone actually was trying to kill you." "Mankers?" Talal asked. Valin had never seen the leech over on Hook. It was possible he never even heard about the collapse. "An alehouse," Anik replied. "A shithole," Leith amended, "but one I was fond of." "The Idolian's warning is what made me wonder about Mankers," Valin agreed. "It was also what made me suspect Anik of trying to drown me during the sinking test. That, and the strange knot she tied." "A double bowline," the sniper said. "I told you before." Her blue eyes bored into him, cold and defiant. "So let's get this straight," Gwenna said, shaking her head. "Some poor bastard on a ship tells you the Ketrel are trying to kill you. Then Mankers collapses. Then it seems like Anik tries to drown you. Then Anik shoots you in the shoulder." "Anik shows up a lot in this story," Leith added. "I'll bet you were thrilled to have her on your wing." "I didn't try to kill him," she said flatly. "I'm not saying you did," Leith replied, holding up both hands. "But someone's doing a Kent-kissing good job of making it look that way." "Yerl," Valin growled. "It's got to be Yerl. Let's not forget he's the reason we're boxed up in here without a blade or a bow between us." "Yerl's a pox-ridden arsehole," Leith replied. "But this seems a little over that pretty boy head of his." Talal frowned. "He is the one who told Shalil about Anik and Ami. Maybe he wants to take us out of play for a while." "We're out of play, all right," Valin agreed. "But it still doesn't make sense. What do Harlin and Ami have to do with everything else? With the Idolian, with the whole Kent-kissing plot?" "Mankers," Anik replied flatly. "That's the link." Valin blew out a long, frustrated breath. "The place collapsed at the same time Ami was murdered, but that's not much of a link. You said it already. The garret where we found her was on the other side of the bay." "You've almost died how many times now?" Gwenna asked irritably. Valin considered. "Mankers? Drowning? Sniper contest?" He shrugged. "4 if you count the trial itself." "All right," Talal began, picking up the thread. "There's the connection. 2 of the times women were attacked and killed. The first time, Ami. The last, Harlin." "The problem with 50%, Leith observed, is that it's 50%. A shiver ran up Valin's spine. 75, he said grimly. Even after revealing everything else, he had planned to keep Lynn's beating a secret. It was foolish, irrational. She was dead and burned. Telling the tale wasn't a betrayal, and the revelation couldn't injure her pride any further. Still, the attack on the bluffs had shamed her to the core, and he felt as though sharing the story would somehow violate a trust they had shared, would strip her secrets bare for everyone to stare at. Besides, it hadn't seemed relevant until they started hashing through the connections. Yerl and Balindin attacked Harlin during the sniper trial, the one where Anik shot me. They lied to her, tricked her, then held her down, beat her bloody, tried to break her. That's where she got those wounds before the trial. Not in some training exercise the way she claimed. They said it was payback for her willingness to take them on in the arena. 4 pairs of eyes swiveled to him. "Those whoreson shit-licking bastards," Gwenna swore, flexing and unflexing her hand as though itching for a sword. "Where?" Anik asked, her voice calm hard. The West Bluffs. Overlooking the sniper test, Talal concluded quietly. It's something, Balin said, shaking his head in frustration. It felt like the truth was there, but just out of range, like a familiar tune at the very edge of one's hearing. I just don't know what. But how would beating Lynn a mile away get Anik to shoot chisel points? Leith asked. I didn't shoot chisel points, the sniper responded. Those were my arrows, but the heads have been changed. Talal started. Changed? Changed, Anik said. This is the 4th time I've explained it to Valin. Those weren't my points. They weren't the arrows I fired. Maybe you made a mistake, Leith suggested. The sniper fixed him with a frosty stare. I did not make a mistake. Well, how in hell's name did they change mid-flight? I don't know. The leech took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Maybe I do. He considered the table in front of him, gathering his thoughts. Holy hell. I think I understand. Some kind of kenning? Valin asked, trying to catch up. Talal nodded grimly. It's not Yerl. It's Ballandin. You all want to keep chatting in code? Gwenna demanded. Or are you going to fill the rest of us in? Try using complete sentences. My well is iron, Talal said, raising his eyes, looking from one to the next. I told Valin several days ago, but we're a wing, and you all deserve to know. Iron and steel. Iron? Leith asked, tapping his chin with a finger. Not very exciting, is it? I thought the wells were all baby's blood or boiled piss or something suitably vile. Talal shrugged. If you have to be a leech, iron is a mediocre well to have. On the one hand, there's never that much of it around. On the other, my power almost never runs dry. Especially if you're a soldier, there's usually something. He took a deep breath. Other leeches have more complicated wells. I knew it, Leith said, sitting back in his chair and looking pleased. Baby's blood, Talal ignored him. Like Arimhue? Balin asked. The Sun Lord in all those stories. Talal nodded. If the legends are true, Arimhue's well was sunlight. In the tales he was fearsome during the day. He could raise cities, destroy armies, but nearly powerless at night. That's how he was killed. What does this have to do with the arrows? Gwenna demanded. With Mankers? It's not all about cities and armies, Talal replied. For years, I've puzzled over Ballandin's well. I've seen him do some things. Frightening things. Things I could never manage, not without an ocean of iron surrounding me. Other times? He shook his head. Nothing. Could he change an arrowhead? Valin asked. An arrow in flight from a mile away? The leech nodded. He has the skill, and, if his well is running deep enough, the power too. The skill is different from the power? Gwenna asked, her face puzzled. Of course. A leech's strength is like physical strength, a gift, or a curse from Badisa. Having a deep well is like being large and well-muscled. Imagine Ghent. I'd rather not, Gwenna shot back. The point is, Ghent's strength is only useful to a certain degree if he doesn't train, doesn't study how to use that strength. A smaller man or a woman could take him down through superior skill. There are leeches with enormous power who never understand what to do with that power. They're just as likely to hurt themselves as they are to achieve anything useful. And you don't have enormous power, Valin put in. Talal nodded. All the Ketral leeches study and practice, but I've had to work harder than most. I've certainly had to work harder than Ballandin. And when are we going to get to the part, Leith asked, with exaggerated patience, where you tell us what the shale-spawned asshole's well is? Talal paused, then spread his hands ruefully. I didn't realize it, because some people claim they don't even exist. I'm almost certain the Ares never had one before. But I think Ballandin is an emotion leech. The statement sounded dramatic, but Valin just shook his head in perplexity. Meaning what exactly? Anik asked. He doesn't draw his power from iron, or water, or sunlight, or anything like that. His well is emotion. Human emotion.
For a while the 5 of them sat in silence, trying to make sense of the idea.
"That sounds,"
Gwenna said finally, her face screwed into a frown,
"like bullshit." "Unfortunately not," Talal said. "Emotion leeches are horribly powerful and horribly unpredictable. I've read some of the old codices, the ones cataloguing the known leeches in Anurian history and earlier. The trouble is, an emotion leech doesn't simply draw from an existing well. He needs to create his well. He has to manipulate people in order to have any power at all."
"But how do Ami and Harlin figure into this?" Valin asked.
"It's not just them," Talal replied. "It's everyone Balandin has ever come in contact with. He leeches his power from emotion, other people's emotion, specifically emotion that's directed at him."
"And that's why," Gwenna concluded, punctuating her syllables with a finger stabbed repeatedly into the table,
"he was such a Kent-kissing bastard all the time."
Talal nodded.
"A leech's well shapes who he is to a frightening degree. Once you get used to the power, you start to need that power, and you'll do more and more to get it. When I'm without iron, I feel nervous, naked. I can only imagine how Balandin feels without emotion."
"Why not take a more amiable approach?" Laith asked, pursing his lips.
"Make a lot of really good friends. Maybe fall in love a few times. A girl in every port, that sort of thing."
"A lot easier to evoke hatred than love," Anik said. "Quicker, more reliable." They turned to look at her, but she averted her face from the lantern and seemed to have no more to say.
"Anik's right," Talal continued after a moment. "You can't evoke love on command the way you can hatred, and a leech without a well is vulnerable."
Valin shook his head in amazement. "That time in the ring, when he and Yerl beat up on Lynn and me, he was taunting her the whole time, making her hate him." Talal nodded grimly.
"He needed her hatred if they were going to win."
The horror of it all socked Valin in the gut like a fist. "That's why he tortured Ami," he said slowly. "He needed her fear, her terror to knock down Mankers. That's why they were in that garret. There was a clear line of sight from across the bay."
"Could you even do that?" Gwenna demanded. "Take down a big building like that?" "Think about Ami's fear," the leech replied leadenly. "He set up the whole thing. The dark room, the ropes hanging from the ceiling, the long slices of the knife beneath her skin, to dredge just about every ounce of her terror."
"And the attack on Lynn," Laith said, recoiling. "While Yerl was beating her, taunting her, Balandin could have leached off the residual rage, could have used it to change the arrowhead." "The tampering would explain why the first 2 shots flew wide," Anik confirmed, lips tight. "Those are not shots I would have missed, but a change in arrowhead requires a change in aim." "And the knots," Valin said, his mind spinning. "Balandin was on the ship. He was one of the people who tossed me over, taunting me the whole time."
"It would be enough," Talal replied, "to tangle a basic knot. A quick burst of anger would be enough."
For a while they just looked at each other, aghast and amazed. "What about the trial?" Valin asked finally. "What about Harlin?" He could hear his own voice freighted down with anger and pain. "Why did she have to die?" Talal spread his hands helplessly.
"I'll bet she didn't even have anything to do with you. You remember what it was like down there? I was pressed to the limit, and I'm better with my blades than Balandin. I had my well, even if it was only shallow. If he was going to survive, he needed power, which meant he needed emotion. He may have been planning it as far back as the attack on the bluffs. Capture Harlin, goad her, leech off her, and then kill her." "Holy Hal," Gwenna muttered. "Mesh Kent, Anan Shale, and sweet holy Hal, and now he's off the islands." The realization hit Valin like a bucket of ice. He'd been so busy looking backward, trying to make sense of the past months, that he'd nearly forgotten what started them down the path in the first place. Balandin was not only free, he was also away. "Who did Shalil say assigned them their mission?" he demanded. slamming a hand down on the table. "What does that matter?" Leith asked. "Who?" "She assigned it herself," Anik replied, voice hard. Valin's skin prickled, waves of cold and nausea rolling over him in great heady swells. "We've got to go," he said. "We've got to gear up, get the bird, and go." Talal raised a hand to slow him down. "You heard what she said. We're grounded. We can't leave the islands. We so much as touch a flatbow, we're all traitors." "That's the point," Valin erupted. "That's exactly what Balandin wanted. Shalil is the commander for operations in northeastern Vash." "So?" Leith said, trying to catch up. "What's in northeastern Vash?" "Ashklan," Valin growled. "My brother. Caden. The Emperor." 41. It was all well and good for Adiv to joke about the talks that Caden could have with Triste over the pillow, but now that dinner was over, he found himself suddenly and acutely nervous. It didn't help that his head was muddled with wine, and it certainly didn't help that once they stepped out of the refectory door, all four men had looked at him expectantly. "Your pavilion awaits," Adiv said with a generous sweep of his arm, as though Caden couldn't see the Kent-kissed thing perfectly well from where he stood. The fact that the servants had erected it smack dab in the middle of the main square made him cringe. If it wasn't enough that his special dinner had deprived the monks of their own meal, now they couldn't look out of the windows of their own sober cells without staring at the palatial opulence of his overgrown tent. White canvas walls, immaculate as if they had been woven the day before, practically glowed in the light of the setting sun. Pennons fluttering from the central pole overtopped even the roof of the dormitory, Ashklan's largest building. "Akil is never going to let me live this down," Caden thought ruefully. "A fitting pavilion for the Emperor and his lovely consort," Adiv said, the shadow of that mocking grin lurking around his lips. Caden knew how this was supposed to work, of course. Despite his 8 years away from the Dawn Palace, he still remembered his father's concubines, a dozen or so quiet, graceful women who slipped through the marble halls in silent satin shoes, eyes demure and downcast. When still very young, he had asked his mother about those women. She had put down her carefully buttered bread and looked at him for a while, lips pursed tight. "They are concubines," she said finally. "What's concubines?" he had asked, perplexed. "Women who comfort a man when his wife cannot." Caden had rolled that idea around in his head for a while. It didn't sound like a bad thing, although something in his mother's bearing had him on edge. "Do you have concubines?" he had asked, "to comfort you when father is away?" She had laughed then, a short, bitter laugh. "It is a man's prerogative." Caden considered that. "Will I have concubines some day?" he asked. His mother never took her eyes from him. "Yes, I suppose you will, Caden." "Well," he thought, glancing over at Triste, "evidently this is the day." Whatever education his mother had neglected, Akil had more than made up for, regaling Caden almost nightly with tales of the delicious, foul-mouthed whores from the perfumed quarter. Triste, however, was no whore, and Akil's stories had neglected the finer points of romantic etiquette. The abbot, as though sensing Caden's discomfort, said softly, "You are welcome, of course, to spend your last night in your own cell, putting your things in order." Adiv laughed good-naturedly. "What things? A few robes? He would shame the servants not to sleep in the pavilion they have laboured to set up." He turned to Caden with a more deferential tone. "Your Radiance, you are the Emperor. Today or tomorrow you must accept the trappings as well as the title." Caden looked from the two monks wrapped in their coarse robes to the counsellor who would be his right hand in the months to come. He wished that Nin could accompany him to the capital. Despite the old monk's lack of practical knowledge or political training, Caden would have welcomed his steady, familiar wisdom. But the wish was a childish one, and he put it out of his mind. There was nothing to do but to take a deep breath and nod. Adiv and Ut evidently understood this as a dismissal, bowing low, fingers to their foreheads. "Until the morning, then, Your Radiance," Adiv said. Micajah will keep guard here, in the square.
Caden shook his head dubiously. I've lived here for 8 years without protection. Adiv's tone stiffened.
You are the Emperor now, Your Radiance, and the Adolian Guard does not take chances with the Emperor.
Caden found himself wondering if the man actually had eyes underneath the blindfold, or if they had been plucked out. The thought of the raw red sockets seeping blood beneath the cloth made him shiver. Caden acquiesced with a nod. There was the matter of Pyr and Jakin Lakatur. Tan had insisted that the two were not merchants, that they had come for some sinister purpose. Now that they knew who Caden was and where he was sleeping, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to have someone watching the pavilion after all. He realized with a sickening lurch that his days as an anonymous acolyte were over. The sooner he accepted the burdens of his new office, the easier it would be for everyone. And then, of course, there was the Akhanat. The surprise he had felt at the arrival of the Anurians, the grief at the news of his father's death, the glasses of wine at dinner had pushed the creature to the back of his mind. It was hard to worry about a monster he'd never seen, a thing that, by Tan's own admission, should have been wiped out thousands of years earlier. And yet, as the cold night wind picked at his skin, he felt a shiver of dread. There was something out there, something capable of killing a man. It hadn't attacked inside the walls of the monastery, but that didn't mean it couldn't. Perhaps he would sleep better with the Adolian outside. As Adiv bowed his way out of the square, the abbot approached.
We will speak in the morning, Caden. Until then, rest and try to clear your mind.
Tan looked at Triste, swaying slightly on her feet, then turned away without a word.
Until the morning,
the abbot repeated, not unkindly, and the two monks turned down the gravel path to the dormitory. Eager to put off entering his new lodgings, Caden stared out over the shapes of the mountains, dark and slumbering in the moonlight. He could hear the rushing of the White River in the canyon below, the distant crack and rumble of rocks, loosened from the icy grip of winter, crumbling from the cliffs to smash themselves to pieces on the ground below. The Bone Mountains were a hard place, and for the past 8 years he had thought longingly of Anor, wishing something would happen to end his exile and bring him home. The low, draughty buildings of the monastery were just a world he had to endure, and endure it he had, although not without a constant spark of resentment. Now that the time had come to leave, however, he found that he had developed more of a connection to Ashkelon than he could have known. When he thought about the crowded, vibrant chaos of Anor, the squares filled with vendors, the streets packed with thousands of people, he realized that he would miss the cold, clear nights, the sight of the sun rising over Lion's Head to the east. He laughed softly to himself. He might even miss running the Circuit of Ravens, although he wasn't about to bet on that. He turned around to face the central square of the monastery. A few monks went about their business with heads bowed, silent as shadows in their dark robes. They paid no more mind to the enormous tent that had abruptly sprouted in their midst than they might to a stone wren scratching at the gravel. He had come to admire these men, Caden realized, had come to appreciate their calm and unflappable resolve. A flickering light in the deepening darkness drew his eye. Ut was walking a circuit around the pavilion, one hand resting on the pommel of his sword, the other holding a torch aloft. A sudden gust of wind blew the light to a blaze, illuminating the southern buildings of the quad, and Caden realized with a start that Pyr Lakatur stood in the window of the guest quarters, looking down at him. The woman's eyes held neither the jocularity of her first arrival, nor the deference that had marked her behavior since the Adolian almost took off her head. They were the eyes of a cat, still and focused as it crouches by the pond. Yes, perhaps it was good after all that Ut would be standing guard. Caden wondered if the Adolian ever slept, then decided that was for him to figure out. He glanced over at Triste, shivering silently beside him. He had his own problems to attend to. 42. As she pushed back the canvas flap that served as a door to the tent, the delicate scent of incense wafted over him. The servants had been as busy with the interior of the pavilion as they had with the outside, and now it glowed like something out of his childhood memories. Dozens of paper lanterns, red, gold, green, cast playful shadows onto the floor. Delicate tapestries from Moir hung from the walls,
while intricate, woven rugs covered the packed earth. His eyes barely flickered over them, fixing instead on the wide bed that dominated the space, a bed decked in silk and strewn with plump pillows. He cast about for a chair or bench, but the servants who had carted the entire kit up the mountain evidently considered lamplight more important than seating. There was nowhere to go, nothing to turn to except that enormous bed. Triste froze just inside the door, but he did his best to appear casual, approaching the mattress, running his hands over the cashmere blankets gingerly. "Well," he said, "at least it's big." Triste did not respond. Caden turned, casting about for one of Heng's jokes to ease the tension, but all thought of joking vanished when his eyes fell on her. She stood, trembling just inside the door, her dress pooled on the carpet at her feet. She wore nothing beneath. Involuntarily, almost instinctively, Caden drank in the sight of her slender legs, satin skin, the full curve of her breasts. In Anur, outside the temple of Siena, stood a marble statue of the goddess herself, the incarnation of physical perfection, the apogee of human pleasure. He had overheard men joking about that statue, about what they'd like to do with the goddess if they could get her alone, and on one outing, Caden and Valin had spent some time furtively staring at the idol, intrigued by a beauty they could only just apprehend. Compared to Triste, however, the marmoreal curves and elegant proportions seemed awkward, almost misshapen. He groped for the shin exercises he had spent so many years mastering, exercises that would cool the heat and bring reason to the chaos cluttering his mind. It was no good. Triste was slender, fragile even, but that fragility drew him with more force than knotted cord, and for the space of a few heartbeats he was frightened of himself, frightened of what he might do to her. He tried to avert his eyes, but he could no more look away than he could stop his own heart. Suddenly, with a small cry in the back of her throat, Triste threw herself at him, propelled, he realized, by wine and fear rather than lust. She crashed awkwardly into his chest, knocking him backward, and they collapsed on the bed in a tangle of limbs. Caden tried to pull away, but she clung to him, desperately ripping at his robe. "Wait," he pleaded, trying to calm the girl without drawing attention from beyond the insubstantial canvas walls of the pavilion. "Stop!" The words only spurred her frenzy. Each year Caden helped to tie goats for shearing and slaughter, and each year he found himself shocked by the strength of the body of an animal driven to panic. That same panic had seized Triste, and for several heartbeats she overpowered him, driving him down and backward, despite his greater height and weight. Her hands around his wrists might have been manacles for all his ability to break her grip. "She's stronger than I am," he thought, amazed even in the midst of the contest. Then something seemed to snap in the girl. She fought still, but the impossible power had gone, and Caden was able to subdue her at last. When he finally managed to extricate himself, he looked down to see her violet eyes welling with tears. "We must," she sobbed. "We must. We must." "Must what?" Caden asked, although he had a pretty good idea already. "We don't have to do anything," he added quickly. Triste shook her head so violently he thought she might hurt herself. "They told me," she cried. "They told me we must." Caden stood quickly, straightening his robe about him and turning to examine one of the priceless tapestries hanging from the wall. It depicted a battle, he realized gradually, some sort of conflict between gorgeous men and women, half naked but wielding long spears against ranks of foes in drab, grey armour. He bent all his energy to the study of the weave, the alternation of colour and pattern, using the focus to still his pulse, slow his breath, relax everything. And after a long, awkward minute, he was able to look back at Triste. She was crying softly. "They may have said we must," he began, trying to put more resolve into his voice than he felt. "But they also told me that I'm the Emperor. And as your Emperor, I command you to put on some clothes." It was a ridiculous commencement of his imperial prerogatives, but he had to start somewhere. He risked a glance over his shoulder and saw that she had ignored him, wrapping her naked body tightly into a ball instead.
So much for the irresistible heft of the Emperor's decree, he thought to himself.
"He said that you would want to," she moaned, hugging her knees to her chest in a way that covered her breasts but accentuated other things.
Caden quickly looked away again.
"He said if you didn't want to, that it was my fault. Now they'll kill her," she choked. "They'll turn her out of the temple and she'll die."
In spite of himself, Caden turned back to her, curious and disturbed. "They'll kill who?" he asked carefully. "Who is threatening to kill whom?" As he spoke, he picked up one of the blankets folded at the foot of the bed and hastily draped it over her shivering form. Huddled under the fabric, cheeks streaked with tears, she suddenly looked like the frightened girl that she was. "You can tell me," he added gently. Triste shook her head miserably, but met his eyes for the first time, her face filled with blank resignation.
"My mother,"
she responded when the sobs had subsided enough to allow her to speak.
"Tariq said if I didn't lie with you, he would see that my mother was turned out of the temple and forced to earn her living as a common whore."
"What temple?" Caden asked, anger slowly replacing the confusion inside him. "Who is your mother?" He remembered Adiv's mocking smile at dinner, the smugness with which he had presented Triste as Caden's gift. Sanlitun may have promoted the man to the Mizran rank, but Caden didn't intend for him to stay there long if this was how he treated innocent girls.
"Luette,"
Triste responded. The shuddering fear had gone out of her, replaced by a deep, unplumbed grief.
"That's my mother's name. She's Elena."
Caden stared. The Lena were the high priestesses of Siena, women trained since childhood in the arts of pleasure. All the arts of pleasure. "Stuck-up, two-good whores," Akil called them, but he was only half right. The Lena did trade their skills for money, but they had no more in common with the whores of Akil's perfumed quarter than a two-penny fishmonger did with the vested merchants of Freeport. The Lena were a religious order. Like the Shin, they spent their time in study, exercise, and prayer, but unlike the monks, they would have scoffed at the never-ending rigour of the Vanyate. Siena's priestesses were devotees of pleasure. They spent their days and nights studying dancing, fine wines, and other more alluring arts. The richest men spent princely sums to share the company of Elena, even for a single night, such princely sums, in fact, that Siena's temple in Anor boasted nearly as much gold, marble, and silk as the Dawn Palace itself. Regardless of the wealth lavished upon them, however, the women owed their devotion to the goddess they served rather than to the men who paid so richly for their attentions. There were rules governing the behaviour of the Lena, observances to be paid, holidays to be observed, tradition to be respected. A man could not simply arrive at the temple, toss a jingling sack of Anurian suns on the counter, and demand to be served. It didn't work like that, at least not in the stories Caden had heard. Even emperors owed respect to the handmaids of a goddess. "Adiv can't do that," he said. "He might be the Mizran counselor, but he's not in charge of Siena's temple."
"He can,"
Triste insisted, nodding vigorously.
"You don't know him. He can."
She sat up on the bed, hugging the blanket tightly to her chest. "Well, I'll see that he doesn't," Caden replied firmly. "It's as simple as that. I'll just see that that your mother isn't harmed." The words sounded confident as they left his lips, and he dearly hoped they were true. For the first time, Triste regarded him with what might have been hope. It was buried deep beneath fear, suspicion, and doubt, but it was there. Caden's heart warmed at the sight. "How did Adiv find you?" he asked slowly. A cloud passed over Triste's face, but she answered readily enough.
"I grew up in the temple. My whole life I lived there."
With a sweep of her fingers, she brushed back her black hair, revealing the necklace tattoo. At least it looked like a tattoo, but Caden had never seen work so delicate. "What is it?" he asked.
"Goddess-born," she replied.
Caden shook his head at the unfamiliar word. Triste continued.
"My mother always says, men want the bliss without the burden. The ones who come to the temple are always rich, and they pay well, but they have names and estates. They have their own proper children to think of."
Caden thought he heard a note of bitterness there, but she continued without dropping her eyes.
"The Lena are careful. My mother taught me all the herbs and potions."
She coloured, then rushed ahead.
"Even though I haven't needed them. She taught them to me just to be sure. Anyway, even if you're careful, sometimes things happen. Sometimes a man gets one of the Lena with child. Then the woman has a choice. She can kill the baby or mark it as goddess-born."
She touched the tattoo at the base of her neck again, as though assuring herself it was still there. Caden had some idea where this was going. It made perfect sense when you thought about it.
"The goddess-born belong to Sienna. We can never own anything, never inherit anything, never lay claim to our fathers' names. Most of us don't even know who our fathers are."
She shrugged, a frustrated, girlish gesture that seemed somehow incongruous after her matter-of-fact description of the political realities underlying her station. "So," Caden pressed gently, "Adiv came to the temple looking for a—" He was about to say gift, but changed his mind at the last moment. "For a Lena, and you were the one he chose."
"No, well, yes,"
Triste bit her lip.
"But I'm not a Lena. My mother never wanted me to enter the service of the goddess."
"But you were raised in the temple," Caden replied, confused.
"She raised me in the temple because there was nowhere else. But she always said that if I studied hard and made myself into a proper lady—"
She paused and looked down at the blanket wrapped around her, as though remembering her nakedness for the first time.
"If I made myself into a proper lady,"
she persisted, her voice cracking just slightly,
"my father might take me in. Not as his daughter,"
she rushed on, as though frightened Caden might reprimand her for the thought.
"He wouldn't have to acknowledge me ever, but as one of the ladies of his court, maybe handmaid or something."
It seemed an unlikely proposition to Caden. Bastards were dangerous business, even if they were girls, even if they were tattooed girls. A young woman as beautiful as Triste would have dozens of suitors, and if one of them married her and then realized she was the daughter to some sort of potentate—
"I studied the low arts at the temple,"
she continued, oblivious of his thoughts,
"but my mother refused to have me inducted into the high mysteries."
"The high mysteries?" Caden asked, intrigued. Triste coloured once more.
"The arts of bodily pleasure,"
she responded, eyes downcast.
"All girls in the temple learn the low arts, dancing, singing, all of that. But you can't be a Lena without years of studying the high mysteries. My mother says you can sing yourself hoarse. That's not what the men pay for."
"So you haven't done this before?" Caden asked, cursing himself silently for his clumsiness.
Triste shook her head. "No. My mother never wanted—"
She trailed off, staring at her hands as though she had never seen them before.
"No."
A rustling at the back of the tent interrupted her before she could say more. Eyes wide, she put her finger to her lips. Caden nodded. Perhaps it was only wind, but the memory of Pur Lagator and the Akhanat remained fresh in his mind. Ut was an Idolian, but he was only one man. He couldn't watch all the walls of the pavilion at once. Caden gestured toward Triste's fallen dress urgently. Her nakedness seemed to make both of them more vulnerable, and as she struggled to pull it on, he cast about for something that could serve as a weapon. He still carried the short knife on the belt of his robe, but that seemed a feeble defence. The supporting poles holding up the pavilion might stave off an intruder, but they were inextricable from the canvas. A heavy gilded candlestick caught his eye, twice as thick as his thumb and 2 feet long. The rustling came again, punctuated by a short ripping. Caden hastily snuffed the wick, yanked the taper out of its sconce, and hefted the makeshift weapon tentatively. It wasn't a sword, but a solid blow would knock a man unconscious. He forced himself to move toward the sound. 43. A glint of steel poked through the canvas, then the body of a belt knife, flashing in the lamplight as it soared back and forth slowly, carving down through the heavy fabric. Caden's mind darted immediately to the long blades he had discovered inside Pierre's pack, and he tightened his hold on the candlestick, trying to get a good grip with his sweaty palms. Whoever it was would have to come through head first, and as soon as they were part way inside the tent, he could smash the candlestick down on the nape of their neck. He moved cautiously to the side of the growing rent and raised his weapon. A small, shaved head poked inside, pulled back a moment, then reappeared, followed immediately by a wriggling body. Caden started to swing, then checked himself.
"Caden," the intruder whispered urgently. "Caden, you've got to listen."
"Pater," he exhaled heavily. "What are you doing here?" The small boy looked over at Triste, and for a moment it seemed all thought had gone out of his head, but when he turned back to Caden, his urgency returned in a rush.
"There's men, Caden, with armour."
Caden let out a long breath, and Triste slowly relaxed. He noticed she had picked up the other candlestick, but lowered it now, unsure what to make of their diminutive intruder. "Those are probably just a few of the Aedolian guards. They're here to protect me, Pater."
"No," Pater insisted. "They're in the mountains, all over the mountains. I was on the Talon. Heng caught me eating a carrot when I should have been fasting, but we only had to fast because you took over the refectory."
He glared at Caden accusingly, then remembered his purpose.
"But I was on the Talon, and I heard them, and I knew that you're Emperor now, and I thought like you thought that they were soldiers, but then I listened to them, and they are soldiers, but I listened to what they were saying, listened to it and remembered it exactly, just like those boring exercises we always have to do. One of them said, 'Make sure the perimeter is secure before you move.' Then another one said, 'I don't see why we don't just kill the boy and have done with it.' And I got scared then, because I didn't know who the boy was, but I kept listening, and the first one called the second one an idiot. He said, 'If those were our only orders, we could have taken his head off in the square.'"
Caden felt the hairs on the back of his neck begin to prickle. He glanced over at Triste. Her pale face had gone white in the candlelight, and she shook her head in confusion, hugging her arms around her chest. "What did they say next?" Caden asked, his voice a hoarse whisper.
"He said, the first one did, that if they didn't secure the perimeter before the attack, some of the monks would get away. 'Once you've nailed down the perimeter, make sure they're all dead, but do not begin until they've finished with the boy.'"
Caden could feel his heart thundering in his chest, and he took a moment to slow his pulse. He had to think. Triste was staring at Pater and tugging her gossamer dress tighter about her.
"He said they brought that pavilion all the way up the mountain just so they'd know right where he was, and they didn't want him slipping away when things got messy."
Pater tumbled on, still breathless from his run down from the Talon and the urgency of his message.
"That's when I figured out that he was you. I almost fell off the Talon, I was so scared. I climbed down, and I ran all the way here, but there's a huge man with a sword in front of the door, and so I had to sneak in the back. You have to leave, Caden," he finished with a rush. "You have to leave right now."
"We have to tell Ut," Caden responded, heading for the door. Pater dived for him, grasping him around the legs while shaking his head furiously.
"No, Caden," he begged. "He's on their side. They said his name, the men in the mountains, and I made sure to remember it. Ut wants this. Report to Ut. He's on their side," Pater repeated. "That's why I had to sneak in the back of the tent."
Caden tried to gather his wits. The sudden arrival of the imperial delegation, combined with the shock of his father's death, had left him disconcerted and raw. But he had done his best to tamp down his emotions, to smother them and play the young emperor. Micajah Ut, even changed as he was, had been one familiar spar in a baffling flood, something to cling to as Caden made his way back toward the capital. And now, it seemed, the man had been sent to kill him. The discipline he spent years cultivating threatened to evaporate as quickly as a late spring snow, and with desperation he reached for the novice exercises he had mastered in his first years among the Shin. "Each breath is a wave," he told himself, visualizing the long, lapping breakers of the bay outside Anor as he inhaled. "The fear is sand." As the breath escaped, he let the sand and the fear slip from his mind, sliding down the long shingle into the bottomless belly of the sea. Slowly he brought his breathing and then his pulse under control. "All right," he began finally. "All right. We have to warn the other monks. We'll tell the abbot first." Triste cut him off.
"We have to get out of this tent. Listen to him. They're coming here first."
Fear filled her voice, but beneath the fear there was something else, something surprisingly hard.
Resolve, Caden realized. Readiness. Triste had shown neither quality all night, not at dinner, not when he brought her back to the pavilion. The realization gave him pause, but Pater was nodding vigorously in agreement, tugging at Caden's robe, leading him to the hole he had sliced in the back of the canvas. The boy started for the small tear, but Caden held him back. "Let me go first. Once I know it's safe, I'll motion you through." The hole Pater had torn in the canvas wasn't quite big enough for Caden's larger shoulders. He set the candlestick down and tugged gingerly at the fabric. It tore easily, but the harsh ripping sound made him wince. Pater had said Ut was out front. How much could he hear? Caden waited, straining his ears for the crunch of boots on gravel or the dull clank of armour. He could hear nothing but the sound of blood in his ears. Slowly he eased his head through the rip. The courtyard was empty and the night calm, the moon climbing her quiet path through the stars overhead, casting shadows beneath the junipers. Caden listened again, and then, with a gulp, levered himself out through the gap. For a horrible moment the canvas tightened around his torso, and he thought he was stuck, but a strong tug freed him, and he stood up in the cool night air, trembling. Shame filled him. Pater had run all the way back here without a thought for his own safety, and all he, Caden, Isanletun Hui Malkinian, 24th of his line and Emperor of Anor, could do was peer uselessly into the night. Ruthlessly, methodically, he identified his fear, compartmentalized it, and put it to the side. Fear is sand, he reminded himself, nothing more. Steadied slightly, he put his head back in through the flap. Triste and Pater crouched just inside the canvas, stared at him wide-eyed. Caden nodded urgently, and Triste grabbed the boy by the back of his robe, thrusting him at the opening with surprising strength. Pater squirmed through in a flash and crouched beside him in the dark. Caden put his hand through to motion the girl to follow, then froze. Across from the pavilion, pressed close to the wall of the dormitory, something moved in the shadow. He shoved his hand back through the canvas, frantically trying to keep Triste inside. His fingers met with the smooth skin of her chest, and she paused. He could feel her heart pounding beneath her ribcage, a frenzied counterpoint to his own, but she kept still, as Caden peered into the darkness. A thin strip of shadow hemmed the back of the pavilion, and he tried to will himself into it more deeply. Pater crouched motionless at his side. They could run. He and Pater had run these paths every day for years. No armoured soldier would be able to keep pace with them, but running would mean living Triste. And in a flash he understood the subtlety of the plot. Triste was the bait and the distraction, all rolled into one. She was the excuse to separate Caden from the rest of the monks, the trump card that would ensure he left the dormitory, and the guarantee that when the men came to kill him, he would be distracted. She could even be part of the plot, Caden realized after a moment. He hastily recalled the summer on of her face as she told her story. There was terror there, and regret, and even anger, but no halting or deception. Unless he had badly miscalculated, she was as much a victim of Adiv's schemes as he was, and he didn't want to contemplate what would become of her if they left her behind. As he racked his brain for another option, the figure in the shadows across from him took form. Caden's body tightened, then sagged in relief as he recognized Tan's solid shape. His Umiel stepped into the moonlight, beckoned to them urgently, then stepped back. Caden closed his hand around the front of Triste's dress and hauled her through. As soon as she gained her feet, they raced across the moonlit space, hunched over as though cringing from the blow of some great hammer. They reached the shadow of the dormitory just as a cry went up from inside the stone building. A befuddled yell twisted abruptly into a scream of terror, then silence. Caden looked back for Pater, but the boy, already tired from his sprint from the Talon and slowed by his shorter legs, hadn't even made it halfway across the square. At the bloody shout from above, he had dropped to the ground, a dark, huddled mound in the vast expanse of silvery moonlight. Caden silently cursed himself for not taking the boy in his other hand when he ran. Immediately other cries inside the dormitory filled the terrible silence left by the first, followed shortly by the sounds of flight and struggle. The rough voices of soldiers called out to one another, cursing their victims, and then the men poured into the square, making for the front of the tent, the steel of their drawn swords flickering with cold menace. As the men disappeared, Pater stared longingly at the gulf separating him from the others, then back at the shadow of the tent. A deep hole opened in Caden's stomach. "No!" he hissed. "Over here!" But Peter was already scurrying back to the dubious safety of the pavilion. Caden could hear Ut curse inside the tent, then begin barking orders. "Peter!" he called again, letting go of Triste for the first time in order to run back for the boy. Tan stopped him with an iron grasp on his wrist just as Ut's broadsword swept a long gash in the canvas, and the man stepped through. The Aedolian peered right, then left. Caden prayed he might not see the small boy huddled almost at his feet. "It works for fawns," he told himself, years of useless accumulated knowledge bubbling to the top of his mind. The fawn has no scent. So long as it remains motionless, the crag cat passes by. He had almost managed to convince himself when the Aedolian glanced down, snorted, then hoisted his squirming quarry into the air with one arm, the action terribly effortless. Peter stopped wriggling when Ut brought the point of his sword to the boy's belly.
"Where is the Emperor?"
he ground out. Peter shook his head defiantly.
"I'm here to protect him, you fool," the man insisted, lowering without softening his voice.
"No, you're not," Peter insisted. "You want to hurt him. I heard." Caden tried to wrest his arm free of Tan's vice-like grip, to step into the moonlight. Whatever these men wanted with him, whoever they were, it had nothing to do with Peter. Before he could move, however, the Aedolian slid his sword smoothly into the boy's body, driving it all the way through until it emerged, slick and dripping just below his shoulder blades. Caden stared, transfixed. "Run, Caden!" Peter tried to yell, but his voice was terribly weak, the strangled wheeze of a dying creature. No sooner were the words out than he slumped forward against the blade. For what felt like an eternity, Caden couldn't move. His mind played and replayed the horror of the scene until he thought the vision might have scoured all other thought from his mind. Casually, almost dismissively, Ut let his sword drop, sliding the limp body onto the ground. The tiny heap of bloodied rags was no larger than a dog. Was it possible Peter had been so slight, so insubstantial? It was his voice that made him seem bigger, Caden realized. He was always talking. The thought snapped something inside him, some bundle of caution, fear, and restraint, and with a roar he leapt into the square. He could hear Tan trying to follow him, but he had always been faster than his Umiel, and half a step was all the lead he needed. Ut turned toward the sound, and Caden could see a cold, cruel smile spread across the Aedolian's face.
"We would have stabbed the kid anyway,"
he said, slinging the blood off his sword in a slow arc.
"We're not leaving anyone alive."
I don't need to kill him, Caden thought. I just need to distract him, and Tan will finish the job. A small part of his mind told him that the idea was incoherent. He had no idea if the older monk was following him, no idea if he had his Nakzal, no idea if he even knew how to fight. Caden was beyond caring. He felt only a hint of dismay when 2 soldiers burst through the tear in the canvas, while a half-dozen more appeared around the side of the pavilion. When they saw the figure rushing at them across the flagstones of the courtyard, they hesitated, then spread out, flanking their commander. Whichever one he attacked, the others would cut him down from the side. Even now, the closest was readying his blade as Caden clumsily raised his candlestick in defence. Then, with a moist sound of metal tearing through flesh, the man collapsed, a crossbow quarrel jutting from his neck. Caden didn't have time to gape before 2 more fell, blood gurgling at their throats. The others paused, then took a tentative step back. With a curse, Ut turned his attention from Caden to the darkness surrounding them, searching for their invisible assailant. They both stared as Pir Lakator strode into the square. Caden recognized the knives first, the same knives he had seen in the merchant's pack 3 nights before, the long, oiled killing knives. Lakator held one in either hand, loosely, as though she could scarcely be bothered to keep her grip on them. Gone was the brash merchant's swagger, the easy grin and expansive manner. Gone, too, were the cringing and doubt she had shown when Ut put the sword to her neck the day before. If Pir was concerned about the Aedolian's huge broad blade, or the soldiers massed before her, or the whistling crossbow bolts that struck like hail all around, she didn't show it. She walked into the killing with all the concern of an atrap entering her own ballroom, nodding to the baffled soldiers as though they were young gallants, sweaty-palmed and twitchy at the thought of their first dance. "A Nanshale will be pleased," she said, surveying the carnage with a sober eye. Tan's words of caution shoved into Caden's mind. Somewhere this woman has learned to suppress the most basic imperatives of the flesh. Overhead the moon still shone, but the night seemed to have grown darker, heavier. Ut gestured curtly, and two of the Adolians took a step forward, tentative now. The first collapsed with a bolt through the eye. Seeing his companion fall, the second roared, raised his sword to strike, and charged. Though the man stood half a head taller than her and wore steel to her leather, Pierre Lagateur didn't break stride. She stepped easily into the space beneath his raised arms, driving as she moved one of her knives up into the soldier's armpit. As her foe crumpled with a sickly, rattling cough, Pierre rotated past him, eyes locked on Ut. The other soldiers rushing to intercept her might as well have been wheat, for all the attention she paid them. In the explosion of activity, Tan had caught up with Caden, seizing him by the forearm.
"We go now," he barked. "If I have to knock you over the head and carry you."
Adrift in his own shock and confusion, Caden allowed himself to be led, looking back over his shoulder at Pierre as he went. The other soldiers were down, either fallen beneath the merchant's blades or the quarrels of their invisible assailant. With a growl, Ut swung his sword in that wide, terrible arc that had almost taken off Pierre's head the day before. Caden stared, unable to tear his eyes from the inevitable. This strange woman had defended him, saved him, and now she was going to die. The sword sliced through the air, and Pierre simply wasn't there. Even as Ut tensed for the blow, the merchant rolled beneath the attack, while the Adolian's blade swung harmlessly into the night. Then it was Ut's turn to look shocked, and a moment was all Pierre gave him. The merchant's knives flashed, first high, then low, probing, pressing. So fast it seemed she must have 5 or 6 spinning between her fingers, rather than the 2 Caden had seen when she walked so calmly into the slaughter. Ut was quicker than his men, however, and wearing heavier armour. As the 2 circled each other in the centre of the yard, a man's voice hissed from the shadows. Caden turned to see Jakin, a crossbow in his right hand, Triste's arm clasped roughly in his left. He was dressed in his customary tunic and breeches, as though he never went to bed, as though he had expected the sudden outburst of violence.
"Worry about yourselves," he snapped. "Pierre Lagateur has lived long in the shadow of an Nanshale. She will meet us later, if the god wills."
Caden felt Tan stiffen at his side. He looked over at the monk, surprised to see his mouth twisting with some sort of emotion. Tan started to speak, but more soldiers were already flooding into the square, slowed for the moment by the sight of their commander locked in a duel. "I need to find Akil," Caden insisted. "He's in the dormitory."
"The dormitory is crawling with Adolians," the man shot back.
"Then kill them," he replied, gesturing to Jakin's crossbow.
"This is useless indoors," he spat. "Your friend's dead, or he will be dead. I've been paid well not to let you join him."
Caden hesitated, but Tan took him by the arm with that implacable grip.
"Now,"
he said. With a wordless shout of rage, Caden turned, and the 4 of them rushed past the stone dormitory, past the screaming and bellowed commands, past the flames licking from the meditation hall, and into the night. They raced up the trail to the circuit of ravens, Tan keeping pace despite his bulk, Triste and Jakin stumbling every so often on the unfamiliar stones. Caden tried to shut out the sounds echoing at his back. Harsh orders barked in the darkness, the clash of steel on steel, screaming. The scene of Pater's death kept running through his mind, and he realized sickly that the boy would not be the only one murdered that night. Caden thought back to his words. "I heard them, Caden. Make sure they're all dead." Jakin had insisted that the monks in the dormitory were already dead. But Akil was no ordinary monk. He was fast and smart. He'd learned to stay alive in the alleys of Anor before he was ever carted off to Ashklan. He would have been sleeping in the dormitory with the rest of the monks, but surely he'd heard something. If he could win free of the immediate carnage, he could lose himself in the rocks for days. Had he escaped? Or had Caden already heard his dying scream? Nausea filled him. Near the top of the ridgeline, just below the notch that would lead over the saddle and into the shallow defile beyond, Jakin pulled up sharply. Caden started to ask what was wrong, but the man glared him into silence, then inched his head up over the rise. After only a moment he pulled back with a low curse.
"What is it?"
Caden whispered, his throat tight.
"Men. With you? There is no one with us," he hissed. "When they sent us to protect you from assassins, they forgot to mention that the assassins were an entire regiment of the Emperor's own Kent-kissing Idolian Guard."
"What about that?" Triste asked, gesturing to the crossbow. Jakin hefted it with disgust.
"Only one quarrel left. I did not count on having to use so many down below."
As they spoke, Caden realized with a sickening lurch that the sounds of slaughter behind them had ceased. Sooty red tongues of flame licked against the night sky, casting shifting shadows on the rocks around them. So they were finished with the monks, and presumably their own slaves as well. It doesn't take long to kill 200 people, Caden thought hollowly, staring back over his shoulder until Tan broke into his daze.
"They're coming up the trail behind us. How many ahead?" "4, Jakin replied.
"The crossbow will make it 3, Tan said. "And if you're anything like your friend with a knife—"
"I'm not," he spat, glaring at him.
"There's a reason we work as a team. She does the close work. I deal with unexpected problems from the roof."
Tan cursed, then hefted his naksal.
"Ahead there are 4. Behind looks like 100. You shoot, we go. Caden, hold the girl. Stay back."
Jakin looked hard at the monk, then nodded. Their attack seemed to last only moments. Jakin shot one soldier through the eye, and then he and Tan were on the remaining 3. The monk's spear flickered out to catch the closest man in the neck, while Jakin cut down one of the others, finding with his knife the weak joint where helmet met gorget. So he can use that spear, Caden thought to himself absently. He didn't know much about combat. His father's guardsmen had taught him and Valin only the rudiments before they were shipped away, but Tan moved with a confidence and deadly speed that couldn't be faked. Rather than pressing the attack, the remaining Idolian stepped back, unnerved by the death of his companions. He seemed to have no relish for a heroic duel, and turned his head to glance down the trail behind him. That's when Jakin leapt. He was fast, almost as fast as Pier, fast enough to close the distance and thrust his knife through the gap in the helmet and into the brain, but not, Caden realized with horror, before the soldier could raise his blade. The 2 fell to the ground, the Idolian dead where he lay, the sword he still clutched buried in Jakin's stomach. Caden started to run to him, but Tan stopped him with a hand on the arm. The monk wasted no time catching his breath.
"He'll be dead in minutes,"
he said, as though that settled the matter. Caden tugged his arm free and turned to the fallen man. He had pulled the sword from his body and rolled onto his back, blood welling from the deep puncture. Pain creased his face, and when he spoke, his words were weak, his lips flecked with blood and spittle.
"The base of the talon,"
he managed weakly.
"Pier will meet you at the base."
He broke off as a coughing racked his body, squeezing his eyes shut with agony. Caden made to cradle his head, but Triste stopped him. The girl's gown was badly ripped, her jaw trembling, her breathing heavy, but she hadn't panicked. If she didn't have Tan's stony resolve, she did at least seem in control of herself, and she pushed Caden out of the way gently but firmly, then took the dying man's hand in her own and pressed her other palm to his brow. "Thank you for saving our lives," she said simply. The 2 remained motionless, like a statue carved from the mountain. Then, for the first time since the 2 merchants had arrived at the monastery, Caden saw Jakin smile, the spasms that had racked his body subsiding.
"Go,"
he said weakly, then closed his eyes.
"I will wait here for the god."
With a final squeeze of his hand, Triste nodded, then stood, unshed tears in her eyes.
"There is nothing more we can do for him," Tan said. "Come!"
They had just started to run once more when Caden remembered his candlestick, the only weapon he had. It was just a few paces behind, and heart hammering in his chest, he turned back for it. The unlikely weapon had yet to prove its value, but it would be foolish to leave it behind for the sake of a few more seconds that couldn't possibly make a difference. He was bending to pick up the bloodied silver shaft when he heard the panting and scrambling. Someone was coming. climbing the far side of the small rise just a short stone's throw away. Cursing himself for a fool, Caden snatched the candlestick and spun about to chase after his companions. The voice stopped him cold. "Caden, help me!" He stared as Firam Prum hauled his bulk up over the rise. The monk was sweating and shaking, his robe ripped away from one shoulder, blood from a gash on his forehead running down over his quivering jowls. His chest heaved with the effort of running up the path. How he, of all people, had escaped the carnage below, Caden had no idea. All he could think was that Firam was in danger because of him, because of the soldiers he had somehow brought down on them all, and he had to find some way to help. "Can you keep running?" Caden asked. Firam's eyes widened still further, as though the question terrified him, but then he looked behind him to where the ruddy flames from the burning monastery flickered against the clouds, the roar of the fire punctuated by curses and screams. He turned back to Caden and nodded. "All right," Caden said, taking a deep breath. "Keep a hand on the belt to my robe. You're still going to have to run, but I can help pull you some, especially on the uphills." "Thank you, Caden," the youth replied. Caden just nodded. "Let's go," Tan said. The older monk started to double back, but Caden waved him on. "We're coming," he replied. Without another word, the four of them turned from the ghosts of the dead and the cries of the living to race into the emptiness of the night. 44. Dawn will come. All night Caden had repeated the mantra to himself as they fled through the darkness beneath a moon pale as the belly of a fish. Tan led the small party up treacherous stream beds, through narrow defiles, and along ledges a pace wide where the cliff face threatened to shoulder them into the abyss. Pier appeared a few miles from the monastery as promised at the base of the towering granite spire known as the Talon. The entire side of her once fashionable coat had burned away, and splattered gore, black and glistening in the moonlight, coated her left arm to the elbow. "You monks really know how to move," she gasped, falling in beside them. Caden wondered how the woman could still walk, let alone run, until he realized that much of the blood belonged to soldiers dead on the slopes below. When 3 Idolians burst from the shadow threatening to block their path, Pier killed 2 without breaking stride, while Tan knocked the 3rd screaming from the ledge with his Nakzal. The old monk seemed strong as a bull, and the merchant— "She's not really a merchant," Caden reminded himself, moved smoothly and silently as a shadow cast by the moon. "Dawn will come," Caden told himself as he laboured up the steep grade, Firam tugging at his belt and wheezing with exhaustion and terror the entire time. The monk was slowing him down, there was no question about it, but leaving him behind was unthinkable. Too many people had already died. Ruthlessly, Caden thrust the visions of Pater from his mind, forced down the thoughts of the Shin lying slaughtered in their cells, or Akil hiding somewhere or bleeding slowly to death, shoved away everything until there was only the steady heave of his chest, the burn in his legs, and the grey blur of the rock beneath his feet. Dawn will come. And yet, when the sun did finally rise, 1 fingers of rose and russet colouring the sky, the nightmare persisted. Tan led them east, always east and upward, stabbing deep into the heart of the peaks. The decision made sense. Without the burden of weapons and armour, Caden's group would move more quickly than the Idolians. The problem was, Firam was having trouble keeping up, just hauling his own bulk along the broken path. Tan and Caden had taken turns towing him through the night. Triste was too small to help, and Pier just laughed at the suggestion. The fat acolyte had stumbled countless times already, twice dragging Caden down with him. The whole situation was untenable, but there was no other choice, and so Caden gritted his teeth and ran on. The sun climbed and the air warmed. He started to sweat beneath his robes. All at once the defile opened out in a small bowl, where Pier pulled up short. Caden thought briefly that the Idolians had somehow managed to get ahead of them, to cut them off, and he craned his neck, steeling himself for the sight of helmed men with drawn swords. Only there were no soldiers. Just a sparkling mountain lake, small enough that he could throw a stone across it, and a few patches of crag grass. The trail, if it could be called a trail, circled the lake, then knifed up a horribly steep ravine. "Up again?" Caden asked wearily. Just a second, Pierre replied. They left most of the soldiers to mop up at the monastery, but I want to know just how many are following. I think from here I can see part of our back trail.
You can't,
Tan said curtly, but Caden and Firam were already turning to look. As Caden tried to see past a stand of priest pines in the middle distance, the fat monk at his side let out a quiet sigh and dropped to his knees. Caden suppressed a moan. If Firam couldn't even stand, it was going to be almost impossible to drag him up the steep climbs that awaited.
Come on,
he said, reaching down to grasp him by the robe.
It'll only be harder to start again if you sit down now.
The monk didn't respond. Caden turned to him, sharp words on his lips. But as he tugged at the robe, Firam's head lolled to one side, and Caden realized with shock that blood was trickling from his lips, pouring down his fleshy chin in a crimson stream.
"Tan!" he shouted. "Something's—"
The words died on his lips as he found Pierre wiping her blade calmly on the leg of her trousers, then slipping it back into its sheath. For a moment, no one did anything. Caden stared at Pierre, Triste stared at Firam, and the fat monk stared at nothing, as his eyes glazed over. Then Tan was sliding between Caden and the merchant, hefting the Naxal in both hands.
"Get her back,"
the older monk said, his voice flat, hard. Pierre spread her hands inquisitively.
"Aren't you Shin supposed to be great of service? I've saved Caden's life 4 times in the last half a day. I would think my goodwill would be clear by now."
"Goodwill?" Triste demanded, her voice quivering with anger and disbelief. "You murdered Caden's friend, and you want to talk about goodwill?" Pierre shook her head as though she'd had this conversation 100 times before, and to no effect. "Why did you kill him?" Caden asked finally, hearing the hollowness in his own voice.
"He was killing you," Pierre replied. "He was slowing you down, sapping your strength, making it ever more likely the Edolians would catch up."
She sighed extensively.
"I know I've been making this look easy, but saving your life has already proved more interesting than I anticipated."
"We haven't heard the Edolians in hours," Caden replied. "They could have given up already." Pierre widened her eyes in amazement.
"You think Ut and Adiv crossed 1,000 leagues only to give up after one night? They are still chasing you, and Firam, may Anan Share look over his fat soul, was slowing you down enough that they would catch you. Then they would have killed him and you." She frowned speculatively. "And, incidentally, the rest of us. I gave him a quick death. No pain, no fear. We should all be so lucky." "Who are you?" Triste demanded, shouldering past Tan and advancing on the woman until she stood inches away from her, glaring up into her face. Pierre was older and taller. Pierre held the knives, but Triste appeared undeterred. "Who are you to decide which people get to live and die?" Pierre looked like she was considering the question, but it was Tan who responded.
"She is skull-sworn,"
the older monk said. Caden felt the muscles of his back and shoulders tighten at the word.
"She is a priestess of Anan Shale,"
the monk continued, voice like a file rasping over stone.
"Her god is the god of death."
Triste took an abrupt step back, and Caden shook his head. "No," he said slowly, trying to work the thing through the way he had been trained. "No, it doesn't make sense. The Skullsworn only kill. She saved my life."
"If she saved you,"
the monk ground out,
"she was well paid to do so."
He rounded on the woman.
"Tell me I'm wrong, assassin."
"No," Pierre replied calmly. "You're not wrong. And at any other point, I'd be delighted to spend a sun-filled spring morning learning about my fellow travelers on the path. But Ut is still alive," she grimaced, as though the fact galled her. "It's been a long time since I killed men in full armor, and I'm afraid my skills have softened. Unless you want to end up like Firam, I suggest we move.
You're not coming with us,
Tan responded, his voice flat, hard. Peer raised an eyebrow.
The only question, she responded, is whether you are coming with us. I was paid to rescue the Emperor. No money changed hands for the life of a middle-aged monk or an underdressed whore. She glanced at Triste, then added, begging your pardon, of course.
Who paid you? Caden demanded.
No idea, she replied with a shrug. Clients pay Rasambur, and Rasambur sends someone. Neater that way. Now, who's coming and who's dying?
Tan flexed his fingers on the Naxal, and though Peer didn't even seem to notice, Caden had the sudden, overwhelming premonition that violence was about to erupt. Brutal, fatal violence.
We all go together,
Caden said firmly, looking Peer in the eye, then Tan.
She may be a priest of an Anshale, but she's on our side.
He forced himself not to look at Firam's crumpled form, not to think about the dark steel parting the boy's soft flesh. His stomach was churning with guilt and fear, but if he failed to convince his Yumiel to go along, someone else was going to get killed. Maybe all of us are going to get killed.
A few hours ago, the Imperial Embassy was on your side as well,
Tan growled.
Don't be so eager to countermand your friend.
Or a woman,
Peer added. I'm not saying she's my friend, Caden responded, trying to keep his voice level.
I'm just saying we can go with her for now. Once we're free, we can decide what to do.
I'm not going anywhere with her, Triste said. Since Tan had uncovered Peer's real identity, Triste had been staring at her as if she were a viper poised to strike. And now Caden noticed that her knuckles were white where she gripped the shaft of the candlestick.
I'll go on alone, before I go with one of the Skullsworn.
Peer waggled a knife at her.
Evidently I was not as clear as I had hoped. Your continuing on alone is not one of the options. If you leave us, they will take you and you will tell them who I am, which will diminish our chances of escape. I'll go over it again. Please try to follow along this time. You come with us, or I deliver you to the god.
Caden snatched Triste by the wrist, worried that she might try to dart away. And if we all come with you, he asked guardedly, you won't hurt them? The assassin spread her arms guilelessly.
I've said as much, have I not? Besides, I never hurt people. I only kill them.
Tan shook his head.
You can't bother with her. You can't negotiate. The priests of an Anshale have no loyalty to anyone but their blood-spattered god. This saviour of yours has no pity, no compassion.
It sounds like you're describing an obscure set of monks I recently had the misfortune to come across,
the assassin replied, an eyebrow arched.
The question is not one of emotion,
Tan replied,
but of loyalty.
He turned to Caden.
Did you see this woman hesitate when we told her husband had fallen?
Peer said,
Jakin was not my husband. That was only a story. But we worked together many times. He was honest, kind in his rough way, and deadly with that crossbow. I will miss him, monk, but I will not weep for him. The god comes for us all.
Caden took a deep breath. Your contract instructed you to save me, so you won't kill Tan or Triste if I tell you not to. Peer seemed amused by the idea.
I was paid to keep you alive, not take your orders. Emperor, butcher, peddler, all men die in much the same way, and the gods' ministers tend to them all equally. She paused. However, the monk seems to know these mountains, and the girl may have her uses yet. I have no quarrel if they join us, at least for now.
Caden turned to Tan. What is it Nin was always saying? Truth is just the straightest line between 2 points. Right now the straightest line is all of us together. Straight up that ravine. Tan considered this, dark eyes hard and impossible to read.
Up,
he said, finally, turning toward the path.
Up,
Piers said, shaking her head in bemusement. "Why does it always have to be up?" 45. Valin had seen some forbidding terrain during the course of his training: the icy Romsdal peaks south of Freeport, the blistering sands of the Segir Desert, Hanan jungles north of the Waste, but nothing so vast and daunting as the Bone Mountains. The peaks were aptly named, white shards of granite stabbed into the clouds like the bones of the earth itself, shattered and thrust up through the thin soil. Where the white of the rock ended, the white of snow and ice began. Glaciers and seracs, sharp cornices edging the highest ridgelines, bowls of dirty snow leaking into frothing white rivers. They went on forever, these peaks, rank after serrated rank, etching the frigid blue sky. It had taken them 4 days, stopping only an hour at a time to rest the bird, to reach the southern foothills. Aside from the fatigue which was standard Ketrel fare, the flight was easier than anything they'd done in training. If Valin could have forgotten what precipitated the journey, forgotten what lurked ahead, it could have been a pleasant training exercise in a remote corner of the world. Except it wasn't an exercise. After what they'd done, there would be no more exercises. Traitors. That's what they were now. That's what they'd been since the moment they raided the armory and loosed Swantra from the roost. Valin had been shocked at his wing's willingness to follow him north into lawlessness and disgrace. After all, if they'd remained on Karsh, if they'd obeyed Shalil's orders and submitted themselves meekly to Ketrel justice, the chances were good that they could have exonerated Anik. At the very least, the other 4 members could have cleared their names and, after finding a new sniper, gotten on with their duties. On the other hand, meek and obedient were not the first words he would have chosen to describe his wing. He realized with a grim smile that the same stubbornness that made them question his authority day in and day out had probably caused them to kick back against the injustice of Shalil's inquest. The flea's words came back to him calm and confident, thought they'd make a good wing. Only they were the flea's enemies now. That was a sobering thought, one that scrubbed the smile right off Valin's face. In the history of the Eyrie, only 2 wings had ever turned their coats. All cadets learned the stories, and they were both hunted ruthlessly into the ground. The commander of the Silent Stoop ended up slitting his own throat, while the wing leader of Darkness was captured, tortured, then executed on the Karsh muster grounds. Even as Valin and his wing flew north in pursuit of Yurl, others would be following, veterans, professionals, maybe Fane, maybe the Flea. It didn't much matter. If any of them caught up to Valin before he reached Caden, the fight was likely to be quick and horribly one-sided. Almost there, Valin reminded himself, scanning the peaks to the north, almost to Ashklan. Wherever that is. The Eyrie had the most comprehensive maps in Anor, maps detailed enough to show the alleys and sewers of a dozen cities on 2 different continents. Unfortunately, there was no reason to chart a sprawling mountain range at the northeastern perimeter of the Empire. Aside from a few mining camps and a smattering of hardy goat herders, the bones were too high for settlement. In terms of military strategy, there might as well have been an impregnable wall or a vast ocean. An army wouldn't make it through the lowest of the passes, and from what Valin could see from the bird's back, even well-equipped men on foot would have trouble crossing between the highest peaks. The range was far too wide and rugged for anyone, Anurians, Antherans, Urgal to think about crossing, and so, aside from a few impressionistic scratches on the parchment and a blotch indicating the approximate position of Ashklan, he didn't have much to go on when it came to finding his brother. As Swantra approached the peaks, Leith brought her down to within a few hundred paces of the jagged summits, just below the building cumulus clouds, into the systematic flight plan they'd agreed upon at the last stop. He'd climb a thermal in a low, lazy spiral to gain height, sparing Ra the effort, circle a few times to scout the mountains below, then glide down the far side in a rush of frigid wind that numbed the fingers and threatened to rip Valin off the bird's talons. The land comprised a maze of defiles, ravines, box canyons, and frothing white rivers, as bleak and desolate as anything he'd seen. They quartered it for the better part of the morning, sketching out the standard grid search pattern 1 painstaking square at a time, finding nothing larger than a fairly impressive crag cat. According to Caden's few letters, Ashklan wasn't much of a compound.
no more than a few stone buildings nestled against the cliffs, and Valin was starting to worry they'd fly right over it without noticing. It's just one Kent-kissing stone piled on another down there. Some of the piles of scree and rubble looked so much like dilapidated buildings that he had no trouble believing he might mistake an actual building for a rock slide. His eyes stung from the strain of scanning the ground below, but he refused to look away. Gwenna was sharing a talon with him, her bright hair whipping in her face as she studied the ground below. After a while she leaned over to shout in his ear, "How high up the peaks?" Valin shook his head. "How many buildings?" He shook his head again, and Gwenna rolled her eyes. For the 100th time he found himself wishing his brother had written in more depth about his life with the Shin. There had been letters, brief notes arriving via ship from Anor, sometimes years out of date, but the little training Caden described sounded as bizarre as it was pointless. Evidently the monks spent their days crafting pots, or painting, or just sitting around admiring the mountains. As his eyes flickered over another rock-strewn valley, Valin realized that, for all his anxiety, he didn't really know his brother anymore. They had been constant childhood companions, but as their father used to say, different soil yielded different fruit, and it was hard to think of any soil more different from the Kirins than these hard, unforgiving peaks. Caden the boy had been quick to laugh, eager to explore, but Caden the boy was nearly a decade gone. For all Valin knew, he could have thrown away his training, maybe even his life, in order to rescue an imbecile or a tyrant. Gwenna's elbow jarred him from his thoughts. Dusk was gathering, the sun sagging toward the western steppe, but his demolitions master was pointing off to the northeast at what looked like one more notch in another file of peaks. Valin couldn't make out much of anything at that distance, certainly not the indistinct hue of stone huts against a stone background. But then, just as he was about to look away, a bright flash caught his eye. Setting sun on steel, he realized, then tugged a quick code on the signal straps leading to the flyer's perch above. Leith pulled the bird up above the highest peaks, above the low, scudding clouds, so high the thin air scraped at Valin's lungs, and he thought his fingers might freeze to the rigging loops on Ra's talons. Ketrel had no protocol for fighting other Ketrel, but Valin's wing had discussed this ahead of time. Yerl would be flying low, scanning the ground just as they had been. Valin calculated the angles. They were south of the flash and quite a few miles to the west. It was possible that the other wing had glimpsed a similar reflection of light, but it didn't seem likely, especially if they were focused on the terrain below. "Men are like deer," Hendren wrote. "They never look up." Leith was urging the bird higher and higher still, until they soared through the darkening air thousands of paces higher than the highest mountains. If he was able to bring Ra down from above, it seemed possible to destroy the Earl's entire wing with one of Gwenna's arrow-mounted star shatters. Anik had only to bury the thing in the bird's tail feathers and let the wick burn out. He glanced over at the sniper and saw that she'd already knocked an arrow to the string of her bow, leaning far out in her harness over the edge of the talon, searching the sky below for her quarry. There's even a chance that we got here first, Valin realized, hope rising within him. The thing Gwenna saw could have been Ashkelon itself, some monk returning from the fields with a hoe slung over his shoulder. As they drew closer to the flashing light, however, Valin realized that whatever they were looking at, it wasn't Ashkelon. The light seemed to have come from a saddle in the distant ridgeline. There were no buildings, not even small ones. No one would build that high, not even these shale-spawned monks. You'd have to spend all your time hauling water. But then, what was it Gwenna had seen? His pulse quickened as they passed overhead. There were troops, he realized, maybe a dozen of them scurrying over what seemed to be a makeshift camp. Yerl, he thought at first, only Yerl didn't command nearly as many men. Did Shalil send more than one wing? Gwenna was gesturing vigorously, and he waved her off before she felt the need to drive that elbow into his ribs once more. I see them. Now that he had something specific to focus on, he fished the long lens out of his pack and trained it on the group. The figures, ant-like to the natural eye, leapt into startling detail and precision, the rising sun on their armour sharp enough to touch. Edolians, he realized with a fierce smile.
Sanlitun must have dispatched 2 groups when he learned of the plot. The ones who had come to rescue Valin had been slaughtered on their ship before they arrived, but it looked as though the contingent to protect Caden had won through. Valin had no idea what in A's name was going on down there, no idea where Ashkelon was, where Caden was, but one thing was clear: he wouldn't be alone in his fight against Yerl's wing. The delegation was sure to know the location of Ashkelon. It was probably quite close by. Valin and his wing could fly ahead, secure Caden, and wait for the guardsmen to arrive. Then he caught sight of the bird. Yerl's bird. The creature had settled down to roost in a small alpine meadow, a quarter-mile from the main body of men.
"That Kent-kissing bastard's here already!"
Gwenna shouted into his ear, pointing. Valin nodded grimly. Yerl must have spotted the Adolians from the air, or they spotted him. Either way, he would have thought fast enough to realize the game was up, and come in for an easy landing. After all, the Adolians slaughtered on the boat to Karsh all those months ago hadn't known exactly who was behind the plot. These were likely no better informed. They probably thought Yerl was flying a lawful mission from the Eyrie, probably thought the son of a whore was there to help. The youth could have fed them any one of a number of plausible lies, could even now be helping to arrange a rescue, one that would end undoubtedly in a tragic accident and Caden's death. Except, of course, that Yerl believed Valin's wing was back on the islands. As Hendren had written, "There's no blade as keen as surprise." The saddle stretched between 2 jagged peaks, offering a passage between them and a momentary respite from the unrelenting steepness of the surrounding terrain. Deep banks of snow piled in the shadows of the most jagged escarpments, but the centre of the broad notch was clear. There were even a few patches of stunted grass thrusting up between the rocks. To the east, the ground fell off abruptly. So abruptly, Valin wondered if it was possible to descend in that direction at all. But westward, the declivity was more gradual, and a quarter-mile distant, the land levelled off again for 100 paces. There, out of the worst of the wind, the grass grew more evenly, and it was there that Yerl had tethered his bird. The Adolians had taken up a rough, defensive position in the pass, groups of 3 marking out the perimeter of an uneven square. A few of the men clustered at the centre of the pass, hunched over a cook fire, although where they found the wood to burn, Valin couldn't say. Others were erecting a handful of low canvas tents, tucking them behind shoulders of rock or up small ravines, anywhere to get out of the wind. It was a messy camp, but the Adolians couldn't have been expecting an attack out here in the middle of the wilds, and even if a foe did materialize, the position, sloping away as it did on either side, was nearly impregnable. The men wouldn't even need weapons. They could just trundle a few of those medium-sized boulders down the escarpment and be done with it. Yerl, likewise, had taken minimal precautions. It took Valin a moment to pick out the wing leader out from among armed men. But once he spotted him, there was no mistaking that yellow hair whipping in the mountain wind. Even the way he stood was arrogant. Balandin had joined him at the centre of the camp. The leech had been forced to leave his dogs behind on Karsh, but that hawk perched on his shoulder. Not his well, though, Valin reminded himself, just a bird. The leech and the wing leader were locked in conversation with a group of Adolians. Yerl was making broad, expansive gestures with both hands, while Balandin stood stock still at his side. Valin wondered what kind of lies the bastard was spinning. Anna was down by the bird, and Remel Starr and Herne Emendrake had taken up positions on opposite sides of the pass. They looked a little more vigilant than their Adolian counterparts. Emendrake even had an arrow notched to the string of his bow. The youth wasn't as good as Anik, but he could hit his targets. None of it mattered. They're looking into the valleys. Every single one of the shale-spawned sons of whores is looking down. Valin grinned savagely, then looked over at Gwenna. It's time to settle some scores. Leith landed the bird in a flurry of wings and wind, and Valin rolled up from his dismount to find himself facing a stern Idolian in nearly full armour. It took him a moment to place the man. He knew the face, but it had aged, of course, hardened. Maikija Ut, he realized, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Better and better. As a small child, he'd always admired the commander of the Dark Guard, and Ut, for his part, had been kind to Valin in return. Valin stood up a little straighter, aware that the Adolian was seeing him as a man now for the first time. "Commander Ut," he said, stepping forward and extending a hand. Instead of accepting his greeting, the huge Idolian took a step backward, preserving the distance between them while he drew a massive broad blade from the sheath across his back. If he was shocked to find Valin here, a continent and a half away from either Anor or the Kirins, he didn't show it. Nor did he seem pleased.
"No closer, Malkanian. Keep your hands in front of you, and tell your people to stand down."
Valin frowned. He'd known that Yerl would see them coming in the final seconds. There wasn't much avoiding that. He'd even expected the other wing commander to have sown a few desperate lies. He had not, however, expected those lies to bear fruit so quickly. Leith, who had started to dismount from the bird, squinted warily, then swung back into his harness. The Idolians, who had been setting up the tents and watching the perimeter, drifted toward their commander, hands on their weapons. Anik and Talal drifted out to either side to avoid being flanked. "Stand down?" Valin asked, conscious of the chill in his own voice, but making no effort to hide it. "No one on my wing has so much as bared a blade. It's you holding the naked steel. Hardly a way for the Idolian to greet the Emperor's brother."
"I serve the Emperor."
"Last I checked, you were sworn to serve the entire imperial family."
"Only those who remain loyal."
Valin snorted. "So Sammy Yerl has been at you already. The Magaja Ut I remember wouldn't have been duped so easily by a traitor's lies."
"Throw down your blades," the man growled, "and we will determine who is lying."
Before the conversation could continue, Gwenna shouldered forward, pushing past Valin, her face twisted with anger. "I've got no idea who you are, Idolian," she said, jabbing a finger at him, "but wearing that heavy helmet all day must have stewed your brains. Where's Sammy Yerl and that pet leech of his? We know they're here. Saw them just before we landed. We know they've been filling that stone head of yours with perfect idiocy while you let them run around unguarded. Wait a little bit longer and they'll have time to jump on their bird and fly off." She looked ready to draw her blades and hack her way straight through the Idolian, but Ut lowered the point of his broad blade directly at her neck.
"Take another step," he said angrily, "and I will cut you down."
Gwenna scowled, but she didn't back off. One problem with Ketrel training, Valin realized suddenly, was that his soldiers didn't have the healthy respect for bared steel in superior numbers that one would expect from a green wing with an average age of 17. To the Ketrel, everyone else, everyone including Idolians, were just amateurs. It was an attitude Valin understood, but it was also an attitude that could get them all killed. In addition to Ut and the two soldiers flanking him, there were a half-dozen archers scattered through the rocks, arrows already nocked to their bowstrings. They were all on the same side. Given time, he'd be able to make Ut see that, but everyone was exhausted and tense. There was no telling what lies Yerl had spread just before their arrival. It would be all too easy for someone to make a mistake, and any mistake here would turn fatal quickly.
"Back off, Gwenna,"
Valin growled.
"But back off."
She bared her teeth, but obeyed.
"Your weapons," Ut said. "All of them, on the ground."
Valin hesitated. A soldier never willingly sacrificed his weapon, but this was an unusual situation. As long as the two sides remained in a standoff, they weren't finding Caden or hunting down Yerl. Someone needed to make a gesture of trust, and Valin didn't see any compromise in Ut's hard, dark eyes. "Let's get this charade over with quickly and cleanly," he said finally, glancing over his shoulder at the rest of his wing. "Do as the man says." "I don't like it," Anik said. She might have been talking about too much salt in the soup. "Neither do I," Valin said, "but this is Ut's command. The sooner we do what he says, the sooner we can start doing what we came for, finding and securing Caden. Besides," he continued, trying to force some levity into his voice, "we don't have much choice, do we?" "I could kill him," Anik replied. She hadn't so much as raised her bow, but the soldiers in the rocks shifted warily. Several went so far as to half-draw their bowstrings. A mistake, given she could draw and fire while they were still finding the range. Anik didn't seem to notice. "One arrow through the eye. Your call."
"Your sniper seems to have a little trouble with obedience," Ut said.
"Yeah," Valin replied, glancing over his shoulder at her. "But she grows on you."
"Tell her to drop the bow, or she'll be the one sprouting arrows."
Anik looked unimpressed. Still your call, Commander.
Just put down the Kent-kissing bow, Valin snapped. All of you, get rid of your weapons. All we're doing here is wasting time.
The sniper shrugged, then set her bow on the ground. The others followed suit, but Valin noticed that they kept their belt knives.
The flyer, too, Hoot ground out. Get him off the bird. Then we'll talk.
I don't know, Leith replied. You all don't seem to be getting off to such a great start down there on the ground.
Off the bird, Leith, Valin snapped. Now. He wasn't angry at his wing. They were playing by the book, playing it safe. But there was no benefit to a pointless standoff with a dozen Idolians. At best, they'd end up wasting valuable time. At worst, someone was going to get killed. If Anik killed Oot, there was no telling how the men under him might respond. The last thing they needed was a pitched battle here at the arse end of the world, while Yerl and Ballandin and the rest of their ilk looked on grinning from the rocks. There, he said, after a few of Oot's men had scuttled in to remove the discarded weapons. Now that you don't have to worry about Anik putting a chisel point through your armour, maybe you can listen to me. It wasn't the most diplomatic opening, but Oot hadn't been exactly welcoming.
Speak, the Idolian said.
Valin searched for the words. Sami Yerl and his wing have colluded against my life, and Caden's as well. Whatever they've told you, they're here to kill him.
That's what they told me, Oot replied. I wasn't sure whether to believe them, but now you've confirmed it.
Valin stared. They told you? A rich, sardonic laughter filled the evening air as Yerl himself stepped from behind a low boulder.
I guess I gave you too much credit, Malkinian, the wing commander chuckled. I never thought you were all that intelligent, of course, but I didn't expect you to actually help me.
Gwenna growled something deep in her throat. Without taking his eyes from Yerl, Valin clamped down on her wrist. He had no idea what was going on, but he wasn't about to let her get herself killed over it. He turned his attention to Oot.
If he told you he's here to kill Caden, he ground out, then what is he walking free for?
He had to ask the question, although the sick feeling in his gut told him he already knew the answer.
Because he's going to help us, Oot replied. We came to kill your brother. I oversaw the destruction of the monastery. Most of my men are there now, cleaning up, hunting down the remaining monks. And tomorrow, at first light, we're going to find the Emperor and remove his head from his shoulders.
46. The ground before the Temple of Light looked more like a muster field than a holy space. The bastard must have added another 500 soldiers, Adair thought to herself, eyeing the Sons of Flame as they stood at their posts. None challenged her palanquin, none so much as glanced in her direction, and yet the message sent by all that glittering mail, those 12-foot polearms, was clear. The Church of Intara felt as though it had enemies inside the city of Anor, and it intended to defend itself. Aside from the soldiers, a middling crowd had assembled before the temple, filing in for the noon service. As Adair stepped down, an angry stir passed through the group. Her role in Ewinian's trial had spread as quickly as his miracle, the jealous princess who had tried to see an innocent man, a holy man, condemned, and the Idolians were forced to shoulder a path through the throng. A few of those closest dropped to one knee, knuckling their foreheads, but for many the gesture was slow, almost resentful. And a few rows back, people were mocking her or shouting open defiance. There were many ways that her plan could fail, but the thought that she might not even make it to the door had not occurred to her. I should have taken Ran up on his offer to provide more troops. The Kennerang had been adamant.
I don't want to see you cut down by an angry mob, he insisted, especially now that I know how well you kiss.
She had pushed him away, flattered and irritated at the same time. You can't be part of this.
I'm the regent. You can't stop me. Besides, against my better judgment, I find myself smitten.
Listen, she said, this can't be about you. First of all, it can't look like we're forcing the issue, or overwhelming the temple with an Anurian legion. That will just breed more resentment of the Dawn Palace, and more support for Ewinian. More importantly, though, she pressed on, putting a finger to the Kennerang's lips to stifle the objection, this is between Ewinian and me. He's made a personal attack on Malkenian power, and if my family is going to hold on to the throne, I have to humble him personally, not through some overbearing show of force. The argument had made sense at the time, but as the grumbling mob pressed close around her knot of Idolians, Adair found herself wishing for just a little more support. Sanlitun had once explained to her that men were most fickle in the grip of emotion, and that mobs magnified emotion. If the crowd were to turn ugly, the dozen Idolians surrounding her would crumple before they could even draw their steel. Just keep walking. Hide the fear. Hide the doubt. She managed to keep her head high and her eyes level, but heaved a sigh of relief nonetheless when they passed, finally, beneath the gate. Thankfully, the imperial family kept a small booth inside the temple, from which the Malkenians could observe the ceremony without rubbing elbows with the common folk. The wooden walls of the box wouldn't restrain an angry mob, but they gave her some breathing space, especially after the Idolians had taken up their posts around the perimeter, and she sat on one of the plush chairs to hide the trembling in her legs. Some of the parishioners looked her way and pointed with angry mutters and scowls. She ignored them, keeping her eyes on the charred stone beneath the lens. The sun had risen almost to its noonday height, and a column of air beneath the lens had begun to shimmer already with that blistering heat. Only when the crowd had settled did Ewinian IV make his entrance from a gilded door halfway down the southern aisle. If you stripped off that overwrought amice and alb, Adair thought, you might mistake him for a carpetmonger or a wheelwright. The priest's entourage ensured that there was no danger of that. Before and behind him walked 2 columns of novices, boys and girls both, each dressed in the gold and white of Intara, each swinging a crystal from a golden chain. The stones caught the light and scattered it dizzyingly across the walls and floor, but Adair kept her eyes on Ewinian. The man's defiance and ambition had only grown in the weeks since the trial. In addition to augmenting the Sons of Flame, he was preaching openly on the distinction between human and divine rule, turning what had been an abstract theological issue into a contention that could overturn an empire. According to Iltonja, people were arguing about the difference between divine mandate and divine right in the grain market and the dockyards, arguing, that was, about the very legitimacy of Malkenian rule. Worse, Ewinian had taken to repeating his miracle every day in the noon service. To the men and women gathered in the pews, he was not simply the chief priest. He was the anointed of the goddess herself. Which is why I have to be here, Adair reminded herself, to do this. For a long time it appeared that Ewinian had not noticed her, but as he drew abreast of the imperial booth, he halted the procession with a gesture and turned to face her. When he spoke, he kept his eyes on hers, but his voice was meant for the congregation. "How unusual! The princess graces us with her presence." A hiss and murmur rippled through the crowd, but Ewinian raised his hand for silence, a sly smile on his face. "We have not seen you in this place of worship for a very long time, my lady." Adair took a deep breath. She had broken the dam. It was time to see if the flood would carry her on its current or drown her. "My family worships the goddess who gave us life in the old place, atop Intara's spear each solstice." "Of course," Ewinian nodded, steepling his fingers before his lips. "Of course. An ancient place and holy, and yet the solstice services come but twice a year." "It would be strange," Adair shot back, "if we had more solstice services than solstices." As soon as the words left her lips, she knew she had made an error, conceded territory in the dangerous game they were playing. The parishioners who came to the daily noon service were pious folk, devoted to the goddess. Some, no doubt, made the visit every day from as far away as the dockyards, the grey market, or south of the Godsway. Her flippant tone grated against their faith. The Ewinian's smile widened. "Each of us serves the goddess in our own way," he acknowledged. "I'm sure there are more bureaucratic tasks that demand your attention. But tell me, why have you joined us today?"
Might I be so bold as to inquire if you come in penitence for your recent errors?"
The man was bold indeed to insult her to her face before the assembled citizens of Anor. Rand's words came back to her. There is a time in every battle when you must act. There could be no half measures now.
"I come to illuminate my people, to bring them the truth."
Ewinion narrowed his eyes. He was on his own ground here, surrounded by his own people, hard on the heels of his recent triumph. He had nothing to fear from her, and yet clearly he had not expected this line of attack.
"Illumination. Those eyes of yours may smoulder, but they fail to cast much light."
Adair ignored the jibe, turning instead to the congregation and raising her voice.
"Your priest claims to be half divine himself." "No," Ewinion said firmly, "just a faithful servant of the goddess." "He claims," Adair continued, pressing on as though the man had not spoken, "that Intara guards him from the flames. He lies."
An angry chorus exploded at her charge. Those who came for the noon service were the heart of the faith, the most devoted. She was treading on very dangerous ground here. Ewinion himself, however, held up a hand to still the congregation.
"Those who have seen know the truth," he said, "while those who have come now questioning will have it revealed." He turned to gesture to the lens above him. "The goddess has graced us with her light this noon, and I will undertake the trial once more, as a gesture of my faith."
"Your faith is barren falsity." He turned to the crowd once more.
"You hear now the sad and desperate recriminations of a house that will lie, even kill to retain its grip on power. You hear the empty mewling of a tyrant, so far fallen in her faith that she would utter bald untruths here in this holiest sanctum."
Ewinion leaned close, then pitching his voice for her ears alone.
"Your father was a thorn in my side," he murmured. "I was delighted by his death. But it is you yourself who have sealed the fate of your family."
She almost vaulted over the wooden partition to claw out that smug smile. It was the memory of her father's voice that restrained her.
"To rule over others, Adair, you must first learn to rule yourself."
She could almost hear him, as though he stood at her shoulder, his words staying and steadying her.
"You will fail," she replied simply.
The chief priest shook his head and turned to the altar.
"Behold," he said,
raising his hands to the great lens as though inviting the heat,
"the grace of the goddess."
Then, as the congregation drew in a great gasp, he stepped into the beam of molten light. The stone beneath him smouldered as it had during the trial, and as, during the trial, he turned, triumphant, to the assembled multitude.
"Now," Adair murmured.
In that moment, the assassin Iltornja had found for her stepped forward, a man dressed like the other Idolians but carrying a thin wooden tube, a blowgun, he called it. He raised the weapon to his lips, and a dart flickered out, quicker than sight, catching Ewinion in the neck.
"I have paralyzed your priest," Adair announced, turning to the congregation, "to show you the truth."
There was no going back. She had moments only before the crowd realized what had happened, before it fell on her and destroyed her, and yet she had to speak clearly, calmly, to make them understand.
"To show you that he is not a priest at all, not the favourite of Intara, but a charlatan, worse, an abomination. The man you know as Ewinion is a filthy leech, who would have you take his kennings for divine grace."
Dozens of people were on their feet now. A few were shouting, and yet the crowd was confused, uncertain.
"I have time," she told herself. "I have time." But how to tell a leech's kenning from the love of Intara, a miracle from a monstrosity? For a long time I pondered this question in my heart, how to know which is true and which is treacherous.
She turned to consider Ewinion. He stood in the blaze, his arms stretched out as before, as though accepting the impossible light and heat, but there was something different. A bead of sweat on his forehead, a glint of fear in his eyes.
"Yesterday," she pressed on, "I climbed to the top of Intara's spear. to the old sacrificial altar of my family, to sit as close to the sun as I could, to meditate on this question, and Intara spoke in my heart. The goddess reminded me that there is a way. She had stepped over the wooden balustrade and approached as closely as she dared to Uinian in his pillar of liquid light. Even at 6 paces, she felt the cloth of her cloak burning against her flesh, smelled the singeing silk. She turned her gaze to the chief priest. His face was twitching, his lips squirming with the effort of speech, but he would speak no more today. The paralytic had seen to that. Sheets of sweat poured off his brow. Adair favoured him with a grim smile of her own. "This is for my father," she murmured, before turning back to the congregation. "The difference between the miracle of the holy man and the kenning of the leech is that the holy man relies on his goddess, while the leech trusts only himself. The leech, through his own foul machinations, twists the world around him. He himself does the work. The holy man need not raise a finger." Adair shifted to meet the eyes of those closest to her one by one, willing them to see the distinction, to understand. "This is what the goddess reminded me. She can rain down her favour, weave her protective shroud over one who is distracted, even one who is asleep. At the moment he is simply immobilized, and so his kenning still holds." A man in the foremost pew lurched to his feet, murder in his eyes, but one of the Adolians brought him down with a quick blow to the head. "Quickly now, they're ready to break." "Now," she pressed on, "I will prick him with a different dart, one that brings on a gentle, dreamless sleep. If Intara loves this man, she will watch over him, and you may do what you will with me for forsaking the sanctity of this place and the holiness of your priest. If, however, if he is a leech—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "If he is a leech, he cannot weave his kenning while asleep. The fire of the goddess will wash over him. It will consume him." Uinian's hands, outstretched in benign acceptance, had stiffened into claws. The tendons of his neck strained beneath the skin, and his eyes bulged in their sockets. "He's terrified," Adair realized, the satisfaction running through her veins like strong wine. "The man who murdered my father is terrified, and soon he will be dead." She raised a finger, and the assassin's second dart hummed through the air, burying itself in the priest's neck. With what must have been a desperate effort, Uinian forced his mouth open a crack. But instead of words, his tongue lolled out, frothing and red between his lips. A shudder ran through his chest, convulsing up through his neck, and his eyes rolled back in his head. As he dropped slowly to his knees, his garments, so white and pristine, began to smoke, then char. Then his entire body burst into flame as he toppled from the beam of light. With a howl, the crowd closed around them like the sea. 47. For the rest of the day they had pressed east, past the tower, past Burry's Leap and the Harpies, past the black and gold knives, dropping into valleys and scrambling through passes no wider than their shoulders, until they were in a region of peaks Caden had never seen before. In the early morning, Pier pushed them hard, but as the day wore on, the assassin began to flag, and the monks' long years in the mountains started to show their value. Tan kept the pace, never slowing, even when the others stumbled or paused for breath. How Triste managed to keep up, Caden had no idea. On the steeper sections, he put a hand on her lower back, helping her up the scree and talus, but for the most part she climbed and ran on her own, face drawn with the exertion, chest heaving as she gasped the thin air. But she ran. No one had forgotten what happened to Firim when he began to fall behind. They didn't stop until the sun hung just above the western peaks, a bleary red smudge on the darkening sky. They had just crested the steepest ridge yet, a great wall of granite running north and south as far as the eye could see, when Tan finally called the halt. Triste collapsed into a heap on the rocks, shuddering with exhaustion and falling asleep almost instantly. She had lost the second of her light shoes crossing a river,
and her feet were an excruciating mess of slices, blisters, blood, and bruises that made Caden wince just looking at them. It seemed a miracle that she could continue to stand, let alone run. Wearily he peered over the ridgeline to the east. The terrain made his heart sink. Rank on rank of mountains and ridges stretching away toward the horizon. He started to say something, to point out that they couldn't possibly cross all of them, but Pierre and Tan were looking west, studying a saddle they had passed through maybe an hour earlier. It had been a brutal climb and an even more brutal descent, interrupted by a few paces of level ground, where Caden had wanted nothing more than to sprawl out on the earth and surrender himself to slumber. He had suggested they stop there for the night, but Tan was having none of it.
"You were right, monk," Pierre said,
gesturing. Caden stared. There were men in that saddle, he realized, squinting until his eyes hurt. Edolians.
"I have to admit I'm impressed,"
the assassin continued, hunched forward to catch her breath, palms on her knees.
"Dismayed but impressed. I didn't think they'd be able to track us."
"How did they track us?" Caden asked, incredulous. He was a fair hand at tracking himself, as were all the monks. It was possible to follow their path through the mountains. Pierre's leather boots would scuff the stone, and Triste had been bleeding since they left Ashclan. But it would be laborious, time-consuming work that should have slowed their pursuers to a crawl. They should not be able to move so fast. It was a fatuous comment, and inane denial of empirical fact, but for once Tan let it go. The older monk's mouth was set in a grim line as he stared west.
"The Akhanat,"
he said finally. The assassin raised an eyebrow.
"Is that some kind of secret monk word?"
"It's what's been tracking us,"
Tan replied, then shifted his eyes to Caden.
"More than likely, it's been tracking him."
In the mad terror of the slaughter of the monastery and the exhaustion of their flight through the mountains, Caden had forgotten all about the terrible creature Tan had shown him on the parchment nights before.
"Why?"
he asked wearily. "What does the Akhanat have to do with any of this?" The monk shook his head.
"Impossible to be sure, but it seems the Edolians found it, or bred it. They used it to keep an eye on you while they were setting up their attack."
"I don't want to seem like the dunce," Pierre said, "but what is it?"
"All these months," Caden said slowly, "and it was there just to watch me?"
"Hard to be certain. If the annals are correct, the creatures are fearsome fighters, but they were not made to fight. The Xestream created them to track, to hunt."
"It killed all those goats. It ripped out Serkan's throat easily enough. Why didn't it come for me?"
"I don't know,"
Tan replied.
"Perhaps it did, but failed to find an opening. Perhaps Ut and Adiv did not want to take a chance with your assassination, did not want to risk assigning the task to a creature of which they remained uncertain. This is all speculation, worthless as wind."
"I don't like to make frivolous offerings to my god," Pierre said, raising a hand to slow the conversation. "But it is growing very tempting to stab one of you repeatedly in the neck until the other explains to me what you're talking about."
"A Xestream creation,"
Tan replied, ignoring the assassin's skeptical look.
"A creature built to hunt."
Pierre laughed.
"I am no historian, but I think the last of the Xestream died a few thousand years ago."
"The Akhanat is not Xestream,"
Tan responded, rounding on her.
"It is a creation of the Xestream."
"I've travelled 2 continents, from the west to Freeport and west beyond the Ankas Mountains, and I've never heard of such a thing."
"Now you have."
The assassin pursed her lips and nodded.
"All right. We'll use the assumption for now. Why does the thing hate Caden so much?" She turned to Caden. "You piss in its nest or something?"
"The Akhanat follows commands," Tan replied. "A dog set on a hare doesn't hate the hare, but it will harry it and tear it apart just the same."
"Then we'll have to make sure the hound doesn't find our rabbit," Pierre said, clapping Caden on the shoulder jocularly. "There are a dozen ways to cover his scent. The next time we cross one of those rushing streams—"
"It doesn't track by scent."
"Then what?"
Caden asked, trying to make sense of that. "Does it use?" The monk shook his head.
"There's not a word for it. Not a modern one, anyway. The histories call it Atma. Self might be the best translation. The Arcanat is tracking your sense of self."
Caden stared. "That," Pierre said, raising an eyebrow, "is by turns fascinating, implausible, and horribly inconvenient."
"Take your pick," Tan replied grimly. "It's out there. One of the monks saw it back at Ashklan, and it has Caden's Atma. You put the thing on a boat to the Manjari Empire, and given enough time, it will find its way back to him."
Caden shuddered at the thought of those awful, unnatural eyes, those skittering claws bent to one single purpose: hunting him. "I'm waiting for the good news," Pierre said.
"There is no—" "Get down,"
Tan growled, hauling Caden beneath an overhanging shelf of rock.
"Get the girl and get under cover."
Pierre for once didn't waste time bandying words, turning instead to gather Triste up and duck beneath the same shelf. Only when they were hidden away did the assassin turn to the monk. "What are we doing under this rock?" she asked, her voice curious rather than annoyed. Tan gestured toward the sky above the Idolians.
"We've got more than the Arcanat to worry about. Now they've got a bird as well."
Aside from once, as a child, Caden had never seen a ketrel, and he marvelled at the sight of the majestic creature. So that's what Valin's been flying around on all these years, he thought, envy for the moment threatening to overwhelm dismay as he studied the massive wingspan and huge raking talons, each big enough to support two tiny figures in black. He watched as the bird circled once, then landed gracefully among the Idolians. The assassin was not so excited.
"I don't know anything about your Xestream horror," she said, "but this bird is really going to put a hitch in our plans. On foot, those troops are an hour away. By wing," she spread her hands.
"Will they come for us immediately?"
Triste asked. She had woken when the assassin dragged her under the overhang and was propped on her elbows, staring off into the gathering gloom, fear and defiance warring in her voice. Pierre produced a long lens from her pack, peered through it for a while, then shook her head slowly.
"It doesn't look like it," she replied. "The sun's just set, and Adiv's a crafty one. He knows that now that they have the bird, we can't possibly outdistance them. He'll wait for the morning, for full sunlight. Then they'll come."
Caden looked from Tan to the skull-sworn, then back.
"So we've got one night," he said finally.
"What do we do?" Pierre shrugged.
"We're not spoiled for choice. Normally I'd recommend spending your last coins on a favorite meal or a good whore, but I don't think you monks tend to carry much coin, and you seem to be lacking in whores. Mostly lacking, anyway."
She smiled at Triste with this last comment.
"I'm not a whore,"
the girl snapped. The assassin raised her hands in surrender.
"Me, I'm exhausted. There's just time to enjoy a good, sound sleep."
Caden stared as Pierre Lacouture rolled onto her back, locked her fingers behind her head, and closed her eyes.
"That's it?"
he asked, amazed.
"You crossed an entire continent to save me, and then just give up?" "Everyone thinks that Rassambo is all about learning to knife people in the belly and poison their soup," the assassin responded without opening her eyes. "What you really learn there is a pretty basic lesson. Death is inevitable. The god comes for us all."
"What about back at Ashklan? When you fought Ut? You didn't seem so resigned then."
"Then there was a chance. Now," Pierre shrugged, "I've been running for a day and a night. We all have. The traitors behind us have 5 times our numbers, as well as a ketral wing, not to mention, if your sour master here is to be believed, the evil pet creature of an ancient and immortal race that could track you across moving water by moonlight. Tomorrow we'll fight, and I will give some of them to the god. But we will not win. And so, for now, I will enjoy a few hours of uninterrupted sleep."
Caden turned his attention to his Yumiel. "I assume you're not content to lie down and die too."
The older monk shook his head.
No, but the way is not clear. I must think.
And then, as if they were back on the ledges of Ashkelon, Rampuritan shifted into a cross-legged position and gazed out across the valley toward the west, chest rising and falling so slowly the movement was almost imperceptible. The monk's eyes remained open, but the sharp focus had left them as though he were dreaming. Or dead, Caden reflected grimly. He considered Tan for a while longer, then took the long lens from where it lay beside Pier, training it on the enemy soldiers once more. "There's got to be something," he muttered, studying the Ketrel as they exchanged handshakes with the Adolians. The leader was a blond youth, tall and well-built, dressed all in blacks like the rest of his wing. The short Ketrel swords crisscrossed his back. Balin and I used to play with wooden swords like that. They had pretended to be great warriors. But when the men came for them on the morrow, when Pier gave a few to the god, Caden doubted he would manage to land a single blow. Bitterness welled up inside him, hot and sour. He allowed the emotion its flood, then shunted it aside. Bitterness would do him no more good than regret. "Look at the men," he told himself. "Find a solution." The newcomer commanded a standard 5-man wing, only Caden peered through the long lens once more. One of them, the flyer it looked like, was a woman, middling height with short blonde hair. The only other Ketrel he could get a good view of was a lanky soldier with feathers in his long hair and ink running up his arms. It was a strange look for a warrior, but after everything Caden had seen in the past week, he was numb to strangeness. As the two talked vigorously with Ut and Adiv, Caden lowered the glass. Night already smudged the sky. Maybe the assassin was right. Maybe it was time to accept the inevitable. Beshra'an, Sama'an, Kinla'an, even the Vanyate, they all seemed frivolous and inconsequential pursuits in the face of all that steel. "What's that?" Triste asked, pointing at something in the distance. Caden squinted. A dark shape was moving across the gathering gloom high above the mountain peaks. He raised the lens to his eye once more, and a second bird burst into view, winging in hard and fast. "She'll take it," he swore. "Take care," Pier murmured without opening her eyes. "That's my god you're invoking." The woman rooted awkwardly beneath her back, tossed aside a sharp rock, then settled once more. "They've got a second bird," Caden said. "You want to see?" "Not particularly. We don't know who these new ones are. We don't know who any of them are except for Adiv, who's a bastard, and Ut, who's a much bigger bastard with a very large sword. Their names don't matter. What matters is that they want to kill you, and they are setting up to make a very thorough job of it. We might learn something. We will learn that there are 5 of them with 2 swords apiece, making 10 swords if you're keeping count. They will also carry belt knives, and at least 2 will have bows, maybe all 5. By my count, that gives them roughly 15 more weapons than we have, not counting, of course, whatever explosives they've brought. You've studied the Ketrel. I've studied everyone I might have to kill, Pier replied, and they will be harder to kill than most. I don't need to look at them to know that. Well, I want to see, Triste said, wriggling forward on her elbows, shouldering past the drowsing assassin. She raised the glass, frowned, then slowly shifted it, following the bird as it approached. Caden watched it with his naked eye, squinting as it landed. He could make out the dismounting soldiers, shadows in the gathering dusk, but nothing more. The new soldiers don't seem to be getting on as well as the first ones did, she said after a few moments. Meaning what? Caden asked. I'm not sure. There seems to be some sort of standoff. Here. Caden took the long lens and trained it on the far pass. It took him a minute to sort out the new Ketrel from those already there. This wing has a woman too, he said. Long red hair, and 2 women, although the second one doesn't look like she's much older than you. Is she wearing blacks? Pier asked. Caden nodded. And she's carrying a bow. The thing is practically as big as she is. Don't let her size fool you. the assassin replied. "A killer doesn't always look like a killer. The girl may be young, but if she's flying missions for the Eyrie, she can probably put an arrow through your eye at 300 paces. You know, the Ketral tried to clear out Rasambor once. One of your revered ancestors decided he didn't like the idea of a church of an Anshale up in the Ankas. They sent 10 wings. 10 veteran wings." The assassin continued talking, but Caden had ceased to hear the words. He had brought the long lens around to the commander of this second wing, a tall, sun-darkened youth with short hair, a grim set to his mouth, and eyes dark as pools of pitch. At first he'd been paying more attention to the youth's altercation with Micah Ut. The two were arguing about something. The Adolian had his blade drawn, and the other soldiers were drifting toward their commander as though sensing a fight. Caden was about to take another look at the bird when something drew him back to that face. The sun had all but set, and the light was poor, and at first he thought the shadows were playing tricks on him. But then the commander chopped downward with a hand, a curt, exasperated gesture, and Caden knew. The eyes were darker, somehow, and bleaker. The mischievous boy had become a man grown, with a man's height and a soldier's build, but Caden knew that gesture, and he knew the face, even after 8 years. He struggled to make sense of what was happening on the far pass, but even as he watched, he felt the cold blade of betrayal take him through the gut. He lowered the glass. "It's Valin," he said, his voice hollow. "It's my brother." He set the long lens down wearily and lay back against the rough stone. It seemed suddenly that the assassin was right, that lying down and getting some rest before the end was all they could hope to do. "At least now we know who's behind this whole mess." "Your brother?" Pierre asked, suddenly interested, propping herself up on one elbow. "Are you sure?" Caden nodded wearily. "I spent half my life racing around the Dawn Palace with him. He's bigger now, and there's something more dangerous about him. But it's him." The assassin picked up the long lens and peered through it for quite a while, pursing her lips as she watched. "Well," she said finally, a grin spreading over her face, "if the reception he's just received is any indication, it looks like he's on our side." Caden shook his head. "Why would you say that?" "Once again, I find myself underwhelmed by the Shin powers of observation. Micah Ut Meananshel, nor the flesh of his overlarge bones, has just stripped your brother's wing of their weapons. His men are currently trussing them up. The woman with the red hair and the beguiling figure just took a bite out of one of their ears, and if your brother's face is anything to go by, he'd like to go quite a bit beyond ears." A sudden fierce hope leapt in Caden's chest. "They're fighting?" "Well, they tried. But it was a pretty one-sided fight. Teeth against steel doesn't make for a great match-up." "But they're not with the rest of them," Caden said. "They're not part of it." "The good news is," Pierre continued, as though she hadn't heard the question, "a bird like that should be able to fly us all out of here." "The bird is there," Rampori Tan said. His eyes were sharp, focused. He had left whatever trance he entered far behind. "We are here. A valley and over a dozen armed men separate us." "Well," Pierre said, "I was still on the good news. You've jumped ahead." "That's the end of it?" Triste demanded, anger creasing her brow. "That's all you have to say?" "Oh, no," the assassin replied, turning to her. "There's more good news. I have a plan." Caden narrowed his eyes. There was a barb in this bait. He just couldn't see it. "Your plan?" Tan ground out. "Now we come to bad news." Pierre put down the glass, drew one of those long, cruel knives of hers and turned to Triste. "The bad news is that the plan involves sacrifice, and in this unfair world, some of us will be called upon to sacrifice more than others." Caden lunged for the woman's wrist at the last moment, trying desperately to stop the knife, but he was only a monk, not even a monk, while Pierre Lacatour was a priestess of an Anshale, assassin, skull-sworn, trained to follow the ways of her bloody god in the unholy halls of Rasambor, so quick, so precise, that Triste barely had time to scream before the blade bit down.
48. Valin had rubbed his wrists bloody and just about torn his shoulder from its socket trying to wrench a hand free from the ropes binding his wrists behind his back. He knew all the tricks for escaping a slaughter knot, but then so did the people who trussed him up in the first place. That was the problem with fighting other Ketral. His body ached from the strain, but the physical pain was nothing beside the searing, lacerating guilt. In his eagerness to save his brother, he had led his wing directly into harm's way, had ignored the signs, spurned sensible caution, and now, unless he figured some way to cut them all loose, they were going to die here in the shadow of an unnamed mountain at the end of the world. It would have been bad enough to fall with a blade in each hand and a ready curse on the tongue, but this, trussed up like a pig for the butcher. The shame was far, far worse than the pain. "Keep working," he told himself. "Keep thinking. As long as you're alive, the fight isn't truly over." Escape, however, seemed unlikely. The Adolians had halted for the night in the notch of a long, serrated ridge, hundreds of paces above the land before or behind. It was a good place with excellent lines of sight, easily defended from either direction, although difficult to retreat from if a fight went against them. That seemed unlikely. The only other people for 100 leagues in any direction had been the monks, and if Micah Ut was to be believed, his men had killed all of them. Caden was out there, somewhere, scrambling through the darkness, but Caden was fleeing. That left Valin and his wing, and they were thoroughly incapacitated, trussed up and then dumped in a rough jumble of scree right at the centre of the notch. Even if they managed to cut their way loose, they were still trapped between the rock to the north and south, and the men guarding the pass to the east and west. A few boulders offered some meagre cover, but they would be easy to flank, and before you start thinking tactics, you've got to get out of these Kent-kissing ropes. The task seemed next to impossible. Yerl and Ut both knew their business. They'd taken down Valin's crew by the book, seeing to Talal first. None of them knew the leeches well, but they didn't take their chances. Yerl put a knife to his throat, and then Hearn Emandrake, his master of demolitions, handed him a cloth soaked with adamanthe. Talal tried to jerk away when they pressed the sodden material to his nose and mouth, but within moments he slumped into a limp heap, the cloth draped over his face, while Yerl looked on, grinning smugly. "Now," he said, "we can see to making the rest of you comfortable." It didn't take long for his wing to truss them up like livestock for the slaughter, binding them hand and foot with an extra loop around the throat to discourage struggling. Gwenna managed to take a chunk out of the ear of one of the Adolians, but all it gained her was a cuff across the face that split open both lips and half-closed one of her eyes. The hurt did nothing to tame her, but once they'd stuffed a dirty rag in her mouth, she could neither curse them nor snap off their faces, and after a few minutes of futile struggle, she sagged back against the ground, green eyes blazing with silent rage. Despite the bleakness of their situation, however, Valin felt a moment of relief at being shoved to the sharp gravel of the pass, rather than killed outright. It's a mistake. Yale's got no reason to keep us alive except to gloat. Then, in a sickening surge of anger and disgust, he realized why they had been spared. Ballandin. The leech approached, sauntering into the light of the fire as though he were a provincial nobleman strolling into his manicured grounds. He paused in mock surprise when he saw the prisoners, tusked at them disapprovingly while waggling a raised finger, then dropped into a squat a few paces away, satisfaction shining in his eyes. His dogs were nowhere to be seen, but that falcon rode on his shoulder. It cocked its head to one side and fixed Valin with a hungry glare. "So flattering," Valentine began, winking at Valin as he spoke, "for all of you to care so very much about me." "I'm going to kill you, leech," Anik said. It was an unlikely threat. Valin's whole wing was incapacitated, but Anik looked particularly vulnerable in the flickering firelight. The rough bonds emphasized the slenderness of her arms, her child's figure. She might have been some lost girl tied for a slaver's ship, except for her eyes, sharp and malevolent. "I'm going to put 2 arrows in your gut," she went on, ignoring the blood seeping from the gash on her forehead. "And another one in that filthy, lying mouth of yours." The threat shouldn't have been credible coming from someone in her position, yet it made Ballandin hesitate. The leech actually seemed to consider the risk, then waved a dismissive hand. "I don't think so, although you have no idea how much I appreciate the sentiment."
He closed his eyes and tilted back his head, as though letting a warm rain wash over his face. All that hatred, that rage, that beautiful feeling. He licked his lips and smiled. It's a gift, you know. This human capacity for feeling. Some animals have it, but only faintly, faintly. The shadow of a shadow. That delicious hatred of yours. He licked his lips. As I said, you have no idea what it means to me. We're helping him, Valin realized grimly. All our rage just makes him more powerful. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and tried to calm his feelings. Without a well, Ballandin was just like them, just another Ketrel-trained soldier, and considerably worse with either a bow or a blade than most. If Valin could just find some sort of calm. She tried not to squeal, you know, the leech continued, his tone casual, conversational, while the corners of his mouth twisted up in a slight grin as he turned to Valin. Your friend, Harlin, I mean. The one with the whore's ass. He whistled a low, appreciative whistle and shook his head. Wish I could have done more with it, that day on the West Bluffs. But I was busy. Besides, you know, Yerl, he added, jerking his head toward where the wing commander stood, a dozen paces away, engrossed in conversation with Micah Ut. He wanted to do most of the beating himself. Spent a good half-hour with his knee on her throat, prodding her with the tip of his belt knife. Barely let me get in a few punches. He shrugged. Must be something about growing up the child of privilege. You shale-spawned son of a whore, Valin ground out, twisting helplessly against his bonds. You fucking pig. You better hope Anik kills you before I get there. Ah, Valentine said, closing his eyes in contentment. That's more like it. He leaned closer to Valin. You know, he continued, it's amazing. I think you feel more powerfully about your friend's suffering than she did. Valentine, Yerl barked, turning from the Adolian and gesturing urgently. Get over here. There's something... He squinted into the darkness. There's someone coming. The leech straightened, a momentary look of irritation flashing across his face. Who? Yerl shook his head. How the fuck do I know? The sun set an hour ago. Just one person, but I want you over here, ready. Valin tensed against his bonds. The makeshift camp was good, but it wasn't invulnerable. One wing of Ketrel, a score of Idolians under Ut's command. A small force, 50 men, say, could probably overwhelm them. 50 men, or one veteran wing of Ketrel. Valin's mind spun out a dozen scenarios. The Flea and Adamant Fane had caught up to them finally. A contingent of loyal Idolians had tracked them through the mountains. A mob of monks from another local order. Fool, he hissed to himself. Quit dreaming and focus on what's here, what's real. The approaching figure was more likely to be one of Ut's men than anything else, a returning scout or a messenger from the main body of his force. The Adolian commander, however, didn't seem to think so. With a few barked orders, he set men on either side of the pass, bows trained on the darkness below, while Yerl and Ballandin set themselves directly in the path of whoever approached. Yerl drew one of his 2 blades and dropped into a half-guard. Ballandin spun a dagger between his fingers, affecting calm. Valin wasn't fooled. Most of the soldiers were wound tight as bowstrings, ready for Ananshale himself to stride into their camp. The person who walked out of the darkness, however, was not an Ananshale, not an Idolian, not a monk, not a Ketrel with bared blades. She was a vision, a dream of perfection. Some kind of goddess who had lost her way through the heavens to stride into the slender compass of a flickering fire. Her gossamer robe was torn to tatters, but even that served to accentuate her beauty, the rent cloth exposing the hint of a hip, the silken line of her thigh. Valin stared. He should have been thinking about Ballandin, about his wing, about how to use the slight distraction to engineer an escape, and yet for a few long breaths all he could do was marvel, caught up in the spell of those violet eyes, that cascading black hair, the scent of jasmine mingled with fresh blood. She's been hurt, he realized, the thought stirring a deep, unexpected anger in him. Someone had carved a long, slender slice down her cheek, narrowly missing her eye. The wound would heal up fine. He'd seen worse in standard training, but there was something about this girl that made any injury seem like desecration, a sacrilege, as though someone had chiselled a gouge across a priceless statue. Oot had his broad blade out of the sheath in a flash, while Jarl drew his other sword. Why they needed them, Valin had no idea. The young woman was a head shorter than the shortest of the Adolians, and slender as a willow. She was unarmed, her hands extended in supplication, and tears poured down her cheeks. "Please," she sobbed. "Please, I'm sorry."
"No closer,"
Oot said, scanning the darkness beyond her with wary eyes. She had come from the east, from the vast gulf into which Caden had presumably disappeared earlier in the day.
"On your knees."
She dropped, heedless of the rough stones. "I'm sorry," she moaned. "They forced me to follow them. I didn't want to. I'm sorry."
"Well," said a new voice, rich and almost amused. "Triste, triste, triste. My lost little girl returns at last." From behind a leaning boulder, a man with a blood-red blindfold wrapped around his eyes sauntered into the light.
"Adif," she gasped. "I did it. I did what you said. I brought him to bed. I was touching him, undressing him. I was going to—" She shook her head helplessly. "But then it all started, the killing and the fire, and he just dragged me along, he and that other monk." The blindfolded man, some sort of a Nurian counsellor if Valin hadn't forgotten the rank, crossed to her and raised her chin almost tenderly. "And you followed him for 2 days," he said, shaking his head. "You are a lovely creature, my dear. Nothing would delight me more than believing this tale of yours. But it strains credulity." She cringed, as though he had struck her. She looked terrified, but Valin caught a whiff of something. Defiance, he realized, blinking in surprise. He had no idea how he knew. Something to do with what had happened to him down in the hole, he suspected, but he recognized the smell the way he would the scent of terror or lust. The girl was frightened, he smelled that even more clearly, but beneath her fear ran the cold current of resolve. "I didn't know what to do," she sobbed, her words belying her scent. "I saw them kill soldiers, Idolians. That horrible woman, the merchant, stuck her knives into them and they died. She told me to run, and I ran. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." She folded at his feet, grasping with feeble hands at the man's knees. "And how is it," Adif replied, "that you return to us now?" "They were going to—" Her chest heaved with terror. "She was going to kill me."
"Who?"
"Pierre, the merchant. She stabbed that poor sweet fat monk when he couldn't keep up, and she said she had a plan, but she'd have to kill me too." She gestured helplessly to her feet, which were, Valin realized with shock, ripped and blooded past belief. It was amazing that Triste could even stand on them, let alone run.
"We did find the body of the monk," Oot interjected curtly. "Single stab wound."
Adif tapped a finger against his chin, pondering, as though oblivious of the supplicant clutching at his knees. "Who is this woman you're talking about?" he asked after a moment. "Her name is Pierre?" "Skullsworn," Triste gasped. "She said she was a priestess of An Anshale."
Oot grunted.
"That explains something."
"Like the fact that you failed to kill her?" Adif asked. "We'll take care of that tomorrow morning," Jarl said. He'd sheathed both his weapons now that he saw that Triste was no threat, and stepped into the circle with smug superiority. "We'll put the bird in the air at first light. Even if they spend the whole night running this kind of terrain, there's nowhere to hide." "No," Triste managed, gesturing wildly. "No, you can't wait. You have to go after them now." The wing leader turned to her with a sly smile. "Don't you worry, darling. They won't get away. In the meantime, maybe I can do a little something to cheer you up." He eyed her up and down appreciatively. "It's clear that the men you've been with just don't know how to treat a woman." The minister cut him off with a curt chop of his hand. "Why do we have to go after them now?" he asked, his voice calm but measuring. "The old monk," Triste explained, raising her eyes for the first time. "He knows this part of the mountains. There are caves, he said. Huge caves. They're going there now." Oot glanced over sharply at Adif.
"Is that true?"
The minister shook his head impatiently. "How should I know? We never expected to be out here. The maps we have don't even show the main peaks."
What kind of caves?
Ut demanded, seizing the girl by the hair and dragging her to her feet.
I don't know,
she cried, arching her back and rising onto her toes, face twisting in anguish.
I don't know. Just that they're big. The monk said once they were inside, they could walk for days, could come out in dozens of places.
Sha'll take it,
Ut cursed.
My bird won't do much good if you let them skulk off into a cave,
Yerl said, chuckling, as though amazed at the incompetence of those around him.
Valdin felt a sudden fierce hope. If Caden could reach the caves, Yerl and the Adolians could spend days searching for just the entrance. Weeks.
Of course, Triste stood to ruin everything. Evidently she was as treacherous as she was gorgeous.
Always the unexpected, the minister said, shaking his head. Where are these caves? How far away is Caden? I don't know, she replied. A few miles. The monk said they could make it by dawn.
Adiv nodded slowly, then turned to Yerl. All right, then. Can you find them by dawn?
The gibbous moon gave ample light, but anyone searching would have to keep the bird low. If Caden and his company could stick to the shadows, it would be hard to hunt them down. On the other hand, if they had to cover a few miles of extremely rough terrain by dawn, they wouldn't have the luxury of choosing the most sheltered route. There would be sections where their haste would force them into the open. Valdin ground his teeth. It wasn't a foregone conclusion, but he didn't like his brother's chances. I can have my people in the air in 2 minutes, Yerl replied. But it's a big world out there, and it's dark. If it's changed course to break for these caves, we could spend half the night soaring around the wrong valley. Ut glanced at Adiv, and the minister, as though he could feel the other man's gaze upon him, looked up, tightened the blindfold uneasily, tilted his head to one side, then nodded. Caden's not moving at the moment. If he does, I can tell you roughly what direction he's headed. Yerl raised an eyebrow. Seeing in the dark's an impressive trick for a blind man. You want to explain how you know all this? Not especially, Adiv replied evenly. Well, if I'm going to put my wing at risk by taking them into the air on your say-so, why don't you just go ahead and try? You're telling me you're not comfortable flying after an unarmed band? 3 exhausted people? One of them's skull-sworn. Adiv raised a hand dismissively. There are 5 of you. You are Ketrel. You have a bird. Pure, Tan, and Caden have been running for days. If you would have me believe you can't handle this tiny little chore, I will begin to wonder if we made a mistake involving you at all. Yerl twisted away and spat, but the minister had him in a bind. Once we're in the air, how does this secret knowledge of yours get to us? Simple, Adiv replied, gesturing toward the fire. 2 flames means north, 3 means south, 4 means east. Just glance back here from time to time. You'll be able to see this pass from 50 miles out. Fine. Wait here and I'll try to clean up your fucking mess, he snarled. Ut turned toward him. The Adolian had drawn his blade when Triste appeared, and he looked ready to use it now. Adiv, however, stepped between the two. If we're going to discuss messes, he said, nodding toward where Valdin and his wing were bound, it seems you've got some cleaning of your own to do. Yerl grimaced. One of my men thinks they could still be useful. We bag Caden, then they're dead. In that case, Adiv replied, it might behoove you to find the Emperor and kill him. I hate loose ends. The Earl turned to gesture to his wing, but Ut stepped forward. I'm coming. The wing commander hesitated, then shook his head. You've never been on a bird. You don't know the first thing about Ketrel. I'll learn, the Adolian replied. Yerl turned to Adiv, his hands outspread, but the minister just smiled a dry, serpentine smile. It appears, he said, that you and your people are not entirely trusted. Ut will go with you, and you will leave. He scanned the wing, then pointed a thin finger at Ballandin. You're second in command with us. Ketrel wings don't have a second in command, Yerl snapped. Adiv shrugged. Then he won't be missed. Yerl started to object, but the minister cut him off with a raised finger. This is not negotiable, and you are wasting time. The young woman, Triste, was trussed up, despite her pleas and protestations, then slung to the ground along with Valdin and the rest of his wing. I'll be back to entertain you later, Yerl quipped, eyeing her appraisingly. I like the way you look with that rope around your neck." He grinned when she didn't respond, then motioned to his wing and strode down the western slope into the darkness, toward the birds. Triste lay in a heap, her dress hitched up around her thighs, whimpering and shuddering, until Gwenna shifted to kick her ungently in the head. "Knock it off," the demolitions master growled. "It's enough you just sold out your own emperor. The least you can do is to quit that fucking whining." Balin was inclined to agree. But there was something about Triste, that defiance he'd smelled, and now something like satisfaction. He needed to think. Earl's sudden departure had left the Adolians, the minister and Ballandin, to guard him and his wing. If they were going to make their escape, this was the time to do it, and the last thing he needed was the treacherous girl's sobs breaking into his thoughts. To his surprise, however, she raised her head, violet eyes blazing with anger rather than fear. She glanced past him, but Ballandin and the rest were clustered around a small lantern a dozen paces distant, watching the great, dark shape of Earl's bird launch itself into the air. "I didn't sell him out," she hissed. "There's a plan. This is all part of the plan."
"Well," Tyr said, gazing across the narrow valley as the enormous silhouette of the bird floated noiselessly into the night sky, blotting the stars. "Normally I find elaborate plans just the slightest bit untenable, but I have to say, this one seems to be working out quite nicely. Of course, we're not yet to the point where an entire Ketral wing chases me through a maze of razor-sharp rock." "She did it," Caden said, shaking his head. "I wasn't sure she could do it." "It looks like we can add brains to your paramour's list of impressive assets," the assassin agreed. Tan was in no mood for celebration.
"The girl has done her part," he said, turning to Caden. "Yours is considerably more difficult."
Caden nodded, stilling his excitement and his apprehension both. His Umiel was right. If he failed, all Triste had managed was to expedite their capture and execution.
"I don't know how the Akhanat communicates with its handlers," the older monk admitted, "but it does. During the day, they might have relied on the bird to hunt us down, but at night that Ksestrim thing will be their guide. If we fail to elude it, the entire ruse is pointless."
"I'm still looking forward," Pierre interjected, "to hearing how you elude a creature that tracks your sense of self."
"You destroy the self," Tan responded.
A long silence followed. The stars burned like silent sparks on the vast sheet of darkness.
"I take back what I said about liking the plan," Pierre said finally.
"The Vanyate," Caden breathed.
Tan nodded.
"The Vanyate."
"It sounds very impressive," the assassin interjected, "and I hope it's equally fast, because that bird is half a mile off. If they're following the Ksestrim critter, they'll be here before long."
Caden felt his heart quicken, then forced it down. He had never summoned the emotionless Shin trance before, had no idea if he could do so now, but Tan had said he was ready. Besides, there was little choice if he was to elude the Akhanat and the men following.
"Clear your mind," the monk instructed. "Then bring up a sama'an of a bird, a heart thrush."
Caden closed his eyes, then did as he was told, the image of the creature leaping bright and sharp into his mind as it had in 1,000 painting tests.
"See the coverts," Tan continued, "the pinions, the flight feathers, see every detail, feel the rough scales of her leg, her smooth beak, the soft down of her breast."
Somewhere to the south, the Ketral let out an ear-piercing shriek. Worry surged through Caden's blood, and the image of the thrush wavered until he forced down the anxiety. "See the bird," he told himself, "just the bird."
"Leave your hand on her breast," Tan said. "Can you feel her heart beating?"
Caden paused. This was new. The sama'an was a visual exercise. No one had ever asked him to file away tactile sensation. He took a deep breath.
"She is frightened," Tan said. "Trapped in your hand. You know her fear. Let yourself feel that fear.
Caden nodded. This was like the Besha'an, he realized, throwing himself into the mind of a creature. Only this creature lived inside his brain. He let himself sink deeper into the vision, laid a hand on the bird's heart and felt it beating.
Can you hear her heart?
Tan asked. Caden waited. A mountain wind skirled in his ears. Something down the slope somewhere knocked free an avalanche of pebbles. Behind it, though, beneath it, the bird's heart beat, quick and light, thumping, thumping, until it filled his ears, his mind. He held the creature in his hand, so fragile he could crush her with a squeeze of his fingers. She was terrified, he realized. He was terrifying her.
Now let her go, Tan said. Open your hand and let her fly away.
Slowly Caden opened his fingers, reluctant to let the thrush escape his grasp. It seemed important that he hold her for some reason, that he clutch her to him. But Tan had said to let her go, and so, ever so lightly, he let her slip from his fingers.
She's flying now,
he whispered.
Watch,
Tan replied. Against closed lids, Caden watched as the bird dwindled, smaller and smaller, against the great blue of his mind's vast sky, smaller and smaller, until she was a smudge, a speck, a pinprick on the great open emptiness of the heavens, and then she was gone. Blankness filled his mind. He opened his eyes. Almost overhead now, the ketrel shrieked. They're close, he realized, but they're too late. Then he saw the eyes. At first he wasn't sure what they were. Glowing, blood-red orbs, at least a dozen, some the size of apples, others no larger than Anurian copper coins, floating up the slope below. As they drew closer he could make out the irises, pulsing with crooked veins, dilating and contracting, and then he understood. The Akhanat had come. He should have been terrified, and yet the realization carried no fear. The creature was a fact, no more, no less, like the fact that night had fallen, or that Pierre stood staring at his side, like the fact that people would die tonight. It was strange, he realized, this lack of feeling. He used to feel something. Only minutes ago, before he had freed the bird inside him, his mind had been a welter of emotions, fear and confusion, and hope. Inside the Vanyate, however, there was only a great, blank calm. The Akhanat was larger than he had expected, almost the size of a female black bear, but it skidded up the rocky slope more quickly than any bear, claws clicking over the stones, chitinous legs flexing and unflexing, causing the eyes at the joints to bulge under the strain. A dozen paces off it paused, turned back and forth in the darkness as though sniffing for something, then let out a thin but piercing wail just at the edge of hearing. Twice more the creature uttered its unnatural scream, and then, from farther down the slope, an answering call.
Two,
Tan observed, as the second horror approached. As it drew near, the first Akhanat raised wicked, slicing pincers, as though testing the air, clicking them open and shut spasmodically. One of those things could hack through the skull of a goat. They had killed Serkan back at the monastery. Facts. Just more facts. Caden turned to Tan. Is it too late?
Not if I kill them.
About that, Pierre interjected, hefting a small stone and hurling it at one of the creatures. It flew true, striking one of the eyes with a sick, popping sound. The Akhanat spasmed a moment, let out another high-pitched shriek, then sidled farther up the slope. Caden could make out the tiny limbs around its mouth twitching feverishly. "Any advice?" She might have been asking about the best local wine.
"Leave them to me," the monk replied. "You have your own part to play."
"You don't want help?"
"The Akhanat are trackers, not killers. Although these," the monk frowned, "they differ from those I have studied."
"They seemed like they were doing plenty of killing back there in Ashklan," the assassin pointed out. crushing 2 more eyes with 2 more thrown stones. The spiders were agitated now, thrashing violently, and they had resumed their approach.
In Ashkelon, they had not come up against someone who knew how to fight,
the monk replied, stepping forward to meet the foe. Even from inside the Vanyate, everything seemed to happen at once. The closest creature, still a few paces distant, crunched itself into a ball, then sprang. Caden had watched crag cats attack. They were the fastest animals in the mountains, quick enough to take down a deer in full flight, but even at its fastest, there was something relaxed, almost languorous in the cat's motion. The Akhanat moved with the violence of a mechanical device tightened past tolerance in an explosion of grasping claws and slicing arms. Tan's Naxal, however, was there to meet it, smashing the creature aside as the monk rolled with the blow, coming back to his feet in a fighting crouch, the like of which Caden had never seen. The strange Xestream spear spun above his head in quick, looping arcs.
"Stay behind me," he said to Caden, not taking his eyes from the creature.
Peer had kept up her assault with the rocks. She would have run out of knives long before the creatures ran out of eyes, but the effort of the attack didn't seem to wind her.
"I never expected to find a Shin monk fighting Dara Sala style," she said, a new note of respect in her voice, "and in the old forms, too." "I wasn't always a monk," Tan replied, and then it was his turn to attack.
He darted between the 2 spiders, swinging the spear in a great overhead arc. For a moment Caden thought the man had missed his target, then realized the true intention behind the blow, as each end of the Naxal connected with one of the Akhanat. In the cool space of the Vanyate, Caden wondered how long Tan must have studied with the weapon, how carefully he must have trained. Had he learned those skills among the Ishin, or were they older still, a remnant of some prior life Caden couldn't begin to imagine? Tan stood almost between the spiders now, in what seemed an impossible position, too close to maneuver, surely too close to bring his long spear to bear, and yet with short, savage motions Tan was striking them, each blow counting double as it connected with the creature before and behind. More, when the spiders thrust back against his blade, metal scraping against shell and ichor, he was able to use the strength of one against the other, allowing the Naxal to pivot in his hand. The creatures were landing their own blows, vicious cuts and snaps, but the monk was able to keep them away from his head and chest, driving his own attack harder, until with a great plunging motion he was able to force the spear between the flailing arms and into the gullet of the first Akhanat. As the thing spasmed and screamed, he ripped the blade free, wrenching it overhead in a crushing arc that staggered his remaining foe, then stepped in close to finish it. For a heartbeat, the mountainside was still and quiet, save for the sound of the monk's breath rasping in his chest.
"You're hurt," Peer said, stepping forward, but Tan held up a hand to keep her back. "Nothing fatal," he glanced down at his robes, "though the creatures should not have been so large, nor so strong."
"When this is all finished," the woman said, giving the monk a hard, appraising look, "you're going to have to tell me where you learned to fight."
"No," Tan replied, "I won't."
Before the assassin could respond, a clicking and screeching broke the silence beyond their small circle. At first Caden thought that Tan had failed to kill one of the creatures, but both spiders lay still, their horrid red eyes dimmed by death. Down the slope, however, 50 paces away and closing, more eyes floated through the night, dozens of eyes, scores.
"They brought more,"
Tan observed, a hint of weariness in his voice.
"How many?"
Caden asked, trying to sort through the glowing red orbs into individual spiders.
"Looks like 10, maybe a dozen. They weren't at the monastery all these months. We would have seen them. They must have come with the Edolians."
"You can't fight a dozen of them," Peer said.
"Can or cannot," Tan replied. "It is what needs to be done." He turned to Caden. "You can both still escape them if you break free. They followed the others here. They cannot track you in the Vanyate."
"You're going to die here, monk," Peer observed.
"Then your god will be glad," Tan replied. "Go now, both of you. The time has come to make good on our words."
And then the monk was moving forward, the Naxal swinging above his head. A part of Caden knew he should be frightened, horrified, but fear and horror, they were like distant lands he had heard of but never visited. Tan would live, or he would die. Either way, Caden's own role was clear. He was to run. As his Yumiel ducked and stabbed, sliced and hacked at the fetid tide rolling over him, as Rampuri Tan fought for his life against something dark and unnatural, something that should have been wiped from earth millennia earlier, as the old monk struggled for the very survival of his pupil, Caden turned into the darkness and ran. It wasn't good territory for a breakout. The wind and cold had scoured everything from the notch but a few erratic boulders, scattered about like the remnants of some dilapidated tower. The Aedolian lanterns didn't cast much light, but still the moon was out. Valin frowned. Whoever planned to cut them free had a good bit of open ground to cover, with only the treacherous shadows to shield them from prying eyes. The good news was Balandin, Adiv, and most of the remaining Aedolians had drifted to the eastern end of the notch, 15 paces distant, staring out over the great gulf of night. There seemed to be some confusion over the signal fires, the ones intended to mark Caden's direction of flight. Balandin was arguing with Adiv while stabbing his finger alternately at the flames and the night-shrouded peaks beyond. The wind whipped their voices away before Valin could make out more than scraps of words, but it seemed as though something had gone awry with their plans, a supposition that kindled in him a little bit of hope. 2 men still guarded Valin and his wing, but they looked distracted, ill at ease, as though they wished they were with the others, comfortably within the compass of the lamplight. They carried swords sheathed at their sides, but it wouldn't be too difficult for an experienced fighter to get close enough to fire a couple of shots, or, barring that, cut their throats. But Caden's not an experienced fighter, Valin reminded himself grimly. Aedolians might not have presented any great threat to a Ketrel wing, but they were nonetheless accounted among the most capable soldiers in the world. Any mistake and they'd raise the alarm, and once that happened, there wouldn't be time to loose any of the captives. Valin chafed at his helplessness. He had come to save his brother, and here he was trussed like a yearling lamb. He had a dozen questions for Triste, but after Gwenna's brief outburst and the girl's whispered warnings, the 2 Aedolians had cuffed them all into silence. "Just get us out, Caden," he thought grimly. "Just get us out and I can take it from there." He smelled his brother before he heard him. Just the faintest whiff of sweat and goat wool off to the north. He twisted his head in time to see a shadow ghosting down the nearly sheer northern wall of the notch. It looked like a difficult climb, even in daylight, but Caden had spent half his life in these mountains. Maybe he'd learned more than painting and pottery. Valin glanced over his shoulder, worried that the guards would catch sight of his brother, but they were oblivious. They can't see, Valin realized. They can't see into the darkness the way I can. Suddenly a clatter of rockfall broke the silence on the eastern slope, over by Adiv and Balandin, 100 paces from where Caden finished his treacherous descent and started forward, flitting between the boulders like a ghost. The minister turned an ear to the darkness, his lips pursed in a slight frown. "Eln, Tremel," he said, gesturing to a couple of soldiers, "take a quick look down the eastern slope." "There's no one there," Balandin said, his voice calm, confident. Adiv turned to face the leech, as though studying his face from behind that uncanny blindfold. "How do you know that?" The youth shrugged. "I'm on this wing because I know things like that. Trust me, there's no one there." He can feel the emotion, Valin remembered with a sudden stab of fear. Talal had insisted that Balandin relied on emotion directed at him, but perhaps he could feel the residue of other feelings too. There was no telling just what twisted well of power fed a creature like that, and if he could feel emotion, it meant he could feel Caden. However brave Valin's brother had been in trying to stage a rescue, fear and excitement must be coursing through his body like poisoned wine. If Balandin caught even an eddy of that, the game was up. "Hurry, Caden," Valin prayed silently. "Hurry." The minister considered the youth a moment longer, then gestured to his men once more. "Check it anyway." The 2 guards watching the prisoners had drifted toward the rest of the group, curiosity sucking them a couple paces toward the light. Now, Valin thought, this is the time. And then, as though summoned, a shadow broke away from the darkness. Valin stared. It had been 8 years since he'd last seen his brother, since he and Caden raced around the hallways and gardens of the Dawn Palace, playing at being Ketrel. He recognized his brother instantly, their father's jaw, their mother's nose, the distinct line of his mouth, and yet the person standing before him was a boy no longer. He was lean almost to the point of gauntness, the bones of his cheeks, the thin, striated muscles of his arms tight under sun-darkened skin. Caden had grown taller as well, a few inches taller than Valin himself. Of course, the Bone Mountains were a far cry from the luxury of Anor, from those pampered childhood mornings sipping tar and slurping down porridge in the warm kitchens. During his quick search, Valin had seen enough to know that the mountains were a hard place, and Caden had hardened as well. He held his belt knife as though prepared to use it, but the knife was the least of it. Valin's gaze was riveted on his brother's eyes. Those eyes had always been startling, even frightening for some of the newer palace staff, but Valin had grown used to them over the years. He remembered Caden's eyes being bright and steady as the flame of a lamp on a winter's evening, as warm as candles set out for the nightly meal. Those eyes still burned, but Valin no longer recognized the fire. The light was distant, like twin pyres seen from far off, cold, like the light of the stars on a moonless night, cold and hard and bright. Even given the circumstances, Valin might have expected some sort of smile, a nod, some mark of recognition. Caden showed nothing. He raised his belt knife, and for a horrible moment, meeting those pitiless eyes, Valin thought his brother meant to kill him. Then, before he realized what was happening, the ropes binding his wrists had fallen away, and he was free. Without a pause, without a heartbeat of acknowledgement or celebration, Caden moved down the line, cutting loose the rest of the wing. All of it took less than a dozen breaths. Valin could tell his wing was shocked and surprised, but then they'd spent a long time on the islands learning to deal with shock and surprise. Valin waved Anik toward the pile of their weapons, blades and bows leaning against a rock a few paces away. He glanced over toward the two guards. They were still peering toward the brink of the precipice, but they could turn at any moment. As Gwenna and Anik rearmed, he crossed to Tlal, lifted the adamant cloth from the leech's mouth, and waved away the residue of the noxious fumes. His friend choked, gagged, and then, after what seemed like an age, blearily opened his eyes. He'd been knocked out with adamant before. All the leeches in the islands trained for this, and only time would bring him fully awake. In a minute or so he might be able to run, but it would be a long while before he could reach his well again, by which time the fight would likely be over, one way or the other. Valin's first thought was to race for the bird. Yerl's wing had tethered Swantra in a small depression less than a quarter-mile down the slope to the west, but that was a fool's errand. There was no telling what kind of chaos could break out in the darkness with the Anurians behind them, and Balandin wielding that well of his. It has to be now, Valin thought, quick and brutal, while we have the advantage. Anik already had her bow strung. Valin glanced over at the soldiers. The argument over the signal fires had intensified, drawing in Balandin and a few more of the Edolians. Leith, meanwhile, was busy distributing the blades to the rest of the wing, while Gwenna silently rifled through her munitions, setting aside a handful that Valin didn't recognize, shaking her head in anger as she worked. He briefly considered having her rig a covering blast with smokers. That would give them an even chance of reaching Swantra, but even Gwenna would need a few minutes to set the charges, and the smart money said they didn't have a few minutes. Valin gestured to Anik for her small flat bow. The sniper was better with it than anyone else in the group, but she couldn't fire two weapons at once, and Caden had only his belt knife. Valin doubted his brother had ever fired such a thing, but it wouldn't hurt to have some more steel in the air when the chaos broke, and Valin himself was better with his blades. Caden eyed the weapon briefly, watched while Valin mimed the mechanism, then accepted it with that same icy calm. That ice troubled Valin, as though he had come all this way to rescue a walking corpse, or a ghost. But there wasn't time to worry about it now. Not time left to do anything but go, Valin thought, gesturing to Anik. One of the two guards was pointing at something to the east. He spat into the darkness, then started to turn back toward the prisoners. Anik's arrow took him clean through the throat. He crumpled without even a groan, but his armor clattered against the rocks, and the second man turned into a second arrow, this one straight through the eye and into the brain. That was 2 down in as many heartbeats, 2 out of a dozen. But it's not them we need to kill, Valin thought, pointing hard at Balandin. Both Anik and Balandin seemed to have heard his thoughts at the same time. The leech turned, anger and fear warring on his face, just as Anik loosed 1, then 2, then 3 arrows, her arm moving so fast that for a split second they all hung in the air at the same time, one before the other, like geese on the wing, all hurtling toward the leech. It was over. No one could defend against that. There were just too many arrows, just too little time. But at the last moment, just as he expected to see the leech's face transfixed with a quivering wooden shaft, the arrows veered wide, knocked skittering into the darkness by some invisible palm. Ballenden glanced over his shoulder as though he himself were surprised at the result, then turned back to the group, a smile stretching across his face. "So," he began slowly, "I see you've all decided to have one last go at vengeance." He shook his head as though marvelling, but made no effort to reach for his blades. The falcon on his shoulder let out an ear-piercing shriek, and the remaining Edolians turned toward the fight. Metal grated on metal as they slid their swords from their sheaths. Ballenden didn't seem to notice them. "Who would believe that people could get so worked up about a little torture? The occasional brutal murder." The remaining Edolians and Tariq Adiv had had plenty of time to realize what was happening. But Anik never hesitated, shifting her fire to the armoured men, who dropped like stones before they could even start to cover the gap. 4, 5, 6. The sniper realized that Ballenden was invulnerable, at least for the moment, and she'd adjusted her attack to deal with the rest of the field. 7, 8. The leech, for his part, seemed amused to let them die. Valen ground his teeth. With his well running deep and strong, Ballenden could clearly handle an entire wing all by himself. At the last moment, Adiv fled into the darkness, Anik's arrow clattering into the rock where he had stood. If Ballenden was concerned about the disappearance of his final remaining ally, he didn't show it. In fact, the leech was grinning. "The problem with Confederates," he said, gesturing at the fallen bodies, "is that you never quite know how far you can trust them." He nudged one of the dead Edolians with a toe. "Although I hate to cast doubt on the noble Micah Ja'ut, I half suspect he intended to murder us when this whole business was wrapped up. He really doesn't seem to relish his job in quite the way we do." Anik loosed another arrow, but Ballenden flicked a contemptuous finger and it flew wide into the night. Caden still held the flat bow, his finger on the trigger, but its bolts would prove no more useful than the sniper's arrows. "Talal," Balin thought angrily. "We need Talal." But the leech was only now recovering from the adamath, rolling groggily on the ground, trying to stumble to his knees. Ballenden considered the sight for a moment. "I hope you realize," he said, addressing Talal, "that as a fellow leech, I hold you in the highest esteem. We happy few, so reviled by the world, yet so blessed by the gods. We should stick together. So you understand it pains me that I have to do this." A stone the size of Valen's fist flew through the night, hurled by some invisible force, striking Talal squarely between the eyes and dropping him to the earth. "And now," Ballenden added, turning smugly to Anik, "just because I'm getting tired of swatting down your arrows," another stone leapt from the ground, hovered, revolving in the air before the leech, then whistled through the night, striking Anik with an audible crack and cutting a ragged gash across her forehead. She dropped, knees unstrung. "Ballenden," Balin ground out, fighting for time, "you can't win." The leech laughed, the sound rich with acid and amusement. "No one ever said you weren't bold," he replied, shaking his head. "Just that you weren't too bright." 3 more stones dropped, Lath, Gwenna, and Triste like beef at the slaughterhouse, eyes glazed, hands limp on their weapons. Valin had no idea if any of them were still breathing, no idea if they were even alive. "I just cannot tell you how much I regret losing such delectable emotion," Ballenden said, then shrugged. "But they have to go sometime, and with the hate rolling off you, I still feel like I could rip the top off this mountain." "What did you do to them?" Valin demanded, sickened by the possibilities. The leech shrugged. "Nothing permanent. Not yet. I like to give Yerl the illusion that he controls the wing, and he sometimes has some unusual ideas about military protocol, especially when it comes to female captives. Hard to say which one will give him the most pleasure. This delightfully treacherous young bitch," he said, indicating Triste with a jerk of his head, "is clearly the best catch. But then
There's always something satisfying about fucking an angry woman into sobbing submission.
Caden took half a step forward, the flat bow aimed directly at Ballandin's chest. "Who are you?" he asked. They were the first words he'd spoken all night. Valin stared. If his brother was frightened to be facing a Ketrel-trained leech, he didn't show it. He looked at Ballandin the way a butcher might consider a cut of meat, as though wondering how best to start carving. The veterans back on the islands were cool, collected. But this... It was as though Caden had never even heard of fear.
"I," the leech responded, evidently enjoying his moment, "am Ballandin Einhoer, Ketrel leech serving on the wing of one Sammy Yerl, himself serving the Emperor of Anor, Caden Hui Malkinian." He winked. "I guess that's you. At least for a little while longer. I imagine we'll have some trouble deciding whether you watch your brother die or whether he watches you, but as they say, it all works out in the end."
If the threat bothered Caden, he didn't show it. Those bright, calm eyes just bored into the leech, and for the first time since the start of the showdown, Valin saw Ballandin's confidence falter.
"As I'm sure your brother will tell you," the leech continued, "I've developed something of a reputation for killing people slowly, strip by strip."
"We all have our hobbies," Caden replied. He could have been discussing farming techniques. Ballandin grimaced. "It's not working," Valin realized. Caden doesn't feel it. He doesn't feel the fear, the anger. He had no idea how it was possible, but his brother didn't seem to feel anything. Then, in a flash, he understood what had to happen. "Caden," he began, "you have to—" But his brother had already pivoted toward him, drawing that short knife of his, raising it in a quick motion as Ballandin started to shout. Valin met his brother's eyes, those icy, distant flames, as Caden closed on him. He doesn't feel love, either, he realized, as Caden hammered the knife down with a savage thrust, straight at Valin's head, or sorrow, or regret. Caden glanced down at his brother's body, bleeding and crumpled at his feet. Deep in the Vanyate, everything the Shin taught him seemed so much easier, more natural, as though this final skill enabled all the rest. He had wanted to know the leeches well, and so he had cast his mind into the youth's head, abandoning himself to the Beshra'an as he listened to the conversation hum around him. It hadn't been difficult, then, to determine that he drew his power from emotion. It almost seemed oblivious. Then it was just a matter of knocking Valin unconscious. Some distant part of his mind hoped he hadn't killed him, but that, too, would serve the purpose. Caden raised his eyes to the leech once again.
"I'm going to murder you,"
Ballandin panted, eyes desperate, darting. Caden remembered what it felt like to be afraid, but only vaguely. The way you remember a story from your childhood, events so distant they may not have really occurred. "Unlikely," he replied, hefting his flat bow and levelling it at the youth's chest. He'd never used the weapon before, but the summa'an of Valin's mimed instruction filled his head, and he released the catch and slid his finger onto the trigger.
"Even without my well, I'm still Ketrel. You're just a fucking monk. You don't know shit about—"
Caden squinted and pulled the trigger. The mechanism worked as he had anticipated. The bolt tore into the leech, and with a shriek of rage and pain, Ballandin Einhoer tumbled from the low ledge into the vast darkness of the night. Caden turned back to the crumpled form of his brother, knelt down and pressed a finger firmly to his neck. He hadn't known how hard he had to strike. He'd never knocked someone out with the pommel of his knife before, and so he'd erred on the side of caution, hitting him as hard as he could. "Valin," he said, his own voice cold and distant in his ears. He slapped his brother roughly on the cheek. "Valin, wake up." It took longer than he would have expected, but after 30 breaths, Valin's eyes flashed open. He lunged forward, snatched Caden by the wrists and hurled him backward onto the scree. Caden went limp. He couldn't fight a Ketrel, not hand to hand, and he could only hope that Valin understood the situation before he killed him. His brother was snarling, forcing him down, reaching for his belt knife, his eyes inches from Caden's own. His eyes, Caden realized, staring. Someone burned away all the colour in his eyes. He hadn't noticed before, not in the darkness, not with his focus on Ballandin and the approaching Edolians, but Valin's eyes that had always been oddly dark, had grown darker still. They looked like holes burned into nothingness. "Ballandin's gone," Caden said, his voice calm despite the blade suddenly pressed up against his throat. "Caden," Valin gasped, searching the surrounding darkness, groping in the dirt for one of his blades. "Where? Where did he go?" Caden gestured to the flat bow. "I shot him. He went over the cliff." For a long time, Valin just stared. Then he nodded, then laughed. "Holy Hull!" he breathed, rocking back onto his heels, freeing Caden. He let out a loud whoop. "Sweet shale on a stick! How did you do it?" "I aimed, then pulled the trigger." Valin shook his head. "No, the emotion thing! I've been training for battle for years, and I was drowning in anger and fear and shit, Caden. Even now you look like you've been reading a somewhat dull book." "The Shin. They taught me some skills." "I guess they fucking did!" Valin burst out, catching his brother in a huge hug. Caden did not return the gesture. "Don't we need to be moving?" he asked instead. "I'm not clear on the tactics here, but haste seems at a premium." Valin let him go. "Well, don't get all mushy on me now," he muttered. The next few minutes were a whirlwind of activity, Valin slapping the others awake, everyone clutching their heads, then searching desperately for lost weapons, shadows darting through the darkness. "Caden," Valin gestured, "you're with me on the bird. It's the safest place for now, especially if Yerl doubles back. Talal, can you delve yet?" The leech's eyes were still glazed, but he rose unsteadily to his feet. "I can go," he said. I don't know about a kenning, but I can go." Valin glanced from Talal to the darkness, then back again, as though wrestling with some decision. When he spoke, however, his voice was sure. "You're staying here. And Triste, and Gwenna." "Bullshit," the red-haired woman snapped, stepping forward. "This is not the time, Gwenna," Valin replied. "Talal is busted up worse than he knows, and I'm not leaving him alone. You're staying." Gwenna opened her mouth to argue, then looked over at Talal, who was leaning unsteadily against a boulder. "If you get yourselves killed," she hissed, turning back to Valin, "I will come down there and kick the shit out of your corpses." "Agreed," Valin said, and then they were running down the short slope to the Ketrel. "Step into this," Valin shouted, gesturing at a harness. Caden did as he was told, staring as the bird gathered itself in a great burst of power and leapt into the air. Under other circumstances the flight would have been terrifying and exhilarating both, but deep inside the Vanyate Caden felt only calm, distance, as though he were no more than the wind, rifling his robes, no more than the snow on the peaks or the silent clouds scrubbing the sky. "Pyr will be down there," he shouted, pointing toward the southeast. "She said she'd keep the others busy as long as she could." "What are you doing with a skullsworn?" Valin shouted back. Caden spread his hands at a loss about how to explain. "I'm not sure. She's on our side." Valin shot him a strange look, but nodded. It didn't take long to find the assassin. The enemy wing had her pinned down in a dead-end canyon about 1.5 miles from the site of the Edolian camp. One of the attacking Ketrel had lit a couple of long tubes that looked like sticks, but that burned with a bright incandescent light, illuminating the entire scene. The blonde youth that Caden took to be the wing leader had Pyr hemmed in, his people arranged in a loose semicircle blocking off any escape. No one, however, had yet dared to step into the lethal circle of the woman's spinning steel. "Why haven't they taken her yet?" Valin bellowed in Caden's ear. "I don't care how good she is, one arrow and she's down." Caden shook his head. "They think Tan and I made it to the cave. They need to capture Pyr alive, to question her." Caden had taken the assassin at her word when she insisted that it was a lot trickier to capture a foe than to kill her. After all, Pyr was the one getting either captured or killed. Valin nodded as if it all made sense. He flicked a few quick signs to the dark-skinned youth on the far talon, and moments later the bird dipped into a steep approach. The girl with the bow, she couldn't have been much more than 15, was hanging out into the darkness. Ever since Caden first cut her loose, she seemed to have been aiming or shooting at something. And as they fell on the circle of soldiers from above, she drew and fired, 3 shots in quick succession, and 3 of the Ketrel collapsed into the dust, dead so quickly they never had time to clutch at their necks. "I never saw a man die before last night," Caden realized. "I didn't think it would be so easy." Ut turned at the last moment, just in time for the arrow to glance off his breastplate, falling away into the darkness. The other youth, the wing leader, dived into the darkness, and then the bird was upon them, shrieking an ear-splitting cry, and Valin was leaping free of the talons, rolling as he hit the ground, a knife in one hand, short sword in the other. There hadn't been much time for elaborate tactics, but the plan had seemed like a good one to Valin. Take down the wing's sniper, flyer, and demolitions man first, and then they could deal with the more conventional threats of Ut and Yerl. Valin's own wing could have dropped, of course. It would be nice to have Leith and Anik at his back, but he liked having them in the air better. The altitude gave Anik a better range of attack. As his feet hit the ground, however, he realized the flaw. Ut and Yerl had fled outside the blazing light of the flares into the darkness. The air support he had counted on was no good if the members of his wing couldn't see what was going on. He was on his own. "That," came a voice from behind, "is an exceptionally large bird you've got." Valin spun to find himself face to face with a knife-wielding woman. Pia, Caden had called her, skull-sworn. Valin eyed the assassin, gauged her quickly. She was breathing heavily, and her clothes were sliced open in a dozen places. Whether from this fight or something earlier, it was hard to tell, but she seemed strangely relaxed. The fact that Yerl hadn't managed to take her spoke well for her abilities, that and the blood on her blades. "They went that way," she said, pointing with one of her long knives. "I've got a score to settle with the unpleasant gentleman in all the armour, but you're welcome to kill the other one." Valin considered the offer. Pia had helped Caden, but he didn't like the idea of relying on an assassin he'd never met before to guard his back. Of course, there wasn't much to like, and every moment he delayed was a moment Yerl could be slipping farther away or honing an ambush. "All right," Valin replied, nodding warily. "Ut's yours, Yerl's mine. Just don't fuck up." Pia smiled an easy smile. She didn't look like a murderer. "I could have used that advice a few days ago, before we got ourselves chased into these miserable mountains." "Good luck," he said. "And with you?" Pia replied. "Be careful. That bastard is good." Valin nodded grimly. For weeks now, for months, he'd been biding his time, waiting for just this opportunity, a chance to face Yerl one-on-one. So much the better that they had flown beyond imperial borders, past the aegis of law and the ambit of Anurian justice, into these unnamed peaks, where there were no trainers or regulations, no blunted blades or codes of conduct, no one to cry foul or stop the fight. It was just what Valin had longed for, and yet the stark fact remained. The Earl was better with his blades. He was faster, and he was stronger. When it was all settled, any blood on the ground was likely to be Valin's. It was folly to chase after him, and for a moment Valin hesitated. He could go back for the rest of his wing. The other man was alone now, on foot, in hostile terrain, with minimal provisions. It was pride and folly to pursue him alone. "There is wisdom," Hendren wrote, "in waiting." But Valin was through waiting. The man who had brutalized Harlin, who had tried to murder his wing, to slaughter his brother, to end the Malkenian line, was only a few paces away. Valin had tried playing by the rules. For as long as he could remember, he tried to weigh his options, to think before acting, to make the wise choice. It had all ended in ashes. Lyn dead, himself and his wing traitors in exile. Yerl might kill him, but what did that matter? He would die eventually, either on the point of a blade or in his bed, and something inside him was stirring, a part of his mind older than conscious thought, quicker and more savage, whispering to him, rasping the same malevolent syllable over and over. Death. 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 Whether the death was his own or Sammy Yerl's no longer seemed to matter. The sword came hard at his head. so fast he barely had time to knock it aside. Were it not for the residual light of the flares flickering behind him, Valin would have missed it entirely. And as he stumbled backward, trying to regain his balance, Jarl stepped from behind an outcrop. The other wing leader's grin was gone. "You killed my men, Malkinian." "As if you cared," Valin said, trying to gain time to see a way through the other man's guard. "It's an insult," Jarl replied, swords flashing out as he spoke, one high, one low, probing, pressing. Valin parried and launched a quick riposte, but Jarl swatted it down contemptuously. "You are an insult," he continued, circling as he spoke. "Valin Hui Malkinian, son of the Emperor, Ketral Wing Commander," he sneered, "and any day I chose I could have cut you down like grass." The swords whistled at Valin again, a double-wing attack that folded into something else at the last minute. Valin leaned back, tried to create space to parry just as the steel bit beneath his ribs. The wound wasn't deep, but the blood was flowing. "This is my point," Jarl said, dropping his upper blade to gesture languidly at the wound. Valin started to lunge for the opening, then checked himself. It was a trap, just like in the arena, just like on the West Bluffs. Instead of pressing the weak guard, he took a step back, trying to ignore the blood sheeting down his side, trying to think. The blades might do the cutting, but as in all true swordplay, the real fight would be won or lost in the mind. Jarl's words were as much a part of the thing as his footwork, those taunts as tactical as each feint and false position. Back on the islands, Valin always gritted his teeth and tried to ignore the distractions, fighting on in stubborn silence, refusing to be drawn in. Drawn in. He almost laughed. It was a ridiculous notion. He had fled the Eyrie, abandoned his training and his life to come here, to find Jarl and to stop him, to fight this fight. He hadn't been drawn in. He had hurled himself. "You're fucked, you know," he said, jerking his head over his shoulder toward the flares. "Your wing's dead. The Adolians are dead. Even if you kill me, you're fucked." A grimace twisted Jarl's face. "Then I'll have to settle for the joy of gutting you," he said, sliding into a folding fan attack, the faint blade slicing up and across while the true thrust came from beneath. Valin battered it aside, but Jarl moved into the space, pressing forward, raining down blows from above, from the side, twisting through obscure Manjari forms Valin scarcely recognized and could barely block. The assault seemed to last hours, and when it was finished, Valin could feel his breath tight in his chest. Another wound seeped blood down his shoulder. "I'm going to kill you," Jarl said, spitting onto the ground, "just the way I killed your little bitch down in the hole when Ballandin was done with her." "You," Valin said, his heart a block of ice threatening to choke him. Jarl shrugged. "Along with the leech." It was just more talk, more tactics. But Valin could feel the rage rabid inside him. His teeth were bared as though he planned to leap on the other man and tear out his throat. Hot blood slammed behind his eyes in a frantic, murderous tattoo. "Too bad she's not here to help you now," Jarl continued with a shrug. "Might have made for a passably interesting fight." "Oh," Valin realized, the memory striking him like a slap across the face. "Oh." As the pain flared in his shoulder and side, he shifted to his left. He was losing blood, and with it, speed. Jarl's next attack would come hard and fast, which meant Valin had one play left, and suddenly he knew what it had to be. A vision of Harlin's smile ghosted through his mind. He was only 10 years old when she first saved his ass, dragging him through the end of a long swim after his legs cramped, keeping his head above the slapping chop, alternately cursing and encouraging him, her pinched child's face angry, stubborn, determined. That was the first time she'd bailed him out, but it wasn't the last. Even now, even dead, the girl wouldn't quit. With a roar, he threw himself into a bull's horns lunge. It was a desperate gambit, an insane attack that left him open to all manner of riposte. Only in order to riposte, Jarl would need to settle back to set his left leg. As Valin fell through the night, both blades outstretched, he could hear Harlin's voice soft in his ear. "I got in some shots of my own. The left ankle. Maybe something you could work with." Jarl's face twisted in confusion at the unexpected lunge. His step back was basic reflex, the kind of thing drilled into every ketrel over thousands of days in the arena, the motion trained and trained and trained until it was threaded into muscle and bone alike. His body obeyed the training flawlessly, sliding fluidly down and away, dropping him into the standard off-guard crouch as he swept aside the horns of Valin's attack, the horns that weren't the true attack at all. Valin rolled, ignoring the stones scraping over his wounds, lashing out with a foot at that flexed ankle. It was a feeble blow, off balance and poorly timed, but he connected, just as Yerl was transferring his weight, loading the foot for the counter-strike. The ankle buckled. Yerl staggered, his own blade sliding just wide of Valin's neck, his face twisted with rage and fury, and beneath it all, another emotion blossoming, something new, the sweet, hideous flower of fear.
"Lyn told me you weren't the only one to land some blows up on the bluffs," Valin said, dragging himself back to his feet. Yerl snarled wordlessly, dropped to a knee, struggled unsteadily to his feet, raised his blades once more, hesitated, then turned and stumbled into the deeper darkness beyond the light of the flares. The darkness, Valin thought grimly, is my territory. Ever since the hole, the darkness is my home. He closed his eyes and let the scents and sounds of the chill night wash over him. Yerl was out there, not far. Valin could smell him, the sweat and blood and steel, and beneath it all the acrid animal odour of fear. A feral smile tugged at his lips. Hendren would never approve of racing into the dark, but then Hendren hadn't gorged himself on the bilious tar of the black egg. He let out a low growl, turned away from the light and slipped into the endless realm of shadow. There were 100 smells, stone and dirty snow, and the whisper of rain from the clouds above. 1,000 currents of air tugged at his skin, teased the hair on his arms, on his neck. With some sense he knew, but failed to comprehend, he could make out dozens of faintly adumbrated forms, echoes of shapes. Beneath his feet he could feel the stones grating against his boots. Bared swords held before him, he turned silently in the night, slowly, slowly. He could feel it radiating from a few paces away. Heat, where there should be no heat. Breathing, that same sick fear lacing the hard scent of the mountains. Yerl. He felt, rather than heard, the blade slicing through the darkness, felt the air eddy and part, and without a thought flung himself into a rolling lunge as the steel hacked a huge arc out of the space above him, smashing sparks from the rock. Behind him Yerl cursed, and Valin turned silently to face his foe. The wing commander had both blades drawn, holding them in front of him in the defensive half-guard the Ketrel had studied for fighting blind. "He can't see me," Valin realized. "He knows I'm here, but he can't see me." Evidently Talal had been right. All Slan eggs conferred a benefit, but none so great as the great black monstrosity from which Valin had drunk. 100 paces off, the flares were still sputtering, and somewhere off to the left, Pyr and Oot hacked at each other, the sharp sound of steel grinding against steel shattering the night again and again. Valin could hear the Adolian cursing and gasping, and beneath that the Skullsworn's quieter, quick breaths. None of it mattered. Yerl was before him now, fumbling blindly. "It's over," Valin said. The gravel beneath Yerl's feet crunched as he shifted. Again there was a swirl of air, a whisper of breath, a hint of fear, and Valin knocked his attacker's sword aside. He felt at home, he realized, here in the great darkness, and closed his eyes, allowing the sounds and scents of the world to wash over him. His tongue flicked out, tasting the night. "Hull, what did you do to me?" he wondered. But it was too late for such questions. It had been too late for a long time now, he realized, for what seemed like forever. The strange alchemy in his blood wasn't the whole story either. Something in his heart had withered when he found Harlin's body crumpled on the floor of the cave. Some part of him that loved the light and hoped for the morning had broken. After all, when he carried his friend out into the sun, she was still dead. Better to stay in the darkness. Tears were running down his cheeks, blurring his vision, but then he didn't need his vision. "You can't win now," Valin said, following the echo of Yerl's heat. "Drop your blades now."
Tell me what you know, and I'll give you a clean death. A clean death. Even as he said the words, he felt that they were a lie. He wanted to cut the youth down and tear him apart. He wanted Yerl to hurt, to cry out in the darkness and to have only his own agony for an answer. "Go to Shale," the wing leader snarled, lashing out with both swords at once in an attack the instructors back on Karsh called the Windmill's Veins. It was either a very arrogant move or a very desperate one. Valin rolled to the side easily, dodging the blow. Even from 2 paces away he could feel the laboured breath, the panicked heat rolling off his foe, could taste the terror. It feels good, Valin realised, some part of his brain recoiling at the thought even as he bared his teeth in a snarl and stepped forward. "Who's behind the plot?" he demanded. "If I tell you, you'll kill me," Yerl replied, retreating through the darkness, his voice tight and desperate. With one quick, clean motion, Valin lashed out. He felt the steel bite, severing flesh, then tendon, then bone, and half a heartbeat later, Yerl screamed and a sword clattered to the rocky ground. His wrist, Valin thought, nodding to himself. There was blood on the air now, Valin realised, inhaling deeply, sharp, coppery blood. "I'm going to kill you anyway," he said, taking another step forward. "All right," Yerl gasped. His other blade fell to the rock. "All right, you win. I surrender." "I don't want you to surrender," Valin replied. "I want you to tell me who's behind the plot." He sniffed the air, turned his cheek to the darkness to feel the breeze waft over his skin, then lashed out with his own sword once more, slicing clean through the youth's other wrist. Somewhere far in the back of his mind, Hendren was arguing for tactical calm and useful prisoners, while even further back, other voices, his father, his mother, mouthed words like mercy and decency. Valin silenced them. His parents were dead now, and so was Hendren. Harlin had played by the rules, and she'd been humiliated, beaten, and murdered for her trouble. Mercy and decency were fine words, but they had no place here in the darkness, alone with his cornered quarry. Yerl let out a long, agonized cry, the keening of a trapped and desperate animal. "You can't kill me," he sobbed. "You can't kill me. Not if you want to know who's behind what happened here. You have to keep me alive." "We'll keep Ut alive," Valin growled. But as the words left his lips, he realized the sound of fighting behind him had disappeared. Where steel had echoed off steel, he could hear only the vast sweep of wind over snow and stone. Someone was dead. Valin sniffed the air. Pia was moving toward him, the scent of her hair light on the night breeze. Valendin, Adiv, and now Ut, all gone. Yerl looked like the last prisoner available to them, but though Valin knew it made sense, the blood coursed cold and dark through his veins. He didn't want a prisoner. "No one knows the whole thing," Yerl moaned. He was on his knees now, sobbing desperately. "Please, you have to keep me alive." "Tell me what you know," Valin said, "and I'll take you back to the Eyrie for justice." Another lie, tripping off his lips like song. "All right. It's a plot." "I know it's a plot," Valin replied. "Who is behind it?" "I don't know. Don't know his name. But he's Xestream. I know that. He's Xestream." Valin paused. The Xestream were ancient history. The last of them slaughtered more than 1,000 years earlier. Yerl's claim was insanity, and yet, grovelling in the dirt, his hands locked from his wrists, he couldn't be lying. "What else?" Valin pressed. "I don't know anything else," Yerl moaned. "That's it. That's all I know. Please, Valin, I'm begging you." Eyes still closed, Valin stepped closer, close enough to press the point of his dagger against Yerl's gut. The youth had pissed himself, and the scent of blood and urine mingled, sharp and acrid, in the cool night air. "You're begging me?" he asked, voice little more than a whisper. "I'm begging you," Yerl sobbed. "What about Harlin? Did she beg you?" "I'm sorry about Lynn. It's not what you think. It was never what you thought." "Did she beg you?" Valin demanded, pushing the knife forward until it just broke the skin. "I don't know. I can't remember." He pawed at Valin with the bloody stumps, but Valin brushed them away. "Not good enough," he ground out, driving the knife a hair deeper. "Down in the hole. Did you help Ballandin kill her?" "I didn't," Yerl babbled. "I didn't mean to. It wasn't—" Balin shoved the knife a little more. "Still not good enough." "Sweet Eris mercy, Valin," Yerl wailed, stretching out his lopped arms hopelessly. "What's good enough for you? What's fucking good enough?" Balin considered the question. What's good enough? Once he would have known the answer, before his father was murdered, before he climbed the stairs to the airless attic where Ummy's body hung, before he carried Lynn from the dark mouth of Hull's hole. Justice? Revenge? He shook his head. Now. "I don't know," he replied, burying the blade to its hilt in Yerl's guts, feeling the muscles clench helplessly around it, then twisting it free. "Maybe nothing's good enough anymore." The youth let out a long, ragged moan, then sagged to the ground. Balin straightened, wiping the dagger on his blacks. In the cloud-draped pall of night he couldn't see the corpse. Couldn't see what he'd done, but then he didn't need to see. He slipped the blades back into their sheaths. It was all around him on the midnight air. Blood and offal, desperation and death. He could smell it, he realized with a shudder. Part fear, part satisfaction. He could taste it. 49. The midnight gong tolled once, twice, 3 times, shivering the cool spring night, rousing Adair from where she coiled sleepily against Ran. "It's late," she murmured, wrapping an arm tighter around his waist. "Or early," he replied, returning her embrace and adding a light kiss on her forehead. "The list of petitions that need reading before tomorrow's audience is as long as my arm, and your little affair over at the Temple of Light didn't make things any easier." "Did I make your life difficult?" Adair asked with mock solicitude, propping herself up on one elbow. "I'm so sorry. How can I possibly atone?" She batted her lashes. Ran grinned, pulling her closer. "I can think of 1 or 2 ways." She plunged into the kiss with a fierce abandon while a tiny part of her mind marvelled at the situation. She hadn't intended to sleep with Iltornja when she burst into his chambers with news of her success, hadn't even allowed herself to consider the thought. Adair Hwe Malkinian had spent her entire life knowing that the most crucial contribution she could make to the Empire would be the giving of her hand in marriage. An imperial marriage could avert a war, seal a crucial trade agreement, or cement an alliance with a powerful aristocratic house. "The choice is not yours," her father had told her gently, but firmly, time and time again, "any more than I choose when to go to war, or receive a delegation from the Manjari." She thought she had long ago accepted the constraints of her position, and yet, as she had recounted the showdown with Uinian over a glass of Sight Red, as she saw the admiration and then the hunger in Ran's eyes, it suddenly seemed a small thing, less than nothing, to fall into his arms. Only after, when they lay together, bodies pressed close in the tangled sheets, did she pause to reflect on the spectacular folly of what she had done. It had been folly, that much was clear, and yet it didn't feel wrong. "He's not a stable boy," she reminded herself. "He's the Kenarang, the Kent-kissing regent." Were they to marry, no one could accuse her of matching beneath her station. And so she had stayed while the night wore on, until it seemed pointless to return to her own chambers. "I will sleep here tonight," she murmured, nestling her face into the firm flesh of his shoulder. "With you." "You're welcome to the bed," Iltornja replied, "but you'll be the only one sleeping." He kissed her once more on the forehead, then groaned as he rolled upright. "Where are you going?" she asked sleepily. "The horse shit associated with Regency is never-ending," he replied. "The sooner your brother gets back here, the better." "You're doing work now?" "I'm not going far," he said, nodding toward the heavy wooden desk across the room. "If you get frisky, I'll be right over there." Adair grinned and fell back against the pillows,
weariness and satisfaction washing over her in great, soft waves. She felt good. Good to be in Ran's bed, good to have avenged her father, good to have eliminated a threat to the Malkenian line. For the first time in her life, she felt as though she had been truly tested, and she had passed the test. "I'm sorry about Ran, Father," she thought, "but you taught me well. I'm playing my part." The thought of her father brought back the memory of his final bequest, the gift that he mentioned in his testament, Yenten's History of the Atmani. She tossed in the bed for a while, but sleep had left her, and finally she sat up. "Can you send one of your slaves to my chambers for a book?" she asked.
"Am I keeping you up?" He turned and gestured to the lamp. "I can dim this a little if you want. We can't have the Imperial Princess uncomfortable."
"The Imperial Princess is just fine, thank you. The Imperial Princess has a yen for some reading material. It's Yenten's History. My father left it to me."
He raised an eyebrow. "A little light reading."
"I'm not just a princess," she replied, sticking out her chin. "I'm also the Minister of Finance."
"You know," he said carefully, "that the gongs have already tolled midnight. Tongues will be wagging about how late you lingered with the Kennerang."
She stiffened. "You want me gone?"
He raised a conciliatory hand. "I want you here. Tonight, tomorrow night, and all the nights after that. I'm just asking if it's wise." She relaxed back into the bed.
"A certain general once told me," she said with a smile, "that you need to know when to plan and when to act. Well, I'm acting, finally, and realizing I have a taste for it."
"So be it," he replied before crossing the room, sticking his head out the door and murmuring something to the slave just beyond. A few minutes later the man returned and passed a thick leather-bound codex through the gap in the door. Ran hefted it in his hand, flipped a couple of pages, then shrugged and tossed it onto the bed beside her. It landed with a thump. "One chapter ought to put you right to sleep. Worse than these shale-spawned petitions."
"Just because you're an ignorant soldier doesn't mean the rest of us don't appreciate some high-minded thought from time to time."
"I should have stayed an ignorant soldier," he replied, lowering himself back into the desk chair with a groan and turning to the stack of parchment. "Oot, and that bastard Adiv. At best hurry up with your brother, or I'll have plunged the Empire into darkness before they get back."
Adair ignored the complaint and wriggled up in the bed until she had her back against the wall and the great book propped up on her knees. For a while she just considered the cover. Her father had taught her so much, and this book would be, in a way, his final lesson. She opened it, perused the first page, then flipped ahead, trying to get a sense of the scope. Some maps, some tables, the sort of reading a man like Ran couldn't stand, but that she found fascinating. Another map, another inventory. She was about to flip back to the start to begin reading in earnest when she turned another page to find a loose leaf of paper tucked deep into the spine. Curious, she drew it out and unfolded it, then froze. It was her father's hand. She glanced up furtively, but Ran was still at his desk, his back to her, scratching away with his quill at some page or other. She flipped the paper over, but there was writing on one side only. "Adair, you are reading this, and so I am dead, and my gambit has succeeded. I could not place this note in my testament because our foes were certain to read that testament before you, to alter it if necessary. Months ago I learned of a conspiracy arrayed against me, against the Malkenian line, most likely against Anor itself. As I write, there have already been 4 attempts on my life. They were all subtle, probing, and unsuccessful. But I have been unable to track the beasts to their lair, and each day they are testing, learning. It will not be long before they succeed, and I am dead. Rather than allowing my attackers to dictate the time and place, I plan to use this life of mine as a stone to be played on the board, a stone that may turn the tide of this silent battle we wage. As yet I do not know our foes' identities, but I have theories and suspicions. I have arranged secret meetings with those I mistrust, meetings I will attend without the protection of my Idolians or the knowledge of the councillors. I will give these schemers the opportunity to strike me down with impunity, and I will leave a record of these meetings to you, that you will know whom to fear and fight after I am gone."
Adair reeled. A list followed, a dozen or so appointments with times, places. Her father had met with Baxter Payne, and Tariq Adiv, General Firth and Danera of Seir. He had met on ships in the harbour, and in alehouses by the White Market, in secret chambers of the Dawn Palace, and beyond the boundaries of the city. There were more than a dozen names on his list. Powerful men, and even a few women, but her eyes fell down the page to the only one that mattered.
"On the evening of the new moon, I will meet with the Kenarang, Ranil Tonja, in our family's private chapel in the Temple of Light."
The evening of the new moon. The Temple of Light. She had been certain Uinian was responsible for her father's death, had seen the man torn apart for his transgression, had revelled in his destruction. She stared first at the page before her, then at the naked back of the Kenarang, of her lover, as he sat toiling over his papers. Sweet Shale, she thought, shivers running over her naked flesh. Sweet, holy Intara, what have I done? When the most paralyzing horror had passed, she turned her eyes back to the page.
"I do not intend to die without a fight, Adair. Perhaps I shall win, though I find it unlikely. The foe we face is both sly and strong, thwarting me at each pass. I will bring my sword to these meetings, but you are my last blade. You and Caden and Valin. If you feel, any of you, that you have been hammered hard, it has been that you might better hold an edge. Heed what I write here, Adair. Heed it, though it may implicate someone you have known a long time, someone you trust. You cannot bargain with this foe, cannot reason with him, cannot find an accommodation. Whoever it is, you must stop at nothing to bring him down. I have dispatched people to warn and protect Caden and Valin, but you alone are privy to this final letter." The final lines were not a declaration of love, or an expression of sorrow in the face of imminent death. Neither would have been Sanlitoon's way. His last words to her were hard and practical. "Resist faith. Resist trust. Believe only in what you touch with your hands. The rest is error and air." Adair raised her eyes from the page. Blood pounded in her ears, burned beneath her skin. Her own breath sounded ragged in her chest. She folded the paper neatly along the creases and tucked it back into the book, flipping a few pages to conceal it. Ran sat at his desk still, grumbling over whatever work lay before him. She could still feel his seed warm against her thigh. The man shifted in his chair, then turned. She forced a smile onto her face. "Bored of that book already?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Looking for something a little more engaging?" He winked. She wanted to scream, to run, to pull the blankets over her head, to bury herself in the bed, in this very earth. She wanted to flee the room, to race back to her chambers in the crane, where the Adolians stood guard over her door. All at once she felt like a girl again, lost and frightened, and confused. But she was not a girl. She was a princess, a minister, and maybe the last living Malkenian. "I am a blade," she told herself. The man before her had murdered her father, manipulated her, and escaped justice. She forced herself to meet his eye and let the blanket slip from her shoulders, revealing her naked breasts. "Only if you think you can handle it," she replied. 50. Caden sat cross-legged on a jagged escarpment above the Adolian camp, ignoring the bite of the wind and the exhausted ache of his feet and shoulders, following the two Ketrel with his eyes as they quartered the sky. At this distance, it was difficult to judge their scale. They might have been ravens or hawks wheeling on the thermals, the kind of birds he had spent countless hours observing from the ledges above Ashglan. In fact, if he didn't glance back over his shoulder at the piled corpses of the traitorous guardsmen, if he kept his mind from the bloody edges of his memory, he might have been back at the monastery, seated on one of the jagged ledges, waiting for Pater or Akil to jar him from his thoughts and drag him back for the evening meal. It was a pleasant delusion, and he lingered in it a while, luxuriating in the lie, until a flash of sun on steel caught his eye. The birds were returning, and as they drew closer, as he made out the small figures perched on the talons, it became impossible to believe that they were normal birds of prey. Valin had taken his own ketrel, Swantra, Caden reminded himself, and that of the defeated wing, to search for Balandin and Adiv, neither of whose bodies had been found. The birds had been in the air the better part of the day, circling farther and farther from the camp, until Caden was certain their quarry had eluded them. It should have been impossible. Both men were wounded, at least slightly, without food or water, and on foot in treacherous country. But, as the Shin would say, there is no should, there is only what is. The two traitors had already proved themselves as unpredictable as they were dangerous, and who was Caden to say that they didn't have further powers at their disposal, powers as yet unrevealed? Neither the leech nor the counsellor had frightened Caden while he was inside the Vanyate, but now that he had let the trance lapse, the thought that they were out there somewhere, wandering the mountains, filled him with unease. He watched as the two birds approached the ridge, considered the black-clad figures as they leapt from the talons, dropping a dozen feet or so to the rubble and coming up unharmed. They were young, this wing of Valin's, younger than the Ketral Caden remembered from his childhood. Or was that only a trick of memory? Despite their age, the four soldiers under Valin's command moved with a confidence and economy that could only come from long years of training, checking weapons and gear unconsciously, touching hands to hilts, scanning the surrounding terrain, running through 100 habits built up over the years. Even the youngest of the lot, the wing's sniper, seemed steadier, deadlier than some of the Idolians around whom Caden had grown up. And then there was Valin. After gesturing to Laith to tie up the bird, Valin looked around the camp, spotted Caden on the ledge and turned up the slope toward him. He was not the boy Caden remembered from their childhood duels in the Dawn Palace. He had grown up and out, filling his broad shoulders in a way that Caden never would, wearing the blades on his back as though they were a part of him, keeping his jaw clenched tight most of the time, and fingering the scars on his hands and arms as though they were good luck. It was the eyes, however, that had changed most of all. Unlike Caden, Sanlitun, or Adair, Valin had always had dark eyes, but nothing like this. These were holes into some perfect darkness, wells from which no light escaped. It wasn't the scars or the swords that made Valin seem dangerous, it was the depth of those eyes. His boots crunched over the scree, and when he reached Caden, he paused, gazed out at the peaks beyond, then grimaced. "I've got no idea where those bastards went. There should have been something, some kind of track." He trailed off. A nasty gash on his lower lip had opened up, and he spat blood over the edge of the cliff. The wind whipped it out and away, flinging it into the gulf. "Sit down," Caden said, gesturing to the rock. "You've been flying all day." "For all the kint-kissing good it did us," Valin replied. Still, after a moment he lowered himself to the ledge with a groan. "I feel like someone's been beating me with a blunt edge of a board for the past week," he said, twisting his head, stretching the muscles of his neck. He balled his hands into fists, cracked the knuckles, then frowned at the palms as though he'd never seen them before. "Every part of my body hurts." Caden smiled wearily. "I thought you, Ketral, lived for this sort of thing. Martial valor, godlike endurance, the daily cheating of an Anshale." "Nah," Valin replied, plucking at his torn, sweat-stained blacks. "I mostly got into it for the clothes." "You should have been a monk. It's hard to beat a wool robe." Valin chuckled, and the two stared out over the mountains and valleys, side by side, companions in the simplicity of silence. Caden would have remained there all day if he could, all year, enjoying the low rush of water, the sound of the wind knifing between the passes, the sun warm on his cool skin. He knew these things, understood them in a way he had ceased to understand his own brother, ceased to understand himself. "So," Valin said after a long while, "what do I call you now?" Caden kept his eyes on the far mountains as he resolved the question. During the long flight from the monastery, he hadn't had a chance to grieve for his father or consider his new station in life. After 8 years with the Shin, he wasn't even sure he knew how to grieve anymore. The fact that he was Emperor of Anur, sole sovereign over 2 continents, leader of millions, felt like just that. A fact. The truth had not penetrated to any organ that could actually feel it. A part of him wanted to make a joke, to laugh it off with a wry remark, but the impulse felt wrong somehow, unfair to the monks who had died, to Valin's wing who had flown all this way to rescue him, to his father who also had spent long years as an acolyte in the Bone Mountains, and now lay cold in his tomb. "I suppose it's your radiance now," Valin continued, shaking his head. "That's the protocol, right?" Caden stared at the blazing orb of the lowering sun. He wondered if his eyes looked like that. "It is," he replied finally. Then he turned to Valin. "But when we're not around others, when there's just the 2 of us, I mean, someone's got to use my name, right?" Valin shrugged. "It's up to you, your radiance." Caden closed his eyes against the honorific, then forced himself to open them once more. "What happened with the other wing leader?" he asked. "With Yerl?" He'd seen the body, a carcass, really gutted, the hands hacked away, eyes bulging with an expression that could only have been terror. It was a savage killing, purposeless in its violence. Valin grimaced, met his eyes, looked away, and for a moment Caden caught a glimpse of the child he had known a decade earlier. Uncertain but unwilling to show it, trying to put a bold face on his confusion. "There was a girl, Harlin," he began, then trailed off, fingering a nasty scab on the back of his hand, ripping it free in a wash of blood without glancing down. When he looked back at Caden, his eyes were hooded again, unreadable. He looked like a soldier. More than a soldier, Caden thought. A killer. All I could think was, not again. I wasn't going to let him hurt anyone else. Never again. He clenched his fists and blood flowed from the wound, puddling on the stone. "But his hands," Caden said slowly. "Was it necessary?" "Fuck necessary," Valin replied, voice hard and brittle as steel too long hammered. Caden considered his brother for a long time, trying to read the tight cords running beneath his skin, the unconscious grimace, the nicks and scars that marked his face and hands. It was like studying a scroll in some long-forgotten language. "Rage," Caden reminded himself. "This is rage, and pain, and confusion." He recognized the emotions, but after so many years among the Shin, he had forgotten how raw they could be. Finally, he reached out and placed a hand over Valin's fist. The monks weren't much for physical contact, and the sensation was odd, something remembered from a childhood so distant it might have been a dream. At first, Caden thought his brother would pull away, but after a dozen heartbeats, he felt the fist relax. "What happened?" Caden asked. "What happened to you?" Valin snorted. "Got a week?" "How about the short version?" "I learned to kill people, saw some people killed, fought some nasty beasts, drank some nasty stuff, and came out with black eyes, powers I don't understand, and enough rage to burn a city to the bones." "What about you?" he asked, the question more challenge than inquiry. "You're not exactly the bookish monk I'd been expecting. I thought you were going to murder me last night." Caden nodded slowly. If Valin had changed in the years apart, well then, so had he. "The short version?" "We can delve into details later." "I got hit, cut, frozen, and buried. Men I trusted, killed everyone I knew. And then, for a few minutes, I figured out how to stop caring about any of it." Valin stared at him. Caden met the gaze. The silence stretched on and on, until, without warning, Valin started laughing. Slowly at first, almost morbidly, then with more abandon, his body shaking on the narrow ledge until he was wiping away tears. Caden watched for a while, confused, detached, until some childish part of him, something buried deep inside his mind, awoke and responded. Then he was laughing too, gasping in great breaths of air until his stomach hurt. "Holy hell!" Valin choked, shaking his head. "Holy fucking hell! We should have stayed in the palace and kept playing with sticks." Caden could only nod.
"It's not over,"
Tan said. Caden turned to find the monk climbing the short, steep slope to where they sat, Pier a foot or so behind him. For a few pleasant minutes the brothers had sat side by side, laughing at horror, trying to recollect something of their past. But the past was gone, finished, and the future loomed. 100 paces back, in the dubious shelter of the pass, the rest of the group was making preparations to move out. Leith checked over the bird with the sniper, and the red-haired girl sorted through the weapons of the dead Idolians. Triste was shoving something that might have been food into a large sack. As Tan drew alongside, he reached into his robe, then flicked something out onto the ledge. It rolled toward Caden, bumping up against his leg before coming to rest. Valin looked up at the monk, then picked up the small red orb, squeezing it between his fingers until it bulged like a grape. "What is this?" "An eye," Caden said, the mirth gone out of him as quickly as it had come. The memory of the ring of Akhanat circling tighter and tighter, bloody eyes flickering in the moonlight, chilled him. How Tan had emerged from that fight at all, he couldn't say. Though the battle had taken its toll, the monk's robe was cut to tatters, his body bruised. A long gash ran from his scalp to his jaw, and Triste had spent the better part of the day washing out the long rents in his flesh, binding them with bandages made from the uniforms of the dead Idolians. "Must have been an ugly bastard," Valin said, considering the eye a moment longer, then flicking it toward Caden. "But at least it had eyes." Something dark and haggard passed across his gaze. Caden caught the sphere, turned it until he could consider the pupil in the fading light, a dark, ragged slash like something hacked out of the iris with a knife. "How are your wounds?" he asked, looking up at Tan. The monk moved stiffly, but his face betrayed no pain, and he waved a hand as though the question didn't warrant an answer. Caden wondered briefly if the man had found a way to live inside the Vanyate.
"The Xestrim have returned," he said.
"Xestrim?" Valin replied, sucking air between his teeth. "That's what Yerl claimed. It's tough to believe."
"It is necessary to believe," Tan replied. "Some of them have survived this long, precisely because people failed to believe."
"Adiv?" Caden asked, voicing the question that had been on his mind all day as he watched the Ketral circle and search. "You think he's Xestrim?" Tan considered him with a flat, disapproving stare.
"Speculation."
Valin glanced from the older monk to his pupil and back. If he felt any deference toward Tan, Caden couldn't see it. "I'm not sure what's so wrong with speculation, and I have no Kent-kissing idea where those two bastards ended up, but I'll tell you one thing, they're not our problem anymore." Caden frowned. "One of them might be Xestrim, and the other is a Ketral-trained emotion leech who nearly destroyed your wing. And now we have two birds," Valin shot back. "Barandin and the minister are on foot, with no food or water, no gear to speak of. We can be in the air by nightfall and out of this miserable maze of mountains you call home by morning. Of course," he added grimly, "that brings us to our real problem. The flea." Caden looked over at Tan and Pier. The skull-sworn shrugged. Tan made no reply at all. "What," Caden asked finally, turning back to Valin, "is a flea?" "The flea is the best wing commander in the Eyrie. He makes Yerl and me look like children, and his wing is just as good as he is." "And he's part of the plot?" Pier asked. Ut had left her with a light slice across the shoulder, but otherwise she seemed none the worse for wear. "Why can't some of the really dangerous players be on our side for a while?" "I have no idea he's part of the plot," Valin replied, his expression bleak. "But I'll tell you this. He's coming for us, sure as shit. He's probably one day back, sent up as soon as my wing went rogue. Yerl and Barandin were part of it, and we don't know how far up the conspiracy goes." Pier shrugged. "If he is not part of the plot, he is not part of the problem. Caden," she said, making an exaggerated curtsy. Bright be the days of his life, rules the empire now, which means he waves his little finger and your flea has to start bowing or kissing the dirt, or whatever it is you Anurians do. You don't know much about the flea, Valin said, or about Ketrel. It's the mission that matters. My wing disobeyed orders to come after you. As far as the area is concerned, we're traitors. The Ketrel served the Empire, Pyr replied, which means they served the Emperor, which means they serve him. She poked a finger at Caden. Working for Caden is, by definition, not treachery. It's not quite that simple, Caden said, thinking through this angle for the first time. Imperial history has been pretty messy at times. Brother fighting brother, sons killing fathers. Atlatun the Unlucky murdered his own father out of impatience. What was it, Valin, 400 years ago? Valin shook his head. If there wasn't a battle involved, I didn't study it. There wasn't a battle. Atlatun wanted to rule, but his father looked a little too healthy for his taste, so he stabbed him in the eye over the dinner table. The point is, despite being Atlatun's heir and having in Tara's eyes, he was executed for treason. The unhewn throne went to his nephew. You didn't kill your father, Pyr pointed out. She frowned. You didn't, did you? No, Caden replied, but no one in Annor knows that. Whoever is behind the conspiracy could be spreading whatever rumours they want. They could be claiming that Valin and I cooked up a plot against our father together, that we paid that priest to kill him while we were out of the capital. Until we know conclusively otherwise, Valin said, we have to figure the Aerie views us as traitors. And how does the Aerie handle traitors? Caden asked. They send people, Valin replied. The flea. His wing might be in the mountains already. The mountains are endless, Pyr said. I've been running around the Kent kissing things for the past week. The 9 of us could have a parade with pennons and drums and no one would find us. You don't know what they can do, Valin replied, eyeing the dusky sky as he spoke. I trained with them, and I don't know what they can do. Caden followed his brother's gaze, searching above the snowy peaks for a hint of movement, for any suggestion of a dark bird bearing death on her wings. All I know is that he's coming, Valin said. I don't know how he'll do it. I'm not sure when, but he's coming.
Then we will have to handle him, Tan replied.
Caden watched Valin turn to his Yumiel, incredulity playing across his face. Handle him? And just who in hell's name are you, old man? You've got the robe, but I've never heard of monks running around with gear like that, he said, indicating the Nakzal in Tan's left hand. The monk met the gaze but refused to answer the question. All right, Pyr said, spreading her hands. Let's take these birds, fly back to Annor and set things straight. It's not like they won't know who you are. Those ridiculous eyes have got to be good for something.
Who made you a part of this, assassin? Tan asked grimly.
Pyr cocked her head to the side. After I saved the Emperor and killed that ox of an Idolian, you expect me to walk out of here? She's coming, Caden said, surprised at the certainty in his own voice. We've got 2 birds. That should be enough to take everyone. He glanced over at Valin. Valin nodded. We can be in Annor in a week if we fly hard. If we stay ahead of the flea, maybe a little more. Caden turned his gaze west, to where the sun had just sunk behind the icy peaks. Annor, the Dawn Palace, home. It was tempting to think that they might simply mount the Ketrel, fly from the carnage, return to the capital, and avenge his father. It was tempting to think it might be so easy to set things right. But from somewhere the old Shin aphorism came back to him. Believe what you see with your eyes. Trust what you hear with your ears. Know what you feel with your flesh. The rest is dream and delusion.
And stay well north over the empty steppe, Tan was saying.
No. 3 pairs of eyes turned to Caden, boring into him. You don't think the steppe is the best route? Valin asked. It'll keep us clear of the Anurian territory south of the White River. I'm not going west at all. Not yet. Pyr squinted. Well, to the north there's a whole heap of ice and frozen ocean. South takes us right back toward any pursuit from the Aerie, so— And we can't go east, Valin cut in. Not that we'd have any reason to. Past the mountains there's just Anthera, and we'd all be killed on sight if we landed there. Iltonja authorized some pretty nasty operations over the border in the past few years. We've got to go west. Got to get back to the capital. Pierre was nodding. How far north of the White do you think we need to fly to avoid these unsavory friends of yours? Caden shook his head slowly, something hardening inside him. He didn't know what was going on in Anor, and neither did anyone else. It was tempting to return, to believe that the people would hail his arrival, but that was the dream and the delusion. His foes had killed his father, had very nearly destroyed his entire family, and the only certainty remaining was that someone was hunting him, guessing at his movements, tracking. He thought back to the early spring, to the long, cold day he had spent tracking a lost goat through the peaks, inhabiting its mind, feeling for its actions, following its decisions until he ran it down. I will not be that goat. I will not be hunted. If the Shin had taught him anything, it was patience. The rest of you should fly west. Go to Anor to try to see what's happening there as quickly as possible. The rest of you? Pierre asked with a raised eyebrow. Caden took a deep breath. I am going to visit the Ishin. Tan and I both. The older monk's face hardened, but it was Valin who spoke. And just who in Shale's name are the fucking Ishin? A branch of the Shin, Caden replied. One that studies the Xestream, one that hunts the Xestream. If the Xestream are involved in this, they might know something.
No,
Tan said finally.
the Ishin and the Shin parted ways long ago. You are expecting quiet monks and hours of contemplation, but the Ishin are a harder order, a more dangerous order.
More dangerous than the Akhanat? Caden asked. More dangerous than a contingent of Idorian guards come to kill me in my sleep? He paused. More dangerous than the Xestream? I don't know shit about the Ishin, Valin interjected, but I'm not letting you wander off without protection. You're tougher than I'd expected, but you still need my wing for cover. Tan shook his head.
You do not know what you ask for.
I am not asking, Caden replied, stiffening his voice. Valin, I need your wing back in the capital, and soon, to sort out what happened there before the trail goes cold. Then we'll go visit the Ishin first, and then we'll all go to the capital. Caden opened his mouth to try to explain it once more, then closed it. Perhaps he could convince his Yumiel and the others. Perhaps he could not. That was beside the point. He never asked for his eyes, but they burned just the same. Tan and I are going, he said once more. The rest of you are returning to Anor. There is no more to the matter unless you would disobey your emperor. Pierre chuckled and opened her mouth to speak. For a moment Caden thought he'd made a fool of himself. They were thousands of leagues from the Dawn Palace, lost in a labyrinth of mountains, fleeing from the people he had been born to command. Why should a skull-sworn, a renegade monk, and a Ketral wing leader listen to him, a boy with one robe to his name? Then, all in one motion, Valin stood. Caden rose stiffly to his feet as well, in time to see his brother touch a hand to his blades, before kneeling and placing his knuckles to his forehead. It will be as you say, Your Radiance. I will make the birds ready at once. When Valin finally raised those black eyes, Caden could see nothing in them. Not even his own reflection.
Your adventures in the Anorian Empire aren't over yet. Stay tuned for a bonus short story from Brian Staveley to hear what happened to Akil during the slaughter at the monastery.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Emperor's Blades by Brian Staveley. Copyright 2014 by Brian Staveley. Performed by Simon Vance. Performance copyright 2013 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Brilliance Audio presents The Last Abbot of Ashclan by Brian Staveley. Performed by Oliver Codbill. Monks, Akil concluded grimly as he crouched in the rafters of the burning kitchen, made even worse fighters than they did cooks. The attack on the monastery had barely begun. The first Adolians flooded into the dormitory not long after sunset, and already everyone he knew seemed to be either dead or in the process of dying. That the Shin died quietly, submitting to the god of death with something you might call monastic reserve, only made it worse. Akil didn't plan on dying. Not yet. But if death came for him, he planned to go kicking and punching, cursing and biting, making as much fucking noise as possible. He'd passed a dozen corpses between the dormitory and the refectory, then another 5 in the short dash from the refectory to the small kitchen behind. The kitchen had promised a measure of shelter, at least until the most direct path to the cliffs was clear. The trick was to stay patient, to wait until the soldiers moved west in search of new victims and only then to bolt. Unfortunately, as divine disfavour or simple shit luck would have it, some of the Adolians had doubled back. Through the narrow window he caught a glimpse of them approaching, barely enough warning to send him scrambling into the rafters. A bad decision, as it turned out, given that the traitorous sons of bitches had come to set the building ablaze. They were laughing. He'd remember that later, as they put their torches to the wooden walls. It wasn't a battle to them so much as a hunt, a game, a contest to see who could open up the most monks before the whole place burned. Not great sport, monks. Monks didn't know how to fight, or run, or hide. Easier than killing rabbits. Of course, Akil wasn't a monk, not yet. And if a childhood in the perfumed quarter of Anur had taught him anything, it was how to run and hide. He lay very still atop one of the rough-hewn rafter beams, breathed through his nose, forced down the urge to cough or gag on the smoke. 1 year earlier, he'd had a master who was obsessed with forcing him to hold his breath. The old man had held his head in a bucket of water for a count of 200. Akil had hated him for it at the time, but the skill had become suddenly unexpected useful. He drew in a deep breath, clamped his lips shut, and waited. Adolians couldn't survive fire any better than monks, and he was willing to bet they'd spent less time having their heads shoved into buckets of ice water. The Anurians were supposed to be escorts. They were supposed to be escorting Caden's imperial asshole back to Anur to perch on the newly vacated throne. They were supposed to be protecting him. Adolians, after all, were the fabled guard of the emperor himself, men who, according to the stories, were tireless, fearless, incorruptible. So much for the fucking stories. He'd reached 8-7 in his head. When had he started counting? By the time 2 of the soldiers left. His lungs ached with pent-up breath. Silently, he willed the last bastard to leave, to turn on his armoured heel and go find someone else to kill. As had so often happened in his life, even his best willing proved inadequate. The soldier backed up until he reached the doorway, then stopped, flame glinting off his naked blade. Evidently he was the thorough one. Panic was a small clawed creature in the bottom of Akil's gut. He would have taken a breath to steady his nerves, but the rafters were all smoke, so thick now, he could barely see through it. The burning frame of a crumbling building was a terrible place to wait out a slaughter. But 8 years among the monks had made him stupid. He tried to still his mind, to reach back to his childhood, to remember what that skinny, hungry orphan would have done. A single word burst into his head. Survive. On the one hand, it felt like a useless injunction, vague to the point of insult. And yet that word, that command, was the foundation on which he'd built his entire life. All his other rules, the reminders he'd compiled during a childhood of thievery, never help, know where the doors are, trust no one, were really just variations on that basic imperative. In the final result, survival was all that mattered. And if he was going to survive, he had to kill the Adolian. 112. 113. Sweat sheeted his face, soaked his palms. An Adolian guardsman in full armor, breastplate, helmet, everything against a monk in a fucking robe. Akil's only weapon didn't deserve the name. A short, dullish belt knife he used mostly for chopping vegetables. He slipped it from its sheath anyway. The knife would be needed after he called for help. It took an effort of will to ignore the screaming in his lungs, the fire on his face, and actually consider the shape of the room. There were the cupboards. There the flat plane of the wide table. There the angle of the walls. When he'd fixed it all on his mind, he threw his voice into the far corner. It was a trick he'd learned back in Annure. A matter of the stomach and lungs rather than the mouth itself. Useful when you needed a fruit vendor to look the other way, or wanted to send the city watch down the wrong alley. Unfortunately, the Adolian below was no fruit vendor, and there was no alleyway out of the burning building. A momentary distraction wasn't going to be enough. "Please!" Akil cried. No need to feign the desperation. "I can't breathe in it." He couldn't see the soldier's face beneath his helm, but the man took an uncertain step forward, shifted back and forth, trying to find the speaker in the empty corner of the kitchen. "Come out," he said finally. "All those asking for clemency and submitting to Intara's light will be spared." Amazing the lies some people expected you to believe. Well, the bastard wasn't the only one who could lie. I can't," he called back, muffling the words, roughening them around the edges as though they were emerging from inside the heavy pine cupboards. "I'm stuck. Help me, please." The soldier didn't move. Flame gnawed the walls. Akil could smell his own hair burning. If the man didn't move, he'd given himself away for nothing. "I know where the abbot is going," he pressed. Then, in a moment of clarity, "I know where the Emperor is going." That's what it was all about, of course. The deception, the fire, the slaughter. No one walked the length of Vash in full armor just to kill a bunch of monks. The monks were just in the way. The Adolians had come for Caden. The man cursed, glanced around the burning room once more, and then, sword extended as though it could hold back the flames, strode inside. That was the Adolian discipline, Akil thought grimly, that willingness to walk into an oven in the name of duty. The soldier's path took him past the wash buckets and the stone sink, past the sacks of grain, carried all the way from the bend, around the table, and directly beneath Akil. There was no time to think or to second-guess, no time to adjust his sweaty grip on the knife. No time to offer up a prayer to blank God or any other. Instead, Akil gave himself over to his past, to all the instincts that had somehow kept him alive in the quarter, rolling silently off the beam, pivoting in the air, landing square on the soldier's head, wrenching his neck. The helmet drove into his guts, knocking the wind out of him. But he didn't need to breathe to do what needed doing. He slumped onto the man's back like an ill-fitting pack, clawed at the gorget with one desperate hand, searched for an opening with the tip of his knife. The soldier, savagely strong even in his armour, cursed and whirled, but Akil held on. The only alternative was letting go, and letting go meant dying. "Stop it!" the Adolian snapped. Even now he sounded more bureaucrat than warrior. A man dealing with an administrative inconvenience. "Just let go, and I'll..." A belt knife was no broad blade, but it was more than an administrative inconvenience. After scraping it pointlessly off the steel half a dozen times, Akil found the hole in the visor, drove the blade into the man's eye, twisted it a quarter turn, tried to imagine he was killing a goat, then let the body drop. 2 of the roof timbers had already snapped, and the fire was greedily at work on the others. But there was time. There had to be time. It had never occurred to Akil that he might have occasion to bless Sam the club. Sam was an ugly, misshapen brute, all neck and brow and shoulder, who owned a tavern back in the quarter. He'd been known to kill barkeeps and serving girls with his bare hands on the suspicion of stealing, and the club was always suspicious. As employers went, he left something to be desired. On the other hand, there was always something to be desired in the quarter, and Sam was an employer, one with solid Anurian coin in his purse. If you watched where you stepped and never even thought of stealing, it was possible to walk away with a tiny portion of that coin. Akil's job at the tavern was to strap drunkards into Sam's battered sets of armour. The club was a vicious son of a bitch, but he was a shrewd businessman, and had learned long before Akil was born that he could sell more ale if he provided entertainment to wash it down. Sam furnished a couple of blunted swords, a few suits of dinged-up, bashed-in armour, and each night around sundown, Sam cleared the tables to the side of the room and opened the floor for betting, while Akil, Runt, Buttboy, and Skinny Quinn tried to pack the sweating, cursing belligerents into all that dented steel. The children had titles, squires. Akil didn't mind the mockery. The girding for battle became as much a part of the show as the battle itself, the comic interlude before the violence. And if the squires managed to get the crowd laughing hard enough, people sometimes threw them a few coppers. It was easy work, somewhat entertaining, and relatively undeadly. Now it looked like it might save his life. He glanced up at the crackling beams and rafters as his fingers worked the leather straps, freeing the breastplate, the gauntlets, the helm. There wasn't time to fuck with the gorget or the greaves, but with any luck, the darkness would cover his laps. The sword, when he finally snatched it from the flagstone, burned in his palm. The air inside the helm was hot and heavy, and the extra weight made him feel dangerously slow. He took a precious moment to summon the memory of the dead Adolian's posture, of his grip on the sword, of the way the man had moved and turned in the armour. When he was certain he had it right, Akil shifted his body into an imitation of the posture. He'd learned years ago, learned the hard way, that when it came to disguise, movement was just as important as the clothes. If you moved wrong, people looked twice, started asking questions, and he was not prepared, with Ashclan burning all around him, to answer questions. One of the rafters groaned, then cracked, and Akil stepped from the kitchen into the night's cold. Free of the burning building, he paused. The stone cliffs at the edge of the Shin compound were just a short run distant. Even in the armor, he could cover the space in a few dozen heartbeats. That armor, however, changed the calculation. It gave him new options, new responsibilities. Never help, he reminded himself. But the words sounded like tin. Behind the din of the dying monastery, he could hear Buttboy cursing and sobbing as the captain's men seized him, as Akil crouched behind a wagon half a block away and watched and did nothing. "Sha'll take you, Caden," he muttered, then turned away from the safety of the cliffs, back toward the madness of Ashclan. A part of him, the hard, unflinching part that had kept him alive all those years in the quarter, knew that there was a little chance of a dramatic rescue. Either Caden was dead already, or the Adolians had him. In either case, the monk-turned-emperor was beyond Akil's help, stolen armor or no. On the other hand, the only way to be sure was to look. "Son of a bitch," he muttered, striding past the refectory, sword at the ready, taking care to move the way he'd seen the Adolian move, shoulders back, chin up. He put an eagerness into his gait, a purpose. The urgency of a hunter was not the same as the urgency of the hunted. For a few steps, he slipped out of his own mind. Another surprisingly useful Shin trick, and into that of the dead soldier, wearing the man's willingness to stalk and kill, just as he wore the armor. For a horrible flash, he felt the eagerness of a warrior who had waited a long time to do his killing. When he rounded the corner of the stone building, however, his own fear and confusion came crashing back. The pavilion that the Anurians had erected for Caden, the central part of their elaborate trap, was fully ablaze. Flames crawled up the canvas and ripped at the pennons. Ribbons of fire snapped into the night wind. Dozens of dead monks lay splayed across the gravel. A few men in armor charged for the dormitory into the meditation hall, and then, for just a moment, the square was still. This would be the time, Akil told himself. He didn't move. The full folly of his decision loomed suddenly large. The child he'd been cursed and pleaded with him to flee before the Adolians returned. He wrestled with the impulse, collared, then choked it, like strangling a part of himself. The Shin were a strange lot, and no doubt about it. Most of their methods and mantras seemed like so much indecipherable idiocy, but Akil couldn't deny that they'd taught him a level of control that he hadn't known when he was younger, a discipline that might just keep him alive through the rest of the night. Not, he muttered quietly, glancing once more at the dead monks, that it did these assholes much good. With an effort of will, he tore his gaze away. The tent was just a few paces distant. He took 3 breaths, stilled his heart, willed his limbs into motion. He crossed the empty square at a quick trot, flicked open the canvas with his blade and half-stepped inside. A massive bed dominated the center of the space. Silk hangings worth more than Ashclan itself adorned the walls. Half of them were ablaze. Some idiot had hauled a city rug all the way up the mountain. Of Caden, there was no sign, which was either wonderful or an utter fucking disaster. There was just no way to tell. He started to turn, then noticed the slash cut through the back of the tent, a frayed rent as tall as a man. Someone had come in that way, or escaped. Ignoring the burning canvas, he crossed through the tent, took the canvas in one gauntleted hand, ran it between fingers made clumsy with metal, The fibres were bent away from him, meaning someone cutting from the inside out. He smiled as he stepped through the rent. If Caden had cut his way free. "You!" a voice shouted, pulling him up short. "Celt! Get the fuck over here!" He turned to find another Adolian, taller, wider, the insignia of command on his upper arm, waving at him with a sword. Akil cursed silently. Evidently the bastard had recognized the armour. Seemed implausible, but then Akil could tell half the monks in Ashclan by the faded cloth and cut of their robes. He crushed his fear, turning slowly to face the Adolian commander, reviewing in his mind the dead soldier's voice, the nuances of pacing and intonation. "All those asking for clemency and submitting to Intara's light will be spared." It would have been easier if he'd been able to hear more, but he hadn't been able to hear more. You worked with what you had. "What is it?" he called back, pitching his voice a little lower, slowing his words, finding the leisurely cadence of the man he'd killed. "More fucking monks," the commander said, waving him over again. "Need killing." The words hit him like a brick. Slowly, almost unwillingly, he turned to find two more Shin kneeling beside the dormitory. The soldiers must have dragged them out while he was in the pavilion. The one on the left was Bury of Santaran, an acolyte just a few years older than Akil himself. Bury could be a stiff, stubborn ass. He stuck to every last inscrutable detail of the Shin's teachings with an inexplicable fervour. Fed up with the older student's devotion, Akil had once emptied a small bottle of clear spirits into his soup. For one delightful evening, Bury had reeled around the refectory and meditation hall singing and chanting, drunk as a sailor on the shore leave. The next morning, after puking up a lung, he'd redoubled his devotions to the blank god. But Akil was satisfied. He'd seen, if only briefly, the man inside the monk. Now he realised he was seeing the man again. Bury was kneeling, sobbing. He cradled a scorched left arm in his lap, but his eyes weren't on the arm. They tracked the Adolians looming above him. So much, Akil thought, for Shin detachment. Then, before he could move, the Adolian hacked Bury's head from his shoulders, broadblade rising and falling with all the dull economy of a man splitting wood. Bury didn't fight, didn't even raise a hand to try to block the blade. Through the brief space of his own murder, he remained still as a man already dead. Back in the quarter, Akil had seen dozens of people killed. But back in the quarter, people fucking fought. A wrist wouldn't stop a blade, but that was no reason not to throw it up there anyway. He felt ready to vomit. The Adolian raised his sword again, then paused, turned back to Akil. "Here," he said, gesturing to the remaining monk. "You can have this old goat." Akil shifted his gaze, felt a great, awful space open inside of him. The remaining monk, the old goat, was Sile Nin, abbot of Ashclan. Akil wanted to run, needed to run, but to run now was to die, and before he decided what to do, how to escape, how to turn away from this fate at the very least, he was moving forward, bare sword in his hand, walking as though the words of the Adolian were a hook and line drawing him in. In the space of a staggered heartbeat, he was stood before Sile Nin, staring down at the man in horror. "He's all yours," the other soldier said, breathing heavily beneath his helm. "Thanks," Akil said, again in Celt's voice, the words effortless, necessary, disgusting on his tongue. "My thanks." He didn't know where to look. Not at the other soldier. It was a miracle the son of a bitch hadn't realised something was amiss already. He glanced into the still, chilly sky above the smoke, then realised how strange that would seem, and turned his gaze reluctantly, inevitably, to the abbot. Sile Nin didn't look like a man afraid to die. He knelt in the rough gravel as though he had settled there to do some sort of task, planting carrots maybe, or scooping mud from the shallows to make clay. His eyes, as he studied Akil, were dark and steady. If anything, he looked curious. "Sooner rather than later, Celt," the Adolian growled. "These robed bastards are crawling all over the cliffs. Put the blade in his belly, there's more work to do." Akil stared at the abbot. Survive. His mind scrambled as he raised the stolen weapon. It felt suddenly horribly light. The sharp tip hovered just a hand's breadth from the abbot's chest. Sile Nin watched Akil, eyes unreadable, then reached out to touch the tip of the sword. Akil recognized the gesture from 100 different memories, Sile Nin touching the twisting green tendrils of the bean shoots as they curled up out of the earth, all blind and eager for the sun. Sile Nin touching the long icicle hanging from the eave of the refectory. Dark skin warm against the cold, clear bleb, blazing with dawn light. Sile Nin touching Akil's own unruly hair when he'd first arrived at the monastery, smiling at the boy's refusal to have it cut. Akil had asked the abbot once, the question riding the thin line between civility and impertinence, why he was always touching everything. The abbot fixed him with that stare he had, the one that settled down on you like a constable's cuff. "People trust too much in their eyes and ears. There are other ways to know a thing." What the monk hoped to know about the sword at his chest, Akil had no idea. His own hand didn't tremble. He'd always been steady at the moment when the dice flew, but he could feel his heart slamming over and over against his ribs, trying to break free. Akil glanced over at the Adolian commander. The dumb son of a bitch clearly had no idea that the monk kneeling before him was the leader of the entire monastery. Not that he could have known, really. Nin was dressed in a simple woolen robe. Like the rest of the monks, he'd been dragged from his cell in the long stone dormitory. It was clear as a knife in the eye that the Anurians had orders to kill everyone at Ashclan. Orders that almost certainly extended to the abbot. Still, if Akil could find a way to reveal Nin's identity, that might buy them a little time. "This one doesn't look like the rest." It was a risk, this hesitation. The night was a great river of blood and death, one he had managed to swim by giving himself up to the current. A few times each summer he managed to goad Caden and sometimes Serkan into sneaking down the mountain in the middle of the night to ride a few exciting miles of the White River. The current was brutal, bruising, but if you went with it, if you just concentrated on staying on top, you'd be all right. It was when you tried to fight that you got hurt. He grimaced behind his helm as the Adolian turned to stare at him. "The fuck do you care what he looks like? Put the steel in him, pull it out, find some other pious fool and repeat." But what if he's the leader?" Akil asked, sweating, but steady. "Ut might want him." "Ut does want him. He wants him dead. So make him dead." As they spoke, another knot of guards charged up from behind the burning pavilion, breath rasping in their steel helms. All of them carried swords. The swords, Akil observed grimly, were bloody. But the swords weren't the problem. It was all those extra eyes that would see him killed. The night was dark, but not that dark. Not with Ashclan burning down around them. Sooner or later, he was going to make a mistake. He might outrun the bastards if he weren't wearing half his weight in armour, but he was wearing the armour. Sam the club's belated gift wasn't turning out to be such a blessing after all. If they discovered the truth, he was going to die. Slow down, he told himself. You've been in tight places before. But before was a whole lifetime earlier. 8 years among the Shin had hardened his legs and smoothed the edges of his anger. But they'd also dulled his instincts and reflexes. As his mind scrambled over the possibilities, a gentle pressure at the tip of the sword yanked him around. Sil Nin's hand, barely touching the blade just a few heartbeats earlier, was wrapped around it now. Akil stared at the blood, black and bright in the firelight, glistening on the abbot's dark skin. You have my blessing, Adolian, the man said quietly, for what you are about to do. The truth hit Akil like a brick. The abbot knew. The old man had devoted a lifetime to learning how to see, to really see. The armour and the accent were no more convincing to Sil Nin than any of the other feeble lies and disguises Akil had put on over the years. He struggled to find something like the Shin calm, but for all his 8 years in the high mountains, he was no monk. He was a thief, a branded orphan from the perfumed quarter. A whole wardrobe of shitty robes couldn't change that. This one, he began, trying to draw the sword back, trying to find a way around this thing that had to happen. Nin kept his grip on the steel. This one, the abbot said, speaking over him and through him, worships an older and greater god than he of the grave. This passage holds no terror for me, Adolian. Akil stared. The training of a decade all but scrubbed out by the horror. The abbot put the tip of the sword against his chest, pressed it to his robe just below the heart. It had seemed entirely possible when the attack first crashed down upon Ashclan that Akil himself would die before the night was through. He'd expected to die, actually. He had not expected to kill. Not the monks. Not the man who had, in the strange, severe way of the Shin, had given Akil a home, a hearth, a measure of peace. He could feel his stomach twist, feel the bile rise in the back of his throat. "The fuck is wrong with you, Celt?" the Adolian demanded. For the first time, Akil could hear a hint of confusion. Confusion led to questions, and questions, especially tonight, would only lead to more killing. "Just end the old fucker!" Sil Nin smiled. "End? No. There are no ends. Only changes." The abbot sounded calm, ready. He sounded free. "Come now, Adolian. Help me to explore this change." Akil threw his weight into the sword. Sil Nin, the last abbot of Ashclan, seemed to catch his breath as the sharp blade caught, then cut. How many times had the old man measured out those breaths over decades of meditation? How much of the cold northern wind had passed through his lungs? The questions would remain unanswered. Unanswerable. The body slumped forward onto the sword so much lighter than Akil would have expected. He let it rest there a moment, the dead monk hanging in a posture between thought and repose. Then, with an effort that tore something loose inside himself, something he didn't think would ever heal, he leaned back, put one stolen boot on the abbot's shoulder, and kicked the corpse free. Still, his hand did not shake. "Let's go," he said, gesturing towards the burning buildings. Tears blurred the flames and burned his face, but the helm hid the tears. Survive. He'd rehearsed the words so many times, in alleyway brawls, fleeing drunkards back in the quarter, clawing his way over the circuit of ravens in the dead of winter. Survive. Never, not until that very moment, had he thought to ask himself, why? We hope you've enjoyed our presentation of The Last Abbot of Ashclan by Brian Staveley, performed by Oliver Cudbill. Performance copyright 2021 by Brilliance Publishing Inc., all rights reserved. For further information concerning this programme or other Brilliance audio titles, please visit our website at www.brilliancepublishing.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.